Chapter 1. The Ritual. In the stillness of the night, a dilapidated van lingered on the shadowy streets near a park. Its weathered exterior, marred by rust and peeling paint, bore the marks of time. Inside the vehicle, three men sat in the back seat, their expressions grave as they fixated on a screen before them. One of the men, a scarred giant, breathed heavily and exclaimed, "Damn it!" He appeared restless. Nonetheless, he endeavored to maintain composure, his voice steady as he questioned, "What on earth is this fellow thinking? Conducting a sacrificial ritual in the city to commune with the divine, does he not fear the catastrophic repercussions?" Next to him, a man clad in sunglasses nibbled on his fingers, the reflective lenses glinting with the screen's light. Upon hearing the scarred man's complaint, he replied nonchalantly, "Such unfortunate souls, bereft of divine protection, always grasping at straws." The last man, slender and wearing an eye patch, possessed a fierce demeanor, speaking with crisp brevity. "Shall I go in and finish them off?" The scarred man, taken aback, exclaimed, "No, calm down." He crossed over to the sunglasses-wearing man and seized the thin man, who had earlier been agitated, now earnestly advising, "The arbitration committee has strictly prohibited us from instigating bloodshed." The slender man, irritated, rummaged within his eye patch, muttering, "I could strangle them all without spilling a drop of blood." The sunglasses-wearing man slowly turned his head, his expression unreadable behind the lenses, his tone mocking. "I wish to see whether they receive a response." He pointed at the screen. "The drone's footage indicates that the ritual is nearly complete. We are in the final phase." Upon hearing this, the two men redirected their gaze to the screen. The slender man's left hand continued to fidget beneath his eye patch, producing odd sounds. "What are you doing?" the sunglasses-wearing man inquired, his face devoid of expression. "My head itches. I'm trying to scratch through this hole," the slender man replied. "Huh. It's in the back. I can't reach. I want to flip my brain inside out." The scar man, exasperated, retorted, "What good is it to poke two fingers in there? Can't you just shake it out like I do?" With that, he abruptly twisted his neck, attempting to demonstrate, muttering incessantly, "Is it really that difficult?" A sharp crack echoed as the scarred man's spine succumbed to his own forceful twist, and he slumped helplessly in his seat. Meanwhile, the slender man, crimson and pallid fluids dripping from his left hand, lurched forward, collapsing against the front seat's backrest. The sunglasses-wearing man pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a soft sigh, indifferent to the corpses beside him, and continued to gaze at the screen. The drone's camera transmitted a clear view of the park's interior. The verdant trees and flower beds had long been razed, yielding a flat expanse of land. Hundreds of people gathered, adorned in vintage robes, encircled by a ring of torches. At the center stood a stunning woman with flowing hair, who gazed at the drone in the night sky, raising her rusted mechanical right hand in a friendly greeting to those behind her. Beneath their feet lay an enormous array, intricately patterned, mesmerizing in its complexity, enough to make one dizzy with just a glance. The individuals, cloaked in flowing robes, knelt in unison, each grasping a white candle, their expressions imbued with devotion. Aside from the rustling of fabric as they knelt, silence enveloped the scene, reminiscent of a silent theatrical performance. At the center, a woman raised her arms high, her countenance fervent. The intensity of her expression caused veins to bulge upon her forehead, detracting from her overall beauty. Her lips moved incessantly, uttering an incantation that resonated with an indistinct, almost viscous quality. Within the van, the man in sunglasses, observing through a screen, seemed to receive an unspoken command. His right hand shot up, poised to grasp the frame of his sunglasses, only to be swiftly restrained by his left hand. The woman closed her mouth, reaching beneath her robe to extract a sharp dagger. Upon witnessing this, the others gently placed their candles before them, each reaching into their garments to produce their own daggers. Mimicking the woman, they first sliced their foreheads, allowing blood to seep forth before raising their left hands to draw a line with their bloodied fingers. Their expressions contorted as they pressed their crimson-tipped digits upon the ritualistic array. A sudden crimson mist arose within the park. Look, there's a response," the man in sunglasses exclaimed with excitement, striking the frail man beside him. "Don't hit." The frail man, donning an eye mask, had seemingly sat up without notice, cautiously withdrawing his left hand from beneath the mask, appearing even more emaciated. "If you strike my head again, it will be further disordered. His tone carried a hint of complaint. I should have been allowed to enter and slay them all now. Recovering from this injury will drain other parts of my body. No matter how much I consume, I cannot replenish it. I will eventually waste away. The man in sunglasses dismissed his concerns. The human population is dwindling rapidly. The arbitration committee will not tolerate the slaughter of the innocents. As for your losses, consider hormone therapy for weight gain. Why faith forbids such actions. The frail man declared, carefully extracting his left hand and shaking off an unknown white substance. His demeanor grave. Has the ritual succeeded? The man in sunglasses gestured towards the screen. See for yourself. The blood at the center connects to consciousness. The blood from the forehead is the most potent spiritually. This most spiritually charged blood suffices for the blood sacrifice. Only a small quantity is needed to meet the spiritual requirements of the sacrifice, and with minimal blood, the summoned deity will not be excessively wrathful. His voice took on a strange tone. It seems deceitful, yet it appears to have worked. The frail man snorted. They were fortunate to survive. His remaining eye darted towards the scarred man, startled. What happened to him? The man in sunglasses casually remarked. He's dead. Well, dispose of him shortly. His divine power favored strength. With poor mental resilience and recovery, he was just caught in the overflow of the ritual's power, sacrificing himself, dead beyond revival. The frail man expressed mild surprise. This ritual possesses some potency. It can influence us even through the screen. But he clicked his tongue. That fellow was robust. What a boon for those death worshippers. The man in sunglasses leaned back, watching as the blood mist on the screen gradually stabilized. It seems to have succeeded. It appears to be a certain sanguinary deity. Today has truly opened my eyes. This deceptive method is remarkably low in risk, yet high in success rate. The frail man leaned closer to the screen, peering intently, and expressed his confusion. Wait, something seems amiss. The man in sunglasses leaned in abruptly, his voice tinged with surprise. What's happening? Wasn't the ritual a success? On the screen, the individuals within the magic circle had all collapsed, and it was beyond belief to suggest they were merely asleep. Just moments ago, the ritual had indeed appeared successful, yet the current state of affairs was disconcerting. There's someone unscathed. He has risen, the frail man observed, anxiety creeping in despite the screen's barrier. In the event of a ritual's failure, survivors were exceedingly rare. The existence of a living individual amidst the dead was far more terrifying. We must flee. The man in sunglasses stroked his chin, betraying no hint of panic, maintaining a calm demeanor. I find myself rather curious. Curious my foot. The agile frail man had already taken the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and flooring the accelerator. Did you sacrifice fear? Well, my deity does not accept eyeballs. Several vehicles surged forth from the vicinity of the park, evidently indicating that they were not the only ones intrigued by the unfolding events. Chapter 2. The Place of Redemption. Wow. Meng Yi awoke, propping himself up, and was jolted by the surrounding scene. Having accidentally fallen asleep after a night of reading novels, he now found himself in an unfamiliar and ominous location. A ring of torches surrounded him, illuminating the area and revealing the sight of individuals clad in white robes, each gripping a dagger. An overwhelming stench of blood permeated the air. Meng Yi's complexion drained of color. Could they all be dead? He scrambled to his feet, relieved to discover he seemed uninjured. Yet, a sense of fear mingled with confusion washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. What kind of cult ritual was this? Ouch! His head throbbed painfully. He instinctively bent forward, clutching his forehead, his hand encountering an odd sensation. I too wielded a dagger. Before he could ponder further, a sudden, intense headache caused him to roll his eyes back and faint. Within his mind, it felt as though a multitude was convening, creating a cacophony, accompanied by a pulsating pain. He began to perceive a different vista before him, lay a thick crimson mist. It seemed he was seated on a lofty dais, with countless shadowy figures prostrating at his feet. The images were indistinct. His head felt swollen and painful. A clear female voice emerged, cutting through the clamor. God, you have finally responded to us. The buzzing noise returned to saturate Meng Yi's consciousness. What on earth? As a product of a new generation raised under the red banner, Meng Yi was a staunch materialist. A deity? Ugly head feels like mush. Hundreds of voices echoed in his mind, clamorous like a swarm of flies, driving him to distraction, and indeed his head truly ached. Silence. A grand voice resonated. Instantly, his mind fell into silence. Taking a deep breath, he found the absence of noise alleviated his headache significantly. That it was now that he could muster the focus to assess his predicament. As this thought crossed his mind, his perspective abruptly shifted to a high vantage point, allowing him to survey the expanse of this crimson-hued space. He was seated upon an intricately carved white stone chair, perched atop a 90-yard platform. The elevated platform, circular in shape, was entirely made of stone, gleaming in pure white. Before it, hundreds of figures knelt in reverence toward the stone chair, none daring to step upon it. In the face of this peculiar scene, his mental state remained surprisingly composed. First, he examined himself, unable to recall donning a white robe before sleep, and the strangeness of the surroundings was beyond comprehension, that he suspected he had traversed realms. With a thought, Meng Yi shifted his perspective to the front of the stone chair. There he was. The visage was unmistakably his ordinary yet handsome, though his attire had transformed. His gaze swept across the 90-yard platform, seeking to discern the situation below. Beneath the platform, a throng of individuals pressed their foreheads to the ground, motionless and clad in similar white robes, barefoot like him. Meng Yi scrutinized them closely and reached a conclusion. This group was frozen in place. It seemed that upon switching to the god's perspective, the entire realm enveloped in crimson mist had become static. Yet, why was the right hand of the woman at the forefront mechanically constructed and rusted, no less? He swiftly passed by others, finding no similar anomalies. Perplexing, but best to disregard her for now. Thus, this congregation was bowing before him, referring to him as a deity? An odd thought crossed Meng Yi's mind. Am I that god? Beyond the vicinity of the platform, a dense, viscous crimson mist obscured all, impenetrable to his consciousness. He was eager to unravel the truth. Given that these individuals were kneeling before him and addressing him as a god, he presumed they would answer any inquiries he posed. Meng Yi's awareness circled overhead a few times before plunging directly towards his seated self. As his perspective reverted, a headache ensued. He raised a hand to gently massage his forehead, sighing softly. If this were to be a recurring ordeal, it would be quite taxing. Upon hearing his sigh, the multitude below bowed their heads even lower. The deity had just exhibited anger, commanding silence, and now expressed a sigh they dared not ponder further, only bowing their heads with increased reverence. Meng Yi cast his gaze upon the throng below. Mindful of his divine status, he endeavored to adopt a nonchalant tone. Where is this? The eyes of the crowd subtly converged on the striking woman leading the assembly. She was the orchestrator, planner, and figurehead of the ritual. Thus, it was her duty to respond. Upon hearing the deity's inquiry, her prostrate form involuntarily trembled. After the ritual concluded, they had appeared here. Shrouded in crimson mist, they could only discern a blurred figure seated atop the platform, emanating an inexplicable aura of authority. Vast and immense, they felt like ants before a giant. This was indeed a deity. In their panic, they all prostrated themselves, lavishing praises upon the divine presence before them. Therefore, this place must undeniably be the realm of the divine. However, such a response could not suffice. The deity's question bore deeper significance. She could not afford to linger in thought, lest she offend the god, and must respond. Promptly, the woman's throat quivered as she endeavored to steady her trembling, summoning her voice to answer as clearly as possible. This is the place of redemption. Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Such a reply was tantamount to silence. A faint, indescribable laugh echoed, casting a shadow over the hearts of all present. The woman closed her eyes, awaiting the final judgment. The ritual had established a connection with the deity, yet it had not promised the sacrifice of their souls to the divine realm. Ordinarily, after a successful ritual, the deity would bestow protection. The faithful are required to serve the divine in the days to come, to please him and offer their tributes. Yet the current circumstances are utterly unexpected. Never before has one heard of a ritual that draws people into the realm of the divine. Meng Yi cast his gaze downward, the crimson mist obscuring his vision, yet he could vaguely discern the direction. The one speaking was likely the woman with the mechanical right hand. The deity upon the high platform fell into contemplation. Apart from this peculiar space, upon awakening moments ago, he had been met with a bizarre scene reminiscent of a cult ritual. Had that magical array transported him here? Is this still Earth? A divine being summoned from another realm, only to be ensnared in an unforeseen predicament. He found himself unable to pose inquiries such as, what is the meaning of this? Why am I a deity? Who are you? At this moment, he could still assume the role of a deity. Should he utter questions that contradict his identity, he was uncertain of the consequences that would follow. He resolved to pursue the conversation in accordance with the other's words, his expression turning grave. What is redemption? The woman sensed an indescribable pressure emanating from the high platform. She steadied herself and replied earnestly, to enter the divine realm, to be freed from all earthly suffering. That is indeed the essence of redemption. Meng Yi gripped the armrest of the stone chair tightly. He had always harbored a profound disdain for charlatans who spoke in vague terms. He raised his eyes to survey the surroundings. This expanse, shrouded in crimson mist, could hardly be deemed a divine realm or a place of redemption. Surely, there should be towering mountains of grandeur, magnificent palaces, and behind him, a few majestic and enigmatic angels, with ethereal hymns faintly resonating in the air. Hallelujah! Otherwise, it would be far too meager. As this thought emerged, the crimson mist began to swirl around him. In an instant, everything he envisioned materialized within the void of the mist. The assembly found themselves atop a mountain peak, the deity reigning over a grand palace, their once humble ground transformed into a floor adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, while faint hymns echoed in their ears. All present gazed upward in astonishment, beholding two angels standing sentinel behind the deity, their 12 pairs of ornate wings subtly visible through the crimson fog. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement, collectively exclaiming, "Praise the divine! Praise the place of redemption!" Chapter 3. The Power of Grace to Speak Candidly. Meng Yi now found himself somewhat bewildered. Despite being worshipped by the masses, who referred to him as a deity, he had never truly considered himself a divine being. It simply did not resonate. He felt no extraordinary strength capable of moving mountains or filling seas, nor did he possess any knowledge surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Otherwise, he would not be so apprehensive in his inquiries. However, the current phenomenon of the environment shifting in accordance with his will, with a mere thought, Meng Yi endeavored to manipulate the crimson mist within a confined area. Indeed, within 3 to 5 meters before him, the mist dissipated, leaving a pristine space. It appeared he wielded considerable control over this realm. Casting a sidelong glance at the two angelic statues, he felt a surge of disappointment upon realizing they were merely stone figures. He almost believed he had celestial beings in attendance. Nevertheless, given his newfound ability to alter the misty expanse, he could now ensure his own safety. With this realization, Meng Yi felt a slight relaxation within. He turned his gaze toward the crowd below, who were fervently praising him. Their voices only exacerbated the throbbing in his head. Silence. The throng fell into an immediate hush. His eyes swept to the woman who led the assembly, and he casually inquired, "What is your name?" The woman, perceptively sensing the shift in the divine tone, recognized a hint of nonchalance. The deity acknowledged her response. The god's demeanor had changed, no longer shrouding the magnificence of his divine realm from his followers. Moreover, he was asking for her name. Her voice quivered with excitement. Sin Chiyun. On the elevated platform, Meng Yi rested his chin upon his hand, pondering how best to proceed with his inquiries. It seemed that any question posed would detract from his divinity. It felt peculiar for a god to seek knowledge about this world. Furrowing his brow, he found himself uncertain whether he was an outsider or a native deity. Sin Chiyun knelt upon the ground, and after the god inquired her name, she fell into a prolonged silence. Fearful of harboring any irreverent thoughts, she endeavored to clear her mind. Meng Yi experienced a tinge of frustration as his gaze unconsciously roamed the elevated platform. A thought struck him. Since direct questions were ill-advised, perhaps he should encourage the crowd to take more initiative. He remained uncertain about the nature of this crimson mist realm. It did not seem to be a physical space. As the knife in his hand had not accompanied him, time seemed to drag on. Meng Yi instinctively straightened himself. Yet he was acutely aware of his divine identity and the necessity of maintaining composure. He let out a soft chuckle, his voice laced with mirth. Sin Qiun stepped forward. He realized he should not rise to inspect the platform. A deity ought to remain elevated. Furthermore, his directives should be as ambiguous as possible, allowing the other party to exercise their initiative. He had previously erred by posing overly direct and detailed questions, naively asking about the location. Such folly had stifled any potential developments, leaving him to follow the flow of her responses. Now, however, the request was different. Step forward. To ascend a step was to ascend, whether one rose a single tier or 9. The divine request left the other party with no choice but to comply, granting him the reins of control. Uncertain whether the high platform would undergo any transformations, he pondered that if the woman ascended yet remained still, he would have no choice but to inquire directly. Upon receiving divine guidance, Sin Qiun slowly rose, her head bowed, hesitant to gaze upward. She took a shallow breath and gradually approached the platform, towering 9 tiers high, each level measuring 2 meters. A staircase naturally extended beneath her feet as she drew closer. Behind her, the devout followers lay prostrate. Barring a few who dared to glance her way, the rest remained utterly motionless. Sin Qiun grasped the hem of her robe, stepping barefoot onto the stairs. The sensation beneath her feet was not frigid. Rather, it exuded warmth. With each step toward the lowest tier of the platform, Meng Yi's heart raced. As Sin Qiun's bare feet touched the platform, a radiant barrier appeared before Meng Yi, and the multitude within the crimson mist became ensnared in stillness. Choose randomly from the following 3 paths to bestow a 9th-tier gift of power upon the believers. 1. Flesh and blood magic. 2. Ritual magic. 3. Elemental magic. Meng Yi slightly parted his lips, realizing after much deliberation that the purpose of gathering so many into this crimson mist space was for this. To select gifts for the followers, was he truly a deity? He glanced at the unmoving crowd, understanding they could not hear his musings. An introduction to the 3 types of magic was in order, yet the barrier remained unchanged and utterly unresponsive. This was rather lacking in intelligence. Undeterred, Meng Yi recognized that since it was a random selection, knowing the options would not grant him the ability to choose. He merely sought to experiment and perhaps glean some information. However, all options were magical in nature. Was he a god who wielded magic? A male deity of sorcery? Moreover, as the followers prepared to receive their magic, he himself possessed no such abilities. Was this reasonable? Suppressing his bewilderment, Meng Yi initiated the selection. The 3 options transformed into a spinning wheel, ultimately pointing to flesh and blood magic. Accompanying this revelation was a brief description. 9th tier flesh and blood magic grants initial control over the outer skin and flesh, allowing for crude disguises or transformations and the use of low-level spells such as flesh bombs. It enables the preliminary utilization of the blood and flesh of other beings to heal one's own bodily injuries. Notably enhances physical attributes, with strength, speed, and reflexes being most pronounced. It sounded rather grotesque. Furthermore, from the description, it seemed more akin to a supernatural ability than magic, devoid of any incantations or scholarly knowledge. As the selection result appeared, the barrier dissipated, and the crimson mist surged towards Sin Qiun, seemingly infusing her with a certain power. Meng Yi fixated on her, curious about the changes she would undergo. Moments later, as the stillness within the crimson mist abated, Sin Qiun's foot, which she had just lifted, halted midair. A look of confusion crossed her face, followed by fear. Upon full realization, her expression transformed into one of ecstasy. Her right hand pulsed with life. The deity had conferred a gift of power upon her, yet had not demanded any offering in return. Such a benevolent and generous god indeed. Sin Qiun knelt with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head in reverence. I commend you, for you are truly magnificent. Meng Yi, however, was too engulfed in his own astonishment to pay heed to her words. Just moments ago, after Sin Qiun had accepted the bestowed power, a sudden clarity illuminated his mind. He realized that he, too, could wield this 9th-tier flesh magic. Moreover, He could reclaim the boon from Qin at any moment. As he glanced at his left hand, he noticed the protruding, fleshly thorns. It seemed that he and this divine being were mutually enhancing one another. Yet, from whence did this flesh magic originate? He certainly did not possess it. Was it from the Crimson Mist realm? Or perhaps, Meng Yi recalled the peculiar ritual scene he had witnessed upon awakening. A sense of unease creeping in. Had he inadvertently usurped the followers of certain deities and seized some of their power? Chapter 4. Proof. Meng Yi could not help but cast his gaze once again upon Qin. If his conjecture was correct, his arrival had indeed usurped the power of a certain deity, which might imply that the bestowed powers transcended the 9th tier. Furthermore, the throbbing headache that had plagued him had now vanished. Meng Yi yearned to conduct further experiments, such as inviting others to ascend the high platform or urging Qin to rise another tier. However, a notification suddenly flashed before him. The blessing has concluded. Meng Yi was taken aback. The blessing had ended. What now? Qin atop the high platform, along with the multitude of devotees prostrating below, abruptly vanished. His gaze sharpened, and according to his previous speculation, they must have had their souls transported into the Crimson Mist space, and now these individuals should be returning. But what about him? Alone in this place, he was decidedly unwilling to remain. Recalling the earlier experience of divine perspective, Meng Yi focused his thoughts, and the figure seated upon the stone chair began to slowly dissipate. As expected, the sensation of exiting the Crimson Mist space was peculiar. Akin to his body being elongated into a slender thread, a rustling sound reached his ears, and he abruptly opened his eyes, propping himself up. The torches surrounding him continued to flicker, and the hundreds of people appeared somewhat bewildered. Were we not in the realm of the divine? Had we attained the protection of the gods? Some were even in despair, repeatedly bowing towards the center of the magic array, beseeching the deity to return them to the divine realm. Meng Yi found this perplexing. Within the divine realm, there was neither sustenance nor clothing. What was there to yearn for a return? He surveyed his surroundings, noticing that everyone emitted a faint crimson glow, which was gradually converging. Was this a sign of a connection established with the Crimson Mist space? Judging by the reactions of the crowd, it seemed this red light was visible only to him. The previous headache had entirely dissipated, yet now the dilemma lay in his uncertainty regarding his current identity. Before he could ponder further, a myriad of fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. In the heart of the park, amidst the uncertainty of all, Meng Yi sat alone, lost in thought. This body's original owner shared his name, Meng Yi, male, 23 years old, from Jing'an City. Having lost the protection of the deity, he was reluctantly drawn into this sacrificial rite, seeking to regain that shelter. In this chaotic world, those who lost divine protection often transformed into unknown monstrosities, or, worse yet, were consumed by malevolent gods, living a fate worse than death. Of course, from Meng Yi's current perspective, it seemed that the righteous deities of this world also bore a sinister aspect. For instance, the individual before him, sporting a blindfold over his left eye and appearing emaciated. The identity of this person naturally surfaced in his mind, a divine benefactor. They not only received divine protection, but also sought power from the gods. However, such power came at a cost, which varied significantly, and the cost paid by the individual before him appeared rather trivial, a single left eye. Generally, the stronger the divine benefactor, the greater the price they paid. Suddenly, Meng Yi comprehended the reason behind Qin's recent praise of his generosity. She had received divine grace without having to pay a price. The man in the eye mask approached Meng Yi, who was seated on the ground. His right eye averted to the floor as he subtly observed Meng Yi's movements from the corner of his gaze, in a manner incongruous with his fierce demeanor. He cautiously inquired, "Did you notice anything amiss just now?" Meng Yi slowly rose, grappling to discern the identity of this individual, yet he found himself at a loss. He must be an official. The masked man seemed to shy away slightly, retreating a couple of steps, his gaze flickering to the ground as he uttered a sound of confusion. Meng Yi sensed the tension building in the man's body. No, it was not merely a sight, but a feeling, a sensation rooted in the flesh and blood magic. Clearly, he could not remain silent. The other party seemed intent on attacking him. Meng Yi resolved to deflect the inquiry. I apologize, but I do not quite understand your meaning. The ritual should have succeeded, and there is nothing amiss. Those who have lost the protection of the deity possess the right to conduct a new ritual to regain that sanctuary, a course of action acknowledged by the arbitration committee. The only issue at hand was that it should not have taken place within the city limits, as failure could yield dire consequences. Yet, what concern was this of his? He was not the organizer. Any issues should be directed toward that. Sin Chiyun. Meng Yi's gaze drifted past the man before him. He noticed a dozen or so individuals had appeared in the park, presumably officials as well. Indeed, with hundreds gathered for the ritual in the city, oversight from authorities was to be expected. However, none of them inquired with the others. Only this masked man directed questions at Meng Yi. Though these individuals appeared scattered, there was an unmistakable sense of encirclement, their postures deliberately casual. Meng Yi maintained a composed exterior, yet internally, he felt a rising tide of anxiety. Was it due to waking alone earlier? The original body was merely an ordinary person, lacking knowledge of many matters, leaving him unable to ascertain the motives behind the other's actions. It seemed that his solitary awakening had stirred significant issues. The masked man ceased his questioning, his body remaining taut, his fingertips extending into sharp, ghastly bone spurs. This instilled a sense of impending danger in Meng Yi. The other was poised to strike. Was it truly so hasty? Meng Yi struggled to comprehend. The individual had sent someone a probe with words, yet now seemed ready to resort to violence after mere exchanges. He could hardly believe it. Unperturbed, he stealthily pressed his bare foot upon the short knife he had earlier discarded on the ground. The flesh and blood magic should enable him to summon it to his hand. His left hand discreetly began to coalesce a blood bomb. To his surprise, he remained remarkably calm. Suo Ming Gang. Sin Chiyun rushed towards them, her voice ringing out sharply. The ritual has succeeded. What are you doing? Her face was a livid shade, positioning herself between the two with arms crossed, a cold smile gracing her lips. The single-eyed Suo Mingsheng turned his gaze to Sin Chiyun, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You claim the ritual has succeeded. What evidence do you possess? The footage returned from the drone is peculiarly ambiguous. No one can ascertain whether the ritual was indeed successful. Meng Yi stood behind her, stealing glances at the surrounding officials, most of whom bore a resemblance to Suo Mingsheng. Yet one individual stood in stark contrast. He appeared stooped, leaning on a cane, gasping for breath as he stood there, accompanied by a man in sunglasses who cautiously supported him. If he were an elderly man, Meng Yi would have been entirely unperturbed. However, the visage before him was remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome. The vibrant expression of youth clashed bizarrely with his frail physique. This could only suggest one thing. He possessed formidable strength. The more sacrifices a divine benefactor makes, the greater the power they acquire. Sin Chiyun had no intention of providing Suo Mingsheng with any proof. She smiled brightly, turning her body to face the slender, handsome figure. I shall naturally prove my worth to the adjudicator. Chapter 5. The Final Judgment. Meng Yi felt a jolt in his heart. He was well aware of the renowned name of the adjudicator. Every fortified city had an adjudication office, tasked with purging any potential followers of dark deities, aberrant creatures, and those who disrupted the order. The adjudicator was the true authority within this office, and there were 6 such officials in Jing'an City. The figure before him was likely one of them. This hunched adjudicator gasped for breath, seemingly indifferent to Sin Chiyun's words. Sin Chiyun, unfazed, extended her right arm, and Meng Yi noted that her right hand bore a mechanical structure, now rusted and worn. Her tone was tinged with melancholy as she spoke. Previously, the divine abandoned me, and my divine grace was reclaimed. This is something you all must be aware of. After all, it is quite rare for a divine grace-bearer to be forsaken by their deity. Now, esteemed adjudicator, behold. From her mechanical right hand, flesh and blood began to surge forth like a cascading stream. Her voice rose in fervor. I have regained divine grace. As the blood and flesh took form, her right hand transformed, becoming fair and delicate, before she suddenly clenched it into a fist. The adjudicator's eyes sparkled with revelation, akin to a spotlight scanning her hand fervently. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his voice hoarse. Then explain why everyone fainted just now. Sin Shiyun broke into an exaggerated smile, responding in a peculiar tone that bordered on a moan. We have entered the realm of the divine. We have witnessed redemption. This proclamation seemed to release a signal to the hundreds surrounding them, who echoed in unison. We have witnessed redemption. Their voices melded, creating a harmonious crescendo. Only Meng Yi remained detached from this rhythm, still pondering the implications of Sin Shiyun's mechanical hand. His dazed demeanor drew the attention of all present. A man beside the adjudicator, wearing sunglasses, inquired curiously, "Sir, what were you just contemplating?" Sin Shiyun also turned her gaze toward Meng Yi, her eyes filled with curiosity. As for Suo Mingchen, he had already bent slightly, poised for action. Meng Yi raised his right hand slightly, feeling the surge of flesh. He attempted to convey a sense of bewilderment in his voice. I seem to have also received divine grace. Sin Shiyun's expression shifted, becoming oddly inquisitive. She could not recall anyone ascending to such heights in the realm of the divine, akin to her own experience. Meng Yi was acutely aware of this development, but he found himself at a loss. He could not simply declare that he was not a believer or claim to be a deity himself. As for other explanations, was not the divine, he spoke of himself? What formidable power could possibly offer him reassurance? Curse it! The charlatans were the bane of his existence. Suddenly raising his voice, who among the sane could keep pace with such a rhythm? In the eyes of the others, the divine grace bestowed upon these two indeed appeared identical. Had the ritual truly succeeded? The glances cast upon Meng Yi by the surrounding believers were laden with intrigue. They could comprehend divine grace being given to Sin Shiyun, but to Meng Yi, that was quite unexpected. Feeling their scrutiny, Meng Yi inwardly cursed, wondering why the divine would feel the need to reveal such matters to them. He met Sin Shiyun's gaze with a look of confusion, continuously murmuring, "I cannot quite comprehend it. Just now I saw you perform that. I feel as though I could do it too." He turned to the crowd. "Would you all like to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, hundreds of followers began to attempt various actions. Naturally, none of these efforts yielded any results. Sin Shiyun nodded to herself, for indeed, how could mortals fathom the reasons behind divine grace? One need not ascend a high platform to receive such blessings. The divine is beyond human comprehension. She inquired, "What is your name?" Her tone remained quite neutral. "Meng Yi," he replied. She nodded, no longer paying attention to him, and turned to face the adjudicator. As you can see, the ceremony was a resounding success. These 324 ordinary humans have regained the protection of the divine. Sin Shiyun extended her right hand, her 5 fingers flexing repeatedly. Ever since losing divine favor, her mechanical right hand had become a mere relic. Now, through the magic of flesh and blood, she felt an illusion of wholeness once more. The man in sunglasses, however, was not ready to let Meng Yi off the hook. He disregarded Sin Shiyun's words and continued to press. "Mr. Meng Yi, could you elucidate the reason for your solitary awakening earlier?" Standing next to the adjudicator, he was emboldened. From the footage transmitted by the drones, it appeared that the ceremony initially succeeded before failing. While everyone else lay incapacitated, this young man named Meng Yi had stood alone, only to stumble and collapse shortly thereafter. Sin Shiyun's claim of entering the realm of the divine was a grand assertion that could be set aside for now. There was something amiss with this young man. Meng Yi fell silent. Should he continue to shift the blame onto the divine? Force an explanation? No, that was not right. According to the memories of the original body, the failure of the sacrificial ceremony had several consequences. Either everyone perished or everyone underwent a transformation. Even if someone were to be corrupted by an evil god, the rest would meet a bizarre and inexplicable demise. It was impossible for one person to be affected while others remained unscathed. At that moment, these hundreds of individuals were all in the same predicament. If one was in trouble, then all were in trouble. There was no need for a forced explanation. Meng Yi raised his head, maintaining an expression of bewilderment. "I do not know. I do not recall waking up." Indeed, Sin Shiyun, upon seeing this, became somewhat exasperated. "Li Hao, what do you mean? Are you questioning the failure of the ceremony?" This concerns hundreds of lives. Think carefully before you speak. Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses nonchalantly and replied, I am merely seeking confirmation. He relentlessly pursued Meng Yi. You truly do not remember? Meng Yi simply shook his head. Suo Mingcheng grinned wickedly, stating, in matters such as this, it is better to wrongfully execute than to let one slip away. A chill ran through Meng Yi. Such scenarios were what he feared most. Yet, he need not worry, for the hunched adjudicator admonished. In this era, every ordinary human is immensely precious. Suppress your murderous intent. If Meng Yi was indeed problematic, it implied that these hundreds of people were also compromised, necessitating a careful judgment from the adjudicator. This barrage of words evidently weighed heavily on his body, and as soon as he finished speaking, he found himself gasping for breath. The adjudicator, hunched over, raised his gaze towards Xin Qiyun. You have exploited the arbitration committee's yearning and tolerance for ordinary humans, conducting a sacrificial ceremony within Fortress City, and you shall soon face punishment. Xin Qiyun, dissatisfied, retorted, if the ceremony is truly to be held in the wilderness, these hundreds of people may not survive. My actions were intended to preserve hundreds of seeds for humanity. The adjudicator wearily waved his hand. The law is not crafted by me. And have you not considered the repercussions of failure in this ceremony? He sighed. Even if the ceremony succeeds, we have lost an overseeing enforcer. Xin Qiyun's expression darkened. She had believed that as long as the ceremony succeeded, she would escape punishment, and as for failure, it was merely a matter of dying sooner. Yet now it seemed that punishment was unavoidable. What fate awaits me? Suo Mingcheng interjected with a chuckle. That depends on the executioner, but based on your divine grace, is unlikely to leave scars. Xin Qiyun lowered her head in silence, fearing that those madmen would torment her spirit. The adjudicator finally steadied his breath and turned his attention to Meng Yi. Meng Yi, is it? We must render a final judgment. Before Meng Yi could respond, the adjudicator's eyes once again shimmered with light. Chapter 6. Witnessing the unseen, two beams of light surged forward, and Meng Yi instinctively attempted to evade, only to be forcibly restrained by his own will. Could he truly move faster than light? Moreover, with a dozen divine benefactors surrounding him, any extraneous motion would undoubtedly provoke an immediate assault. The figure adorned with an eye patch, Suo Mingcheng, remained taut, poised for action. Thus, Meng Yi had no choice but to submit to the scrutiny of the arbiter. The arbiter's penetrating gaze fixated upon Meng Yi, yet he did not scan him up and down as he had done with Xin Qiyun's right hand. He stood there frozen, and the heavy sound of his breaths abruptly ceased. Li Hao, donning sunglasses, was the first to sense something amiss. As the breaths halted, he swiftly turned his attention towards the arbiter. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, the nearby divine benefactors immediately turned their focus to the unfolding scene. The arbiter now resembled a statue, motionless, as crimson tears began to flow from his eyes. Drop by drop, the blood fell to the ground. It did not splatter. The soft, red droplets descended silently, untainted by dust, swirling around the arbiter as hunched form like rubies. Hud, hud, hud. A series of blood-red gems fell gracefully to the earth, their impact resonating with a crisp and melodious sound. The continuous rhythm of the dripping blood sent a shiver down Meng Yi's spine, entirely unaware of his own peculiar state. A strange sensation emerged from his left side. Suddenly, Meng Yi shifted his gaze, realizing that Suo Mingcheng was positioned in that direction, hostility unmistakably emanating from him. Indeed, Suo Mingcheng had already leapt toward him, his hands sprouting two elongated, bone-like blades, his singular eye curiously averted elsewhere, not directly fixed upon Meng Yi. Xin Qiyun, initially caught between the two, abruptly sprang backward, bewildered and reluctant to intervene recklessly. The arbiter's behavior left her in a state of shock, rendering her incapable of obstructing any official actions. Meng Yi, having long since concentrated a blood and flesh bomb in his hand, hurled it towards Suo Mingcheng, resulting in a resounding explosion, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Confrontation was futile. Evasion was the only viable strategy. The blood magic could slightly alter his appearance, allowing him to slip away under the cover of night. Never before had Meng Yi felt such composure. He could remarkably analyze the situation and make judicious decisions. The blood explosion would only provide temporary obstruction. He doubted that his opponent could be so easily vanquished. There were still a dozen others present. In a flash, taking advantage of the explosive recoil, Meng Yi leapt to the right, the short blade coursing along the path from his thigh to his abdomen and then to his arm, arriving in his right hand. He then brandished the short blade, severing 2 pieces of flesh from his left arm and tossing them towards the spot where he had just stood. He remained unnaturally calm, inflicting harm upon himself to wield the blood magic without a flicker of emotion. Perhaps he ought to consult a psychologist? After all, he was merely an ordinary university student. As Meng Yi's gaze shifted to others, the scene before him caused him to momentarily falter. He had braced himself for a collective assault from the Arbiter's ranks. Yet aside from a few stragglers, the majority were hastily retreating from the area, seemingly wishing their parents had endowed them with 2 extra legs. Seizing the opportunity while Meng Yi was momentarily distracted, a figure clad in black, wielding 2 handguns, decisively opened fire from a distance. The assailant appeared hesitant to meet his gaze, resulting in a lack of precision. Only a few bullets found their mark, seemingly aimed at his legs. The defensive capabilities of the flesh and blood magic rendered him highly resistant to such mundane harm, with most bullets becoming lodged in his flesh, struggling to penetrate further. However, these bullets bore a peculiar effect, causing frost to form upon his legs. Frowning, Meng Yi realized that this was a deliberate strategy aimed at impairing his mobility. Li Hao, instinctively grasping the frame of his sunglasses, restrained himself. The Arbiter shed tears of blood upon catching a fleeting glance, now too fearful to look again. As the explosion subsided, Su Mengsheng was left bloodied, his torso soaked in crimson, with 2 bone blades barely shielding his vital areas. He erupted into a furious tirade. Li Hao, if you don't make your move soon, I will flee. I cannot bear to watch. Useless. With relentless footwork, Su Mengsheng retracted 1 bone blade, transforming it into a fearsome bone shield. Li Hao opened his mouth to caution, beware of traps. Boom! Boom! The 2 remnants of flesh Meng Yi had left behind detonated violently. Have you lost your mind? Su Mengsheng exclaimed, his face smeared with dirt as the explosion mingled with soil, propelling him into the air. Fragments of flesh pierced his skin, burrowing deep into his body. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, he extracted the deepest shard of flesh with his bone blade. This intensity was far from that of a newly bestowed divine favor. It suggested at least an 8th-tier level of power. Li Hao found little motivation to argue. Even the Arbiter had suffered significantly, still unable to recover, and mistaking their opponent for an ordinary divine favor wielder was folly. Indeed, Meng Yi had evaded the Arbiter's gaze, yet his opponent remained oblivious. The blood tears flowed ever more abundantly, soon forming a stream, with ruby droplets cascading around his body, producing a cacophony. The conflict unfolded too swiftly for the surrounding devotees to react. Xin Xiun was rendered speechless. Her mind was far from occupied with Meng Yi's remarkable adaptability. The sight of the Arbiter in such dire straits sent shivers down her spine. The severity of the Arbiter's injury, a participant in the ritual, indicated a grave issue with the ceremony. Should these 324 individuals be deemed tainted by the malevolent god, a purification procedure would likely ensue. Yet, the ritual had indeed succeeded. She had stepped into the divine realm and encountered the most benevolent of deities. Evil gods were insatiably greedy, 100-fold more so than their righteous counterparts. They devoured everything, the gifts of the benevolent, the flesh and souls of mortals. Even the most worthless dirt was seen as a coveted treasure to be seized. The deity above the crimson mist could never be a malevolent one. The current circumstances baffled her. Meanwhile, Meng Yi yearned solely to escape this perilous situation. The sight of the Arbiter in such a state had frightened the remaining few into hesitation. He dared not waste time allowing them to regain their composure. As for what the Arbiter had witnessed, that could be pondered later. 2 flesh springs materialized beneath Meng Yi's feet, propelling him swiftly toward the park's exit. Here lies the heart of the 6th Street Park in the outer district of Jing'an City, surrounded by a chaotic array of dilapidated structures. If he could dash into the convoluted environment, subtly altering his appearance with the magic of flesh and blood, there would be a glimmer of hope for escape. Behind him, Suo Mingcheng pursued him with fervor, gunfire erupting in the air. A thud echoed as a cane struck the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth above the park, rendering everyone frozen in place, unable to move. Meng Yi found himself unable even to blink. The voice of the adjudicator reverberated. Cease at once. Chapter 7. A close watch. The light seemed to have taken on a tangible form, and Meng Yi felt as if he were a small insect encased in amber, utterly immobilized. Soon, however, the binding force that held him began to wane, and his ability to move was gradually restored. He refrained from attempting to flee. Escape was futile against such restraint. Turning his gaze towards the source of the light, he beheld an eye, suspended midair in the park, radiating a blinding brilliance that gradually coalesced. The adjudicator slightly tilted his head, and the eye spun back, embedding itself into his dark, blood-stained left eye socket. The blood droplets that had circled around him, as if summoned by an unseen force, rose from the ground, forming a delicate line of crimson that filled his eye socket. He raised a hand to wipe his cheek and examined his blood-soaked palm, lost in thought. In the park under the night sky, silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed on the adjudicator, awaiting his final verdict. The group of divine benefactors who had just fled the park, upon noticing the radiance, returned, standing by in anxious anticipation. It appeared they were not merely fleeing in panic. Meng Yi took a shallow breath, ready to ascend into the crimson mist at the first sign of trouble. Surely, they could not pursue him into the realm of the red fog. The adjudicator seemed to have resolved some matter and turned his gaze toward Meng Yi. What recollections do you possess regarding your acquisition of divine favor? His tone bore an inquisitive quality rather than an accusatory one. In that instant, Meng Yi resolved to align himself with Sin Shiyun's narrative. Amidst the crowd, many referred to it as the divine realm, and he could do the same. After all, what was it but sincere devotion? Is it not acceptable to believe in oneself? He endeavored to convey fervor. I must enter the divine realm and witness salvation. As for the divine favor, he aimed to maintain consistency with his previous statements. I am, indeed, rather unclear about the process of receiving divine favor. The adjudicator's bloodied eyes bore into him, this time devoid of the flashlight mode, as if merely seeking to discern the truth through his expression. Meng Yi felt a surge of anxiety. The adjudicator's withered hand tightened around his staff, striking it forcefully against the ground. The sound resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. After review by the adjudication office, the ceremony had been remarkably successful. These 324 individuals retained their human identities. Sin Shiyun, you are to report to the penal office. I do not wish to waste resources detaining you. Having uttered these words, the adjudicator turned and exited, his frail form moving with difficulty. At this moment, Suo Mingcheng, bloodied and battered, exchanged a glance with Li Hao, maintaining silence as they turned to follow the adjudicator's footsteps. Meng Yi felt a sense of confusion. This was an anticlimactic conclusion. He struggled to adapt to their manner of operation. In his mind, he raged, shouldn't I, a potential suspect, be apprehended? Have you truly comprehended the situation before departing? I am left utterly bewildered. Around him, hundreds of followers began to disperse, and Meng Yi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Why were these individuals so composed? Moreover, he gazed at the departing Sin Shiyun, uncertain whether he should call out to her. Are we not servants of the same deity? Is there no need to nurture our bond, to communicate about how to conduct our affairs? Is there no call to extol the name of the divine and to expand his faith? Ah, it seems he has not even chosen a name for himself. He gazed around in confusion, noticing that those individuals had left, taking the torches with them. Meng Yi focused on the last solitary torch, steadying his thoughts. Very well, time to return home and ponder matters more thoroughly. He recalled the address of his original residence. Outer City, 6th District, number 102. It was not particularly close. Approximately 6 kilometers from this location. Had he come here barefoot? Ah, it seemed that Sin Shiyun had mentioned prior to the ceremony the need for piety. Approaching the final torch, he grasped it firmly. The dark night carried its own dangers, and as for streetlights, Jing'an City lacked them entirely. He walked barefoot into the pitch-black street. Meanwhile, the 10 or so members of the tribunal had already settled into their vehicles, making their way towards headquarters. Aside from Li Hao and his companions in their initial van, the rest of the vehicles were a motley assortment. Different sizes, shapes, and conditions, yet all were rather worn. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Hao curiously inquired of the adjudicator, "What did you see just now?" The situation with Meng Yi waking alone seems rather suspicious. The adjudicator, leaning on his cane and with eyes closed in contemplation, slightly shook his head upon hearing Li Hao's question. He appears to be a favored one of the divine. Seated in the back, So Mingchang removed his clothing, extending his fingers, now bearing bony spikes, as he slowly extracted the flesh and blood that lingered within him. At the mention of the divine, favored one, he looked up in astonishment. A favored one of the divine? It is well known that every recipient of divine grace must pay a price to the deity. They are all incomplete beings, whether in body or spirit. This is a twisted and painful path. Yet the favored ones are different. They are cherished by the divine, receiving power without the need to pay a price, nor to please the deity. Their strength stabilizes and grows over time. They are the fortunate, the chosen ones, ever under the watchful gaze of the divine, bestowed with protection. A hint of envy tinged the adjudicator's voice. I beheld in him a magnificent temple atop the mountains, where great deities attended by angels resided. I caught but a glimpse and was grievously wounded. From the adjudicator's tightly shut eyes, blood tears welled forth once more. He is a righteous deity. An evil god would attempt to consume the grace bestowed upon me. Yet the power of such a malevolent being could never inflict injury upon me from merely a glance. Others showed no signs of corruption. A simple spiritual insight could confirm that they all received divine protection, and even Qin Shiyun had acquired divine grace. As for that Meng Yi, newly endowed with divine favor, his strength was nearly at the 8th tier. He bears a striking resemblance to a favored one. At this point, his voice took on a note of excitement. If this is true, it would be a tremendous boon. A favored one among humans has emerged once more. Suo Mingchang silently shook his head, continuing to focus on extracting the flesh embedded within his body with the bony spikes. This matter held no relevance for him. He harbored no belief in humanity's salvation, even with the emergence of another favored one. Before me stand a judge, a devoted follower of the deities of light, whose physique has withered to such a degree. If even the divine is in such a state, what hope is there for humanity, merely surviving in a state of despair? The judge raised his sleeve to wipe away the blood that trickled from the corner of his eye. I have a new task for both of you. Keep a close watch on Meng Yi. Suo Mingcheng, without lifting his head, acknowledged understood. To him, it mattered little what he did. Li Hao queried, somewhat perplexed, why should we monitor a favored one of the gods? Would it not be best to allow them to grow independently? At last, the judge opened his eyes, which were now marred by numerous cracks. From a footage you provided, it appears that the ritual connected two deities. The judge seemed uncertain, his tone tinged with doubt. The initial emergence of blood mist indicates the ritual's success. This can be discerned from past experiences. Subsequently, everyone fainted, claiming to have entered the divine realm. I suspect that two deities must have manifested. Li Hao, intrigued, inquired, did the latter truly transport everyone to the divine realm? The judge shook his head. I find that implausible. It is likely that only Meng Yi was taken inside, while the others, present at the ritual, merely witnessed certain projections. A mere group of ordinary individuals, not even favored by the gods, entering the divine realm? How could that be? He has never even seen what the divine realm looks like. Light began to seep from the fissures in the judge's eyes, suggesting some form of restoration was occurring. He murmured, two deities. Regardless, we must keep a closer watch on them. Chapter 8. The limb, Meng Yi, holding a torch, had scarcely stepped beyond the gates of the park when he halted abruptly. If his eyes did not deceive him, there lay a figure by the roadside. In a previous life, such an encounter would hardly have warranted alarm. Yet in this world, danger could spring from any source. For the deities to whom people pledged their faith each harbored distinct whims. Some revel in deception, others in bloodshed, Some are captivated by suffering, while others delight in violence. Followers must incessantly appease their gods, adhering strictly to their preferences to retain their protection. Consequently, the world teems with tricksters, lunatics, masochists, sadists, and various other peculiar individuals. Particularly at night, when certain malevolent entities roam freely, the figure sprawled on the roadside could easily plunge a knife into him, or worse. His immediate priority was to return home and contemplate the day's events. To avoid any potential trouble, he decided to take a detour, merely prolonging his journey a few steps. He turned, torch held high, his gaze sharp. From around the corner emerged a figure, moving languidly. Meng Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he could navigate to the park without crossing paths with this individual. To his chagrin, it became evident that their paths would inevitably intersect. The night wanderers were likely to harbor ill intentions. However, he mused optimistically that the sight of his white robe and bare feet might instill some trepidation in the stranger. With a self-deprecating smile, he stepped forward, torch illuminating his path. The other figure bore no torch, suggesting a keen ability to see in the dark. As they drew closer, Meng Yi discerned the stranger's features: tattered clothing, an ashen complexion, sunken eyes resembling those of a corpse, and a thick cane that emanated an unsettling chill from afar. Overall, there was a distinct lack of vitality. As they approached, Meng Yi's heart raced. The cane, fashioned from human limbs, was unmistakably grotesque. Its lower half comprised of thigh, calf, and foot, while the upper half consisted of upper arm, forearm, and hand. The cane emitted strange sounds with each step it took. This was a bearer of divine grace. With a high likelihood of being mentally unstable, Meng Yi endeavored to avert his gaze, faintly detecting an unpleasant odor. The figure rasped a peculiar sound, extending a finger toward the lifeless body on the ground. "Did you kill him?" Initially disinclined to engage, Meng Yi could only frown and shift his body to regard the speaker. Yet, the entity before him was no human. The palm of the limb cane bore a bizarre mouth, from which a long tongue slithered, producing unsettling noises. Drip, drop, as saliva splattered onto the ground. What manner of creature was this? Meng Yi's scalp prickled, though his expression remained impassive as he replied, "No." The certainty in the figure's demeanor suggested that it believed the person had already succumbed to death. A deceased follower? The customs within the fortress city were peculiar. When one perished, there were neither graves nor cremations. Typically, bodies were discarded by the roadside, with the deceased fellow believers ensuring their proper handling. They are fervently devoted to collecting, utilizing, and even manufacturing corpses. They serve as the most humble servants of death. With a mere gesture, a corpse by the roadside staggered to its feet and approached. Hearing a commotion behind him, Meng Yi glanced back. What a wretched world! Even in death, there is no peace. A rather fine body. The limbs of the corpse issued a sigh, and as it spoke, the lifeless face contorted into various expressions. Ridiculous yet bizarre. This made Meng Yi furrow his brow as he turned to continue onward. However, the corpse's face pivoted to look at him, its mouth and the palm opening wide to speak. "O murderer, do not be in such a hurry to leave." With that, a long tongue flicked around in its mouth. Meng Yi halted momentarily, discreetly maneuvering the concealed dagger nestled beneath the flesh to near his right hand, tilting his head with a cold smirk. Oh, in such circumstances, showing fear is not an option, even if this individual is peculiar. The corpse exhaled a frigid breath, the upper part of its arm from the limb bending toward Meng Yi, the mouth in its palm continuously flapping. I just saw the vehicle of the Judgment Office depart. Their antiquated means of transport are easily recognizable. Therefore, the mouth formed an exaggerated smile. There will be no executors passing through this vicinity. Meng Yi swung the torch in his hand, bringing it down forcefully upon that broken mouth. With words taken this far, it was certainly prudent to strike first. This corpse's face, so casually threatening in the pursuit of bodies, was reckless indeed, and one could hardly gauge each other's strength in this mad world. The corpse that had just lain by the roadside now hurriedly approached with its head drooping. The figure suddenly leaped back, the limb of the corpse emitting a hissing sound. Such swift and decisive action, and you claim you did not kill him. Meng Yi, with a hardened expression, offered no reply, allowing a strand of flesh to wrap around the torch before tossing it toward the corpse, while his right hand plunged the dagger fiercely into the chest of the corpse's face. So much needless chatter. The opponent continued to retreat, fiercely swinging the limb, the long-mouthed hand aiming for Meng Yi's wrist, accompanied by a chilling aura. Quite nimble, indeed, a puppet such as you would surely please my god. Boom! The torch Meng Yi had just thrown erupted suddenly. A blood bomb. The corpse that had rushed in was violently propelled away. Witnessing this, the corpse's face displayed a flicker of panic as it halted its staff and blurted out, "Eighth rank? You carry a torch on a night stroll? As a favored one, are you unable to see the path at night?" The corpse's face seethed with invectives as the current situation starkly contrasted with its expectations. Meng Yi, indifferent to its thoughts, seized the opportunity as fear was evident. His right hand swiftly extended, a slender piece of flesh devoid of bone, coiling around the dagger as it sliced toward the neck. The limb emitted a strange cry, and a layer of solid ice enveloped the corpse's neck in an instant. Misunderstanding. Clang. The dagger struck against the ice, producing a crisp sound, only to shatter in response. A fleeting glint of malevolence flickered in Meng Yi's eyes. He had no intention of allowing his adversary to command the corpse for a surprise attack against him. His outstretched right hand suddenly swelled with flesh and blood, and a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The decaying visage was violently propelled backward. The limited expanse of his solid eyes could scarcely provide adequate protection, as a gaping hole, deep enough to reveal bone, was blasted open in his chest. Strands of flesh, visibly writhing, desperately sought entry into his body, while the tails left outside thrashed about wildly. His eyes widened in horror as frost began to accumulate upon his form, attempting to thwart the incursion of these sinewy tendrils. The staff, resembling a grotesque limb, emitted a rapid-fire barrage of words. "I am a recognized human by the arbitration committee. To slay me is to commit murder. How is this in any way normal?" With a swift motion, Meng Yi seized the bizarre staff from the ghastly visage. A deafening explosion ensued, scattering fragments across the sky. He then lowered his gaze towards the decaying face. Chapter 9. The God of Screws. Meng Yi paid no heed to the pitiful pleas of the crutch. Confidently advancing forward, his right hand, transformed into a blade of flesh, thrust mercilessly into the chest of the lifeless face. Where was the arbitration committee? Could it be seen? Furthermore, with such feeble strength, how dare they obstruct others in the dead of night? The astonishment in the opponent's eyes froze as the recently risen corpse collapsed with a thunderous crash. Meng Yi gradually withdrew his hand, sensing that he had just absorbed a portion of the other's essence. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that he was automatically replenishing the consumption of his flesh bomb? Initially, he believed his tolerance had inexplicably surged, but now he found himself unable to suppress a wave of nausea. Gazing at the crimson mist that spread from his body, his eyes flickered with intrigue. The mist appeared to have drawn something from the fallen foe before retracting back into him. A conjecture formed in his mind, prompting him to turn towards the first corpse. This body had remained unscathed amidst the explosion of flesh bombs. Its physical fortitude was remarkable, suggesting that it had once belonged to a favorite of the divine. He approached the corpse, taking a moment to assess. It was a scarred brute with an oddly positioned neck, likely broken. This time, the crimson mist remained tranquil, not extending outward. Was it necessary for him to personally deliver the fatal blow? Meng Yi scanned his surroundings. The silent street was utterly deserted, which was not surprising. In the fortress city, nights were seldom graced by the presence of souls. Yet, despite being in the right of self-defense, he felt compelled to act like a deranged murderer, cautiously surveying the area. The earlier explosion had certainly made quite a ruckus. Exhausted, he thought it best to return home, hoping he would not encounter any more lunatics. Barefoot, he traversed the uneven ground, which had clearly not been maintained for ages. The torches had been extinguished, forcing him to navigate by the light of the moon. Stepping gingerly as he remained wary of potential traps, he was at a loss as to what the madman in the city might do next. With a soft sigh, Meng Yi began to sift through the memories of his former self regarding this world. 30 years prior, human civilization underwent a cataclysmic transformation overnight. The world was altered in ways incomprehensible to the human mind. Anyone could undergo metamorphosis, becoming a grotesque creature, or even something that could barely be classified as living. It was not only humanity that suffered. Birds, beasts, flora, and even inanimate objects like stones and gravel underwent similar transformations. These aberrations did not specifically target humans. They indiscriminately attacked anything within sight. However, this indiscriminate violence proved equally disastrous for human civilization, leading to a rapid decline in population and the imminent collapse of societal structures. In the midst of despair, a group emerged, claiming to have gained the favor of the divine, and began to disseminate knowledge of various sacrificial rites. In their desperation, humanity clutched at this final lifeline, promoting these rituals, even though the deities offering protection were equally twisted and malevolent. Yet, humanity had no choice. 19 ultimate fortress cities were established, serving as bastions for human civilization as it struggled to survive in this accursed land. Meng Yi's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, perceiving the human race in this world to be akin to a mere existence on the brink of extinction. The population had been in steady decline. From the memories of his former self, he discerned that the current populace was significantly fewer than during his childhood, with countless homes bereft of their inhabitants. As he surveyed the dilapidated houses lining the road, he could not suppress a sigh. What a predicament he found himself in upon arriving in this world. During his journey, Meng Yi encountered a few individuals whose intentions were anything but benign. Their gazes were venomous, and their appearances strikingly peculiar. Perhaps it was his unwavering demeanor that instilled a sense of caution in them, for he ultimately returned to the ground floor of his residence unscathed. Number 102, on 6th Street, a somewhat dilapidated 6-story tenement, housed more than 40 rooms per floor. He resided in room 201. Located conveniently on the left upon ascending the stairs. The building bore the characteristic narrowness of the early days of the fortress city. The staircase barely accommodated a single person. And should two individuals meet head-on, one would inevitably have to retreat to the landing to pass. It appeared that the former occupant had not lived a life of comfort. Arriving at his doorstep, Meng Yi gently pushed the door, which surprisingly lacked any lock. Quite pitiful indeed. With the city's power supply strained, one could hardly expect luxuries such as lighting. Fumbling beneath the floorboards, he retrieved a key to unlock a wooden chest at the back of the room, where he unearthed a candle to ignite. A candle indeed a luxury. In times past, he would have hesitated to light such a precious item. Glancing at the lighter in his hand, he felt a fleeting connection to a civilized society. The room was modest, spanning a mere 30 square meters, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a wooden box, surprisingly accompanied by a private bathroom. This was a fortunate result of the early urban planning of the fortress city. In the words of his father, it was due to the inertia of human civilization. The initial construction of the fortress city was imbued with a certain idealism, with planners even envisioning parks. As he entered with a candle, he was unexpectedly pleased to find the bathroom functional. He quickly realized this was a measure against the spread of disease, a concern for many deities with an affinity for such matters. It was essential to thwart any attempts by the followers of these deities to exploit vulnerabilities. Thus, the public health facilities of the fortress city were consistently maintained. Whether or not there were individuals with peculiar preferences among the maintainers remained a mystery. The thought alone was unsettling. The room was exceedingly simple, the white walls having long since turned yellow. He opened the wardrobe and cast a glance, finding only 2 plain outfits and a single pair of shoes. Looking down at his white robe, he turned back to the bed, understanding why there were no sheets. Should he lament the hardships of his former self or commend his resourcefulness? He opened the box, revealing a collection of odds and ends. Counting the one in his hand, there were 2 candles, 3 5-yuan bills, a small mirror, and 2 faded photographs. They depicted his parents, remnants from a bygone era. The images captured 2 vibrant young individuals, their faces radiant with joy. Meng Yi held 2 photographs, casting a fleeting glance at them. The father of his original self had perished amidst the turmoil wrought by followers of the malevolent deity, while his mother had undergone a transformation after losing divine protection. Ordinary mortals, despite their utmost efforts to please the gods, can easily find themselves bereft of sanctuary when they least expect it. Their whims are as capricious as the winds. With a solemn expression, Meng Yi placed the photographs back down and picked up a mirror, seemingly a relic left behind by his mother. Holding it before him, he couldn't help but marvel at how strikingly similar the two individuals from disparate worlds appeared. Almost identical. Setting the mirror aside, he surveyed his home, realizing why the door required no locking. The only valuable item within the entire room was a mere 15 coins. Truly, a household stripped bare. There wasn't even a kettle or a cup for drinking water. Frowning, he recalled that the original self had spent the day laboring, resolving all matters of sustenance outside, using the home solely for rest. And this relentless toil was year-round. What a daunting existence. His job was straightforward. Regular replacement of components for the city's defense system. A task he performed by assembling these parts, essentially a mechanical assembly line of screwing bolts. This was the daily life of most ordinary citizens in the fortress city. Life revolved around two primary pursuits. First, to appease the gods, and second, to toil incessantly. The city's defense system operated at full capacity, demanding vast human and material resources to maintain its functionality, even as the population dwindled and the workload for existing workers escalated. In this era, survival was paramount for humanity. The divine favored were no exception. All divine favored individuals, except those serving in official capacities within the tribunal, generally ventured into the wilderness to engage in battle. Though aberrations did not deliberately assault the fortress cities, they inevitably wandered nearby, an inexhaustible tide. The city had a significant demand for the materials dropped by these aberrations, utilizing them to construct defensive formations and forge extraordinary weaponry. The divine favored could choose not to engage in battle. Focusing on assembling bolts was equally acceptable, with no one to compel them, as long as they could endure the meager wages, and their deity harbored no objections. The deities thrived on excitement. It seemed Meng Yi did not share this burden. His deity was, in fact, himself. A god of screwing bolts? Never mind. Such matters could wait until tomorrow. The pressing concern was to explore that crimson mist space. Had it absorbed something just now? Sitting at the edge of the bed, Meng Yi's thoughts stirred. A red mist began to emanate from his body, gradually enveloping him entirely. Chapter 10. The name of Honor Meng Yi reappeared within the crimson mist space. This time, the environment had transformed. Upon his entrance, he received a notification. Seize a portion of a ninth order's bestowed power. Options. 1. Bestow divine grace. Insufficient shares. Current conversion share. 1/3/9 order. 2. Increase the limit of ordinary followers. Can add 7 individuals. Note. The more followers, the higher the conversion rate. This ninth order bestowed power must have been seized from that deceased follower. Meng Yi stroked his chin, scrutinizing the words before him. To seize bestowed power. This was essentially an act of plundering the strength of other deities, typically an endeavor reserved for dark gods. The bestowed power he had granted to Cthulhu was indeed not without foundation. It appears he had genuinely appropriated the strength of some divine being. Such an ability should ideally remain hidden from others. However, aside from himself, others should not be able to perceive the crimson mist, alleviating his concerns regarding discovery. What he remained uncertain of was whether the corresponding deity would gain awareness when the bestowed power was seized. Unable to ascertain, he could only remain discreetly vigilant. Next came the two options. Bestowing divine grace was straightforward enough, yet the subsequent note regarding insufficient shares suggested that seizing bestowed power was a 3-in-1 affair. Meng Yi shifted his gaze to the latter. Conversion rate. The more followers, the higher the conversion rate. Did this imply that with a sufficiently large number of followers in the future, the appropriated power could be converted on a 1-to-1 basis? For the moment, Meng Yi refrained from making a choice. Firstly, because the precise ratio remained to be explored, and secondly, even if he chose to expand his followers now, there were none to be had. He was merely a novice deity, entirely uninformed about how to connect with followers or how they might reach out to him. Exploration was necessary. However, he would soon discover the answer to the latter. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the vaulted ceiling of the grand hall, adorned with twinkling stars that the crimson mist could not obscure. This was a new development. With a mere thought, the stars above began to descend, swirling around the stone chair upon the elevated platform. A cacophony of voices immediately filled his ears. O Divine One, listening to the myriad prayers, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Which deity was so feeble? Yet this did not hinder his use of the crimson mist space. He could continue to develop until the day came when he could truly claim such a title. He surveyed the surrounding stars, each corresponding to a follower. Through these celestial bodies, he could perceive the movements and emotions of his followers. Almost all of them, upon returning home, engaged in fervent prayer to their deity. They prayed repeatedly, filled with trepidation, hoping their divine patron would provide guidance on how to align with their deity's preferences. Should they stray from the deity's inclinations, they risked abandonment at any moment. Yet, they knew nothing about their new god. Through the stars, Meng Yi could sense their helplessness and panic. Most were confined to cramped, dimly lit rooms, bowing repeatedly before flickering candles as they prayed. So, this was the purpose of candles. Reflecting on his recent journey through the night, Meng Yi raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Moments ago, in the park, Cthulhu remarked that there were 324 individuals present, and excluding himself, there should still be 323 others. Meng Yi briefly scanned the surroundings, and the answer dawned upon him. 321 individuals. As they traversed the darkened path, 2 followers had evidently strayed, revealing the unkind nature of this world towards the ordinary. Consequently, he dismissed the notion of expanding the number of his followers, for even the current ones were dissatisfied. He decided to reserve this 9th-tier divine gift for the time being. Meng Yi's gaze swept across the stars. How was he to bestow a divine oracle upon his followers? Observing their evident trepidation, he realized that neglecting their concerns would be unwise, lest they turn to other deities in their despair. A slightly luminous star streaked across his vision. It was, in fact, Cthulhu. This woman had evidently commenced her prayers upon returning home, lighting a solitary candle in her spacious and bright chamber. Once a favorite of the divine, it appeared her living conditions surpassed those of the average person. With her hands crossed over her chest, she bowed her head in profound reverence, beseeching, "O God, how should I extol your name? How shall I walk in your path?" Meng Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the appropriate course of action. He began to reminisce about his previous devotion to other deities. Those gods seldom offered explicit oracles. When he received divine favor, his heart would inherently know how to bring joy to the divine. Now, it was evident that these followers lacked similar inner guidance, leading to their unease. Were it not for their first-hand experience of the divine realm and their encounters with both Cthulhu and himself, many followers might doubt the efficacy of the rituals. He differed somewhat from the gods of this world. To deliver oracles individually, that would undermine his divine stature. No, he must select a spokesperson. Cthulhu was the most suitable candidate. Meng Yi reached out to touch the star that represented her. How was he to convey the oracle? Was it necessary to take a physical form to communicate? Suddenly, a figure appeared on the lowest tier of the high platform, leaving Meng Yi momentarily stunned. Cthulhu gasped in astonishment, soon overwhelmed with joy. Having just prayed at home, she found herself transported back to the divine realm in an instant. The deity above, now surrounded by numerous stars, appeared even more enigmatic, playfully toying with the brightest among them. Cthulhu knelt and bowed deeply. "O God!" A commanding voice resonated. "Lift your head." Trembling, Cthulhu raised her gaze. The stars encircling the deity began to ascend, ultimately embedding themselves into the vaulted ceiling of the grand hall, rendering the divine domain even more resplendent. Leaning against the stone seat, Meng Yi spoke in a calm tone. "You wish to extol my name? To walk on my path?" Cthulhu bowed in respectful acknowledgement. Meng Yi reflected carefully. The gods of this world seemed to place little emphasis on their names, wielding a rather casual control over their followers. There were no churches, no sacred texts. They appeared indifferent to such matters, allowing believers to abandon their faith at will. Yet, Meng Yi could not afford such a luxury. The number of his followers directly impacted his conversion rate, and the power of the divine favored would also reflect upon himself. Thus, it is essential to possess a name of grandeur, an appropriate organizational structure, and a path suitable for the faithful to adhere to. Sun Qiyun bowed in reverence. Meng Yi surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing with fervent thoughts. A divine name must possess substance rather than mere aesthetic appeal. The scarlet fog divine kingdom, coupled with his actions of seizing the blessings of other deities, plunder and slaughter, why not name it the Crimson King? Should he seek transformation, he might adopt the name of Red. Yet alas, his abilities lean towards plunder and bloodshed. Crimson signifies not only color, but also connotes blood and peril. A king symbolizes dominion and strength. This is far more fitting than any lofty titles of lord or sovereign he could impose upon himself. The faithful refer to this place as the sanctuary of redemption, a title that can be readily utilized. The eternal embodiment of the sanctuary of redemption. However, this feels rather insubstantial. It is foreseeable that he will possess myriad powers in the future. Thus, the God of gods? Such a proclamation is overly grandiose. The Omnipotent One? This could suffice. The appellation of omnipotence carries a certain elegance, yet still, it seems too extravagant. The master of infinite powers. He cannot overtly declare his capacity for plunder. Instead, he shall disguise it with his multifarious abilities. Ultimately, Meng Yi reached a resolution. The Crimson King, the master of infinite powers, the eternal embodiment of the sanctuary of redemption. He must devise a unique method to convey this to Sun Qiyun. The mere thought of standing upon a dais to utter these three phrases filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Beneath the divine throne, Sun Qiyun seemed to sense something, prostrating herself upon the ground and exclaiming with fervor, "Praise be to you, great Crimson King. You are the master of infinite powers, the eternal embodiment of the sanctuary of redemption." Chapter 11. The Covenant. Meng Yi sat upon the high platform, an uncomfortable sensation akin to ants crawling beneath him. What a humiliation! Sun Qiyun incessantly proclaimed, "I shall extol this most benevolent and compassionate crimson holy name, kneeling before the eternal face of redemption. For only your radiance can illuminate the path ahead." To her, the deity who bestows gifts without demanding tribute was undoubtedly worthy of such adulation. Yet, this only intensified Meng Yi's unease. Thankfully, she was currently prostrate on the ground. Otherwise, he wondered if witnessing her divine figure in such a state would shatter her faith. Meng Yi repeatedly urged himself to remain calm. Steady, steady. She is merely a sycophant. After much effort, he managed to restore a semblance of his tranquil demeanor. The next step was to have her enact his principles. Ordinarily, a deity would possess scriptures, a religion, and a holy city, among other things. However, in this nascent stage, simplicity was key. Moreover, such texts should ideally be composed by the followers themselves. It would be rather peculiar for the deity to articulate them directly. With a mere thought, the crimson mist before Sun Qiyun began to swirl and gradually transformed into several lines of text. She gazed upon these words with reverence, as though she wished to etch them into the very fabric of her soul. This was the sacred covenant that Meng Yi had fashioned, inspired by memories from past life. 1. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. 2. The lambs of the deity shall love and unite with one another. 3. To extol my name is to follow my path. Though he had contemplated crafting something akin to the Ten Commandments, it seemed ill-suited for this world. The followers of other deities were notoriously deviant, and urging his followers to love others was akin to inviting disaster. In the face of life and death, would the devotees of this realm truly abide by his tenets? They would, with utmost diligence. These three principles sufficed. As for any potential issues, none existed, for he could retract his blessings or protection from any follower at any moment. In this world, where divine guardianship was paramount, it could be said that he wielded the power of life and death. Sun Qiyun's breath grew heavy. She would indeed extol your name. Meng Yi's gaze remained fixed upon her. A deity must not issue overly explicit directives. An air of mystery must be preserved. Though he longed to assign her tasks such as comforting the faithful and enhancing communication, even attempting to usurp other blessings, He could only suppress his emotions and calmly utter, "You made a part." 3 tenets were sufficient for her to enact. According to the divine customs of this world, genuine love for the followers could not be feigned. He pondered how to approach the matter of evangelism and the means of gaining followers. Sin Shiyun's figure gradually faded, disappearing into the crimson mist. Meng Yi rose and descended the high platform step by step, standing in the very spot where Sin Shiyun had just been, gazing upward. Above him, the dome sparkled with countless stars. Angels stood sentinel behind the divine throne. Sacred hymns reverberated, and the grand hall loomed magnificently. Meng Yi could not help but chuckle softly. His form, too, began to fade, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his modest chamber. How cramped this space felt! Having just emerged from the majestic divine realm, Meng Yi felt somewhat disoriented. As night fell, Meng Yi decided to rest. Planning to resign from his position at the factory the following day and settle his wages. Otherwise, he would be left with a meager 15 yuan. Meng Yi had no desire to become merely a cog in a machine, nor did he wish to remain confined within the cramped quarters he called home. The blessings bestowed upon the divine were relatively easier to acquire, contingent upon one's willingness to embrace risk. Tomorrow, he resolved to contact Sin Shiyun to glean more about the affairs of the blessed ones, for it was essential for the faithful to support one another. Casting a glance at the barren bed, he resigned himself to slumber, fully clothed. Surely, a life spent tightening screws could not be this arduous? Yet, his expression turned peculiar. The deity his original self revered espoused the virtues of asceticism. He could hardly fathom what ordinary individuals found in such suffering. After all, he held himself to the standards of an ascetic, only to be ruthlessly forsaken by the divine for not enduring enough hardship. Thus, one could say that his suffering had been in vain. At the break of dawn, Meng Yi rose and donned normal attire from his wardrobe, shedding his white robe. One could not overlook the rationale behind the original's abandonment. A supposed ascetic who did not wear tattered clothing was indeed a contradiction. Moreover, as he extracted 3 5-yuan notes, he was astonished to discover he still possessed some funds. Was this truly the case? Observing the barren state of his home, he shook his head in disbelief and stepped outside. Many of his neighbors were already awake, silently queuing in the narrow corridor to descend the stairs. There was an absence of conversation. Meng Yi, with his wandering gaze, appeared as an anomaly, prompting a degree of wariness among the others. The atmosphere was oppressive and strange, causing him to sigh involuntarily. In this manner, the endurance of human civilization appeared precarious. What then of his divine essence, now stripped of followers? How could he regain the strength of feedback? The fortress city resembled a colossal factory operating on a 2-shift system, steeped in lifelessness. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed above. Standing below, Meng Yi gazed skyward, where a blue electromagnetic barrier had materialized, revealing a bizarre, distorted creature drifting through the air, resembling an ethereal fluid, a dazzling array of colors. Intricate patterns emerged in the sky, their hues shifting from dull to brilliant, followed by a cacophony of lightning enveloping the fluidic being. A piercing shriek reverberated through the air. The hurried passers-by paid it no mind. Aberrations beyond the fortress city were a common sight. This particular type of anomaly was categorized as a soft-bodied monster by the Blessed Ones, challenging to confront yet devoid of significant value. A melodious voice reached Meng Yi's ears, prompting him to turn. It was Sin Shiyun, clad not in her usual robe, but in a sleek, athletic outfit, her vibrant features radiating vitality. Upon noticing Meng Yi's gaze, her expression turned solemn. The divine covenant has been bestowed. I have come to know the name of the Lord. Fearing she might repeat those shameful words, Meng Yi hastily interjected, I am aware as well. Sin Shiyun, unfazed by his knowledge, continued directly, we must gather the lambs of the Lord and disseminate his sacred covenant. Meng Yi was filled with unuttered thoughts. Numerous questions plagued his mind, such as the true nature of the wilderness, the appropriate conduct of a divinely favored individual, and the means to acquire wealth. However, the demeanor of the other party appeared entirely reasonable. Pleasing the deities was paramount, and even if one were to seek out last night's devotees, their supervisors would not hinder their departure from work upon understanding the intent. The current divine covenant fostered a spirit of camaraderie among the faithful, and naturally, Cthulhu was the first to approach him, for he was a favored one. Meng Yi could only inquire, "Are you still at yesterday's park?" To which Cthulhu replied with conviction, "Of course, it is the sacred place, the entrance to the realm of the divine." She handed Meng Yi several sheets of paper bearing the details of half the devotees, and stated, "We shall meet in the afternoon." Holding the papers in his hand, he watched as she turned away, her long ponytail trailing gracefully behind her. A stark contrast to the somber expressions of those around. Meng Yi then turned his gaze back towards his home, pondering whether he should don his robe, lest he appear irreverent in the presence of the divine. Chapter 12. Do not go too far. Meng Yi tucked his robe under his arm, clutching several lists in his hand as he stepped into a breakfast establishment. First, a meal. It was said that the owner of this eatery revered a deity who cherished fine cuisine. If only all gods were as straightforward, how splendid this world would be. The establishment was moderately populated, which reassured Meng, indicating it was not a disreputable place. However, he remained cautious of certain patrons, particularly when he noticed one diner biting into his own finger, meticulously spreading the blood upon the utensils. A matronly figure was busily attending to the guests, and upon noticing Meng Yi's momentary daze at the entrance, she followed his gaze but paid it no mind. "What would you like to eat, young man?" "Fear not. The kitchen has performed ritualistic magic, ensuring all ingredients and utensils have been purified." The diner, having been discovered in his morbid act, exhibited no shame, boldly declaring, "An offering to the deity." His audacity prompted Meng Yi to question whether he was overly sensitive. Cough. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. A change of venue would likely yield similar results. As for purchasing ingredients from the market to prepare his own meal, Meng Yi could not guarantee he wouldn't find himself in dire straits, quite literally. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the menu affixed to the wall and exclaimed, "So expensive?" 15 yuan was barely enough for a single basket of dumplings. What did that say about his income? A mere 2,000 a month. The matron furrowed her brow. "Where's the expense?" "Please refrain from such remarks. Our head chef is a favored one of the gods. Moreover, the agricultural district suffered a blight last month, leading to reduced harvests." Meng Yi could not be bothered to argue. Would such a humble establishment truly utilize products from the agricultural district? Surely, everything was hastened by ritualistic magic. As for the favored chef, reasonable, but who knew the character of his deity? The matron rolled her eyes, demanding, "What will you have?" "A basket of dumplings," Meng Yi responded, reluctantly presenting his meager savings. The matron scrutinized him with disdain. Pauper. Although a grown man ordering but a single basket of dumplings indeed seemed destitute, Meng Yi could not help but wonder about her own beliefs. He shook his head, cautiously selecting a table. He inspected the chair for hidden spikes and the tabletop for concealed traps. Even when the matron tossed the dumplings towards him, he first dissected one to examine it before indulging. Though one would expect a certain level of safety in such an establishment, Meng Yi dared not let his guard down. Goodness, living is exhausting. He forcefully stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. To his surprise, it was quite delectable. Meng Yi devoured the dumplings with remarkable speed, patting his unchanged belly, sighing softly. Surely, no one could be poorer than he, a favored one of the gods. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Meng Yi. He had not inspected the bodies of the two favored ones from the previous night. Regret washed over him. Bang! Someone slammed their hand on the table, drawing Meng Yi's attention. "Your establishment lacks this and that." The matron's face turned ashen. The agitated patron, with a hint of desperation in his tone, pleaded, "I will pay more." Meng Yi observed that a viscous liquid was dripping down from the individual before him. He discreetly distanced himself, wary of any potential contagion. This was no trivial matter. Was it a question of money? Had he lost his mind to indulge in seafood here? The matron could no longer tolerate the situation. Yet, Meng Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for the man. In this era, indulging in seafood? What a fanciful dream. Who would dare frolic in the sea? It was essentially a den of aberrations. Many cast sympathetic glances his way, fully aware of his impending fate. He would inevitably lose the favor of the divine. It appeared he was a pitiful soul, desperately seeking remedies at the behest of the gods. The viscous substance cascading from him increased in volume. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as a favored one. Such manifestations were not typical of ordinary individuals. The matron turned briskly to the kitchen, shouting, "Son, we have a troublemaker." A coarse voice emerged from the kitchen, laced with irritation. "Which bastard doesn't he know that I've been running this establishment for 8 years?" The chef, wielding a cleaver, stormed out. The patrons averted their gazes, and as Meng Yi, a newcomer, glanced at the chef, he promptly looked down and began to retch. The sight was utterly unbearable. The chef was covered in lesions and pustules, and with every step, several more erupted. As for his hands, they were a sight unfit for the eyes. The thought of this individual preparing buns with those hands was enough to make Meng Yi gag. Enough with the vomiting. "Do you think the buns are delicious for no reason?" The matron shouted in discontent. Meng Yi instantly regretted his decision to dine here. What a dreadful experience. A few onlookers, witnessing Meng Yi's retching, were suddenly invigorated, rushing toward him. "Don't be absurd." Meng Yi could no longer endure the scene before him. His mind was profoundly shaken. Perhaps this was the reason for the crowd. Everyone was drawn to the chef's grotesque appearance. His right hand transformed into a bloodied whip, casting the would-be intruders aside. "Out of sight, out of mind. Do not bring this before me." Meng Yi stumbled toward the exit, while the chef, still irate, called after him, "You're not even sick. Was this a matter of illness?" Meng Yi crouched at the restaurant's entrance, retching incessantly as several individuals emerged from within, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. You don't go too far. He could accept madness, but not this. Upon realizing Meng Yi had no new offerings, the crowd's expressions fell to one of disillusionment. Among them was the earlier table thumper, who stepped out, exuding a sense of despondency. He managed to refrain from vomiting, showing a stronger tolerance than Meng Yi. Meng Yi stood and waved him, "Hey, buddy." The man turned in surprise, and upon recognizing Meng Yi, the favored one, his eyes lit up. "Can you find seafood?" "I cannot, but my friend, have you considered converting your faith?" Meng Yi replied earnestly, contemplating a missionary endeavor. As for whether such bluntness might pose an issue, he thought, why not? In these times, what sort of characters are there not? Moreover, the deity whom the other party venerates possesses such peculiar preferences that it is destined to have no followers. Meng Yi is unperturbed by the prospect of offending them. In this world, where all individuals believe in some form of divinity, the pursuit of disciples necessitates either seeking out those who have lost their faith or attempting to lure followers from other gods. Daily, individuals abandon their beliefs. Yet these individuals invariably register with the tribunal of judgment. Should he pursue them, he would inevitably draw the attention of the authorities. As for enticing followers from other deities, is there anyone more suitable to experiment within the person before him? The odds are decidedly against him. He might as well test the waters to see if conversion could indeed seize divine favor. The individual furrowed his brow, having never encountered the concept of conversion before. Meng Yi cleared his throat, conquering his own hidden embarrassment, and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Would you care to learn about our Savior, the magnificent Crimson King?" The individual immediately changed his demeanor. "Get lost. What is this conversion nonsense? I've never heard of it. You must be a follower of some fraudulent deity." Meng Yi remained unfazed, his expression resolute. "My friend, the god you worship is hardly a wise choice. In these times, where will you find a reliable source of sustenance? Sooner or later, you will be forsaken. Try it. I won't force you. If you are unwilling, you may leave." Upon uttering these words, he felt somewhat like a charlatan himself. Nevertheless, with a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Meng Yi cheerfully proposed, "Let us take a look at the park in the heart of District 6 this afternoon." The other party recoiled from him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. "My friend, it's broad daylight. There is nothing to fear. It's not like I'm sending you out at night." Meng Yi made one final effort. The individual quickened his pace to depart. Chapter 13. Do not insult the divine. The prospect of a meal had vanished, and Meng Yi was disinclined to reclaim his money, not due to a lack of pride, but rather. He grimaced, suspecting that the chef at this breakfast establishment would likely prevail in a brawl. He resolved to endure hunger for the time being. Uncertain whether that fellow from earlier would venture to the park in the afternoon, it seemed his attempts at preaching were rather ineffective. Meng Yi perused the list he had retrieved. Several names were associated with the same factory he worked at, providing an opportunity to resign en route. The 6th district marked the final area of the outer city, where factories were primarily responsible for the production of essential components for the urban defense system. Following the flow of early morning workers, Meng Yi stepped through the factory gates, the thunderous roar of machinery increasingly resonating around him, a rhythm that was almost musical. Thud, thud, thud. In the stamping workshop, Meng Yi could not resist the urge to clear his ears, and with a fleeting thought, he filled them with makeshift earplugs, feeling slightly better. His gaze swept across the room until he spotted the individual he sought, the workshop supervisor. Conversations necessitated proximity, requiring both parties to nearly shout to be heard. "I'm resigning. Could you facilitate the settlement of my wages?" The supervisor offered no objections. In these times, who would concern themselves with another's affairs? As for staffing issues, the upper management would handle that. Once the vacancy was reported, the worker management department of Fortress City would ensure everything was arranged seamlessly. Without a word of unnecessary chatter, the supervisor efficiently prepared the resignation paperwork. Following this, Meng Yi proceeded to the finance office to finalize his salary, an operation that was both simple and efficient, albeit devoid of warmth. This was the prevailing norm of their era. However, Meng Yi encountered an unexpected hurdle in the finance office. "Why must I obtain a confirmation from my new employer to resign?" he asked, frowning at the portly man seated behind the desk. The man, visibly impatient, replied, "Recently, a rather unsavory ethos has emerged in Fortress City, concepts like laying flat. This is nothing but hedonistic decay. To prevent the escalation of such attitudes and to eradicate the emergence of idlers, the worker management department mandates that employees must possess verification from a new position in order to settle their wages." He leaned back, crossing his legs, sipping from his tea, and shaking his head while holding a newspaper, his rhetoric polished and rehearsed. Meng Yi was now filled with confusion. When had the worker management department instituted such a regulation? Moreover, when had they ever concerned themselves with wage settlements? Noticing Meng Yi's silence, the rotund, middle-aged man glanced up, producing a pair of tweezers from seemingly nowhere. Grasping Meng Yi's resignation form with disdain. Meng Yi, a devotee of ascetic deities, he scoffed, tossing the tweezers aside and picking up the resignation form with his hand. "Isn't this splendid? Ascetics require no compensation, do they? No pretense whatsoever, I see." Meng Yi cast a cold glance at the other occupants of the office, who feigned ignorance. This reaction was hardly surprising. Unless someone here was particularly just in their beliefs, such individuals were rare, typically employed in official capacities within Fortress City. Meng Yi reached for his resignation form, determined to find someone else to assist him. "Hey, what are you doing?" The corpulent man abruptly withdrew his hand, leaving the document before me, instructing me to procure a certificate. "I must say, your faith is perplexing. What need do you have for money? Moreover, take a look at your attire. It's rather disrespectful." Meng Yi forced a grimace. "Could you repeat that?" The rotund man slammed his palm on the table. "What kind of attitude is this? The hell with you." Meng Yi swiftly hurled him from behind the desk. He was merely an ordinary person. With a thud, the man collided against the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Meng Yi planted a foot on his back. "Can you manage this? Are you insane?" Despite the impact, the stout man remained defiant, laboriously wiping the blood from his nose and snarling. "Just because you've cultivated some strength, you think you're impressive? The police department relishes dealing with self-important fools like you." The others in the office were unfazed, save for one who slightly recoiled from the stout man. The rest merely looked up, intrigued by the altercation between Meng Yi and his adversary. In the monotony of their lives, the rotund man often provided them with a semblance of entertainment. One individual, brimming with excitement, seemed to be eagerly anticipating this very scene. Clang! A short blade was tossed at Meng Yi's feet. "Finish him." A gaunt woman emerged from behind the innermost desk, struggling to contain the tremors of her excitement. "He has been lying all along. The certificate is merely a pretext to torment you. End him. Release your pent-up frustration." The stout man spat dismissively, "Fool." He is a believer in the path of hardship. Your low-level incitement will be utterly ineffective. Pathetic indeed. You'll soon find yourself forsaken by your god. What's all this fuss about? Meng Yi turned to scrutinize the dark-faced woman, who ignored the stout man and instead offered him an encouraging glance. Such trash deserves to die. You believe in hardship, do you? Prison is far worse. Meng Yi's expression shifted, igniting with newfound intensity. A satisfied individual held a water cup. I think inflicting a few wounds would suffice, perhaps severing some appendage. The stout man appeared somewhat intimidated by this last comment. Refraining from retorting, merely letting out a cold huff. Kid, if you don't want to end up in prison, let go of me. I assure you. Brother, I was wrong. Brother, I'll receive my salary soon. No, I'll even give you my earnings for this month. The stout man gazed at the bloodied blade poised before him, cold sweat streaming down his brow. The knife rested against his neck. A taunting voice inquired, "What deity do you worship?" The driver of mockery. What a curious name. Meng Yi pressed down harder with his foot. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. The stout man was on the verge of tears. The divine benefactor was unlike ordinary folks. While he dared to inconvenience regular people, he truly feared the divine. In plain sight, a divine benefactor would be unlikely to kill him, as the adjudicators would not permit it. However, if the other were to extract some parts from him, he would likely face only a minor fine. The others in the office, upon witnessing this scene, averted their gazes, focusing on their own tasks with their heads bowed, careful not to interfere in the affairs of the divine benefactor. After all, who could ascertain which deity this divine benefactor worshipped? The asceticism? The appearance certainly belied such a notion. Meng Yi, with elongated, sinewy tendrils extending from his hands, appeared far removed from any notion of asceticism. What does your god's name signify? The portly man cautiously turned his head towards Meng Yi and inquired. Mockery is embodied in the word Chao, while London notes a tempest. His earnestness was palpable as he continued. I am willing to offer compensation. Such a divine name is indeed lackluster. Meng Yi scoffed. So, you imply that this entire affair is the fault of your god? In the office, the gazes of the others suddenly shifted towards the duo with a hint of intrigue. The portly man's expression grew grave, and he exclaimed, Honor the divine, with fervor, attempting to rise with great effort, unwilling to tolerate any affront to the deity. Chapter 14. Piety enough. Meng Yi clapped his hands. The rotund man, now lying unconscious, his face bruised and battered. He turned to the others around him. Have we settled the wages? Yes, of course. Meng Yi pointed to the pig's head he had discarded in the corner. His salary for this month is mine as well. You all heard it. He voluntarily compensates me. Naturally, none of them objected. As Meng Yi glanced at the 4,000 yuan handed to him, he calculated silently in his mind. His own salary was 2,000, but given that he hadn't completed the month, it was at most 1,500. Thus, the rotund man must have a monthly salary of 2,005. It seemed that even office jobs didn't pay much. Considering a single bun that barely filled one's stomach cost 15 yuan, this salary was indeed meager. The thought of the buns made Meng Yi's face blanch. Perhaps he should opt for synthetic food instead. At least it wouldn't be repulsive. Patting his empty stomach, Meng Yi turned to leave. Meanwhile, the others in the office exchanged glances, and the man who had been leisurely sipping tea stood up first. He chuckled, picking up the short knife that Meng Yi had discarded, and crept toward the unconscious rotund man with an unsettling grin. I just need a few parts now. It was the benefactor who just cut. The police department wouldn't concern itself with benefactors. 3 or 4 individuals from the office also stood up, gathering around. A woman with a dark complexion remained huddled in the corner, her expression cold as she observed the scene, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, Meng Yi stood before the self-service food dispenser, from which synthetic rations were obtained. This system had been deliberately designed by the Fortress City officials to eliminate potential human hazards. Through the transparent tempered glass, one could see that the dispenser was intricately inscribed with no fewer than 10 magical arrays, all connected to the city's defensive power supply system. The synthetic rations were indeed quite affordable. 8 yuan was sufficient to satiate his hunger. Moreover, drinking water was also dispensed here. No wonder there hadn't been a single cup in the house last night. Even if tap water was supplied, who would dare to drink it? One had to be cautious, even when using it to flush the toilet. Life was fraught with dangers, Meng Yi mused bitterly. The taste of synthetic rations was rather uninspiring. The craftsmanship of this factory certainly did not compare to... He interrupted his own thoughts, knowing he would feel nauseous if he continued. After hastily satisfying his hunger, Meng Yi opened the list in his hand. Over 100 people. The devotees needed to be personally informed by this god. What a turn of events! Sigh. Throughout the entire morning, Meng Yi had hurried about tirelessly, finally managing to notify everyone. Thankfully, the flesh and blood magic had enhanced his physical abilities. Otherwise, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. In this fortress city, there wasn't even a bus. Looking up at the clock tower, standing not far away, he realized it was already noon. Lazily, he decided against returning home and instead headed directly to the park. Cthulhu had already arrived. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the magical array from the previous night, deeply engrossed in a thick book. Curios, Meng Yi approached. Were you reading? Cthulhu looked up cautiously, relaxing only upon recognizing him. She closed the book and pointed to the title, The Varieties of Religious Experience. She patted the stack beside her, catching Meng Yi's attention. With a radiant smile, she spoke. These are the books I sought at the library this morning, relics from a bygone era. As she leafed through the volumes, she introduced them. The Compendium of Theology, the Divine Genealogy, Metaphysics, Annals of Antiquity. Cthulhu's beautiful eyes sparkled with fervor. Our God is entirely distinct from those false deities. He has a divine realm, angels, and a sanctuary, merciful and benevolent, more aligned with the ancient descriptions of the divine. Nowadays, those impostors resemble malevolent spirits. Meng Yi was left speechless. Such expertise. Moreover, was she already disparaging other gods? Malevolent spirits? According to conventional theory, it was the gods who devoured the powers of others that were considered evil. Cthulhu was remarkably devout. He curiously inquired, "Did you not inform the followers?" "Of course," she replied nonchalantly. "I simply gathered a couple of believers, provided them with the list, and then I went to borrow books from the library." "Is that not what you did?" Meng Yi maintained his impassive demeanor, naturally. Cthulhu continued to peruse the books, her voice brimming with delight. Fortunately, some false gods appreciate the preservation of knowledge. At first, I feared I might not find such texts, but to my surprise, they are so well preserved. She gestured for him to take a look as well. Meng Yi, still wearing his stoic expression, seated himself beside her and casually opened a copy of the Compendium of Theology, a tome of divine knowledge. He promptly closed it, deciding it best to inquire about something more comprehensible. "By the way, Miss Tsin, why did those adjudicators act so tentatively last night? They were clearly suspicious of me at first." Without lifting her gaze, Cthulhu replied, "The ritual last night was indeed unconventional. Our souls entered the divine realm, which, to them, appeared as a sign of failure. Their skepticism was entirely reasonable. But how can the ignorant comprehend the might of our God?" She seemed to contemplate something, turning her head toward Meng Yi. "But why were they focused on you initially?" Meng Yi chuckled dryly. "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you." Cthulhu nodded, trusting his integrity. The divine blessing was sufficient to affirm Meng Yi's allegiance. Yet her curiosity piqued, she asked, "The divine grace bestowed upon me came when I ascended the high platform. When did you receive yours?" Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Perhaps it was granted casually. At this, Cthulhu subtly lifted her chin. "That must be it." She reassured him, no need to dwell on it. "The adjudicator from last night, being a follower of the light, used divine arts to probe, which indicates you are without fault." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. "I believe it is because we had just emerged from the divine realm. He must have witnessed something beyond his comprehension, hence his peculiar demeanor." She appeared quite proud of her deity's power. However, Meng Yi found it strange. Last night, he had observed her first, noticing her unscathed state. Yet his reaction was entirely different. Never mind. Since she chose to selectively overlook it, Meng Yi would not press the issue. As for the adjudicator's abrupt retreat, Meng Yi had already deduced much of it today. The reaction of the adjudicator was indeed startling. They instinctively prioritized their own preservation. while the three individuals who remained each had their own narratives. Li Hao, closest to the adjudicator, exhibited intentions of protection. The one adorned with a blindfold, Su Mingcheng, was the first to approach, and subsequent actions indicated his remarkable regenerative abilities. He struck with confidence. The final individual engaged in ranged attacks, delaying his own movements and refraining from close-quarters confrontation. Last night, the adjudicator's swift awakening was fortuitous. Had it been prolonged, the adversaries could have discerned his vulnerabilities, prompting those earlier departed enforcers to return. This implies that among the three who lingered, at least one possessed a means to communicate with their allies. The operations of the adjudication office are methodical in nature. He remained curious about the true strength of the adjudicator. Thus, he inquired about the name of last night's adjudicator and their rank among the divine benefactors. Xin Shiyun, somewhat exasperated by Meng Yi's interruption of her reading, snapped the book shut. While the name eluded her, she recalled the title, Dawn's Judgment, 4th Tier. To adhere to the tenets of the false deity of light and reach such heights is no trivial feat. Meng Yi understood this, for in such a world, believing in any principles of justice, order, light, joy, and so forth is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the notion of light. He recalled the adjudicator's frail, stooped form juxtaposed with his youthful and handsome visage, and sighed inwardly. The concept of light indeed presents significant issues. However, Meng Yi fixed his gaze upon Xin Shiyun with seriousness, expressing that it would be prudent to refrain from discussing the notion of a false deity, should others overhear. It might incite discord. Xin Shiyun replied with pride, "Would my deity fear the petty?" Meng Yi's expression darkened. "Your deity indeed harbors fear. My deity is unafraid. Yet we should not provoke enemies on behalf of the divine. Such actions are a grave disrespect." Xin Shiyun reluctantly nodded in agreement. Time was drawing near, and the faithful began to enter the venue in succession. Chapter 15. This is the mortgage. Within the heart of 6th Street Park, a peculiar gathering unfolds. Hundreds of individuals converge at this location, remnants of last night's ritual circle still faintly visible. Xin Shiyun and Meng Yi stand at the center, surrounded by the crowd, beginning their sermon. It is worth noting that the flower beds and trees that were flattened yesterday have seen considerable restoration, the work of an industrious devotee of some deity. One must wonder which divine follower possesses such fervor, performing repairs without the aid of tools. Today, without the need to inscribe the ritual circle, attendees refrain from further ravaging the flora. Xin Shiyun is elegantly attired in a well-tailored black suit dress, exuding grace and beauty. In contrast, Meng Yi has donned the long robe from the previous night. He soon realizes that nearly every devotee arriving at the park is clad in formal attire, rendering his appearance quite anomalous. Ignoring him, Xin Shiyun eagerly leads the congregation, urging everyone to chant in unison. "Oh, great Crimson King, we extol your virtues. You are the master of countless powers, the embodiment of redemption." Truth be told, standing amidst this throng, reciting such praises with hands raised, evokes a peculiar sentiment within Meng Yi. Xin Shiyun, with palpable eagerness, proclaims the divine covenant, emphasizing that it is a revelation she has personally received in the realm of the divine. Her demeanor clearly reflects a wariness of Meng Yi, a fellow recipient of divine grace, as she seeks to assert dominance and garner greater favor. Meng Yi, of course, supports her wholeheartedly, echoing her sentiments as if he were a mere sounding board. Indeed. Yes. Outside the park on a bench, Li Hao and Su Mingcheng observe this strange assembly, exchanging glances. The Dawn Arbiter has instructed them to closely monitor Meng Yi, and they are certainly not slacking off. They have been tailing him since the early hours of the day. At present, however, the hundreds gathered in the park are engrossed in the woman's discourse, oblivious to the duo's presence. Moreover, many onlookers express curiosity, rendering Li Hao and Su Mingcheng inconspicuous. What do you think they're doing? Some sort of ritual? Su Mingcheng muses, his head tilted in confusion. His injuries from the previous night have fully healed, though he appears slightly leaner. He is currently devouring two mysterious, greasy skewers of meat, cheeks puffed out. Li Hao listens intently, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Pray tell, what is the name of the deity you venerate? The formless Bone King, why? Li Hao adjusts his sunglasses, noting that the names of the deities worshipped by others tend to be rather straightforward, while theirs is quite elaborate. He takes out paper and pen, diligently recording this information. Suo Mingsheng, now, quite dissatisfied, interjects, I've shared mine, what about yours? Quiet. Liu retorts, focused on the sacred covenant being articulated. As he hears the exhortation for mutual affection among the divine lambs, a complex expression crosses his face. These individuals are destined to be united. At this moment, Suo Mingsheng opened another package of cake-like delicacies, devouring them with a fervor akin to a whirlwind. How could one ascertain the unity of others? Li Hao, disinterested, remained engrossed in the few lines of notes he had penned, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. With a frustrated thump of his chair, Suo Mingsheng startled Li Hao. Damn it, I can't eat anymore. He gazed at the remaining half of the dessert in his hand, his expression contorted, lamenting, no matter how much I eat, it won't make up for it. He then extended the confection towards Li Hao, asking, will you have some? Li Hao's cheeks twitched slightly. He declined. Suo Mingsheng retracted his hand, took a deep breath, and with a loud gulp, forced the dessert down his throat. I ask, how can you still force yourself to eat if you're full? At this moment, Suo Mingsheng, his face flushed from choking, deemed it unacceptable to waste food. Li Hao shook his head, redirecting his focus to the park. This is the sacred ground where we first entered the realm of the divine, a hallowed place, illuminated by the Lord's radiance. I propose. Sin Shiyun raised the thick tome in her hand. In the name of the divine, let us petition the arbitration committee to purchase this land and erect a sanctuary upon it. This inspiration comes from the ancient texts. She began to expound on the religions of the bygone era, their operational modes and organizational structures. The majority of the faithful, lacking understanding of such matters, were easily swayed by Sin Shiyun's status as a divine emissary, and thus no one opposed her. Meng Yi felt a surge of joy. He had previously pondered how to construct this, yet Sin Shiyun had grasped it so adeptly. A promising prospect, he thought to himself, resolved to intensify his nurturing efforts. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. With such initiative and creativity among the believers, should he, as a deity, not make a gesture? Yet within the divine realm, the share of bestowed power was insufficient. Moreover, even if he could amass enough, it would merely amount to ninth-tier power, and bestowing ninth-tier strength once more seemed inappropriate. For now, it was fortunate that Sin Shiyun had recently received divine grace, alleviating the urgency. But what about the future? He was eager to discover how to swiftly and abundantly seize other divine blessings. Naturally, Meng Yi considered the wilderness when Sin Shiyun's words interrupted his thoughts. We should donate a sum of money, serving as public funds, gradually accumulating until we have sufficient means to purchase this land from the arbitration committee. Onlookers around the park nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the woman's astuteness in rallying so many. Her god must be pleased. They wondered which fraudulent deity had such devoted followers. The believers were filled with enthusiasm, having witnessed the divine realm firsthand, and the deity had not compelled them to engage in bizarre activities. The sacred covenant was simply 3 tenets, with the essence being love. This was so profoundly normal that many felt compelled to repeatedly confirm this point with the 2 divine emissaries. Numerous individuals wept openly, their past hardships now difficult to recall. Praise be to our Lord. Your mercy we shall forever hold in our hearts. You are our salvation, the eternal Crimson King. In comparison, the mere sum of money pales into insignificance. Moreover, in this sacred land where one can witness the divine realm, the blessed ones could neither deceive nor dare to deceive them. Everyone eagerly contributed, with Sin Shiyun generously taking the lead by presenting 50,000 yuan. Meng Yi, clutching the freshly acquired 3,992 yuan in his pocket, reluctantly donated 1,000. He incessantly reassured himself that spending money on oneself should not evoke regret. Henceforth, they would contribute monthly until they amassed the required amount for the purchase. Sin Shiyun's words prompted a sigh from him. This was a mortgage. How infuriating. Yet, no one harbored discontent towards Meng Yi's modest contribution. Everyone understood that as a newly anointed blessed one, he could hardly possess substantial wealth. Nevertheless, his moment was entirely overshadowed by Cthulhu. With a flushed face, she beheld the scene, sensing that divine favor would undoubtedly be showered upon her. She cast a subtle glance at Meng Yi, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, truly regrettable, isn't it? Chapter 16. I fear I shall be unable to move, shortly praise be to our Lord. Hundreds raised their voices in unison. Li Hao, in a moment of introspection, pondered, why does the presence of the favored one seem so insignificant? Su Mingsheng, having just indulged in a lengthy belch, dismissed the matter with indifference. That Meng Yi was so clever when we clashed yesterday, even as a favored one. He is merely adept at physical confrontation. And as for Cthulhu, he scoffed, recalling her previous self-satisfied demeanor, which had ultimately led to her forsaking by the divine. I dare say, her fate shall soon mirror that past folly. With the covenant and the sanctuary in play, the favored ones remained silent, yet she, a mere recipient of divine grace, was quite demonstrative. He then produced a viscous, dark beverage from an unknown source. Sipping it through a straw, Li Hao shot him a sidelong glance, questioning, were you not just unable to eat? I never claimed I could not drink. Li Hao shook his head and removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes devoid of pupils, a sight both unsettling and eerie. His gaze transcended the multitude of figures populating the park, landing deftly upon a few thick tomes discarded by Cthulhu. Throughout this exchange, others remained oblivious, save for Meng Yi, who cast a puzzled glance around. Divine Codex. Metaphysics. Su Mingsheng seemed to observe Li Hao's peculiar state for the first time, leaning in for a closer examination. When Li Hao retracted his gaze, he was met with the visage of Su Mingsheng, prompting an involuntary slap. What the devil are you doing? Su Mingsheng nimbly evaded, pointing a finger at his eyes, exclaiming, I've seen this look before. Let me think. Is your deity named the all-knowing eye? Li Hao responded with a curt huff. Taking a sip of his drink, Su Mingsheng chuckled. No wonder you keep those sunglasses on, afraid of glimpsing something you shouldn't see, right? Do those sunglasses possess a warding enchantment? Is it magic or divine art? Li Hao donned his sunglasses and rose, declaring, the formless Bone King is hardly a deity of insatiable curiosity. You keep watch over them. I shall make a visit to the library. No. Su Mingsheng spat out his straw, exclaiming, what business do you have at the library? The Dawn's judgment has instructed us to keep an eye on Meng Yi. Li Hao replied, coolly, merely observing the other is hardly a labor demanding my presence. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. Su Mingqing, concerneth, continued to scrutinize the assembly in the park, musing, these people are exceedingly dull. They have organized everyone to introduce themselves, and listening to it was nearly lulling him to sleep. Our Lord bids us to foster camaraderie. It is not mere rhetoric but a call to action. Let's first become acquainted. Sin Chiyun, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Meng Yi. To be frank, he too felt a touch of fatigue. Who would relish such a tedious team-building exercise? Yet paradoxically, these individuals thrived on it. All appeared somewhat exhilarated, their curiosity piqued, as though embarking on an unprecedented experience. As they commenced, Sin Chiyun leaned close to Meng Yi, whispering, this method is one I gleaned from the library. She proudly opened a book titled, How to Forge a High Cohesion Team. Meng Yi was at a loss as to what expression to wear. Much of the knowledge from the bygone era had turned to waste, neglected, and forgotten, save for those peculiar pseudo-deities. Ah, well, gods. Sin Chiyun, with an air of exuberance, mused that her master would surely appreciate these things. After all, the sacred covenant called for love and unity, which could very well be interpreted as camaraderie. Meng Yi sighed inwardly, reassuring himself that his god would not be fond of such things. However, as he surveyed the fervent crowd of several hundred devotees, he could not deny the utility of these items. Yet, the atmosphere felt somewhat incongruous. The solemnity of the religious gathering had been abruptly altered. He absently engaged with Sin Chiyun, his attention fully devoted to the surroundings. Just moments ago, he had sensed an odd feeling, as if a gaze had traversed past him. The more he felt this way, the more Qin Qiyun reveled in delight, realizing that this benefactor posed no threat to her. It was no wonder the deity had summoned her to the high pedestal. It seemed to be anticipated. Qin Qiyun cast a brief glance at Meng Yi. He had displayed considerable prowess during his encounter with the Judgment Department the previous night, suggesting he possessed formidable combat capabilities. Perhaps he had been specifically chosen by their master for his role in battle. Ah, fighter. Immediately, Qin Qiyun felt a pang of guilt and silently repented. Master, I am guilty. I should not belittle my companion in secret, and I must remember the sacred covenant. She sternly admonished herself in her heart, acknowledging that their roles merely differed. Arrogance was absolutely intolerable. Meng Yi was quite pleased that Qin Qiyun had ceased her interruptions, allowing him to concentrate on uncovering the source of that peculiar sensation. Soon, his gaze met that of Suo Mingchen. The other man appeared momentarily startled, then raised his drink in a casual gesture towards Meng Yi. It was the indomitable cockroach from yesterday. Meng Yi immediately recognized him and gently tapped Qin Qiyun, tilting his chin to indicate the direction. That individual, Suo Mingchen. Is he watching us? Is there a problem? Qin Qiyun, clearly already acquainted with these individuals, was asked for her opinion, as Meng Yi felt quite unfamiliar with the Judgment Department. She glanced up nonchalantly and replied, "No need to worry. With so many of us gathered, the Judgment Department is bound to take notice." With a smile, she turned. "As I said, the Dawn Judgment Officer has already seen everything. There are no issues whatsoever." "Oh." Meng Yi nodded, pondering. "Could it be that he is here to see you?" Meng Yi cleared his throat. "Aren't you supposed to visit the Punishment Department? Could he be here to monitor?" He refrained from uttering the words execution, having noticed the sudden pallor on Qin Qiyun's face. It appeared she harbored a deep fear of that Punishment Department. In the ensuing moments, both of them began to drift into distraction. The several hundred devotees were in high spirits, having just concluded their team-building activities. Qin Qiyun rallied her energy, organizing the crowd for a final prayer. "O Master, Scarlet King, you are the eternal and indomitable salvation. May our loyalty transform into the radiant starlight upon your crown." Meng Yi found himself admiring her eloquence. Such phrases flowed from her with ease, a feat he would surely struggle to replicate. Subsequently, Qin Qiyun announced that the fundraising had reached an impressive sum of 183,400 yuan. Although this amount would undoubtedly fall short of acquiring the park from the arbitration committee, it nonetheless marked a commendable beginning. However, the mere thought of having to visit the Penal Affairs Department cast a shadow over her demeanor. The faithful began to disperse reluctantly, and Meng Yi spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, the seafood vendor from that morning. It seemed that their previous missionary efforts had borne some fruit. Meng Yi envisioned a day when he would have countless followers. This indeed was a promising start. Yet, seeing the individual turn away without any inclination to engage further left him feeling somewhat helpless. Ah! The two sighed almost in unison. Their eyes met, and they simultaneously inquired, "What troubles you?" "Ah!" they echoed once more. Qin Qiyun, exasperated, tossed the money-laden box to Meng Yi while she herself grabbed a hefty stack of books. "Accompany me to the Penal Affairs Department." "Huh?" Meng Yi was still preoccupied with gauging the weight of his money and found himself somewhat bewildered by her request. Qin Qiyun clenched her teeth. "I fear I may not be able to walk the road ahead." Chapter 17. Someone is following Meng Yi carried a suitcase filled with money. 18,000 was not particularly heavy, yet his curiosity piqued. He pondered aloud whether there was a bank in Jing'an City. Qin Qiyun turned to glance at him, somewhat astonished. "You know about banks?" she inquired. "Is that something I shouldn't be aware of?" Qin Qiyun shook her head. "Well, generally speaking, ordinary people have little access to banks. They are located in the inner city, primarily serving the goddess benefactors and the financial departments of various factories." Meng Yi recalled his previous income of 2,000 a month, realizing there was indeed little necessity to deposit money in a bank. In Fortress City, housing was allocated by the Housing Administration, making buying or selling impossible. Even owning a vehicle was out of the question for common folk. Saving money was of little practical use. He glanced upward, aware that an electromagnetic barrier lay above, although nothing was visible. This place seemed technologically advanced, yet in daily life, it felt reminiscent of the last century before his time. Meng Yi casually remarked, "I find the old era quite fascinating. That was true living." Noticing Qin Shiyun's surprised expression, he felt compelled to clarify, "I heard my father speak of it." The old era had barely passed 30 years, yet many had experienced that time. Qin Shiyun's eyes sparkled. "Can I meet him? I am very interested in the old era." She clutched a thick stack of books, her excitement palpable. For most people today were reluctant to discuss those times. Meng Yi sighed softly. "He has passed away." "Oh." Meng Yi refrained from inquiring about Qin Shiyun's parents, as he could surmise the truth. The population from the old era had drastically diminished by over 80% during that cataclysmic change. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Meng Yi felt a jolt. It seemed someone was trailing them. He furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. Qin Shiyun, perceiving his agitation, quickly explained, "I didn't mean to." Seizing the opportunity, Meng Yi turned back, feigning a conversation with her. "It's nothing," yet his gaze swept behind them. 3 individuals. Aside from the nonchalant Su Mingsheng who was following them, 2 others bore brutish visages, their malicious intent glaringly evident. Moreover, they exhibited high alertness, skillfully dodging Meng Yi's gaze. Meng Yi pivoted, aligning himself beside Qin Shiyun, and spoke discreetly, "Someone is following us. I mentioned the Judgment Division." "Who is it?" "Suo Mingkeng." Qin Shiyun felt a sense of relief, but was soon met with Meng Yi's addition, and 2 others, clearly not aligned with Suo Mingsheng. "You were a goddess benefactor before. Do you have any theories regarding the situation?" Qin Shiyun opened her mouth, but what could she conjecture? Were they aware of the money they carried, or had some organization noticed their gathering? She had once been a law-abiding citizen herself. Then it struck her that Suo Mingsheng was also present, and she hesitated before speaking. "The Judgment Division's personnel are nearby. We should not be overly concerned." Meng Yi silently shook his head. Relying on others in such matters was not in his nature. Would taking the initiative lead to being deemed a disruptor of Fortress City's order by the Judgment Division? He quietly tore off a piece of flesh and slightly condensed it into a blood bomb, casting it to the ground and casually kicking some dirt over it. He planned to test the waters later, leaving himself a backup. After all, with Su Mingsheng around, he doubted those 2 would dare to act recklessly. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shiyun inhaled sharply. "Doesn't it hurt?" "Of course it hurts." Meng Yi replied absent-mindedly, his focus entirely on what lay ahead. Then, Qin Shiyun furrowed her brow. "You just tore off a piece of flesh, yet your expression hasn't changed at all." Inwardly, she marveled at his resilience, truly a chosen warrior. Tentatively, she inquired, "Were you really an ordinary person before?" Meng Yi's expression shifted slightly. Ever since last night, he had felt somewhat off. Initially, he was quite alarmed upon crossing over, but he had quickly regained his composure while battling the Judgment Division, even killing without any discomfort in the dead of night. The key factor was this blood magic. He could inflict self-harm to cast spells without flinching. Was this really him? He had never even harmed a chicken before. Was it the influence of the red mist space? Meng Yi hesitated. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just innate?" Qin Shiyun nodded affirmatively. "I believe so." Meng Yi pushed aside his thoughts, mentally calculating the distance to the few individuals behind him, then suddenly turned around. He saw Su Mingsheng standing not far from the blood bomb, his expression complex. He pointed at himself, gazing at Meng Yi, his singular eye filled with curiosity. Meng Yi glanced past him, surveying the street. It was working hours, with only a few scattered people about. The 2 brutish men had vanished from sight. Su Mingsheng finished the last of his drink and furiously tossed the cup to the ground. "I say," his face twisted in a menacing grimace, that fierce aura returning. "Are you trying to ambush me?" Meng Yi felt helpless as he approached. The piece of flesh he had discarded slithered from his pant leg, merging back into his body. "Did you not notice those 2 brutish men?" Meng Yi pointed to where the 2 had just hidden, here and here. "Besides you, those 2 have been following us the whole time." Su Mingsheng shook his head in astonishment. Qin Shiyun, clutching her book, leisurely approached with a cold smirk. The vigilance of the Judgment Division leaves much to be desired. Surprisingly, Su Mingsheng began to commend Meng Yi. "Kid, you're quite sharp. You notice them?" Meng Yi quickly pressed. Do you know them? Who are they? Any guesses on why they are tailing me? Su Mingsheng awkwardly replied, I didn't notice. Then why praise him? Meng Yi was utterly perplexed by his response. Su Mingsheng then clarified, in this era, there are far too many ill-intentioned individuals. If I were always on high alert, I wouldn't be able to do anything else. Generally speaking, as long as they don't take action, it's best to ignore them. He produced a handful of small, nut-like snacks, tossing them into his mouth and crunching away, while muttering indistinctly, you just finish your gathering. Whether it be the sum of money in your hands or the crowd of several hundred, many will undoubtedly find it intriguing. Rest assured, once it becomes apparent that both of you are recipients of divine grace, those individuals will naturally abandon such thoughts. Meng Yi's gaze swept across the street, yet he inwardly dismissed the other's words. His perception was not merely acute. Rather, it was a stronger intuition and inspiration. This sensation was difficult to articulate, yet he was certain that the attention of those two individuals was not directed elsewhere, but rather aimed squarely at him and Sun Qiyun. He turned to Sun Qiyun, his expression grave, as he inquired, could it be that you have offended someone in the past? Sun Qiyun shook her head decisively. I have not wronged anyone, otherwise. During those days when I lost my divine power, I would have long since lost my life. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Meng Yi's mind, leading to an unsettling conclusion. It was not about her. Could it be concerning himself? In other words, was it because of the Scarlet King? Chapter 18. The divine disfavor towards religion. Meng Yi, despite his myriad of questions, could only let out a resigned sigh as the two individuals vanished without a trace. The more he pondered, the more he suspected the involvement of the Crimson King. He and Sun Qiyun bore no enmity towards anyone. Furrowing his brow, Meng Yi recalled the 9th-tier divine grant from the death-affiliated practitioner he had slain the previous night. The ratio of believers to the 9th-tier divine power was 7-1. Upon his arrival, he had already amassed 324 followers, which translated to at least 47 portions of 9th-tier divine power. If these powers were not inherently bestowed by the Crimson Mist Realm, but rather usurped from the deity originally communicated with during last night's ritual, the opposing party would undoubtedly have taken notice. Today's gathering had inadvertently exposed his existence. The name of the Crimson King would surely have caught their attention. Meng Yi was at a loss, feeling as though he were on the brink of tears. His understanding of the Crimson Mist Realm's purpose was largely speculative. He had no certainty until he was just followed by those two. Otherwise, he would never have consented to this afternoon's meeting. Could those two individuals be the followers sent by the deity communicated with during last night's ritual? Sun Qiyun observed the shifting expressions on his face, puzzled. What troubles you? Meng Yi snapped back to reality. Nothing. He nodded at Su Mingsheng and turned it apart. The presence of the Judgment Division following him was, in fact, reassuring. As they continued on their way, Meng Yi remained vigilant, while Sun Qiyun's demeanor grew increasingly grim as they approached the Punishment Division. The Punishment Division was situated at the boundary between the inner and outer cities, precisely within the precincts of the 6th District. The two traversed from the Central Park to this location in no time. Standing outside the Punishment Division building, Sun Qiyun took a deep breath. Her complexion was faintly pale, and her voice quivered slightly as she said, if I am not out in half an hour, you must come in and retrieve me. Meng Yi surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the well-maintained faade, the building bore no significant distinction from others. Was her fear truly justified? To avoid unsettling Sun Qiyun, he could only nod in agreement, accepting the stack of books from her hands, and said solemnly, rest assured. Sun Qiyun trudged towards the entrance with heavy steps. As she approached, several individuals rushed out from within, their expressions eager as they vied to promote themselves to her. Beautiful lady, care for some punishment? Choose me as your executioner. I promise to be gentle, it won't hurt a bit. Ignore him. He is a pervert. Choose me. I would never make it difficult for a woman. Just to clarify, I am not a divine grant practitioner. Sun Qiyun promptly selected the last individual. Meng Yi, witnessing this absurd scene, felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. It was quite an eye-opener. He hadn't anticipated that the Punishment Division, which dealt exclusively with divine grant practitioners, would also harbor individuals who were not. Suo Mingcheng stood nonchalantly nearby, unabashedly stuffing various snacks into his mouth. Meng Yi gathered the box and books in his arms and hurried over to Suo Mingcheng. He placed the items at his feet and inquired, "I sense that Xin Qiyun is quite frightened. Is the punishment division truly formidable?" Suo Mingcheng's singular eyes sparkled with an unusual hue. He appeared rather familiar with those around him. Just moments ago, he had posed questions to himself on the road, and now he was speaking with complete candor. "Are we so acquainted? Do you truly know which deity I revere? I pose no threat to you." As for Meng Yi, his thoughts were quite straightforward. Since the other party had approached, why not inquire? Moreover, after having beaten them to a pulp the previous night, he felt no trepidation. Suo Mingcheng spat out the fruit peel from his mouth and chuckled lightly. The Department of Punishments cannot simply be described by its severity. Rather, let me put it this way. You have no idea what kinds of perversions you may encounter within. Meng Yi nodded, somehow comprehending. In reflecting on his observations from that morning, he suddenly felt that to be deemed a pervert by Suo Mingcheng was certainly significant. However, he believed that the executioner chosen by Xin Qiyun should pose no major issues. He cautiously remarked, "Fortunately, the executioner chosen by Xin Qiyun is not a graced one." Suo Mingcheng's expression shifted oddly. "Not a graced one? Then it's dire." He continued, "If the executioner is not a graced one, in their quest to please the deities and earn divine favor, they may exert even greater effort during the execution. This woman, I said she was being clever, yet she is quite foolish." Meng Yi could only silently pray for Xin Qiyun, fearing that she might truly find herself in a dire predicament. He then turned to Suo Mingcheng, curious to ask, "Why do you continue to follow us?" Suo Mingcheng, of course, would not divulge the truth outright and casually replied, "There were still many uncertainties last night. We must remain vigilant." Meng Yi astutely noted the use of "we" and, after a moment's hesitation, observed that Suo Mingcheng did not seem particularly wary. He boldly inquired, "Besides you, who else is there?" Suo Mingcheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know there were others? You noticed?" He then fell into contemplation. "Wait a moment. If you truly recognized him, you would be asking this." Meng Yi felt somewhat exasperated. What had become of Li Hao? "Impressive, kid." Suo Mingcheng expressed admiration. Since his discovery had been made, he no longer felt the need to conceal the truth. Does the Department of Judgments still need to avoid detection? He went to the library. "I have no idea what he is up to." The library? Meng Yi did not expect such a response and looked puzzled. As for Li Hao, having been gone for so long, he surely could not remain in the library indefinitely. After borrowing the 2 books he had seen, he hurried to the headquarters of the Department of Judgments, seeking out the Dawn Judgment, and with a serious demeanor, recounted his afternoon discoveries. Thus, this deity's title is rather unique. The room was exceedingly bright, and at that moment the Dawn Judgment lay on a bed, attended by an individual in a white coat who was preparing to administer a blood transfusion. Li Hao stepped aside slightly to allow the doctor to hang the blood bag more conveniently, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, I have recorded everything." The doctor inserted the needle into the withered back of the judgment officer's hand and advised, "Try not to move as much as possible. The death row inmate assigned to replenish your vitality is now quite scarce, so conserve your use." The Dawn Judgment smiled and nodded, and despite his sun-kissed, handsome visage, he exuded a remarkable charm. As the doctor departed, Li Hao retrieved the records he had prepared in the afternoon and handed them to the adjudicator on the bed. The Dawn adjudicator accepted the paper with his unadorned hand, scrutinizing the lines of text with great care. Li Hao, standing to the side, appeared perplexed. Generally speaking, the names of deities are not so intricate, and they are more concerned with the actions of their followers, seeking alignment with their preferences. After a brief pause, he continued, "The issuance of such a sacred covenant is exceedingly peculiar." The Dawn adjudicator's gaze fell upon the final line, detailing the establishment of the sanctuary, and he inquired in a hushed tone, "Is this establishment of the sanctuary also a divine directive?" "It should not be. It must have been conceived by Xin Qiyun herself." Furthermore, Li Hao lifted the 2 books he had just placed on the table, stating, "I noticed several books borrowed by Xin Qiyun, so I followed suit to the library." The Dawn adjudicator's attention shifted as he read the titles: The Divine Canon, Metaphysics, and the Varieties of Religious Experience. A peculiar expression crossed his sunlit, handsome face as he mused, religion. To my knowledge, since the dawn of a new era, all attempts to establish religions have met with failure. His brow furrowed. For the divine does not favor religion. Chapter 19. The supreme deity for believers dawns judgment gazed at the thin sheet of paper in hand, furrowing his brow as he began to speak. We might attempt to glean some insights from the name of this deity. It is well established that a god's name invariably correlates with his authority and power. Li Hao nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment, and prior to our arrival, I conducted a preliminary analysis. Dawn's judgment turned his gaze toward him, encouragingly saying, do share your thoughts. Very well. Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses, speaking with calm composure. The Crimson King. Crimson evokes connotations of bloodshed and peril, while king signifies dominion. This deity likely embodies a form of violence and strength. The transformative one, with infinite power, suggests an unpredictable nature of authority and might, or perhaps denotes agility and cunning. In any case, this possibility is rather intriguing. The eternal incarnation of redemption. Your Honor, I believe this is of greater significance to us. Li Hao leaned forward, gesturing toward the covenant inscribed on the paper, continuing, the Lamb of God should love one another. I believe this deity, akin to those of order, justice, and light, possesses a strong positive symbolism of salvation. Although I cannot comprehend his modus operandi, it seems distinctly different from a deity who merely revels in destruction, bloodshed, and distortion. He concluded, it appears that this is a god who venerates violence and is astutely multifaceted in salvation. Dawn's judgment nodded thoughtfully. I largely concur with your analysis. Say for your final point. He cleared his throat twice, adding, a divine name is never deceptive, but one must exercise caution in discerning redemption. Salvation is indeed redemptive. Yet annihilation can also be a form of salvation. Li Hao frowned, but there exists a covenant. The judgment officer chuckled lightly. The covenant instructs his followers to love one another, yet does not stipulate love for all beings. In this regard, one must remain exceedingly prudent. Dawn's judgment observed the final line that extolled his name, feeling a twinge of confusion. Does this deity relish the proclamation of his name? Li Hao opened a nearby tome. Gradually shaking his head, I perceive this statement as a means to cultivate more followers. However, it is likely to be misconstrued by many. Dawn's judgment refrained from further inquiries. After conversing with Li Hao for a while, his breathing grew increasingly labored. Ultimately, he advised, we must continue to observe. If this deity truly embodies redemption, his divine followers will hold great significance for humanity. By the way, why is Su Mingxing not accompanying you? Li Hao took the paper from the judgment officer and replied, I instructed Su Mingxing to keep an eye on Meng Yi and Sin Chiyun, while I return on my own. The judgment officer's expression shifted. You left Su Mingxing to monitor them alone? Li Hao was taken aback. Is there a problem with that? He is not an inexperienced officer. Dawn's judgment was momentarily at a loss for words, urging, you must return quickly. Su Mingxing is not one to be trusted with discretion. Li Hao hurriedly gathered the tomes, realizing that this was only the second time he had partnered with Su Mingxing for a task, and he had been unaware of such concerns. By the time he arrived at the park entrance, he discovered that the crowd had long since dispersed. In a state of helplessness, he reluctantly removed his sunglasses and meticulously followed the traces on the ground. Along the way, he made some intriguing discoveries. In addition to Su Mingxing, 2 other individuals had been trailing behind, although they had veered off to another direction midway. Unfamiliar with their intentions, Li Hao refrained from pursuing them alone. He resolved to enlist Su Mingxing before venturing to investigate further. However, glancing at Su Mingxing and Meng Yi engaged in an animated discussion outside the punishment office, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Was this truly surveillance? With a stern expression, Li Hao approached them, curious about their jovial conversation. Upon seeing him return, Su Mingxing grinned and remarked, Are you aware of something called a movie from the olden days? He just told me. His voice gradually trailed off. Sensing the awkwardness, Meng Yi cleared his throat and interjected, We were merely chatting. No inquiries regarding your internal matters were made. Li Hao chose not to press further, sighed, and patted Su Mingxing on the shoulder, indicating that there was something important at hand. What is it? Su Mingxing inquired, rising to mech Li Hao espache. Li Hao scoffed. I was beaten to a pulp last night, and you seem to hold no grudges. Su Mingcheng, defiantly straightening his neck, retorted, that was merely an unexpected ambush. That fellow was at most an 8th tier, and I could have easily dealt with him at 7th tier. Is that truly the crux of the matter? Li Hao silently shook his head, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. When you arrived, there were still 2 individuals tailing you. I discovered some clues, and we should investigate together. Su Mingcheng waved dismissively. Meng, you just informed me that those 2 fled swiftly, disappearing in an instant. There's nothing to worry about, right? They were probably just after that pile of money. Li Hao shot him an irritated glance. The peculiar effects of last night's ceremony and the dawn judgment had indicated the potential appearance of 2 deities, leaving him quite unsettled. No wonder the adjudicator was uneasy about him being alone. It seemed this fellow had survived thus far solely due to his remarkable recovery abilities. Nevertheless, when he attempted to follow the traces left by those 2, the trail quickly dissipated. Li Hao's expression shifted as he turned to the incessantly chattering Su Mingcheng and stated, "Return to keep an eye on Meng Yi. I suspect someone will seek him out tonight." Su Mingcheng's eye gleamed with excitement. Will there be a fight tonight? Li Hao nodded with exasperation. Indeed, shortly after, as the 2 made their way back, Qin Shiyun emerged from the punishment office. Meng Yi hurried over, relieved to see she could still walk. However, he soon observed Qin Shiyun staring blankly at him before collapsing to the ground. What? Meng Yi gasped, surprised by the evident impact. From a distance, Su Mingcheng, reveling in the misfortune, remarked to Li Hao, I told you this woman was pretentiously clever, choosing an executioner who isn't a divine beneficiary. Li Hao cast him a disapproving glance. Meng Yi crouched down to tap Qin Shiyun's face with her flesh magic. She would undoubtedly bear no lasting wounds, yet it was unclear what torment she had endured to reach such a state in merely half an hour. He hoisted her arm over his shoulder, grateful that she could still walk, albeit in a dazed manner. He once again approached the box and the written materials, shedding the long robe draped over him, hurriedly wrapping these items together. Subsequently, he supported Qin Shiyun with one arm while grasping the bundle with the other, navigating the uneven terrain of the road towards his home, taking care with each step. There was no choice. The day was drawing to a close, and soon night would descend. It would not bode well to remain on the streets with Qin Shiyun, a burden, amidst the lurking spirits and phantoms. Meng Yi seeked inyardly, grateful for his significantly enhanced physical condition. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to return. This wretched fortress city lacked even a bus. What was Qin Shiyun thinking, knowing she might collapse, yet still choosing this time to visit the punishment office? Was she so trusting of the covenant? Nevertheless, it seemed reasonable. The people of this world were bound to adhere strictly to the demands of the divine. Yet, he must be the most benevolent deity towards his followers. Meng Yi pondered as he supported Qin Shiyun's arm, unable to suppress a heartfelt sigh. Chapter 20. The night rayed regardless of the circumstances. Parading through the streets with a seemingly dazed, yet stunning woman undeniably attracts attention. Meng Yi garnered countless significant glances along the way. The silver lining was that these gazes remained merely that, gazes. The unfortunate reality, however, was that the average moral standard of this world was alarmingly low. No one intervened, not even to inquire about the situation. Surely, one could report a case to the police department. Yet, there was nothing, not a single soul. The prevailing attitude of indifference among ordinary people was disheartening. Meng Yi found it perplexing. If everyone behaved thus, what foundation could there be for the existence of an official organization like the Judgment Bureau? With no mutual trust, cooperation would be utterly impossible. Upon arriving at his building, dusk began to envelop the streets, casting them into shadows devoid of life, save for the soft breeze that stirred the fine sand. Meng Yi was confronted with a dilemma. The narrow staircase could accommodate only one person at a time, and here he was, burdened with a package in one hand and supporting Qin Shiyun with the other. How was he to manage? Should he first toss the package outside, then return to deposit Qin Shiyun into her room? But what if he lost it? Conversely, it would be equally inappropriate to risk her safety in her current state. After a moment of contemplation, a solution emerged. He hoisted the package with his left hand while gripping Qin Shiyun's ponytail with his right, dragging her awkwardly up the stairs to the second floor. With her hair at risk of being yanked, he extended his right hand to provide a measure of support. It was unfathomable what kind of punitive methods the Punishment Bureau employed that left Qin Shiyun in such a prolonged stupor. With a thud, he unceremoniously deposited her onto the bare wooden bed, her impeccably tailored black suit now marred and wrinkled. Meng Yi dusted off his hands, finally accomplishing the task at hand. Had this been a different time, sharing a room with such a beautiful woman in a state of semi-consciousness would have stirred base impulses within him. However, at this moment, his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. If his suspicions earlier in the afternoon were correct, the two individuals tailing him were indeed dispatched at the behest of the victimized deity from the previous night, and he would undoubtedly face unrest this evening. There was much to be done. Seizing the cover of twilight, Meng Yi hastened downstairs, laying several blood traps between the entrance of the first floor and his own door. This time, he did not merely set up explosives. Instead, he employed a few minor spells designed to delay. He had grown increasingly adept at manipulating his own flesh. It appeared that this crimson mist space was, unbeknownst to him, transforming him. Moreover, within his home, Meng Yi lit a candle and concealed a piece of flesh behind the window. In his modest 30-square-meter room, he scattered no fewer than 5 fragments of flesh. This made him appear somewhat leaner. Glancing at Qin Shiyun, still in a daze upon the bed, he approached and gently patted her cheek. It was better to face whatever was to come together than to bear it alone. Still unresponsive, with a flick of his right hand, he transformed flesh into a blade and made a decisive cut across her forearm, wary of deeper wounds, as the 9th-tier flesh magic would likely be inadequate for severe injuries. Qin Shiyun emitted an unconscious groan, yet she remained in slumber. What misfortune! Meng Yi ventured into the restroom to fetch a splash of water, which he sprinkled upon her face, but still, there was no sign of awakening. In desperation, he repositioned the bed further from the window and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to tuck Qin Shiyun beneath the bed. Since she was not yet awake, he could only leave her fate to chance, hoping that, should a battle ensue, she would remain unharmed. With a sigh, Meng Yi stuffed his belongings into the wardrobe, extinguished the candle, and lay down fully clothed upon the bed, beginning his silent wait. He hoped fervently that his assumptions were incorrect. Otherwise, the days ahead would be far from peaceful. Time slipped away, and Meng Yi was on the verge of slumber when a faint sound jolted him awake. It originated from the windowsill. He rolled over, squinting slightly. The night obscured clarity, but by the moonlight streaming through the window, he discerned the curtain's shadow, swaying slightly. Was it merely an illusion? A gentle breeze stirred, causing the shadow to sway again. Someone was approaching. Yet, the disturbance was limited to that. Meng Yi's mind raced. His understanding of the divine benefactors was scant, and he was uncertain of their capabilities. Could they render themselves invisible or pass through solid matter? It was prudent to proceed with caution. Suddenly, an explosion erupted by the window, and shards of glass flew in every direction, some striking Meng Yi and piercing his skin. He sprang to his feet. Whizzing sounds reverberated as several whip-like entities surged from the window toward the bed. In the moonlight, he could see that many of these whips had snapped during the explosion and were now writhing grotesquely upon the floor. As he leapt up, a thunderous crash resonated from the door, and a searing fireball burst through the doorway, hurtling into the room. Meng Yi was not facing the door. The fireball collided violently with the wall, creating a deep, circular indentation. A gasp echoed from the neighboring room. As the flames flickered, Meng Yi discerned the twitching forms on the floor. These were no mere whips, but rather fleshly tendrils. The intact tendrils lunged toward Meng Yi, while a chilling voice drifted in from outside. "Thief of my master's power, I discovered your flesh bomb this afternoon." Meng Yi sidestepped slightly. The adversary's methods bore a striking resemblance to blood magic. Thankfully, he had prepared traps in advance. With a mental command, 2 pieces of flesh within the room suddenly shot toward the window where a figure was clinging to the frame, leaning in. One piece of flesh pierced the intruder's body, striving to burrow into him with a heart as its target, while the other detonated suddenly. The assailant at the window also hurled a flesh bomb. The 2 explosions occurred almost simultaneously, yet their power was distinctly different. Meng Yi's flesh bomb had been meticulously prepared and was more potent. The figure at the window was sent reeling backward, accompanied by a muffled grunt and a surprised exclamation. Eighth tier? What is this, 8 or 9? Meng Yi dared not take a breath. The blood tendrils before him receded as the adversary was flung away, but another person was still outside. At that moment, the individual outside leaped into the room, conjuring another fireball with a swift motion. However, there was already flesh positioned at the doorway, left there by Meng Yi in anticipation. Flesh pierced through the sole of the adversary's shoe, traveling up along the leg, causing him to retreat in panic, exclaiming, "My leg! Cease that wretched ritual and assist me." It appeared there were not merely one, but several individuals outside the door. When a fireball surged towards him, Meng Yi adeptly crouched down, showcasing a formidable combat prowess that was nothing short of terrifying. His awareness and reflexes resembled those of a seasoned veteran, battle-hardened and astute. Although he evaded the fiery projectile, the wardrobe behind him was not so fortunate. It was obliterated by the fireball, scattering the small chest of coins and several thick tomes across the floor, all ignited in flames. Meng Yi cried out in anguish, "My money." Meanwhile, a delicate fist shattered the bed from below, echoing a similarly pained voice, "My books." Outside the window, a scream pierced the air. "My hand." The voice of Suo Mingcheng resonated from beyond the window, brimming with ferocity, "My spoils." Chapter 21. This is slander. Upon hearing Suo Mingcheng's voice, Meng Yi was taken aback. Could it be that the tribunal was so invested in his affairs? This fleeting thought passed through his mind as he abruptly pulled Sun Shiyun up and dashed towards the door, leaving behind a terse warning. Outside, enemies. Staying cooped up in the cramped room while being bombarded was hardly a wise choice. Even if there were 2 adversaries outside, a proactive assault was imperative. With flesh prepared outside, he only needed to ascertain their positions to devise a response, especially since a piece of flesh had already adhered to one of them. A calm voice echoed through the hallway. In matters of the tribunal, unrelated individuals are to remain in their rooms. Meng Yi immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Li Hao. He leaped outside to find 2 men clad in crimson, frozen in place. One bore his flesh, which had crawled from the feet upward to the waist. Li Hao, having removed his sunglasses at some point, had his eyes, now stark white, moving peculiarly from side to side, fixating on the pair in the corridor. When he caught a glimpse of Meng Yi emerging, he hastily shut his eyes. "What are you doing out here?" He lacked the prowess of a dawn arbiter. Merely gazing at Meng Yi could spell disaster for him. Meng Yi was utterly perplexed. At that moment, the 2 men in red regained their mobility. One let out a bizarre shriek, raising a ball of flame aimed at his abdomen. The other stomped heavily, a brilliant radiance emanating from his feet and instantly engulfing the entire corridor. Meng Yi felt his movements stifle, the flesh he had set in the hallway losing all connection. Li Hao had donned his sunglasses again, rushing forward with a clenched fist. As the light swept past him, his sleeve seemed to ignite with a glow. Unaffected, unlike Meng Yi, who felt his form slow, Meng Yi could only sense the flesh located at the man's abdomen. With a thought, he triggered an explosion. Boom! A shrill scream erupted from the adversary, the flames in his hand extinguishing. Li Hao, swift and formidable, unleashed a powerful punch at the crimson-clad man, whose abdomen had now burst open with gore. Naturally, one would target the easier foe first. The other, unscathed, was of lesser concern for the moment. A cracking sound echoed as the man arched his back, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the other man was pulling a disc from his pocket, slamming it onto the ground with ferocity. With a cacophony of crackles, electricity surged through the vicinity. All present, including him, were rendered motionless. It was an indiscriminate attack. Meng Yi struggled to comprehend the rationale. In such a moment, why immobilize everyone indiscriminately? Shouldn't T1 seize the opportunity to flee? Did he possess a contingency plan? Li Hao's sleeve ceased to emit light, seemingly usable but once. The man who had discarded the disc found his shirt pocket detonated by the electric surge. Regaining his mobility, immune to the electric assault, he reached towards his companion, a faint glow pulsating in his hand. In a state of acute anxiety, Meng Yi found himself paralyzed. Should his adversary regain composure, The consequences of being bombarded with fireballs would be dire. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed behind him. The individual capable of conjuring fireballs had his head burst open like a shattered watermelon. Another shot rang out, aimed at a second figure clad in red, who narrowly evaded it, resulting in a devastating impact on his arm. The limb was instantly obliterated. At the doorway stood Sun Qian. With this brief delay, both Meng Yi and Li Hao had regained their mobility. The two advanced in unison, one wielding a fist, the other transforming his hand into a blade of flesh and bone, both lunging toward the final red-clad figure, who was clutching his severed arm and screaming in agony. Meng Yi bellowed, "Spare him. I have many questions to pose." He aimed to strike toward the remnants of the red figure's arm. Li Hao, too, harbored inquiries for these individuals, and his fist deliberately avoided any lethal strikes. The last assailant collapsed, howling in despair. To Meng Yi's surprise, the voice of Suo Mingsheng emerged from within the room, likely having leapt through the window. "What bad luck. There was only one person down there. It seems my guess was incorrect." Sun Qian, her complexion still somewhat pale, upon realizing the immediate danger had abetted, dashed toward the still-burning books. She frantically beat at the flames with her hands, murmuring, "My books, my books." Meng Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he maneuvered past the obstructive Suo Mingsheng and rushed toward the box. Damn it! In a flurry of activity, he found the money unharmed, though the box had caught fire. Sun Qian, cradling a charred book, wore a pained expression, pondering how she would explain this to the library. She cast a resentful glance at the still wailing red figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Meng Yi interjected, "The arsonist has already been dealt with." Only then did her expression soften slightly. "That gun of yours possesses remarkable power," he remarked, glancing at the silver revolver that lay discarded by Sun Qian's feet. She retrieved the firearm, concealing it away, and said, "I modified it previously." She gestured to her right hand, where flesh had receded to reveal a rusted mechanical palm. "I once believed in a false deity known as the creator of steel." Meng Yi soudainement comprehended. Outside, Suo Mingsheng and Li Hao had already squatted before the last red-clad individual, brandishing a device resembling a flashlight, ready to interrogate him. "Why did you target Meng Yi? If I am not mistaken, you are followers of the Blood Yuan Master," Li Hao inquired with curiosity. Meng Yi stood silently behind them, mentally noting the term Blood Yuan Master. The injured red figure, now breathless and glaring at Meng Yi with a cold smirk, spat, "Thief." "Oh." Li Hao turned to Meng Yi, then shifted back to press further. "I would like to hear more." "Well, if you cooperate, I may spare you from the punishment office." Even in his compromised state, the mention of the punishment office caused the red figure's expression to shift. "There is nothing worth saying, merely a vile deity that siphons my lord's power." He continued to sneer at Meng Yi. "To worship such a malevolent god. You truly are pitiable." Li Hao's expression turned exceedingly grave. A malevolent deity? Such an accusation bears significant weight. The primary characteristic of a malevolent deity is the ability to devour the powers of other righteous gods. His voice was stern and commanding. "Think carefully before you speak." However, Meng Yi's mind was already in turmoil. It appeared that upon his arrival in this realm, he had indeed usurped the power of a certain god. Was it the blood elemental sovereign? The flesh magic bore a striking resemblance to that of one among them. A random selection. This blood elemental sovereign possesses mastery over 3 forms of magic. Facing the accusation of being a malevolent deity, he could not shoulder such a title. Otherwise, the faith of the Crimson King would be reduced to that of a pariah. He could not allow the other party to speak recklessly. He bypassed Li Hao, and before the latter could react, his right hand suddenly extended, unleashing a slender tendril of flesh that pierced through the eye of the red-clad figure. His words were caught in his throat. Li Hao abruptly rose to his feet. With a cold expression, Meng Yi forced out a statement between clenched teeth. "Do not insult the divine." Sun Qian stood by the door, her face reflecting unwavering agreement. Chapter 22. The Divine Discourse of Friendship. Suo Mingsheng, astonished, raised his flashlight to illuminate Meng Yi. So decisive, without the need for Meng Yi to utter a word. Sun Qian, standing behind with her arms crossed, coldly scoffed, "Those who defame our Lord deserve death." She nodded approvingly at Meng Yi. "Well done." Li Hao, casting a calm glance at the lifeless figure in crimson garb, remarked, "Since the man is deceased, we shall take our leave. Once again, the resolution seemed abrupt and unsatisfactory, furrowing Meng Yi's brow. The attitude of the Judgment Bureau towards him was indeed peculiar. The judgment officer had easily let him go last night, yet today, faced with accusations of heresy, Li Hao merely raised his hand high before letting it fall gently. What was truly going on? Suo Mingcheng approached with a peculiar smile, extending a bone blade from his hand. Crouching before the corpse, he looked up at Meng Yi and said, "Mind stepping aside?" Meng Yi took 2 steps back, uncertain of his intentions. With the bone blade directed towards the head of the corpse, flesh and blood erupted. Meng Yi couldn't help but turn his head away. Suo Mingcheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Just a little hobby, harvesting spoils." He glanced back at Li Hao, shaking his head with a sigh. "It's a pity the judgment officer is looming over me. I can't very well harvest my colleague's skull. Li Hao, would you write me a letter of authorization? When you die, I want your skull. Otherwise, after your demise, wouldn't it be a waste to let those deceased followers benefit?" Even Li Hao, typically stoic, could not suppress his irritation at this remark. "How about you write me a letter of authorization instead? Your eyeballs shall belong to me after your death." Suo Mingcheng, undeterred, continued his work. "Sure, why not?" Li Hao, reaching his limit, retorted, "Enough. I told you last night, my deity does not want eyeballs." "Curios," Meng Yi interjected. "Then what does your deity desire?" Li Hao remained silent, his face stern as he descended the stairs. Suo Mingcheng held up a polished skull, examining it closely under the flashlight's glow, his excitement palpable. He glanced at another corpse with a shattered skull, shaking his head in lament, while casually commenting, "That fellow's deity craves rather peculiar things. At least he shows no fear now." Meng inquired, "Fear?" "Yes, fear, trepidation. Those emotions are utterly absent in him." As he spoke, Suo Mingcheng tapped the pristine skull in his hand. "My deity does not desire this. Trophies are merely the whims of the divine." He pointed to his eye patch, declaring, "My deity wants this." He appeared indifferent, musing, "Regardless, if I continue to please my lord, I shall ultimately become nothing more than a skeleton." "Huh." Suo Mingcheng winked with his remaining eye at Meng Yi. "Guess where I've already turned a bone?" Without waiting for a response, his exhilaration in collecting spoils was evident as he continued, "In time, when others see me as nothing but a skeletal frame, they will assume I am a lowly skeletal soldier summoned from the realm of death. And then, he, praise the king of the nameless bones." He casually extracted a small cake, smeared with blood, yet indifferent to its condition. With a gaping mouth and outstretched hand, he shoved it into his throat, trudging down the stairs, where another awaited him. Meng Yi, bathed in the last remnants of light, surveyed the chaos strewn about him, rendered speechless. Was this an official divine emissary? He lifted his gaze towards Xin Qiyun, leaning against the doorframe. In the night, only the faint moonlight filtering into the room revealed her indistinct silhouette. Puzzled, he mused aloud. Are all official divine emissaries like this? Xin Qiyun, equally perplexed by his inquiry, countered, "What do you mean?" Meng Yi paused, shaking his head. "Speaking of which, what offerings does your previous steel creator accept?" Xin Qiyun sighed softly. His followers gradually transformed themselves into machines. Meng Yi's initial reaction was that it sounded rather appealing, given the frailty of flesh. However, he soon recalled the consequences of Xin Qiyun's abandonment. The rusted mechanical hand, clearly rendered unusable. Xin Qiyun's expression grew solemn, proclaiming, "Thus, our Lord is the ultimate salvation." Meng Yi, initially prepared to casually echo her sentiment, reflected and responded with equal gravity. "Praise the salvation. Praise our Lord, the Crimson King." Now, he could extol himself without a hint of embarrassment. He navigated through the debris towards the room, confident that the bodies here required no handling on his part, as neighbors would be willing to assist. He could even sense the covetous, ravenous gazes directed towards him from nearby rooms, their restraint barely maintained. Meng Yi resolved to rephrase his question. "Tell me, why did Suo Mingcheng join the Judgment Department?" He added, "I was merely an ordinary person before, lacking understanding of these matters. What motives drive the divine emissaries to join the Judgment Department?" Xin Qiyun grasped his intent this time. She stepped aside to let Meng Yi enter the room and retrieve a candle to light, casually explaining, Suo Mingqing likely sought a legitimate means to acquire spoils. We're better than the judgment department. No need to venture into the wilderness, yet access to high-quality loot. As for others, their reasons vary. For instance, Dawn's judgment. He venerates the light. In essence, the motives for joining the judgment department are predominantly tied to the divine. Meng Yi held the ignited candle, its flickering flame dancing across his face, casting an eerie smile. His tone was rather peculiar. Is there truly no one who wishes to join of their own accord? Sin Chiyun frowned, seemingly confronted with another question she found difficult to comprehend. To join of one's own volition. Sin Chiyun pondered this phrase, finally realizing, perhaps not. At least, to my knowledge, none do. Meng Yi chuckled lightly, securing the candle atop an intact storage box. If those within the judgment department and other official organizations were indeed like this, how long could humanity endure? Nevertheless, from a pragmatic perspective, those who revere deities of light, justice, and order should be deemed wholeheartedly dedicated to the greater good of humanity, although it strikes one as rather odd. Moreover, in such a prevailing environment, individuals of this nature would likely be few and far between. Much like the divine benefactor he encountered that morning in search of seafood. Where might he procure such delicacies in this era? At this moment, Sin Chiyun crouched on the ground, cradling a few books in her arms with a heart full of sorrow. I haven't even had the chance to read them, she lamented. Meng Yi offered consolation. We can always borrow them again. Easy for him to say. There was a risk of being blacklisted by the library. With a pained expression, Sin Chiyun continued, moreover, we would have to pay a hefty compensation fee. These are all relics from a bygone era. Meng Yi shook his head, pouring the coins from the char box, methodically organizing them. On a brighter note, this fundraising was not without merit. Sin Chiyun remained sulky. Outside, faint rustling sounds began to emerge, indicating that the neighbors were stirring. Peering out from the room yielded little clarity. Meng Yi chose to feign ignorance. Turning to Sin Chiyun, he inquired, why is the tribunal so fixated on us? Is this reasonable? Sin Chiyun slowly shook her head. I do not know, and why are the blood elemental sacrificial masters seeking us? They unjustly accuse our lord. What madness! Meng Yi paused in his task of sorting the notes. This was no unfounded accusation. Casting a glance outside, he suspected a considerable number of people were scavenging in the dark. He decided to set those questions aside for now. Meanwhile, Sin Chiyun stood up and surveyed the room. Wrinkling her nose, your place is far too small and shabby. Meng Yi's lips twitched. Is that my fault? What does my dwelling have to do with me? Then, with surprising generosity, Sin Chiyun declared, come, stay at my house. Meng Yi turned back, astonished. The divine commands friendship. Sin Chiyun stated solemnly. We are like siblings. Chapter 23. Endless? Is God's sacred covenant truly so effective? Sin Chiyun naturally gestured towards the vacant window and the shattered wardrobe. This place is beyond repair. Let us go to my home. It is far more spacious. Meng Yi had glimpsed her residence through the stars, and indeed, it appeared quite ample, rendering any refusal unnecessary. Not solely due to the untenable condition of this place, but also to temporarily evade the followers of the Blood Origin Lord, who were likely honing in on this location. He swiftly organized the banknotes. The box that had previously contained the money was no longer usable, so he rummaged through the debris to retrieve the robe. Rolling it up nonchalantly, let us depart. At that moment, Sin Chiyun had also gathered several books, cradling them in her arms, nodding as she stepped out first. As Meng Yi approached the doorway, he glanced back at the diminutive room, contemplating before turning back to open the storage box, taking with him the photographs of the original owner's parents. It felt inappropriate to discard the last mementos of a person whose body he had occupied. It could also serve to mask his identity. After all, who would abandon such meaningful tokens? On the quiet night, the two walked side by side down the desolate street. The silence felt peculiar, prompting Meng Yi to initiate conversation. Is your home located in the inner city? No, Sin Chiyun replied, her pace steady. She seemed to harbor a negative view of the inner city, snorting dismissively. There's nothing good about the inner city. This piqued Meng Yi's curiosity, and he inquired with mild intrigue. I've heard that most of the inhabitants in the inner city are graced ones. Thus the infrastructure is superior. Why is that? Sin Chiyun's tone turned strange. Graced ones are a bunch of lunatics. She shook her head slightly. a hint of disdain in her voice. Meng Yi nodded. The outer city, predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk, had already opened his eyes, let alone the gathering place of those graced ones in the inner city. Sin Shiyun continued, however, you should still visit the inner city. Oh, Meng Yi responded, intrigued. Sin Shiyun stated earnestly, first, you must report your identity as a graced one to the Defense Department, and then you can receive free combat training. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow at the mention of training. That sounds somewhat peculiar. Well, it is a benefit provided by the city for newly recognized graced ones, including training in combat, firearms, and basic wilderness survival knowledge, among other things. Sin Shiyun turned to him and praised, but I must say, your combat abilities already seem quite formidable. Forcing Su Mingxing into such a corner last night in the park was impressive, and today you performed well too. Have you received training in this area before? Training. Does gaming count? Meng Yi slowly shook his head. No, perhaps it's due to talent. Deep within, he sensed that the influence of the Scarlet Mist space had enhanced certain aspects of his abilities. For instance, he now felt an unsettling awareness of someone following them. Endless? Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Didn't he, the Blood Origin Lord, only send 3 people? Just then, a faint echo of Su Mingqing's voice reached his ears, sounding somewhat weak, as if he were saying, "Don't stop me." He cast a glance at Sin Shiyun, who evidently had not noticed anything amiss. He experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that his senses were significantly heightened. Upon acknowledging that the Judgment Bureau lay ahead, Meng Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, the lingering question remained. Was it never-ending? At a considerable distance behind them, Li Hao was straining to keep Suan Mingxing in check. What do you mean by pushing me to such extremes? Suan Mingchang expressed his dissatisfaction, one arm clutching 2 pristine skulls while his other hand held 2 pieces of jerky, defiantly pointing ahead. Both wore peculiar devices over their ears, resembling oversized, living ears that pulsated rhythmically. Suan Mingchang had mostly heard Sin Shiyun's words, and now, with gritted teeth, he voiced his discontent, given last night's circumstances. Not knowing whether Meng Yi had been tainted by the malevolent deity, I scarcely dared to look around. Isn't it normal to suffer losses in such a situation? Li Hao remained expressionless, urging him to quiet down. He resolved to request a new partner from the adjudicator. Suan Mingcheng begrudgingly retracted his arm, taking a fierce bite of his snack, and turned to inquire, "Why didn't you intervene when Meng Yi suddenly killed someone?" Li Hao shook his head, stating that it was up to the Dawn Judgment to determine, and they merely needed to report the facts. Suan Mingchang glanced at the figures of Meng Yi and the other person, lowering his voice slightly after assessing that they could not hear him. "Do you think their so-called king could possibly be a malevolent deity?" Liu rapidly and nonchalantly, unlikely. Devotees of malevolent deities do not exhibit such rational behavior. When did you start worrying about this? Isn't it peculiar? Suan Mingchang pondered, recognizing that the Blood Elemental Master was no feeble deity. Initially, they had assessed that last night's ritual was meant to communicate with a lesser divinity. Yet, as the night unfolded, it became evident that it was indeed the Blood Elemental Master. To establish contact with him, the ritual should not have manifested as blood mist, which led Suan Mingxing to assert confidently, "The blood mist has consumed the power of the Blood Elemental Master. What Meng Yi and the others worship is a malevolent deity." Li Hao sighed, questioning when Suan Mingxing had become so astute. Suan Mingxing, feeling disgruntled by this tone, retorted, "You have only known me for 2 days. How could you possibly understand me?" Li Hao scoffed, then explained why those people collapsed to the ground. "Ah." Suan Mingxing's mind raced. Li Hao chuckled. "Can't figure it out, can you? Then you tell me." Suan Mingxing felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Li Hao cast a glance at Meng Yi and his companion before speaking calmly. The Dawn Judgment indicated that during last night's ritual, 2 deities appeared. The Blood Mist was one, likely having seized the power of the Blood Elemental Master. The other deity, which caused those individuals to faint after witnessing the divine realm, was the second. It all makes sense. He was also quite certain. If Meng Yi and his companion were to worship a malevolent deity, would the Dawn Judgment be oblivious? He had witnessed it firsthand. Could they maintain such a rational state while being devoted to a malevolent deity? Suo Mingcheng suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Oh, however." He still found it perplexing. How do we explain Meng Yi's divine grace, which appears remarkably similar to the weavers under the blood elemental master? Leonuddasluli. Acknowledging the astuteness of the inquiry, admitting that it was indeed a realm of uncertainty for him, he then fixed his gaze upon Meng Yi's retreating figure, murmuring, "Regardless of the circumstances, Meng Yi may be a chosen one, and it is imperative to exercise utmost caution before drawing any conclusions about him. The Dawn Tribunal has instructed us to observe him closely for this very reason. Otherwise, given the multitude of suspicions from last night, he would have surely been detained." Suo Mingcheng, displaying an air of indifference, remarked, "Even if he is a chosen one, it holds little significance. The best outcome would merely be an additional member in the Supreme Arbitration Council." He shoved the last morsel of meat into his mouth, shaking his head with a sigh. "Humanity is beyond salvation. It would be better to embrace a fate like mine." He patted the skull tucked under his arm as an offering to the divine. "In the end, I shall become nothing more than a mere skeleton, utterly devoid of humanity." He concluded with a final proclamation. That way, I might endure a bit longer. Li Hao remained silent, his attention fixed on the duo of Meng Yi and Cthulhu ahead. Meanwhile, Meng Yi absorbed every word of their discourse, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. A chosen one? It was an intriguing designation, one that bore an air of gravitas. As for the weaver of fate, if one were to consider it seriously, he and Cthulhu could also be regarded as weavers of fate in their own right. Furthermore, the most pivotal aspect lay in his divine identity. The title of the Crimson King seemed to harbor the potential for redemption. "Here we are," Cthulhu suddenly interjected, raising her chin slightly to indicate this is my home. Chapter 24. The Attempt. Meng Yi lifted his gaze, recognizing the building before him as one of the finest residential complexes in the 6th district, designated as number 003. The term finest, however, merely equated to the ordinary apartment blocks he had known prior to his arrival in this realm. Yet, in comparison to other residences, it was significantly superior. I failed to comprehend why. Given the continuous decline in population and the numerous vacant properties, the Housing Management Bureau does not allocate these spaces, Meng Yi remarked, his perplexity evident as he gestured towards the building. Cthulhu had already stepped into the corridor and glanced back at him, responding, "Because these buildings are integral components of the city's fortification array. Each structure must be inhabited for the array to function effectively." With a sigh, she added, "I do not fully grasp the specific principles involved, but the Housing Management Bureau adheres to one guideline: to distribute residents as evenly as possible. After all, this city is a colossal fortress." Understanding dawned on Meng. It was no wonder that the residential buildings within the fortress city had never been demolished or newly constructed. They were essentially relics of a bygone era. "I am surprised by your depth of knowledge," he admitted, regarding her with newfound respect. Cthulhu, not bothering to look back, stated, "I previously worked at the Housing Management Bureau." Meng Yi nodded and followed her into the 003 residential building. The staircase was notably more spacious, and as they reached the 3rd floor and stood before room 305, Meng Yi observed that her door was secured with a mechanical keypad lock. As Cthulhu unlocked the door, she said, "The code is 5874. What a weighty trust." Meng Yi hesitated, asking, "Am I not permitted to apply for a new room from the Housing Management Bureau? I am now considered a divine favor bearer." "That is possible," Cthulhu replied, pushing the door open, "but there will be a queue." She placed her book on the shelf by the door and switched on the light. "You can also purchase a house in the inner city without waiting." Upon entering, Meng Yi took in his surroundings. The living room was quite simple, and he curiously inquired, "So, houses in the inner city are not allocated? There is no need for the array? And you actually have electricity here?" Cthulhu shook her head in exasperation. "You do ask a lot of questions. However, I shall explain. I know that properties in the inner city can be bought and sold. As for the inner city's array, I am not well versed in that. I am merely an ordinary individual with limited knowledge. Regarding electricity, it was not considered scarce in the past, but later." She shrugged. "You understand, the preferences of the divine are rather peculiar, and electricity is deemed quite unsafe." Meng Yi suddenly understood. The issue was not a shortage of power. Goodness. Since Yun appeared somewhat exasperated. That's just an official ruse. Consider how much electricity is consumed by factories and the city's defense systems compared to residential usage. Does it really warrant such stinginess? Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Meng Yi realized he had previously believed the narrative of a power shortage. Since Yun pointed to the right, that is the secondary bedroom. You can tidy it up yourself for the night. The water dispenser in the living room is safe to drink from. It contains a small purification array. Over there. She briefly introduced the layout of the room, yawned, and headed to the bathroom, finally saying, "Let us tidy up and get some rest. I will take you to report to the Inner City Defense Division tomorrow." Meng Yi tossed the bag filled with money into the living room and turned towards the guest bedroom. It appeared that Sin Shiyun had turned this space into a storage area, scattered with various mechanical creations, likely remnants of her past collections or inventions. As for the bed, it was neatly arranged with numerous books, which, upon a cursory glance, included titles such as Craftsmanship and Fundamentals of Mechanical Manufacturing. Meng Yi was not the least bit surprised. He could only stack the thick tomes one by one to create a makeshift sleeping area. Sin Shiyun entered and tossed a blanket at him, saying, "For now, let us leave it like this. Tomorrow we'll move everything to the living room." After a bit of fussing about and completing his washing routine, Meng Yi finally laid down on the bed. No more sleeping on a hard surface tonight. To his astonishment, there was even a mechanical clock. He glanced at it and noted it was already past 1 in the morning. However, sleep was not yet an option. As he recalled the conversation between Li Hao and Suo Mingxing, he pondered if there was a way to absolve the identity of the Crimson King. Since they suspected the similarity between his powers and those of the Blood Elemental worshippers under the Blood Elemental Master. Perhaps he could acquire the powers of the Death Worshipper from last night. If successful, it would be advantageous. The Crimson King wielded countless powers. What could possibly go wrong? He had forgotten to inquire if Sun Shiyun was aware of the divine favored ones. Listening closely, he assumed she might have already gone to rest. It could wait until tomorrow. First, he would check the red mist space. Today he had slain a weaver, but he was uncertain of the divine tier of the worshipper. He hoped to accumulate enough shares for a draw. With a swift motion, Meng Yi turned off the lamp, and with a thought, his figure gradually materialized atop the high platform within the red mist space. It was a pleasant surprise this time. Acquired 2 shares of 9th tier divine power. Acquired 1 share of 8th tier divine power. Converted divine shares. 1 and 2, 3 of 9th tier. Options available. 1. Bestow 9th tier divine grace. Remaining shares. 2, 3. 2. Expand the number of worshippers up to 35. Note, the more worshippers, the higher the conversion rate. After eliminating the initial death worshipper, he had only slain 1 person today. Where did the extra share come from? Could it be that Sin Shiyun, as a worshipper, could also siphon divine power? This seemed quite plausible. The act of siphoning power from other deities primarily relied on the red mist, and each of his worshippers possessed a trace of it. This meant his worshippers could be tremendously valuable. Was it not the case that as long as he had enough powerful worshippers, he could effortlessly ascend? Moreover, he could now ascertain a few points. 1 share of original 9th tier could expand to accommodate 7 worshippers. 3 shares of 9th tier divine power equated to 1 share of 8th tier. The acquired divine power converted at a ratio of 3 to 1. The question remained, if he had to choose a worshipper to bestow divine power upon now, whom should he select? Theoretically, he could bestow blessings upon whomever he wished, yet it is imperative that he refrains from doing so. Is divine grace something to be given freely? While other deities require their devotees to continually seek their favor, he stands apart, not demanding offerings of emotion or vision from his followers. Nonetheless, there must exist a justification, a rationale behind his generosity. Only then will the devotees harbor reverence, and the authority of the deity can be firmly established. Otherwise, would he not merely become a philanthropist? Yet, he presently lacks suitable candidates. To speak candidly, apart from Sin Shiyun, he is unfamiliar with any of the other devotees. What merit do the others possess? It remains uncertain whether one individual can accept the blessings of 2 9th tier powers. Theoretically, it should be feasible. He might as well give it a try. After all, he stands to lose nothing. If it proves unworkable, he could simply summon Sin Shiyun for a brief commendation before the divine presence. Meng Yi gazed upward towards the celestial dome, swiftly locating the brightest star. With a mere thought, the star descended before him, revealing Cthulhu peacefully slumbering. This was a comprehensive, unwavering surveillance for a full 24 hours. Meng Yi extended his hand to touch the star, and on the topmost tier of the altar, crimson mist began to swirl. A figure gradually took shape. Cthulhu appeared somewhat bewildered. Chapter 25. The agony of staying up late. As Cthulhu gradually realized her surroundings, a sudden jolt awakened her from her slumber-induced haze. "My lord." She reverently prostrated herself upon the ground. This time, there were no rituals or prayers. The divine presence effortlessly drew her into the realm of the gods. The majesty of the deity is unfathomable. Praise be to you. Meng Yi, seated upon the elevated platform, found his thoughts wandering. Was it truly necessary for every ascension of a believer to occur within the divine realm? While it was manageable for now, as the number of divine benefactors increased, he could hardly draw each of them in for their upgrades. Such frequent summons would diminish the aura of mystery surrounding the divine. Primarily, he felt his own power was inadequate. If he possessed genuine divine strength, or if the two angels behind him were indeed real, he would not need to concern himself with maintaining an air of enigma. Next time, he would explore alternative methods for elevating his followers. Furthermore, playing the role of a deity was quite exhausting. The resounding voice of the deity echoed throughout the grand hall. "You have performed admirably." Cthulhu's heart swelled with joy. It seemed the divine was aware of her deeds. Meng Yi, truly my apologies. In the realm of pleasing the divine, she undoubtedly excelled. Unbeknownst to him, she was deep in thought while he attempted to bestow a gift of grace. Cthulhu, still prostrate on the platform, became momentarily transfixed. From the following 3 avenues. 1 random 9th-tier grace can be bestowed upon the believer. 1 ritual magic. 2 elemental magic. 3 necromancy. Indeed, these options were derived from the plundered divine grace, and it was evident that an individual could indeed bear multiple 9th-tier graces. She wondered if she could specify the 3rd option, as the randomness was rather daunting. A prompt appeared before her. You may consume 1/3 of your share to make a specification. Oh, a surge of excitement coursed through Meng Yi's mind. Naturally, she would specify her choice. This time, there was no spinning wheel. The 3 options faded, leaving only necromancy, while all other inscriptions dimmed. 9th-tier necromancy, capable of manipulating the corpses of various creatures. The caster can actively choose to become a living corpse, enhancing resilience while diminishing agility. Possesses some basic ice attribute spell capabilities. A crimson mist surged towards Cthulhu. Once she regained her ability to move, she was overwhelmed with delight. The deity had granted her a new gift of grace. She had not anticipated such generosity, considering her contributions were merely modest and hardly commendable. Proclaiming the divine name and covenant scarcely constituted a merit. Was it due to the chapel's proposal? Did the divine value this so highly? Cthulhu suppressed her chaotic thoughts and humbly bowed, "Praise be to my lord." At that moment, Meng Yi felt a surge of power emanating from within himself and softly commanded, "Depart." Cthulhu's form faded into nothingness. Leaning back in his chair, Meng Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Now, he merely needed to find an opportunity to showcase his new abilities in front of Li Hao and the others, demonstrating the transformation into a living corpse, which would serve to initially absolve him of any suspicion of being a dark deity. The Judgment Division remained oblivious to the fact that he had slain a deceased believer, a weaver under the Blood Elemental Lord, and possessed no abilities in that regard. The Scarlet King, a title imbued with boundless power, is not unknown to them. It is imperative to direct their attention towards this aspect. In due course, they shall come to realize that the divine emissaries under the Scarlet King's command possess multifaceted and versatile abilities, thereby absolving themselves of any accusations of being malevolent deities. To label our Lord as a wicked god? One must think carefully before uttering such words. Meng Yi, in his current posture, naturally noticed that most of the stars upon the dome above were flickering. What could this be? A spark of curiosity ignited within him as he beckoned one down, only to discover was a visualization of the devotee's prayers. Lacking in substantial content, it merely extolled praises for itself, heavily emphasizing gratitude. Upon completing this segment, the stars ceased their flickering, transforming into real-time surveillance imagery. Meng Yi surveyed the nearly 300 incessantly blinking stars, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Surely, not all of them could be devoid of value. What if there were useful tidings? It was impractical to sift through them one by one, as examining a single devotee's prayer equated to watching a 3-minute short video, and with 300, potentially escalating to 30,000 in the future. A strategy must be devised to eliminate futile prayers. First, he would ascertain if there were any commonalities among these twinkling stars. As the stars began to fall, before he could examine them individually, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence in his physical form. With a flicker of thought, he hastily retreated. The light in the adjacent room was switched on. Meng Yi, Meng Yi, the deity has just summoned me. It was Cin Shiyun. Meng Yi feigned the demeanor of someone abruptly awakened from deep slumber, his eyes bleary. Huh, look, Cin Shiyun perched by the bedside, extending her hand as a chill coalesced, rushing towards his forehead. What are you doing? Meng Yi jolted, feeling an icy sensation spread across his brow, and then grimaced, gesturing towards the mechanical clock on the table. Do you know what time it is? Huh. Cin Shiyun appeared puzzled. Aren't you surprised by my frost spell? I'm surprised by you. Meng Yi could only strive to maintain an expression of feigned astonishment and inquiry, his tone laced with a mixture of realization and confusion. What is going on? Oh, what an act. Cin Shiyun's eyes sparkled with delight, making an effort for her voice to sound more subdued. The deity has summoned me and bestowed a new gift of power. She grasped a shard of ice in her delicate, snowy hand, her expression turning solemn. I believe the deity delights in seeing his sanctum standing amidst the mortal realm. Huh. Meng Yi was genuinely bewildered this time. Cin Shiyun frowned at him, wondering why he was so slow to comprehend. Then her brow relaxed. It was perhaps better to be simple-minded, less competition, simply obediently playing the enforcer. Consider this. Why would the deity bestow his grace upon me once more? No response. She sighed, asserting, because I proposed the establishment of the deity's sanctum. Meng Yi, still in a daze, nodded. His initial reasoning had been to commend her for promoting the title and covenant, yet her line of thought. Cin Shiyun continued, therefore, we must exert ourselves to earn more. Let us expedite the acquisition of the Central Park on 6th Street. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Meng Yi opened his mouth, only to realize that even deities must strive for the acquisition of property. However, as a beneficiary of divine grace, he felt compelled to express his agreement, promptly affirming, "You are absolutely correct." It was then that he became aware of the current situation. Cin Shiyun, clad in a light and airy nightgown, had boldly entered his room and seated herself on the edge of his bed. With a hint of exasperation, Meng Yi inquired, "Shouldn't you return to rest?" Cin Shiyun appeared quite exhilarated as she turned on her bare feet and dashed to the living room to retrieve a few charred books. "Let us explore how to design the divine sanctuary," she exclaimed. Meng Yi felt overwhelmed. While sharing a room with a beautiful woman dressed so lightly in the middle of the night was indeed a delightful experience, her insistence on poring over obscure texts was an entirely different matter. The carvings on the door should emulate those found in the divine realm. Look here. We must incorporate paintings or sculptures imbued with profound symbolism. I know an excellent painter. Meng Yi forced himself to stay alert and glanced at the clock. It read 4 in the morning. Sigh, what troubles you? Cin Shiyun inquired, propping herself up on the bed and tilting her head towards him. Meng Yi snapped back to reality, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely reflecting on your boundless imagination. No wonder you have received divine grace twice in just 2 days." Cin Shiyun made an effort to suppress a smile, nodding slightly, in reverence to the divine. Meng Yi could only nod in a daze. As dawn broke outside, Cin Shiyun radiated vitality while Meng Yi struggled to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, Cin Shiyun seemed to recall something, saying, we must also venture into the inner city today." Meng Yi felt a wave of despair. Could he not steal a moment to rest? Chapter 26, I Am Not Surveilling. Cin Shiyun hummed a lively tune while busily preparing in the kitchen. According to her, consuming synthetic rations was a soulless act. Meng Yi, feeling a bit awkward waiting for the meal, also assisted in the kitchen, noticing her cheerful demeanor. He casually inquired, "What's the situation with the punishment division? How could corporal punishment render you immobile?" Cin Shiyun's expression immediately darkened. It was not merely a matter of physical torment. Executioners also inflicted psychological suffering, employing specialized arrays within. She seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Meng Yi nodded, focusing on washing the vegetables, which appeared to be quite expensive. There were some druids in the agricultural zone, a moniker he had just devised for them, devotees of deities associated with plants and agriculture. He recalled the conversation he had with Li Hao and the others the previous day, turning to the nimble Xin Qiyun and asking, by the way, "Have you heard of the divine favored?" Xin Qiyun shook her head. "No, where did you hear that?" "It sounds similar to the term divine benefactor. Certainly not the same," Meng Yi replied, setting aside the cleaned vegetables and drying his hands, deep in thought. What had Suan Mingxing said? If one were a divine favored, the best outcome would merely be an additional member on the Supreme Arbitration Committee. Such a tone. Merely? It must be noted that the Supreme Arbitration Committee is the highest ruling body among humanity today, with each member reputedly a powerful divine benefactor, capable of annihilating a city single-handedly. Thus, it seemed the divine favored held considerable significance, as the Judgment Division had shown leniency towards him merely out of suspicion regarding his status. Lost in these contemplations, Meng Yi continued to assist in the kitchen absent-mindedly. "What are you doing?" Xin Qiyun remarked with discontent. "Why are you being so wasteful?" She pointed at the celery leaves Meng Yi had carelessly discarded, lamenting, "Why throw these away when they are edible?" Meng Yi offered a sheepish smile, admitting his ignorance on the matter. "I really don't understand you. Just step outside and don't be a hindrance. These ingredients are quite costly." Xin Qiyun firmly ushered him out of the kitchen. Left leaning against the kitchen door, Meng Yi idly observed the industrious Xin Qiyun. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting light on their faces as the sizzling sounds filled the air with the aroma of cooking. Meng Yi experienced a fleeting illusion that he had not traversed through time. It felt like an unremarkable morning, with the two of them bustling about in the kitchen, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, prompting both to glance towards the source. Layers of blue ripples undulated through the air, revealing the electromagnetic barrier enveloping the city once more. Xin Qiyun shook her head. "All right, let us eat. After the meal, we shall head to the inner city, and you can buy yourself some new clothes." Given the state of his attire, which had been tattered from the previous night's battle, this was a necessity. Unobtrusively, he touched the 2,992 coins he possessed, assuring himself that purchasing clothing should not pose an issue. To be fair, Xin Qiyun's culinary skills were commendable. Yet upon learning from her that the 3 dishes before him would cost 500 coins, he could not suppress his astonishment. It seemed the druids in the agricultural zone were quite profitable. As Xin Qiyun spoke while eating, she remarked, "We must strive to earn money for the divine sanctuary. Generally speaking, divine favor is granted only to those with exceptional skills." She cited examples. Those proficient in medicine, agriculture, or formations, and even those skilled in tormenting others, can find suitable positions. In contrast, individuals like us may either toil as laborers in factories or engage in combat in the wilderness. Meng Yi was not surprised. He had anticipated such a reality. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the wilderness like?" Ordinary people regard the wilderness with trepidation, only venturing there for new, sacrificial ceremonies. In Meng Yi's memory, he had previously entered the wilderness to commune with new deities, though only around the city outskirts and never deeply within. Xin Qiyun shook her head. "I have never been there either." This revelation astonished Meng Yi. "Weren't you once a recipient of divine favor?" Xin Qiyun pointed her chopsticks toward a mechanical contraption in the corner of the living room. "I was a mechanic, serving in logistics, you understand?" Meng Yi recalled her formidable revolver from the previous night and suddenly comprehended her role. After they finished their meal and tidied up to leave, they encountered a dilapidated van downstairs. This was Meng Yi's first encounter with a vehicle in this world. Curiously, the ordinary commuters surrounding them kept their distance from the van. Xin Qiyun frowned. "Is that a person from the tribunal?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yi leaned in for a closer look. To his surprise, he found Suo Mingxiang sprawled inside, sound asleep. Connecting the dots from the intelligence he had heard the previous night, it was clear that this fellow was monitoring him. However, he seemed rather unreliable. Amused, Meng Yi knocked on the window. Suo Mingxiang abruptly opened his eyes, his fierce gaze locking on Meng Yi through the glass. Meng Yi raised a hand in greeting. Since Shiyun, her face darkened, rapped on the window. When Suo Mingxing rolled it down, she asked, rather displeased, "What are you doing?" With an innocent expression, Suo Mingxing replied, "Why are you being so sentimental?" He then reached for a pastry from the seat beside him, stuffing it into his mouth and mumbling, "I'm not monitoring you. I'm doing something else." Meng Yi nearly burst into laughter at his insincere response. Sin Shiyun, infuriated by his lack of seriousness, huffed, "Our master is not an evil deity. The followers of the blood Yuan sacrifice speak without thought." With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away. Meng Yi nodded at Suo Mingxing before hastening to catch up with Sin Shiyun. As for revealing his ability to transform into a living corpse to prove that the Crimson King was not an evil deity, now was not the time. Even if he wished to clear his name, he would not act so hastily. It was too deliberate and lacked naturalness. He also harbored serious doubts that showing it to Suo Mingxing would yield any benefit. It would be better to wait for Li Hao. With this thought in mind, he turned back to Suo Mingxing and asked, "Where's Li Hao?" "Huh?" He went back to see the adjudicator, came to reply, emphasizing the importance of answering questions. It seemed he was reporting on last night's events. Meng Yi waved his hand. "We are heading to the inner city. Do you want to come along?" Suo Ming Gang stiffened. "I told you, I'm not here to monitor you." As they watched Meng Yi and his companion depart, he retrieved a phone the size of a brick, struggling for quite some time before finally establishing a connection. "Li Hao, they have gone to the inner city." No signs of anything unusual." "What?" "The signal is poor. The electromagnetic interference in the city is too strong." "Hello? Hello?" He tossed the phone aside and slid into the driver's seat, muttering to himself as he started the vehicle. Passing by Meng Yi and his companion, he couldn't help but stick his head out, proclaiming, "I'm heading back to the Judgment Bureau, not following you too." Meng Yi's eyes lit up. "Wait a moment. What is it? Could you give us a ride? Is that not possible?" Ultimately, Meng Yi found himself aboard the van. As he surveyed the interior, he noted the vehicle's age. 30 years old." Meng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "It can still run after 30 years? Suo Mingxing replied somewhat impatiently. "Ask the former mechanic beside you." Sin Shiyun let out a cold snort, her expression darkening. Soon, the group arrived at the gates of the inner city. Chapter 27. Oddities. The inner city walls towered to a staggering height of 100 meters. Their thick structure forged entirely from reinforced concrete, piercing the heavens. Meng Yi gazed out of the car window, observing the intricately woven formations etched upon the walls, occasionally illuminated by fleeting glimmers of light. This was the inner defensive line designed at the inception of the fortress city, intended as a last refuge for humanity within, should the outer city ever fall, allowing them to await salvation from other cities. Meng Yi held a rather pessimistic view on this matter. If that day were to arrive, he doubted aid would truly come. The three parted ways at the city gate, with Su Mingcheng heading off to the adjudication office. After disembarking, Meng Yi scrutinized the streets of the inner city, which were considerably narrower than those of the outer city and noticeably more populated. It was the height of working hours, and most of the outer city's inhabitants were ordinary citizens, far too busy to meander aimlessly through the streets. He quickly discerned the stark contrast between the people of the inner and outer cities. Here, many were missing limbs, presumably the gifted. He even spotted a few dilapidated vehicles navigating the roads. "Come on, the defense office is diagonally across from us. We need to traverse the inner city." Sin Qian called out to him, adding, "Let us stop by the hat shop along the way to get you some clothes." Meng Yi followed, his eyes wandering with curiosity. The sight of the gifted was truly astonishing. Some appeared as though their skin had been flayed, others sported numerous eyes. Some were so thin they seemed crushed by a steamroller, and one had a face where one would least expect it. Unable to contain his astonishment, Meng Yi exclaimed, "Goodness gracious!" Noticing his fascination, Sin Qian cautioned him, "Do not stare. Some individuals dislike being scrutinized." Without her reminder, Meng Yi had already noticed that the person with the face in an unusual place was glaring at him, as if ready to confront him with a question about his staring. Yet, one could hardly blame him for his curiosity. After all, what might the front view of such a person look like, given they did not even pull up their trousers? Perhaps it was wiser not to stir trouble. Meng Yi diverted his gaze. The inner city's roads were far more even than those in the outer city, and he soon spotted two children, his first encounter with youth in this world. He recalled that in this realm, individuals under the age of 16 were uniformly placed in boarding schools within the inner city. These institutions housed formidable magical formations constructed at great expense by humanity and were said to perform annual rituals to beseech blessings from a deity for the children, effectively shielding them from a certain corrupting force. So, had these two children escaped in search of play? Before long, a figure resembling a teacher apprehended the children, who protested loudly against returning. Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. How unfortunate! Sun Qian, however, remained focused, leading him to a hat shop and stating, "The tailor here is quite skilled." She emphasized the word tailor, suggesting the individual was one of the gifted. Meng Yi felt a pang of anxiety regarding his finances. If the vegetables grown by the gifted were exorbitantly priced, how costly would garments crafted by them be? Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile to witness the craftsmanship. Pushing aside the curtain at the entrance and stepping inside, the shop was adorned with an array of garments, though there were scarcely any patrons present. Meng Yi soon spotted the tailor within the establishment, a young man diligently occupied behind a table, his exposed left arm adorned with an array of scissors, needles, and rulers. A shiver ran through him at the sight. "Ah, welcome. This is the finest haberdashery in Jing'an City." A woman with a mouth that seemed to occupy half her face approached with enthusiasm. As she spoke, it felt as though a gust of wind swept through. It appears neither of you require custom garments. You may directly browse our ready-made selections." Her gaze quickly fell upon Meng Yi's tattered clothing. "Oh, is it this gentleman who wishes to peruse?" she exclaimed, clapping her hands. In an ethereal manner, a cascade of men's garments descended from the ceiling, arranged in a pleasing disarray. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he had stepped into a fantastical realm. The woman continued her introduction. "What sort of attire does our esteemed guest desire? Something alluring, perhaps?" With a flourish, a multitude of garments was whisked away, leaving only the provocative selections, which were indeed quite eye-catching. "Or perhaps," Sun Qian interjected, "I would like a complete set that possesses self-cleaning and restoration properties." "Oh, a basic model." The woman's enthusiasm seemed to wane, and with her words, a few ordinary garments tumbled down. Meng Yi casually selected an outfit. "That will be 888 yuan. His hand paused mid-reach for his wallet. He had never spent more than 48 yuan on clothing in the outer city. Sun Qian, clearly aware of Meng Yi's previous financial constraints, willingly covered the cost, leaving him with a peculiar sensation of being pampered by a wealthy patron. He inwardly scoffed, perceiving it as an offering to the divine. Sun Qian turned to him, stating, "In the wilderness, such attire is essential. One cannot carry multiple outfits, can one?" Meng Yi nodded and requested a fitting room to try on the clothes, which surprisingly could adjust in size, fitting him splendidly, coupled with the self-cleaning and restoration features. The price of 888 yuan seemed rather reasonable. As he prepared to leave, he could not resist asking, "What about the alluring garments?" The woman smiled broadly. "They come with various additional effects, such as enhancing physique, igniting desire, and boosting charm with the opposite sex, all of which can be customized at will." After casting a glance at Sun Qian, she turned to her, eager to promote, "This lovely lady should consider purchasing an outfit for your male companion." It was evident she understood whom to target for a sale. Meng Yi hurriedly exited, feeling as if he were fleeing in haste. However, spending someone else's money was undeniably delightful. Sun Qian, unperturbed, followed him outside, her expression unchanged. "Why are you running?" she queried. Meng Yi forced a smile. "I'm eager to attend training." Sun Qian frowned, but did not press further, continuing her conversation. "When the Defense Department registers our information, they will inquire about the name of the deity we worship, as well as the source of our bestowed powers." Pausing, she pondered, "What do we qualify as?" "The deity has not revealed this." Meng Yi cleared his throat. "If the divine has not indicated, it suggests we must seek our own understanding. Surely, the gods would not forget." Sun Qian nodded slowly, acknowledging the point. "So," Meng Yi said earnestly, "what do you think of the title apostle?" Meng Yi, steeling himself, fabricated an explanation. "Our deity is the ultimate salvation, and we are merely the apostles of that salvation. The underlying reason for this title was that his bestowed powers were destined to be diverse and chaotic, rendering it impossible to adopt a name as definitive as weaver or mechanic. Sun Qiyun pondered for a moment and offered no objections. She found the name rather appealing. It signifies not only salvation, she added, but also the formidable nature of our Lord. Meng Yi readily agreed. As the two stood at the entrance of the Defense Department building, Meng Yi inquired with curiosity, "Do all the blessed ones register here? Is the official control truly so stringent?" Sun Qiyun slightly turned her head, displaying a hint of evasiveness. "No, only those like us who require free training come to register." Meng Yi's expression turned peculiar. The implication of being so impoverished as to seek free services was one thing. But the crux of the matter was, he asked, "Haven't you undergone training before?" Sun Qiyun retorted, "I never had to earn a living in the wilderness before." Meng Yi sighed, thinking that if she had been more diligent in the past, they would not need to be here now. Let us go inside and take a look. Chapter 28, Betraying a Teammate? The Defense Department building stood 6 stories tall. According to Sun Qiyun, only the first floor was open to the public, and it was a most bustling area, teeming with comings and goings. Meng Yi and his companion arrived at the benefactor registration office, where only a solitary figure lay sprawled on a chair, a newspaper shielding his face as he snored. Meng Yi gently rapped on the doorframe. The clerk jolted awake, hastily removing the newspaper from his face and glancing outside. Upon recognizing Meng Yi and his companion, he flopped back down, impatiently uttering, "Go away. This is the benefactor registration office. Can't you read?" With that, he obscured his face with the newspaper once more. "We're here to register," Meng Yi replied. The man pushed the newspaper aside, looking bewildered. It seemed that few benefactors ever came to register here. Was Sun Qiyun truly reliable? With a sense of helplessness, Meng Yi cast a glance at Sun Qiyun, who feigned nonchalance and interjected, "Well, we're here to register and also to obtain a free training certificate." Only then did the clerk register her words. His curiosity piqued. "I've been here for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone register." Mean? His demeanor shifted to one of excitement, and he flitted about like a gust of wind, finally locating the registration form after some time. "Ah, your name." The clerk sat up straight, and Meng Yi could discern a certain gravity in his expression. "You're called AI?" The clerk scrutinized Meng Yi from head to toe, questioning if it was indeed his true name. Meng Yi felt increasingly skeptical and glanced at Sun Qiyun, who struggled to maintain her composed facade, clearly taken aback by the office's atmosphere. She had perused the newcomer's guide to benefactors the previous day. How could it lead her astray? With a profound sense of distrust, Meng Yi continued with the registration. "Scarlet King. New god?" The clerk mumbled while filling out the form, igniting Meng Yi's curiosity. "Excuse me, how many gods are there in total?" "It's hard to say. New divine names often emerge." "Yours is one of them," the clerk shrugged. "My boss's boss once mentioned that many different names might ultimately refer to the same deity." "Don't doubt it," he insisted. "My boss's boss is a 5th-tier benefactor." Meng Yi nodded, internally scoffing at the contradiction. First claiming no one had come in 2 years, then asserting that new divine names were frequent, making it difficult for him to believe this narrative. The clerk cheerfully completed the form, the earlier irritation from being roused from his dream dissipating. After stamping and tearing off the last copy, he handed it over. "Off you go. Free training is to the left at the exit, in the innermost room." Meng Yi noticed the clerk extending 2 hands. Indeed, a second hand protruded at an angle from his wrist. In his earlier scrutiny of Sun Qiyun, he had overlooked this peculiar detail. Yet, what troubled Meng Yi most was the fact that the entire registration process had not involved any verification. Whatever the clerk recorded went unchecked, leaving him feeling rather exasperated. Initially, he believed that the registration would be a serious affair, a chance for him to showcase his skills in reanimation to alleviate some of the concerns of the adjudication office. However, the proceedings turned out to be rather hasty. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the task. Despite its questionable reliability, it was free, and it would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity. Subsequently, he and Sun Qiyun exited, walking in tandem towards the innermost room. "Did you anticipate it would be like this before your arrival?" "Not all. Yun appeared somewhat bewildered, stating that the beginner's guide indicated a stringent atmosphere here. Beginner's guide? Meng Yi looked at her in surprise, wondering what that entailed. Someone approached from behind. It was the clerk from earlier, who awkwardly turned away upon catching Meng Yi's glance. A sense of foreboding settled in. Upon reaching the innermost room, he glanced up, noticing the absence of any signage at the door. He gently knocked, and a melodious female voice called from within, "Please come in." Quite polite. He exchanged a glance with Yun and exerted a slight force to open the door. He promptly shut it with a decisive click. No other reason, simply too overwhelming. Yun, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Before Meng Yi could intervene, she swiftly opened the door again, only to close it with a resounding click. If he wasn't mistaken, the interior was laden with an intricate web, teeming with spiders of various sizes, carpeting the floor to a depth of approximately half a meter, rippling like waves. The door was pushed open from within, revealing a woman adorned with a living spider nearly half her height on her back. Countless smaller spiders clung to her, rendering her a vibrant spectacle. She immediately noticed the registration form in Meng Yi's hand and snatched it away with a swift motion. "Welcome. I am a training officer, Zhu Hongyu." Her voice was bright and melodious. If one could overlook the spiders crawling into her mouth as she spoke and the subsequent chewing, her visage was rather charming. "Do not worry about these little cuties." She gestured with a sidelong glance, indicating their docility. Docile? The kind that crawls into one's mouth. Moreover, as she turned, Meng Yi caught sight of a hefty spider, still writhing, attached to her back. With a slight smile, Meng Yi replied, "Miss Zhu, I believe I require no training." He deftly sidestepped several colorful spiders beneath his feet. He emphasized earnestly and quickly, "I possess extensive practical experience, having once vanquished an 8th-tier divine benefactor unarmed." My apologies for the interruption. Meanwhile, Yun had already gasped softly and fled in a flurry. Zhu Hongyu tilted her head, scrutinizing him, feeling an unspoken sense of grievance. Even if Meng Yi felt a twinge of sympathy, he dared not step forward. He swiftly turned and departed. The clerk at the registration desk shook her head, sighing, "Give it a try. I am genuinely curious about what happens once someone enters." Meng Yi shot her a glare and hurriedly made his escape, thinking it was up to anyone else to attempt it. He certainly would not. Zhu Hongyu sighed, lamenting the absence of students, now destined for the wilderness. She waved to the clerk, asking if she could come in for a chat. No, I'm quite busy," the clerk replied with a nervous chuckle before hastily retreating. Meng Yi finally caught up with the swiftly moving Yun, feeling exasperated. "God, what camaraderie! You ran off so quickly." Yun turned back and sincerely apologized. "I'm truly sorry." She then closed her eyes, clasped her hands in prayer, and murmured, "Oh God, I am guilty." Meng Yi sigit, ekaspirated. As he rubbed his forehead, the two wandered aimlessly through the streets of the inner city. Unable to contain himself, Meng Yi suggested, "What if we head straight to the wilderness?" Yun shook her head, adamantly disagreeing. "Absolutely not. I need to do more research." "What research?" Meng Yi chuckled. "Perhaps we should consider inquiring with others?" "That works. Let's go to tavern." "A tavern? How quaint," Meng Yi remarked, bemused. "You mean one of those places where a group of valiant diviners gather to drink and revel after battling in the wilderness?" "Precisely." Yun tilted her head, impressed. "Ha!" Meng Yi smirked, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Then let us proceed there. It would be best to find a place to train our combat skills first." Yun nodded, suggesting, "Let us head to the outer city. There are numerous taverns near all 4 city gates." Let us go to the south gate. It's close to the 6th district." She explained, "I used to assist people in repairing mechanical equipment or crafting small items for sale over there." She appeared more confident now, adding, "I am quite familiar with that area." Meng Yi, however, remained skeptical. Chapter 29. A spectacle awaits at present. Meng Yi and his companion must traverse from the northern reaches of the inner city to the southern outskirts of the outer city, a straight-line distance of approximately 30 kilometers. Considering the meandering nature of the roads, the journey could extend close to 60 kilometers. This posed a dilemma for Meng Yi, as they would have to rely on foot travel, which would render their arrival well into the evening. Or could they possibly procure a vehicle for the journey? In the fortress city, public transportation is rendered largely superfluous. Ordinary citizens lead orderly lives, content with their work, rarely venturing beyond a 10-kilometer radius. As for the graced, their needs in this regard are minimal. Jing'an City, with its high population density, encompasses a mere 50-kilometer diameter, even including industrial zones. For many graced individuals, this distance is hardly considered far. As for how they would make the journey, when Meng Yi posed this question, Cin Qiyun casually waved her hand, suggesting they could rent a car. This was unexpectedly reasonable. However, for a mere 50-kilometer distance, the driver demanded a staggering fee of $500. Meng Yi winced at the thought of paying such an exorbitant amount for that dilapidated, patched-up relic from a bygone era, devoid of any semblance of comfort. In that moment, he was too preoccupied to observe his surroundings until Cin Qiyun's voice snapped him back to reality. His first utterance was surprisingly, "Where do these cars get their fuel?" Cin Qiyun shot him an incredulous glance, replying, "Biogas." She then pushed open the door to the tavern before them. Before entering, Meng Yi glanced around. They were a short distance from the city gate, amidst a plethora of disreputable entertainment venues that exuded an air of chaos. Most appear to have been converted from residential homes, with a few newly constructed establishments situated far from residential areas, as the fortress city prohibits the alteration of the overall architecture of residential buildings. No wonder Cin Qiyun mentioned taverns near the south gate. He could not recall any corresponding memories, despite having passed through the south gate once before. It was peculiar that he would have frequented such a place. As Meng Yi stepped through the tavern's entrance, he was nearly overwhelmed by a cacophony of bizarre and pungent aromas. Outside, it was broad daylight, yet the interior was shrouded in darkness, rife with various forms of auditory and visual pollution. Cin Qiyun shouted in his ear, "Stay close to me. This place is a veritable den of iniquity. Be vigilant." Meng Yi shook his head in resignation, uncertain of her reliability this time. If things went awry, they might find themselves wandering aimlessly into the wilderness. Inside, small clusters of individuals congregated, engaged in various forms of debauchery that left Meng Yi astonished. Did they not feel the need to maintain a semblance of decorum in such a public setting? And over there, was that self-harm? The sight was gruesome, frenzied, even somewhat nauseating. He turned to Cin Qiyun and inquired, "Why are they all gathered together? Aren't there strong feelings of distrust among them?" Cin Qiyun, pinching her nose, appeared equally displeased by the stench as she replied in a muffled tone, "Because the Grace possess their own strength, and those who gather here are familiar with one another. However, no two individuals share a bond quite like ours." Her words carried a certain ambiguity. Nevertheless, Meng Yi grasped her intent. Despite their apparent camaraderie, these graced individuals would never forge the same kind of companionship or friendship as they did. A palpable lack of trust pervades among the individuals who gather solely for amusement. When the situation necessitates, they are unhesitant to resort to unscrupulous means. As two individuals approached the bartender appeared remarkably ordinary, eliciting an inexplicable fondness in Meng Yi, who had encountered a myriad of grotesque beings throughout the day. "What would you like to drink?" he inquired. Cin Qiyun shook her head. "I am here to inquire about some information." Upon hearing this, the bartender scrutinized the pair before shouting towards the back of the bar, "Old Wang, someone is looking for you." Meng Yi found the moniker peculiar. Old Wang? However, he quickly ceased to be surprised as an elderly man emerged from behind, bearing an enormous growth on his back that resembled a turtle shell. Meng Yi noted the man's left leg and right arm were conspicuously empty, as he laboriously leaned on a cane to move closer. "What information do you seek?" asked the elderly man directly. Cin Qiyun wasted no time. "Where can one receive training in combat or firearms? Additionally, how does one acquire basic wilderness knowledge?" Old Wang chuckled in a rather sinister manner, extending 5 fingers. 5,000. Meng Yi's brow furrowed. Such exorbitant fees. Is there nothing affordable in the realm of the divine benefactors? Cin Qiyun promptly produced the money. Old Wang instructed them to wait a moment while he turned towards the back. Meng Yi found it incomprehensible that such fundamental information could be so costly. Cin Qiyun's expression remained impassive. "What else would you suggest?" Asking someone else? Who would be willing to share? She sighed. Old Wang has connections. He must be affiliated with a uniquely capable divine benefactor. Otherwise, how could he possess such extensive intelligence? Meng Yi nodded. Given the peculiar interpersonal dynamics of this world, those engaged in the information trade must indeed be exceptional. Nearby, someone ordered a drink, and Meng Yi curiously glanced over, noticing the bartender pouring the liquid directly from his mouth into the glass. As the bartender turned, Meng Yi observed a tube protruding from his backside, connecting to the bar's interior. Homebrewed, he discreetly diverted his gaze, the brief fondness he had felt for the seemingly normal bartender evaporating. "I am a follower of the god of wine," the bartender remarked, wiping a glass, evidently having noticed Meng Yi's scrutiny. The patron who had just ordered a drink turned to regard Meng Yi and Xin Shiyun, taking a sip before erupting into boisterous laughter. "Isn't that Xin Shiyun? I thought I recognized you. Seeking basic wilderness knowledge. Have you finally made contact with a new deity?" He leaned in closer, an unpleasant odor wafting from him, reaching Meng Yi's nostrils even from a distance. "What a pity, such a beautiful woman. What will you do if you meet your demise in the wilderness?" Meng Yi frowned. The man was exceedingly corpulent, his chest glistening with grease, and he continued with a repugnant smile. "If you ask me, you have a decent appearance. If you can't become a mechanic, you might as well be a pilot. Why risk your life in the wilderness?" Meng Yi glanced at Xin Shiyun, questioning if she had a vendetta against this man. Xin Shiyun's demeanor remained indifferent. "None, just a follower of Taolon." Meng Yi recalled the portly individual who had unjustly tormented him, realizing that such individuals were destined to incessantly provoke others. Xin Qiyun remarked, "The followers of this deity are notorious for their arrogance and penchant for causing trouble. It is best to disregard him." The stout man drained his cup and sneered. "Cause trouble? No, I merely speak the truth. Though he delights in stirring discord, he is not a fool. Since Shiyun, by all appearances, has recently received divine favor and has never been adept in combat. How could he possibly regard her with any respect?" As for the man beside her, Meng, he hardly registered on his radar. In this day and age, who is not a lone wolf? No one would accompany such a woman. He turned to Meng Yi and smirked. "I am Wang Jian. You may not yet know me, but this woman." He pointed disrespectffully at Xin Shiyun. "Disregards the divine and, abandoned by the deity, now scurries about like a stray dog, desperately pleading. TSK, TSK, TSK back in the day." Suddenly, Meng Yi seized Wang Jian's finger. HM. With a sharp crack, he effortlessly snapped Wang Jian's finger. The patrons of the tavern turned their gazes toward the commotion, sensing that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 33. Wang Jian is no saint, and as he lets out a pained scream, he hurls his wine glass violently towards Meng Yi's face, only to have it deftly swatted away by Xin Shiyun. How could she allow another to defend her? Was she not a divine benefactor herself? The moment Meng Yi reached out, she had transformed into a living corpse, her complexion now pallid, exuding an aura of chill. The bartender spoke rapidly, warning that any damage would incur a cost. Bang! Meng Yi sent Wang Jian's corpulent body flying with a swift kick, urging him to keep his distance from a bar. He had no funds to spare. Subsequently, he and Xin Shiyun advanced, one on each side, delivering blows that left the rotund man unable to lift his head. In the dim light, someone whistled, exclaiming, "Beautiful! Squeeze all the grease out of this fatso." The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, cheered loudly. "Wang Fatty, why can't you lift your head? Put in more effort." Despite his ample flesh, Wang Jian was not without resilience. His capacity to withstand blows was considerable, and the sheer layer of fat made Meng Yi recoil in disgust as he struck. They were ostensibly three divine benefactors, yet they resembled mere mortals brawling in the streets. The more ordinary they appeared, the more intrigued the crowd became. Wang Fatty being beaten by a newcomer. How embarrassing. "Ha ha! If you win, I'll buy you a drink." Amidst the jests, peculiar remarks were directed towards Xin Shiyun, uttering unintelligible phrases like "sister," "hit me." Wang Jian, focused solely on defending himself, quickly found his face bruised and battered. The laughter of the crowd echoed in his ears, instilling a growing sense of dread within him. The deity he worshipped, Chuadong's, the mocking storm, delighted in ridiculing others but despised being mocked himself, especially in such a public setting. He feared the displeasure of his god. A cloud of terror enveloped Wang Jian's heart, prompting him to act recklessly as he shouted, his right hand plunging into his navel to retrieve a half-meter-long, intricately curved dagger, smeared with yellow grease. With a swift motion, he swung it towards Meng Yi and Cthulhu. The blade glowed crimson, igniting with flames mid-air. Many in the tavern were taken aback. The Wang family possessed such a remarkable weapon, at least an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon. These two were in for a rough time. The flames were particularly effective against the living corpse transformation, and as the fiery blade surged forward, Cthulhu could not help but retreat. However, Meng Yi scoffed, advancing instead. He felt little threat from the weapon. As he extended his hand, the blood and flesh magic surged, layers of flesh coalescing in his palm, boldly meeting the fiery edge of the blade. A sound akin to striking thick leather echoed, leaving Wang Jian in utter disbelief. His formidable physique was not merely for show. His strength was exceptional even among lower-tier divine benefactors. How could such power, combined with an extraordinary weapon, be thwarted by a newly anointed divine benefactor merely using his palm? Even the raucous onlookers fell silent, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Shouldn't Wang Fatty have been the one to retaliate? What transpired next surprised them even further. Meng Yi tightened his grip on the blade, and from the palm of his hand, frost began to crystallize with a series of crackling sounds. The flames on the short sword were instantly subdued. Subsequently, the frost spread along the blade, causing Wang Jian to hastily release his grip. Meng Yi then kicked him away. Observing Wang Jian, who lay on the ground struggling to rise, Meng Yi coldly smirked and lifted the short sword that was now smeared with Wang Jian's blood. This was his apology. At this moment, Cthulhu had just drawn her revolver, only to silently tuck it away again upon witnessing the scene. It was utterly unnecessary for her. Wang Jian, clutching his abdomen, struggled to lift his head and asked, "Are you a new ascendant?" Meng Yi held the short sword in his hand, examining it with keen interest. "What seems to be the issue?" Wang Jian's oily face flushed with disbelief. How could an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon be suppressed by a newly ascended 9th-tier diviner? This is absurd. Wang Jian gritted his teeth as he rose, his eyes filled with hatred, fear, and confusion. Yet, contemplating his current predicament, he could not help but feel an urge to fight back. The gods might disapprove, but losing an extraordinary weapon was more unbearable than death itself. The tavern, previously filled with laughter and revelry, fell into a hushed silence, with several ambiguous gazes directed at Meng Yi. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from a corner, causing everyone to turn their heads. They beheld a diviner clutching his eyes, blood pouring forth as he let out a chilling scream. After struggling for a few moments on the ground, he gradually fell silent. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Many hastily lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Meng Yi's gaze. Seemingly having grasped the short sword's capabilities, Meng Yi flicked it lightly, igniting the blade with roaring flames. A faint smile graced his lips, rendering him somewhat terrifying under the flickering firelight. He sighed softly, "Do not gaze upon what you should not." The remaining eyes promptly averted from him. The fury in Wang Jian's eyes faded, replaced by sheer terror. Meng Yi swung the sword once more, extinguishing the flames, and turned to Wang Jian with a serious inquiry. "Do you consent to this little trinket as an apology?" "And no problem," Wang Jian stammered, trembling, stripped of his earlier arrogance. Cthulhu wore a complex expression, her thoughts drifting to the diviner who had bled from his eyes, reminiscent of the dawn judgment from the previous night. It seemed she had overlooked this matter, and another concerning Meng Yi. What could it be? She furrowed her brow, deeply contemplating. Meng Yi, feeling a sense of accomplishment, was in good spirits, yet he cast a glance at the fallen diviner, feeling somewhat resigned. "What are you all staring at?" he remarked, surveying the crowd. "This person must have taken his own life, correct?" The crowd hastily responded, "Indeed, indeed. It was suicide, we can all attest to that. I knew him. He was quite the misanthrope." Meng Yi shook his head, suspecting these individuals were likely two-faced. However, it mattered little, judging by the previous attitude of the judgment office. He likely would not face any trouble. Moreover, he had achieved his initial objective, having showcased both the transformation into a living corpse and the frost-based spells. The speculation of the tribunal regarding the Scarlet King should not veer further towards the realm of malevolent deities. He turned to glance at the bar, where the old tortoise had long since returned, now bowing his head, too timid to meet his gaze. As an intelligence operative, he surely had his own interpretations of the earlier scene. Meng Yi sighed in resignation. It's not that serious. You needn't rely on your special abilities to discern that I'm fine. The old tortoise chuckled awkwardly, not daring to engage in a debate, and handed over a booklet. This contains essential information and precautions regarding the wilderness surrounding Jing'an City. As for training in combat and firearms, the old tortoise pointed his cane towards Meng Yi's rear, his tone peculiar, to seek out that individual named Zhang Yao. Meng Yi turned to see a middle-aged man with a full beard sitting not far behind him, whose face twitched at the old tortoise's words. Was this truly someone to train novices in combat and firearms? He felt rather unconvinced. Meng Yi tentatively inquired, "What are the fees?" Zhang Yao forced a grim smile. "No charge. We support the work of the Defense Department. So how could there be a fee?" Internally, he had already cursed the old tortoise for introducing such a father figure. Who would dare to charge for this? Meng Yi exchanged a glance with Sun Qiyun, relieved that this too was free of charge. Chapter 31. The Tavern of Revelry. Meng Yi and his companion approached Zhang Yao with utmost courtesy, inquiring about the training process. Zhang Yao, equally polite, informed them that they could find him in room 117 of building 268 near the South Gate every afternoon from 2 to 5. A wave of joy swept over them. As Meng Yi was about to take his leave, a thought struck him, and he turned to old Wang Ba, tentatively asking, "Are you familiar with the Chosen of the Divine?" Old Wang Ba, with a complex expression, nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh." Meng Yi's interest piqued, and he pressed further. "What is it? And what is the fee?" "There is no fee." Old Wang Ba, with a face lined with wrinkles, managed a rather unappealing smile, slightly obsequious, and continued. "The chosen of the divine are those favored by the gods, who receive divine grace without any cost. The gaze of the divine is ever upon them." He paused, casting a subtle glance at Meng Yi before elaborating. "The chosen are the elect, destined for great power. It is said that at least 3 members of the highest human arbitration council are among them." In that instant, Meng Yi comprehended the peculiar attitude of the arbitration bureau towards him. The fact that the chosen incur no costs implies that their mental and physical states remain utterly normal, embodying the essence of typical humanity. The notion of being destined for greatness was equally clear. Take, for instance, the Dawn Arbiter, a 4th-tier divine beneficiary. To advance to the 3rd tier, he must appease the deity, fulfilling the divine's expectations while also considering his own physical condition and whether he can bear the further cost. Many divine beneficiaries ultimately perish due to physical or mental collapse, and even the most powerful among them face a grim reality. What are the consequences if the divine forsakes you? The chosen, however, ascend smoothly to the 1st tier, maintaining a stable mental state, which naturally garners the favor of official organizations. Meng Yi pondered for a moment, then nodded appreciatively at old Wang Ba, expressing his gratitude. After all, it was only fitting to thank someone offering such generosity. Meanwhile, Sun Qiyun began to question whether she herself might be one of the chosen. The possibility seemed quite plausible. To receive divine grace repeatedly without paying any price, despite having done nothing at all. Most crucially, she often found herself in the presence of the divine. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that the doubts she had harbored towards Meng Yi had quietly dissipated. "What is it?" Meng Yi inquired, glancing at her with curiosity. "Why do you look like a fool smiling?" Sun Qiyun quickly composed herself, her gaze wandering. "Oh, it's nothing. Let us go home first," she replied. She intended to return and continue her efforts in constructing a sanctum for the divine. In gratitude for such profound blessings, Meng Yi shook his head, finding her behavior bewildering. Before departing, he cast a glance at the tavern's name, Old Wang Ba Tavern. That name he turned to Sun Qiyun, whose lips curled into a faint smile, and frowned, Is old Wang Ba the owner here? Yes, indeed. Sun Shiyun hastily stepped ahead. Come on, let us go. I need to get back to my studies. Meng Yi halted in his tracks. More studying. He carelessly tucked the short dagger at his waist and reluctantly spoke. There's no time. Your home is too far, and we must return this afternoon. Take it slow. A round trip will take quite a while. As the two departed, the tavern erupted in chaos. Old Wang, should we report the dead to the tribunal? Someone exclaimed. Another retorted, are you out of your mind? You're just asking for trouble. What's the deal with that kid? Can't even look? Someone pointed at the deceased divine follower and explained, this guy worships the all-knowing eye. His visions differ from ours. The patrons tactfully ignored those gluttonously feasting nearby, with only a few displaying expressions of disgust, aware of the ghouls among them. Zhang Yao's gaze flickered. He lifted his cup and slammed it down, perplexed old Wang. Was that kid really a divine follower? He had been close enough to overhear their earlier conversation. The tavern fell silent once more, all eyes, except for those of the ghouls, fixed on old Wang, awaiting an explanation. Old Wang, his face contorted in uncertainty, replied, it's hard to say. If he possessed certain divine artifacts, it might be possible. However, those two appear to be followers of death. He shouted at the ghouls, hey, what do you think? Are they followers of death? And for heaven's sake, if you're going to eat, at least don't make a mess. One blood-soaked individual looked up, seeming quite similar, but curiously devoid of deathly aura. However, among them sat a figure in a black robe, eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Far too alive to be a follower of the Lord. He approached the ghouls, finished eating. Without waiting for a response, he gestured, and a ghastly green mist emanated from his hand, enveloping the corpse, for which a nearly transparent soul emerged, appearing dazed and devoid of intellect. A voice from the tavern jested, brother, you've connected with the spirit. The figure in the black robe scoffed, get lost. Connecting? Whether to the all-knowing eye or that kid, I'd rather not risk it. To be precise, he dared not connect with anyone's spirit, only to command the soul. The soul drifted beneath his black robe, and he coldly resumed his seat. Soon, others approached to claim the bones, with alluring men and women demanding a few robust thigh bones. More jeering remarks were directed at Wang Jian, deepening his scowl. Subsequently, the patrons dismissed the earlier incident and resumed their revelry. Life is fleeting and unpredictable. Who knows if one might meet a fate as unclear as today? Unfortunate soul. Fat Wang provocatively noted that the unfortunate fellow had met his end without a trace, his body and spirit thoroughly separated, not a remnant remaining. The ghouls licked the ground clean of the last drop of blood. This chaotic scene caused Li Hao, seated in the corner, to furrow his brow. He pinched his forehead, rose, exited, and turned several corners until he reached the van. Suo Mingxing was still sound asleep. Li Hao couldn't help but sigh. Up you go. Have you not had enough sleep after a whole night? Suo Mingxing mumbled. I couldn't sleep well on the vehicle. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he hastily corrected himself. I was diligently monitoring throughout the night. Li Hao let out a cold snort, returned to headquarters. My head aches. The Dawn Tribunal did not acquiesce to my request for a partner change. Suo Mingxing quickly popped some biscuits into his mouth and nimbly slipped into the driver's seat, leaving me behind. What new discoveries did you make on your own? Li Hao, with a stoic expression, entered the vehicle and fixed his gaze on him. Have you discussed the matter of the divine chosen with Meng Yi? Not at all, Suo Mingxing replied, feigning innocence and looking pitiful. I truly haven't. He pressed further. Did Meng Yi claim to be divine chosen? Li Hao slowly shook his head. There was a conflict at the tavern. One of my fellow believers glanced at Meng Yi and died. Without any signs of abnormality, he simply passed away in a most ordinary manner. Suo Mingxing was perplexed. What is the issue? Didn't the Dawn Tribunal suspect he was divine chosen? How could they be so careless? This is a significant problem. If that fellow believer witnessed something they should not have, becoming tainted, their death would manifest in a bizarre and distorted manner, rather than such a mundane one. Li Hao's brow furrowed. Moreover, Meng Yi just exhibited an ability resembling that of a living corpse. Are there countless powers? Suo Mingxing mumbled with a piece of bread in his mouth, shifting gears as he began to drive. Could you express your thoughts more clearly? Li Hao remained silent, appearing to contemplate. Suo Mingxing was accustomed to this silence and pressed the accelerator, heading towards the inner city. Chapter 32. I believe in your deception, Meng Yi, and Xinchun naturally did not return. By now, it was nearly noon, and if they went back, the round trip would render the day utterly unproductive. Moreover, this place boasted not only entertainment venues, but also several restaurants. In Sun Qiyun's words, there existed such convenient recreational areas for the blessed ones around the 4 city gates of the outer city. Meng Yi sat uncomfortably in the restaurant, the psychological shadow from the breakfast shop still hovering over him. Is the food here good? He inquired. Of course, what is the problem? Sun Qiyun casually flipped through the menu, noting that it was rather pricey. I'm having trouble deciding. You choose. She tossed the menu to Meng Yi and added nonchalantly, let me see that extraordinary weapon. Meng Yi handed her the short knife at his waist while perusing the menu, which he found to be exorbitantly priced. After some deliberation, he ordered 2 bowls of fried noodles and, upon reconsideration, added a serving of freshly roasted mushrooms, totaling 2,300 yuan, an expense that plunged him into a state of near poverty. Were it not for Sun Qiyun's nonchalant demeanor, he would have hesitated to spend such an amount, considering that a meal of synthesized rations only cost 8 yuan. Clearly, the blessed ones were quite well off. A parrot swooped down and snatched the menu away. The staff here consisted of 3 vividly colored parrots, which brought a sense of relief to Meng Yi. Sun Qiyun, grasping the crimson short knife, experimented for a moment before discovering its usage. With a thought, she waved it gently, and flames erupted along the blade. Curiously, Meng Yi asked, how is such an extraordinary weapon crafted? I heard from tavern patrons that this is an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon. Sun Qiyun waved again, extinguishing the flames, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she deftly manipulated the blade, the fire flickering on and off. This was the very purpose for the blessed ones venturing into the wilderness, to acquire various peculiar materials, besides exchanging them for currency with the Defense Department. Sun Qiyun pointed at the knife, explaining that they could also seek out craftsmen or mechanics among the blessed ones to forge unique, extraordinary weapons or armor. Alternatively, they could consult alchemists to concoct various enhancement potions, among a multitude of other uses, materials for ritual magic, array formations, and other inherently useful curiosities. She produced a silver revolver and eagerly handed it to Meng Yi, stating, my revolver is also an extraordinary weapon. Ordinary weapons find it difficult to inflict damage upon the blessed ones. I invested a considerable sum in acquiring materials to blend with steel, and after crafting it myself, I sought out a blessed one skilled in array design to engrave 3 miniature arrays, and had someone set up a ritual magic for, well, it certainly comes with blessings. She continued to emphasize, its unique material grants its significant power, coupled with arrays that can dispel evil, augment its strength, and increase its firing rate, along with blessings that enhance precision. She shaped her empty hand like a gun and snapped her fingers, declaring, bam, precisely aimed. Then, with a tone of proud boasting, she asked, can you guess its worth? Meng Yi held the silver revolver in his hands, feeling its smooth texture. The entire body of the gun was intricately engraved with delicate golden patterns, exuding an understated yet opulent aura. In principle, one would expect that in a world where ordinary wages are meager, money should hold significant value. Yet, the extravagant spending of the blessed confounds him, compelling him to guess ever higher. 500,000? Sun Qiyun shook her head, indicating it was far more, 150,000, nearly exhausting her entire fortune. With a sigh, she lamented, this is precisely why I find myself so impoverished. My donation to the Lord's sanctuary amounted to a mere 50,000. You're poor yet treating me to such an extravagant meal. Meng Yi silently mused, having assumed that the blessed were inclined towards high spending. Upon mental calculation, he realized that with such a sum, one could indulge in over 600 meals, assuming 3 meals a day, which equates to merely 7 or 8 months' worth of dining expenses. This reflected almost the entirety of Sun Qiyun's wealth. Furthermore, applying common sense, one would deduce that as a former mechanic, her occupation should yield a decent income, right? What he presumed to be routine expenses turn out to be quite lavish. including the meal she had prepared for herself that morning, which could be considered extravagant in its own right. Was it truly necessary to indulge in such consumption for mere culinary satisfaction? Unable to contain his curiosity, Meng Yi posed the question. Sin Shiyun answered with a sense of inevitability. What is the purpose of saving money? Why be frugal? Who knows when death might come? It is only natural to pursue comfort. She recounted that initially the bank in Fortress City offered loan services, but now she gestured dismissively, indicating it no longer existed. She sighed. The bank cannot even reclaim a life loan. It's quite absurd. Meng Yi shook his head and redirected the conversation. What is the name of this gun? Is it a 9th-tier extraordinary weapon? Heavy hammer. Sin Shiyun waved her hand with great vigor, asserting its capacity to crush an enemy's skull. It is indeed 9th tier. Yet it may not necessarily be less expensive than this knife, given that it is a ranged weapon. Meng Yi nodded, then posed a question that caught Sin Shiyun off guard. Does the precise targeting mechanism mean that the aberrations in the wilderness possess heads? A smile played on Meng Yi's lips as he slid the heavy hammer across the table to Sin Shiyun. Alas! Sin Shiyun, in frustration, swung her knife, but soon found that no matter how she wielded it, the short blade remained unresponsive, prompting her to begrudgingly return it. Is there an inscription on this knife? Meng Yi examined it for a while, shaking his head. Not only was there no name, but it also lacked any array patterns, suggesting it would not bear any blessings. It was no wonder Sin Shiyun remarked that this knife was not much different in value from her handgun. A thought flickered in his mind. Could he possibly bestow a blessing? Presumably, he could. Sin Shiyun put away the gun and casually suggested, "Why don't you give a name? Let us call it Scarlet Blade." Meng Yi replied nonchalantly. An 8th-tier extraordinary weapon, though still a short knife. It seemed it could be concealed on his person. Measuring its length, including the hilt, it was merely half a meter. Yet he thought it still too long to hide beneath flesh. He contemplated the possibility of crafting shorter daggers in the future. The two were poised to further study the small booklet provided by the old tortoise when their ordered dishes were presented. The serving method was quite unique. 2 palm-sized parrots flew in from the kitchen, each carrying a bowl of noodles, wobbling along but managing to keep the bowls upright. Upon landing on the table, the parrot was flattened to the bottom of the bowl with a thud, and then, like flowing water, its body re-emerged with a resounding duong. 2 parrots chirped and flapped their wings as they took flight, exclaiming, exhausted, "Raise the wages. Look at your meager aspirations, seeking female parrots. With your ambitions, you could afford to visit the bird market and purchase numerous female parrots, perhaps even male ones." Meng Yi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The fried noodles were indeed delightful, and the meat within was of exquisite texture, surpassing all the noodles he had ever tasted combined. He began to devour the noodles with great enthusiasm, exclaiming how delicious they were. Sin Shiyun, while maintaining a semblance of elegance, matched his speed. "The chef here is quite skilled. How does it taste?" Meng Yi could only nod in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a chef's hat approached their table, carrying a plate. "Freshly roasted mushrooms. Here they come." He rolled up his left sleeve, revealing an arm sprouting a myriad of colorful mushrooms, each the size of a fist. "We only require the mushroom caps." Holding a dining knife in his right hand, he skillfully shaved off a thin layer from the top of the mushrooms, kindly explaining, "The other parts are highly toxic and should not be consumed." After completing this task, he swiped his right hand across his left arm, severing the mushrooms at the base, which were then promptly devoured by a parrot flying by, its mouth expanding to the size of a basin. With a flutter of its wings, the parrot breathed flames onto the mushroom slices resting in the plate, the fire licking at the mushrooms before retreating. However, this fire could impart a unique flavor to the roasted mushrooms. The chef set down the knife and extended his right hand, finger splayed, tips adorned with numerous tiny holes resembling a lotus pod. With graceful movements, he shook his fingertips, sprinkling various powders. "Secret spices," the chef said with a smile. "I consume a variety of spices daily, undergoing a complex transformation within my body." Meng Yi could no longer bear to watch. He bolted for the door. How careless! He had unwittingly succumbed to Sin Shiyun's whims, and he dared not contemplate how the fried noodles he had consumed were prepared. Good grief! Chapter 33. The chef grows beef. Meng Yi, for the sake of his mental well-being, decided it would be best to consume synthetic rations. Sin Shiyun attempted to enlighten him, asserting that the meals were harmless, healthy, and delectable, but he firmly declined her overture. Synthetic rations? Excellent. Consequently, as he squatted at the entrance of the restaurant, chewing on the synthetic food he had just procured, Sin Shiyun's expression was one of complexity. Pointing delicately at the sustenance in Meng Yi's hand, she cautiously remarked, "In the fortress city, the farmland is scarce. To ensure that all inhabitants are adequately fed, even with the addition of soilless cultivation, it remains but a drop in the bucket." Meng Yi was indifferent, reasoning that it was merely factory-synthesized food after ritual magic had hastened its growth. It was far cleaner than what any chef could produce. Sin Shiyun's tone wavered. "Is that truly so? Do you genuinely believe it?" Suddenly, the food in Meng Yi's hand lost its appeal. Could the world really be so bleak? Perhaps we should strive to cook for ourselves in the future. Sin Shiyun was quite puzzled. What difference was there between mushrooms growing in the ground and those sprouting from a person? Moreover, the divine benefactors, unless they were the perverse individuals who deliberately spread diseases and plagues. Never mind. I cannot fathom your peculiarities. Meng Yi chuckled drearily. Theoretically, it was indeed clean. Practically speaking, well, perhaps it was clean enough, not at all. As he turned to converse with Sin Shiyun, he observed through the glass door that a chef in the restaurant was grilling meat for a customer. Truly, it was the freshest of the fresh. Despite the chaos of his flesh, with blades buried beneath his skin, he was a normal person and could not possibly accept consuming such fare. Noticing the change in Meng Yi's demeanor, Sin Shiyun glanced back and, with a hint of resignation, stated, "That is beef that has grown from the chef himself." "Ah!" Meng Yi exclaimed in sudden realization. So that was the case. Did one truly need to eviscerate a chef to consume pig liver? He stood up, brushing the dust from his trousers, and decided to abandon the matter. "Let us seek out that Zhang Yao." Sin Shiyun shook her head, resigned to follow in his wake. Room 117 in Building 268, transformed from several adjoining residences into an indoor training base, was currently hosting a class with several attendees. Zhang Yao greeted Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun with great enthusiasm. For divine benefactors, combat prowess is not solely comprised of fighting techniques, but also encompasses a breadth of knowledge and auxiliary means. Knowledge includes an understanding of ritual magic and various formations. Although we may lack the corresponding bestowed powers to employ such methods, essential comprehension is indispensable. Auxiliary methods may encompass the use of potions, ritual blessings, extraordinary weapons, peculiar artifacts, divine items, and even technological creations, among others. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yao led the two into the adjacent room 118, stating, "I shall provide you both with the utmost service." He emphasized, "The most meticulous training under my personal guidance is valued at 100,000 yuan. But of course, it is complimentary." This was certainly due to Meng Yi's potential as a divine favored one. Regarding the cost, was there truly any expense involved? Conversely, had it not been for Meng Yi's possible divine status, he would not have exerted himself so earnestly, likely opting to gloss over the matter instead. In this day and age, recovering loans seems nearly impossible. How can one expect to reclaim favors? The divine favorers are but a capricious lot, driven by whims, while the blessed are typically rational beings. The blessed may, due to a seemingly insignificant investment, lend assistance in the future, especially since he had witnessed Meng Yi stand up for Sin Shiyun in the tavern. Zhang Yao gestured towards room 118, a private training facility free from interruptions. "Let us commence with the fundamentals. Combat training." Meng Yi's spirits were lifted. The initial focus was on unarmed combat, involving basic techniques for exerting force. According to Meng Yi's own assessment, these exercises were rather effortless. Zhang Yao, somewhat astonished, inquired if he had previously undergone similar training. Upon receiving a negative response, he attributed Meng Yi's aptitude to the unique attributes of the blessed. Sin Shiyun, lacking a solid foundation, nonetheless benefited from the all-encompassing enhancement of her physical capabilities as a divine favorer, allowing her to learn these techniques with relative speed. However, while Meng Yi advanced swiftly from unarmed combat to mastering the basics of bladed weapons within a single afternoon. Her progress was considerably slower. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Yao clapped his hands, signaling the conclusion of the day's training. At this rate, Mr. Meng would likely complete all training in 3 days, whereas Miss Sin would require about a week. Zhang Yao grinned, remarking, "Of course, this pace is not slow." Sin Shiyun nodded silently, having witnessed Meng Yi's combat prowess, thus harboring no doubts. She was eager to return and continue her studies of the religious texts, hoping to finalize the myriad details of the sanctuary. The physical prowess of the divine favorers was indeed remarkable. After an intense afternoon of training, the two had hardly broken a sweat. They took their time walking back. As dusk approached, observing the hurried pedestrians returning home, the streets gradually grew quieter, prompting Meng Yi to recall the weavers under the blood elemental lord. The weavers from the previous night had undoubtedly been guided by divine instruction, yet he pondered why 3, 8th, and 9th tier divine favorers were dispatched. He inquired of Sin Shiyun, why were the weavers who came last night so weak? Certainly, without Li Hao and the others' assistance, Meng Yi might not have fared well himself. However, the blood elemental lord, a legitimate deity, ought to have better equipped weavers at his disposal. It would suffice to send a 5th-tier divine favorer to handle them effortlessly. Sin Shiyun responded matter-of-factly, because the blood elemental lord revels in bloodshed and violence, holding disdain for the oppression of the weak. This reasoning was surprisingly sound. Even if the blood elemental lord suspected that his powers had been usurped by an evil god, his followers would continue to act in accordance with their established principles, never resorting to bullying the weak. Yet, Sin Shiyun seemed perplexed at this moment. Why would the weavers defame my lord as an evil god? Meng Yi found her delayed realization rather unsurprising. Soon after, Sin Shiyun exhibited the fervent attitude of a devout follower. Gritting her teeth, these desecrators, false god worshippers, deserve to perish. Meng Yi blinked in silence. However, there is no need for concern at the moment. The 3 weavers met their demise swiftly last night, and he has relocated. The other weavers are unlikely to find him anytime soon. Had they not convened in the park yesterday, it is believed that those weavers would have been devoid of any targets. How careless! A chilling, inhuman wail echoed from ahead, reaching Meng Yi's ears, allowing him to viscerally perceive the amalgamation of pain, hatred, sorrow, and anger, an array of negative emotions that evoked an indescribable sense of twisted malevolence. This stirred an unsettling restlessness within him, one he could scarcely contain. Sin Shiyun's expression changed dramatically. Someone has succumbed to aberration and lost control. Chapter 34. The Aberrant, the Aberrant. No one can elucidate the origins of their emergence. Conspiracy theories once suggested that deities were the puppeteers behind the aberrant's arrival. However, those tainted by the malevolent god and the aberrant are fundamentally distinct. The aberrant is a grotesque distortion, while the afflicted merely exhibit signs of madness. The streets ahead intermittently echoed with gasps and shrieks, indicating that ordinary people were under siege by the aberrant. Meng Yi's instinct was to retreat momentarily, as he lacked experience in confronting the aberrant, although such strange entities were rampant in the wilderness. Facing a solitary aberrant within the fortress city should provide an excellent opportunity for practice. Yet, he felt it prudent to first observe and ascertain the situation. In contrast, Sin Shiyun brandished her revolver with an air of sanctity, exclaiming, "Our Lord is salvation." Instead of retreating, she advanced boldly. A zealous devotee, unafraid, Meng Yi swiftly unsheathed his short blade, equally imbued with a sense of holiness, echoing, "Our Lord is salvation." The Crimson King is indeed a symbol of redemption. Was this akin to self-sabotage? The aberrant was approaching them, and as Meng Yi dashed out, he slightly veered to the side to catch a glimpse of the creature. This was his first encounter with an aberrant. The fiend barely maintained a humanoid shape, its flesh flowing like half-melted wax, currently assimilating an ordinary individual. Both emitted simultaneous cries of agony. Had it merely been a sight of curiosity, having witnessed various divine benefactors over the past days, would not have been particularly astonished. Yet, an inexplicable allure emanated from the aberrant. igniting within him an impulse to merge with it. The howling resonated with indescribable emotional turmoil, rendering Meng Yi restless. Numerous ordinary individuals were drawn to the aberrant, their faces revealing a struggle between resistance and euphoria as they slowly approached. Having resolved to take action, Meng Yi was resolute in his decision. He surged forward with remarkable swiftness towards the creature. Although Cthulhu led the charge, her speed was eclipsed by Meng Yi's, leaving her several paces behind. As Meng Yi neared the aberrant, she decisively fired her weapon in a bid to provide cover. The thunderous gunshot shattered the air, obliterating the aberrant's head into a myriad of fragments. The ordinary person it was fusing with let out a horrific scream as his neck elongated grotesquely, the head hurtling towards Cthulhu like a meteor. With a swift stroke, Meng Yi's crimson blade, ablaze with fire, severed the slender neck with ease. Yet, the head continued its relentless trajectory. With a second gunshot, the massive impact of the revolver shattered the head mere feet from Cthulhu. Blood splattered in all directions, a highly corrosive substance that hissed ominously as it eroded the ground into numerous pits. The loss of its head evidently did not hinder the aberrant. It sprouted new eyes and mouths on its upper body, and as Meng Yi charged towards it, it unleashed a jet of pure black water from its gaping maw. The angle and timing were impeccable. However, Meng Yi's feet sprouted fleshly springs, propelling him forward with an unforeseen burst of speed, narrowly evading the attack. The gunfire rang out for a third time. An awkward situation unfolded as the adversary was devoid of a head, causing Cthulhu's shot to go astray. The bullet landed squarely in the earth beneath Meng Yi's heel, its tremendous force nearly toppling him. "Watch where you're aiming. I haven't practiced," he exclaimed, his tone surprisingly indignant. Gritting his teeth, Meng Yi wielded his short blade towards the eyes of the aberrant creature before him, only to find it offering no defense, allowing the fiery blade to slice through its dual orbs without resistance. With two soft pops, the creature sprouted a multitude of eyes anew, as if urging him to continue. From its half-melted form surged several bony spikes, hurtling towards Meng Yi's chest with a piercing whistle. In response, Meng Yi flung two flesh bombs with his left hand, temporarily transforming himself into a living corpse to withstand the onslaught of the approaching spikes. Simultaneously, he angled his body, causing his right arm to swell with layers of flesh, becoming notably larger. Thud! Numerous spikes embedded themselves into his engorged arm, the force of impact propelling him backward involuntarily. The fourth shot rang out. This time, Cthulhu fired from a much closer proximity, her aim true as she struck the junction of the aberrant creature and the ordinary human. In the wake of the gunshot, a vast cavity emerged. Concurrently, Meng Yi's thoughts triggered the explosion of the flesh bombs he had just deployed. Boom! Boom! Following the resounding detonations and the splatter of blood and flesh, an indescribable, piercing scream erupted. As Meng Yi regained his footing, a sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to stumble. Cthulhu's reaction was far more severe. She swayed as if intoxicated, her steps unsteady, her body marred by the highly corrosive blood of the aberrant creature, which sizzled and smoked upon contact. Unconsciously, she gasped. The process of the aberrant merging with the ordinary human was abruptly interrupted, as it swung the remnants of the human's body towards Cthulhu. Quick as a flash, Meng Yi grasped the nape of Cthulhu's neck, hurling her behind him. With a tremendous crash, the remnants flew apart in a spray of blood and flesh. What the hell? This is merely an aberrant born from an ordinary human. Meng Yi found himself compelled to retreat momentarily. Was this truly that troublesome? Not particularly, he mused, as a somewhat familiar voice resonated from across the street. You need to discover its weakness. Though he couldn't place the voice, he was certain he had encountered its owner before. Cthulhu, having shaken off her dizziness, wiped the trails of blood trickling from her nose and shouted across. Weakness? How do we discover its weakness? Oh, I forgot you two are newly trained divine emissaries, the voice replied. It was Zhu Hongyu, a staff member from the Free Training Department of the Defense Bureau. Thick strands of webbing ensnared the aberrant creature, the corrosive blood proving ineffective against them, rendering the creature temporarily immobile as it writhed in agitation. Use spiritual vision. Oh, Sin Shiyun exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. It seemed she possessed this spiritual vision ability, prompting Meng Yi to cast her a sharp glance. I truly cannot fathom how she once served as a divine benefactor. She appears to be nothing more than a mere logistical support, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of combat. Sin Shiyun pointed to the aberrant entity and addressed Meng. It should be located at the third rib on the left side of the chest. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi dashed towards the temporarily immobilized abomination, brandishing a short knife in his left hand. With his right hand transformed into a ghastly appendage enhanced by blood and flesh magic, he maximized his resistance, forming a blade-like grasp that forcefully pierced through the chest of the aberrant creature, reaching for that rib. Simultaneously, a mass of twisted, spiny silk penetrated the creature's chest, deftly maneuvering in an attempt to ensnare that rib. However, Meng Yi was swifter. His arm reacted far more rapidly than the silken threads. Successfully grasping the rib, he violently swung his arm, aware that the blood was highly corrosive, and leapt backwards to evade the gushing fluid. Wisps of smoke began to rise from his arm. The aberrant entity's contorted form collapsed messily, resembling a heap of reddish-brown jelly, quivering and trembling. On the other side, Zhu Hongyu stood with her back to the two. Her substantial spider embedded in her back threateningly waved a claw at Meng Yi, its pincers clicking ominously. The spider's 8 long limbs curled inward, producing a brittle crunch as they retracted into Zhu Hongyu's sleek, fair back, leaving a gap of about 3 fingers wide through which its multitude of black eyes peered curiously. Meng Yi stood in astonishment. Zhu Hongyu shook her partially removed outer garment, concealing the unsettling scene. Turning to face Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun, her melodious voice chimed. Have you truly given no thought to undergoing training? I would be most devoted. Meng Yi, however, could not help but scrutinize her slender figure. Could she possibly conceal something within? A peculiar notion crossed his mind. Could that spider have replaced her internal organs? Chapter 35. The gracious benefactor resembling a normal human confronted with Zhu Hongyu's earnest invitation. Meng Yi found it difficult to decline. Yet the thought of that half-meter thick, living spider sent a chill down his spine. I apologize, but we have already purchased a course from Zhang Yao for 100,000. No, wait, for 2 people. 200,000. Please direct your grievances towards a competitor. Zhu Hongyu's face clearly reflected disappointment as she reminded him, you have been deceived. Foundational training cannot possibly cost that much. It should be complimentary. However, you seem rather amiable. Meng Yi suppressed his peculiar thoughts at this moment. Just then, a dilapidated pickup truck deftly maneuvered through the panicked crowd, speeding towards them. After a piercing screech of brakes, a man and a woman leaped from the vehicle. We just received a warning from the city defense system, and by the time we arrived, the situation had already been resolved. Quite impressive. Not many benevolent benefactors are willing to meddle these days. One of them, a capable woman with shoulder-length hair, crouched in front of the gelatinous mass left by the aberrant creature. Turning back with a smile that revealed a perfect set of 8 teeth, she said, Thanks. I'm Zhang Shi'er. She gestured towards the imposing man standing guard. This is Zhang Zhuang. The man named Zhang Zhuang, while remaining vigilant, kindly nodded towards the 3 of them. Wow, they are normal humans. Meng Yi felt an overwhelming sense of kinship, nearly moved to tears. Subsequently, Zhang Shi'er scooped up some of the jelly and popped it into her mouth. Meng Yi turned his head in distaste. Yuck, disgusting. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Shi'er initiated the process. Zhang Zhuang turned back to retrieve a device resembling a vacuum cleaner from the truck, meticulously sucking up the jelly and any remaining bits of flesh, leaving no trace behind. Curiously, Meng Yi inquired, What are you doing? Unfazed, Zhang Shi'er glanced up and replied, Don't ask him. He is mute. Zhang Zhuang smiled back at Meng Yi, revealing a partial tongue, suggesting that the divine forbade him from speaking. With a flourish, Zhang Shi'er unfolded a square handkerchief intricately embossed with complex patterns. As she shook it out, it transformed instantaneously into a sturdy square formation. Sin Shiyun whispered to Meng Yi, a portable array. Zhang Shi'er shot a glance at the 2 of them. holding the array and following Zhang Zhuang as a radiant light cascaded from the formation. As they progressed, green smoke began to rise from the ground, which subsequently shattered in the light. She explained while moving, the blood and flesh of aberrants are highly toxic. They pose no danger to benefactors. But ordinary humans cannot endure even a trace. We are executing a purification protocol. Feeling somewhat chagrined, she continued, by the way, you three, we have introduced ourselves. Yet you remain aloof. Meng Yi felt embarrassed and quickly introduced themselves. Oh, Zhu Hongyu, Zhang Xier exclaimed with excitement as she turned back. I've heard of you. You raised. She gestured broadly, a large swarm of little spiders, which frightened away new benefactors from participating in training for 2 years, leading to a 2-year hiatus in new registrations for benefactors. With a TSK, Zhu Hongyu lamented the unfortunate fate of Zhang Yao, that scoundrel. This was indeed an exaggeration, primarily because who among the divine benefactors would voluntarily register with the authorities? With a pained expression, Zhu Hongyu nodded in resignation, without any students. It seemed she would soon have to venture into the wilderness. When Zhang Xier caught sight of the rib bone in Meng Yi's hand, she exclaimed with a click of her tongue, not bad. To acquire such a remarkable material in the city is akin to finding treasure. Sin Qian acted as a commentator beside Meng Yi, explaining that typically an aberrant entity possessed only one useful part, with the possibilities being as varied as they were bizarre. Meng Yi cast a gaze at her resembling the color of ash, questioning her newfound understanding. Why had she not known to charge ahead earlier? Without Sin Qiyun's elucidation, he realized that the weaknesses of the aberrant entity and its materials were one and the same. It appeared that the aberrant entities formed by ordinary citizens in the city were the weakest kind, hence her remark about it being akin to a windfall. With a sigh, Meng Yi pondered their inexperience. Zhang Xier turned her head towards the two of them. As a staff member of the Defense Bureau, she represented the official body. And you two? When did divine benefactors become so benevolent? Sin Qian raised her chin slightly, declaring, because our master symbolizes redemption. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, could it be the Crimson King? Meng Yi was taken aback. How did you know? With an odd expression, Zhang Xier responded, starting this morning. Numerous factories in the 6th district have begun fervently promoting the name of the Crimson King. They approach anyone and ask, have you heard of the great savior, the cunning one? The Crimson King? Would you like to know more? The Judgment Bureau initially suspected that the 6th district was unwittingly nurturing some form of cult, and had it not been for the Dawn Judgment intervening, those people would likely have been apprehended. She appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder the Dawn Judgment intervened. It turns out he truly is a deity symbolizing redemption. But does this god delight in proclaiming his name? Meng Yi looked utterly bewildered. Is this what he meant by promotion? This cannot continue. If it goes on like this, the reputation of the Crimson King will be tarnished. Approaching everyone and saying, friend, have you heard of redemption? What sort of prestige is that? This action must be halted immediately. Sin Qiyun's expression mirrored his distress. We must gather the believers once more tomorrow. I will not allow the image of our God to be compromised. In this world, no god behaves in such a manner. Zhang Xier refrained from pursuing the matter further and continued to purify the area. She appeared quite personable and cheerful, in stark contrast to other divine benefactors. If one overlooked her sampling of jelly, she truly embodied the essence of an ordinary person. At that moment, Zhu Hongyu was already preparing to depart, giving Meng Yi and Sin Qian one last push. Are you really not considering the free training? I've already helped you deal with that aberrant entity. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. With a heavy heart, she walked away in disappointment. If one disregarded the spiders, Zhu Hongyu was, in fact, quite normal. That's enough. Zhang Xier was unaware of where she had clicked on the array disk, which transformed once more into an ordinary handkerchief. She clapped her hands, declaring the matter resolved. Subsequently, she and Meng Yi waved farewell to each other, bidding goodbye. Until we meet again. Oh, goodbye. Meng Yi waved in response. 2 ordinary individuals had perished. One had presumably lost the protection of the divine and transformed into a deviated being, while the other had fallen victim to this aberration. The handling of the situation unfolded in this manner, with passers-by displaying no surprise. Even those few ordinary individuals rescued by Meng Yi and his companions failing to express any gratitude. Zhang Xier tugged at Zhang Zhuang'er and turned towards the dilapidated pickup truck. It was only when Meng Yi observed her tossing her long hair that he noticed a mouth had grown on the back of her neck. Zhang Xier brushed her hair aside, concealing the mouth. Meng Yi began to question whether Zhang Xier possessed a tongue. Was she merely miming her words? He sighed softly, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This wretched world. The wounds recently inflicted upon Xin Qiyun gradually healed under the influence of blood and flesh magic, and the clothing on both of them returned to its original state. Meng Yi glanced down and remarked, "This attire is rather nice. There are indeed some benefits to this world." Xin Qiyun reminded him, "Remember to feed this outfit some meat after you take it off tonight. Otherwise, it may crave you for sustenance the next time it wishes to regain its form." "What?" Meng Yi abruptly turned his head. "Why are you looking at me? You can't let the clothing go hungry." "Fine, this cursed world. Those weavers even claimed I was a dark deity? How audacious." Meng Yi couldn't help but chuckle aloud, laughing heartily. "All right, let's head home." He secured his ribs and dagger at his waist, and then inquired, "By the way, what is this spiritual sight all about? It sounds like a skill accessible to all divine benefactors." "It's a rather straightforward technique," Xin Qiyun explained. "Once you return, sit quietly and empty your mind. Focus your attention on your brow and attempt." She gestured to her own forehead, suggesting to use this point for vision, and if necessary, to initially employ imagination as support. Begin by noting the scenery around you, preferably a simple object like a book. Then close your eyes, using your brow to see while sketching this image in your mind until you truly visualize it. Just practice several times. She nodded with certainty, stating that the mental prowess of divine benefactors far surpassed that of ordinary people, and one could likely master it within a day or a night. Once proficient, one could activate spiritual sight at any time and place. Meng Yi suddenly interjected, "I see it." "What?" "Oh, I have activated spiritual sight." Meng Yi closed his eyes and pointed into the air. A blue barrier revealed various colorful lights flowing along a certain path. Was it the formation of the fortress city? Indeed. Xin Qiyun opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Had he mastered it so quickly? Meng Yi lowered his gaze, and when the brilliant barrier faded from his sight, he discovered a hazy, ashen smoke enveloping the surroundings. He turned his gaze to Xin Qiyun, noticing a thin veil of red mist and clarity surrounding her, effectively shielding her from the black-gray smoke. "Can you perceive the crimson mist enveloping yourself or me? What does it signify?" "It appears to be a phenomenon visible only to oneself." He cast his gaze upon the others in the street, who were adorned with a faint luminescence, effectively warding off the dark gray smoke that lingered around them. The dark gray smoke. Could this be the cause of the aberration? Xin Qiyun nodded gently. There is more of it in the wilderness. Chapter 36. Moral coercion. Where do these dark gray smokes originate? Meng Yi opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The twilight sun cast elongated shadows of everyone on the street. "I do not know," Xin Qiyun replied, shaking her head. "Humanity has failed to unravel this mystery for 30 years. Meng Yi had not anticipated receiving an answer from her. His inquiry was more akin to a soliloquy. He offered a self-deprecating smile, pondering that perhaps he would contemplate such matters once he amassed countless followers and wielded dominion like a deity. For now, he needed to focus on the immediate. He drew forth a rib from his waist, scrutinizing it carefully. The pristine white of the bone exuded a sense of sanctity. Xin Qiyun interjected, "Utilize your spiritual vision." As he shifted his perspective, the bone in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Xin Qiyun elucidated. "I just employed spiritual vision to observe that aberrant being. Its hue was in perfect harmony with the surroundings, a deep black gray, albeit slightly more intense. However, its chest emanated a bright glow, easily distinguishable." Meng Yi nodded slowly, posing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Is this material valuable?" Xin Qiyun laughed softly, shaking her head. "Not particularly. The aberrant beings transformed from ordinary individuals lack power, and the condensed material is quite mundane. It cannot possibly hold significant value." She estimated it to be worth no more than 30,000. Meng Yi calculated silently. 30,000 would equate to a year and a half of relentless toil at the factory without sustenance, a rather considerable amount. Sin Shiyun continued, if this aberrant were to absorb more of those black-gray smokes, essentially absorbing more pollution, it would render this rib more solid, thus increasing its value. If it assimilated more ordinary individuals, the rib would grow larger, which would also enhance its worth. Meng Yi interjected, if both factors combined, becoming both solid and large. Sin Shiyun countered, not quite. The term solid implies concentration. Generally speaking, the smaller the size of extraordinary materials, the better. She extended her hand, finger splayed. As the aberrant accumulates pollution, the energy, spirit, consciousness, and all tangible and intangible aspects it originally contained will be gradually compressed into a smaller form. She clasped her fingers together, indicating that as it integrates new, ordinary individuals, the polluted portion would be diluted, necessitating a return to the prior process. Thus, the materials on newly born aberrants hold little value, especially since they lack the integration of special energies, such as fire or water. Yet Meng Yi's thoughts wandered, so the polluted aberrants attack normal people out of an instinct to dilute this pollution? Sin Shiyun sighed. That remains uncertain. It is a reasonable conjecture. But even those previous statements are merely speculations, lacking certainty. Meng Yi ceased his inquiries. As for the aberrants infused with special energies like fire or water, it was quite normal. In the fortified city, formations existed that prevented these lifeless entities from undergoing aberration. Or perhaps the pollution accumulated over 30 years was insufficient to induce such transformation. Beyond the fortress city, amidst the flora and fauna, stones, flames, flowing waters, mists, and even lightning may undergo transformation. A myriad of bizarre and unpredictable anomalies emerge incessantly. Not far above, a blue ripple once again manifests, as yet another aberration inadvertently collides with the fortress city's protective array. This time, Meng Yi did not glance upwards. What was there to be astonished about? It would be more prudent to ponder what to have for dinner. Perhaps synthesized rations would suffice, for he intended to immerse himself in reading that evening, striving for the sanctity of the divine temple, and he wished to maximize every moment. Sin Shiyun wore a solemn expression. In truth, your deity is rather indifferent to such matters, Meng Yi thought, gritting his teeth. No, you previously mentioned something about synthesized rations. I am indifferent. It is your fastidious nature that prompted my comment. Meng Yi patted his stomach, having barely eaten at noon, and as for cooking, regrettably, he was but a slothful university student. Thus, he began his shameless coercion of faith, declaring, the divine proclaims, camaraderie. Ignoring Sin Shiyun's widened eyes, he continued, I shall bring your transgressions before the deity during my evening prayers. Sin Shiyun, resigned, retreated but proposed a suggestion that momentarily darkened his vision. While I cook, you shall read to me. The more she contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and moreover, it would allow him to acquire some knowledge. He had always been distracted while reading. She earnestly remarked, even if you're not adept at learning, one ought to exert effort for our Lord. Observe me. She stood tall and resolute, declaring, for our Lord, unafraid of battle. You are clearly dragging your Lord down, Meng Yi thought, gritting his teeth, eager to refuse. Sensing his impending rejection, Sin Shiyun's lips curled into a smile as she proclaimed, the deity says, camaraderie. She cast a glance at Meng Yi, emphasizing, see, I have made a concession. You should cooperate accordingly. With her hands clasped in reverence, she honored the divine. All right. The rib nearly crumbled under Meng Yi's grip. Room 305, Building 003. Meng Yi cradled a hefty tome. The varieties of religious experience, which, though half-burnt, Sin Shiyun asserted, could still be read from the middle. Thus, one busied themselves in the kitchen, while the other read aloud fervently. After enjoying a proper meal, Meng Yi sighed in satisfaction, acknowledging the effort involved. Sin Shiyun, meanwhile, began to devise her plans for the following day. First, a trip to the library to return books. Alas, she appeared somewhat troubled. Meng Yi waved his hand grandly. Now possessing a rib worth 30,000, he declared with ostentation, "Do not fret. It is merely a fine. Pay it. It won't be the end of the world." Sun Qiyun shook her head. "I can manage the fine. That is not my concern. What troubles me?" She pointed to a pile of books in the corner. "Having burned so many, the library will require me to transcribe them all. Perhaps you could assist me?" Meng Yi lowered his head, shoveling food into his bowl, pretending he had not heard her. "The deity says, all right." He raised his hands in surrender. Camaraderie, camaraderie. Bah, isn't tomorrow a gathering for the faithful? They could lend their assistance, and you might even offer some remuneration. Meng Yi stated earnestly that this approach would not only enrich the knowledge of the believers and broaden their horizons, but it would also alleviate their financial burdens, a win-win situation. This notion resonated with Sun Qiyun, her eyes sparkling with understanding. It was indeed a feasible plan. Thus, they decided to visit the library in the morning, convene the believers at noon to remind them that the name of the divine should not be proclaimed so carelessly, and then proceed to train at Zhang Yao's in the afternoon. With this schedule in mind, Meng Yi pondered aloud, "We cannot hold the gathering in the park tomorrow." "Why not?" "Well, for obvious reasons. We cannot risk being under the watchful eyes of those spell weavers. I fear that the weavers under the blood elemental master would not easily let us go. After all, we eliminated 3 of their number last night and then sought refuge in your home. They must have temporarily lost their target. If we were to venture into the park again tomorrow, it would be akin to delivering ourselves to them. What is there to fear?" Sun Qiyun scoffed. "That will be the site of our Lord's holy sanctuary in the future." The fervent believer was indeed a source of frustration. Meng Yi could only earnestly advise, "It is not a matter of fear, but rather one of necessity. We should avoid any unnecessary conflict that could hinder our vital tasks." Sun Qiyun furrowed her brow. "Yet we cannot keep retreating indefinitely." "Rest assured, we shall not." Meng Yi visusurether. "The sanctuary of the divine will surely stand firm. We shall not continually retreat." Reluctantly, Sun Qiyun nodded. "Then let us proceed to the plaza in District 6. Afterward, she hurried back to the master bedroom, rummaging for something. Moments later, she returned, extending her hand to Meng Yi, presenting a small, exquisitely crafted silver pocket watch. "This is a little trinket I made while practicing. Take it to conveniently check the time." Speaking of time reminded Meng Yi that he had yet to ascertain the current year. It should be. He recalled meticulously. The year of the new calendar is 30 on the 6th of July, which means he had traversed through time on the 4th of July. It had only been 2 days, yet it felt as though his previously tranquil university life belonged to a distant past. He opened the pocket watch, revealing a mechanical design that required winding. Sun Qiyun approached, producing another watch and comparing the time. "Currently, it is 21:16. All right, in the future, when we split up, we shall simply agree upon a time to reconvene." Meng Yi nodded, tucking the watch in his pocket. He intended to explore the red mist space later, as he was curious whether the ill-fated soul he had seen perish in the tavern counted as one he had slain himself. Would the red mist space have seized any of the powers bestowed upon him? Chapter 37. The Unfortunate One After the Meal. Meng Yi firmly declined Sun Qiyun's invitation to study together. "I must go pray to my lord," he declared with an air of piety. Sun Qiyun was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite understanding his true reluctance to read, this reasoning left her devoid of a counterargument. With a spring in his step, Meng Yi hurried back to his room, shutting and locking the door with decisive efficiency. There would be no disturbances to his peaceful slumber tonight. He carelessly tossed the rib and short knife he had secured at his waist onto the bedside table. It was quite a boon today. He had acquired an extraordinary weapon valued at over $1 million. Though he currently lacked liquid assets, fixed assets still held their worth. That obnoxious fat man, despite his irritating demeanor, had indeed gifted him a treasure, and Meng Yi had successfully showcased his prowess in the presence of many. Why did Sun Qiyun harbor no suspicions? As soon as Meng Yi's rear touched the bed, he leapt up in sudden realization. Had he been too careless? Moreover, could it be that this woman was feigning ignorance? No. It was evident from the start that she was peculiar, overlooking the obvious flaws and inconsistencies surrounding him. How had he obtained his divine grace? Why had he awakened alone during the ritual? What had the adjudicator perceived in him? And this gift of the living corpse? Furthermore, Sin Shiyun displayed an excessive friendliness towards him. Why did she not extend such warmth to other followers? Meng Yi's mouth slowly fell open. Was the red mist space subtly influencing Sin Shiyun, prompting her to overlook the issues surrounding him, and even heightening her affection? He stepped back into the living room, where Sin Shiyun was intently engrossed in her book on the sofa. He paced back and forth, drawing her attention. With a fleeting glance in his direction, she inquired, "What are you doing? Weren't you praying? So soon?" "Oh, nothing," Meng Yi replied, reaching for a cup. "Would you like some water? The weather is quite warm. Let me cool it for you." "Thank you," she replied. "I performed remarkably today, stacking flesh magic with living corpse transformation, and I withstood several attacks." "Indeed, quite impressive," he acknowledged, though she remained focused on her reading, seemingly oblivious. Had she truly ignored him? Meng Yi silently marveled at the sheer dominance of this red mist space. "You see my dual divine grace. What do you want? Do not disturb me. If you wish, you can read it yourself." It seemed that even his dual divine grace failed to elicit any suspicion from her. Meng Yi chuckled to himself. "No worries, please continue." How perplexing. Returning to his room, he locked the door again, breathing a sigh of relief. It appeared that Sin Shiyun indeed bore no suspicion towards him, which meant many things could remain unmasked in the future. Meng Yi sprawled across the bed, his mind drifting to the red mist space. Acquire 1 share of the 8th tier grace. Options: 1. Descend in 9th tier divine grace, remaining 1/3 share. 2. Expand followers up to 28 additional individuals. To his surprise, that unfortunate soul, who had been so careless, was actually an 8th tier divine grace bearer. Yet, he remained curious about the unique abilities he possessed. Only the extraction would reveal that mystery. Previously, 1/3 of the bestowed power remained, and now the 8th tier can be converted into a complete 9th tier. The quota is sufficient for another 9th tier bestowal. However, a dilemma arises. There are no suitable candidates. Yet, it seems unnecessary for him to gather so many 9th tiers. He could save them, accumulate a few 8th tiers, and elevate. No, rather, assist Sin Shiyun in advancing a level. With this resolution in mind, Meng Yi dismissed the luminous screen before him and gazed up at the twinkling stars overhead, resuming the unfinished business of the previous night, seeking commonalities among these prayers. He began to peruse these celestial bodies with a casual air, discovering that the devotees, in their supplications, invoked his revered name. Is this the reason? Beyond this, no other similarities were apparent. Perhaps he could devise a simple name for daily prayers, one that ideally wouldn't connect to the stars in the red mist realm. Otherwise, it would all be meaningless noise, devoid of any desire to peruse. Tomorrow, he would guide Sin Shiyun in this endeavor, allowing the devotees to continuously accumulate merits, facilitating his bestowals. After all, Sin Shiyun would relish the process. Lastly, Meng Yi activated his spiritual sight within the red mist realm, only to be met with a hazy crimson expanse, devoid of any alterations. He sighed, time to call a night. A dreamless slumber ensued. The following morning, Sin Shiyun roused Meng Yi from his bed, exclaiming, "It's time to rise." "Do you not check the hour?" Meng Yi wore an expression of impatience. Had he truly enjoyed a restful sleep since his arrival? Today held numerous tasks. By the time they finished their preparations and ventured out, it was already past 9. Sin Shiyun, exasperated, remarked, "If there is another occasion, I shall leave you to handle matters alone." "That would be splendid." Meng Yi coughed lightly. "I shall go summon people." Sin Shiyun glared at his retreating figure, visibly displeased. However, Meng Yi had barely taken a few steps before he turned back. "What? Did you forget to feed the clothes? They seem hungry." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing patches of skin that appeared to have been gnawed at. "I'll go feed them. They are already satiated." Sin Shiyun's expression remained stoic. The clothes lacked a hearty appetite very well. Meng Yi shrugged off the minor injury, gesturing dismissively as he set about contacting the devotees. This time he had learned, delegating the list to 3 devotees to assist in gathering people, while he made his way toward the plaza in the 6th district, perhaps allowing himself a moment to rest. As he ambled along, twirling a short blade in his right hand out of sheer boredom, he spotted a familiar face, the unfortunate individual incessantly searching for seafood. Meng Yi sheathed the knife at his waist, waving enthusiastically at the man, that I don't recall your name. The seafood. The man turned abruptly, and upon recognizing Meng Yi, his expression shifted slightly, yet he did not depart. Meng Yi smiled broadly. Brother, I still do not know your name. One must be sweet-tongued in preaching. Calling him brother was fitting, for in the end, all would kneel before him. Li Wenhui. The man, a middle-aged figure who appeared stern and unyielding, now bore a somber countenance. He hesitated. You found the seafood? Meng Yi shook his head, replying, No. I have come to introduce you to our Lord, the Crimson King. Li Wenhui's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. He lacked the impatience he had displayed 2 days prior, and nodded slightly. I have heard his esteemed name. Meng Yi thought to himself, Of course you have. I saw you in the park yesterday afternoon. He discreetly activated his spiritual sight. The layer of ethereal light surrounding Li Wenhui had dimmed considerably, leading Meng Yi to question whether he was still a favored one of the divine. After careful consideration, Meng Yi spoke, If you wish to try, you may attempt to pray to our Lord. After all, Li Wenhui was at the very least a favored one, and that should hold some merit, far more reliable than Sun Qian. Meng Yi subtly observed him, noting the dwindling amount of viscous substance at his feet. He solemnly declared, Our Lord is salvation. Li Wenhui nodded with a somber expression. Given the current circumstances, he had little time left. Who would have imagined that his deity had an affinity for seafood? Such a preference is quite ordinary, yet in this world, it stands out as the most peculiar of inclinations. Even the chefs in the restaurants had never encountered seafood, rendering them incapable of cultivating any. Li Wenhui departed in despair, his silhouette imbued with profound loneliness. Meng Yi silently shook his head. The path to survival had been offered. It was up to him to seize it. Yet he found himself intrigued by the notion of a deity fond of seafood. How could there possibly be a corresponding favored one? The typical way for an ordinary person to become a favored one is to please the divine until blessings are bestowed. How did Li Wenhui manage to delight the deity when he was still an ordinary individual? Fascinating. Meng Yi temporarily set this matter aside and proceeded to the square to guide Sun Qian. Chapter 38. The Abnormal and the Normal While Praying Yesterday. I pondered whether the Lord would be disturbed by the prayers of the faithful. Surely not. It is a manifestation of our devotion, and the Lord must take delight in it. Is that so? Yet, the Lord must contend with countless supplicants, enduring a multitude of prayers daily. The power of the divine is beyond imagination. Sun Qian had once again procured a complete set of books from the library. Her head bowed in contemplation as she casually responded to Meng Yi. Struck dumb, Meng Yi grappled with the frustration of the divine, a sentiment he felt was beyond comprehension. He resolved to approach the matter differently. I have received a divine revelation. The Lord would not expose him, as it seemed one could freely fabricate divine messages. Cough, but this is indeed a true revelation. Sun Qian looked up, closing the book on her lap with a solemn expression. What decree does the Lord wish to impart? As expected, she harbored no doubts whatsoever. Meng Yi nodded, stating, The Lord disapproves of meaningless disturbances from the faithful. He favors tranquility. I wonder, should we encourage the congregation to adopt a different mode of prayer, perhaps? As you read daily, you might share your insights. Sun Qian pondered for a moment before suggesting, In our daily prayers, let us simplify the Lord's revered name, referring to him solely as the Redeemer. Very well. You shall announce this to the faithful shortly. Afterward, Meng Yi chose to disregard her and began to patrol the periphery of the square. To his dismay, he saw neither the followers of the blood elemental lord nor those like Suom Mingchen. The former might still be lurking in the park or at home, waiting for an opportunity. As for the latter, had the tribunal relaxed its scrutiny over him? By showcasing the abilities of the undead and frost magic, he should have alleviated any suspicion of being a follower of the malevolent deity, especially considering that he and his companion had played the role of zealous benefactors just the evening prior. Meng Yi's gaze shifted to the center of the square, where 5 individuals were inexplicably connected, both male and female, in broad daylight, a sight both unsightly and unsettling. Come on, everyone, in broad daylight, no less. With a smile playing on his lips, Meng Yi approached them, and the eyes of the entwined group sparkled with interest. He possessed all his limbs. His features were well defined, and he bore no signs of peculiarity. He was indeed a figure of striking appeal, leaving them envious. With a roar, The crimson blade ignited in flames. "We have some business to attend to in the square. I would appreciate it if you could step aside." Witnessing this spectacle, the group exhibited no fear. Rather, they appeared more exhilarated. "Brother, that blade looks magnificent, and you seem quite impressive as well." One particularly alluring woman reached out to touch the flames, emitting a sizzling sound followed by a satisfied sigh. Meng Yi, betraying no emotion, sheathed the crimson blade. Having neglected to consider the depravity of this group, he launched a kick, sending all 5 flying through the air, which left Meng Yi bemused. Are they truly unable to separate? "We are bound by the sacred connection of a ritual. We shall not easily part." Despite being kicked away, the group showed no signs of displeasure, appearing rather joyful, with some even requesting another kick, hoping to be seared by the blade once more. Meng Yi was at a loss for how to proceed. It was broad daylight, and he certainly could not resort to murder. It is not acceptable to just leave it be. In a moment, they will be proclaiming the divine oracle ahead and what lies behind. Is that reasonable? At this juncture, Cin Shiyun slowly approached, her attention drawn to this inappropriate scene. "Where's my brother? And my sister has come instead?" A thunderous gunshot reverberated, and one individual, clutching 2 severed fingers of his left hand, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Cin Shiyun began to aim at the second person. "We must leave. We must leave." The distinction between being beaten and becoming disabled is profound. These individuals sprawled on the ground, rhythmically writhing, inched toward the outskirts of the square. The sacred connection evidently unbroken. "Retrieve my severed fingers. Hehe, I shall have a new trick up my sleeve." Meng Yi gathered the scattered garments on the ground, instructing those individuals to take them all away. The individual with the severed fingers pressed the wound against the ground, dragging it along, leaving a trail of blood while grimacing in pain. "Sin, I am close to receiving divine grace." Meng Yi furrowed his brow. If one goes to such lengths for divine favor, what will they do once they attain it? Cin Shiyun expressionlessly holstered her revolver, determining that in future encounters of this nature, as long as no one is killed, rendering someone incapacitated is entirely acceptable. The tribunal of judgment would not concern itself with such trivial matters. The police bureau would not dare intervene in affairs concerning the divinely favored. Meng Yi pointed toward those individuals, questioning them. "Devotees of pleasure or procreation, I am uncertain. Such perversions are relatively rare." Cin Shiyun gestured toward a person who had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, playing a snake game along the bloodstains, and coldly remarked, "This one is much more normal." She turned back to her previous seat, picked up a book, and prepared to continue reading, suddenly recalling something and inquired, "Have you never seen this before?" Meng Yi chuckled awkwardly. "I have been somewhat of a recluse in the past." Cin Shiyun nodded, dismissing the matter. Meng Yi sighed deeply, surveying the desolate world. Humanity, so profoundly influenced by the divine, scarcely resembled its former self. Over time, can these individuals, even without divine influence, shed such inclinations? Habits formed over many years. He glanced at Cin Shiyun, whose penchant for reading seemed to be a remnant of the steel creator, whom she referred to as a false god. As noon approached, after announcing a new oracle to the devotees and forbidding their indiscriminate invocation of the divine name, the two returned home, books in hand. Throughout the journey, Meng Yi pondered a question. Do you think the followers of our Lord might retain any peculiar inclinations? In their past lives, the divine would invariably leave an indelible mark upon them, penetrating their very souls. It is possible. Cin Shiyun, cradling the books, spoke in a somber tone. Ordinary individuals, upon losing the protection of the divine, may easily lose favor again after communicating with a new deity through ritual. For in the past decade, or perhaps even longer, their unwavering devotion would unconsciously cultivate numerous habits. She sighed. Even if they were to venerate a new god, it would be all too easy to inadvertently offend him. Thus, to those who have lost divine protection, they are, in the eyes of all, essentially equivalent to the dead. Meng Yi nodded silently, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The more fervently they believed, the more devotion was required. Yet, angering the divine? The unconscious actions of ordinary mortals are manifold. Surely the deities are not so easily provoked? What exactly do the gods despise? Do they resent the preferences of other divine beings? Cin Shiyun tightened her grip on the book in her arms. There exists a notion that deities are drawn to intense and vivid emotions or passions, and conversely, they might abhor equally fervent and distinct inclinations. Meng Yi slowly nodded. If he wished to expand his following, he could begin with those who had lost faith. The Crimson King was indifferent to such matters. However, these individuals would typically register with the Judgment Bureau. Perhaps a future collaboration could be forged in this regard. For now, it was unnecessary, as he estimated he had only 7 or 8 vacant slots for believers. Sun Qian took a deep breath, declaring, "Therefore, our Lord is merciful. He is redemption." Meng Yi sighed inwardly. In comparison to other deities, he truly represented salvation. Although those gods were righteous deities, he was an evil god who usurped divine power. Praise redemption. Upon returning home, Sun Qian placed the stack of books down and turned back to say, "You can take that rib with you. It serves no purpose here. You may exchange it at the southern gate with the Defense Bureau or sell it to others." Meng Yi retrieved the rib, pondering, "Is there any difference?" "Certainly." Sun Qian pulled out her pocket watch to check the time. "We'll discuss it later. It's already 1 o'clock. Hurry, or you will miss Zhang Yao's training." Meng Yi tucked the rib into his waistband, realizing he had only an hour left. He thought about the distance. It would be too late to walk to the outer city and find a carriage. Sun Qian insisted earnestly, "Run?" "Huh?" Chapter 39. Oh, so many caterpillars. Given the physical prowess of the divine benefactors, traversing a distance of 30 kilometers is a mere trifle. Meng Yi stood outside training room 118, taking a deep breath. Is this how divine benefactors typically travel? Sun Qian appeared unfazed. "Indeed. What about the last time we rented a car? I was unfamiliar then and felt awkward imposing on you to run. So, after a few encounters in battle, you became more acquainted?" Meng Yi chuckled, shaking his head as he pushed the door open. Zhang Yao was already waiting inside, and he immediately noticed the rib bone at Meng Yi's waist. "Oh, extraordinary material. Did you acquire it?" "Not quite. I happened upon a person who had mutated yesterday in the city." Zhang Yao assessed it briefly and sighed, regrettably. "It seems to be the lowest grade of extraordinary material, hardly worth much. Are you willing to sell it? I have some formations that require these basic materials for maintenance." Since this item was of little value, Meng Yi was not overly concerned. He waved it over to Zhang Yao and inquired, "By the way, what is the difference between selling this oneself and exchanging it with the Defense Division?" Sun Qian didn't have the chance to explain earlier, so now was an opportune moment to ask. Zhang Yao nodded. "Well, it saves the Defense Division the hassle. There is no need for haggling. They will convert it into corresponding merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for money or other special items, such as extraordinary weapons, potions, portable formation plates, and so forth. However, truly valuable items must be sought out personally. Those provided by the Defense Division are rather mundane." Zhang Yao weighed the rib bone in his hand. "I 1T short-change you, 40,000. This was higher than Sun Qian's estimate, and Meng Yi naturally had no objections. Subsequently, Sun Qian proceeded to combat training, while Meng Yi began his training and usage of various firearms, which progressed swiftly. He completed it in less than an hour. Zhang Yao was secretly astonished. Are divine benefactors truly this formidable? Although Meng Yi was also surprised by his rapid improvement, with the presence of the red mist space, he found it quite understandable. Zhang Yao stroked his scruffy beard. "Now, let us move on to the next segment, training in formations, ritual magic, and potions. Our understanding of these subjects is rather limited. To be precise, many divine benefactors only possess a cursory knowledge. Our training will merely teach you to make basic distinctions and a general understanding." In this regard, Meng Yi did not grasp the concepts as swiftly as he did with combat and firearms. It felt akin to deciphering an ancient text. After an hour of unsettling theoretical instruction, Meng Yi gained a rudimentary understanding of these topics. Knowledge of the arcane is typically bestowed upon corresponding divine benefactors by deities, and these individuals are seldom inclined to share. Despite years of official efforts, only some foundational knowledge has been broadly disseminated. Formations and ritual magic bear similarities and can, to some extent, be conflated. Both draw their power from various extraordinary materials. However, formations are more rigid and enduring, with Fortress City formations having operated for 30 years, thus wielding relatively greater power. The methods and effects of ritual magic are peculiar and varied. They can invoke blessings, enhance states, or serve as magical traps, among other things. Potions and extraordinary weapons are more straightforward to comprehend. To discern the strength or quality of these items, one must employ spiritual sight. The greater the spiritual essence contained within, the better the item. However, the abundance or scarcity of spiritual essence may be manipulated, and the most intuitive means of differentiation lies in observing their potency. Thus, while other items may be manageable, potions are notoriously rife with forgery. Right? Meng Yi pointed it, toy. Zhang Yao chuckled softly. Indeed, when you purchase a potion, you cannot rely on merely consuming it to assess its efficacy. Some even use slime teeming with viruses to masquerade as potions. Ahem, spiritual essence, you see, is not exclusive to benevolent items. Zhang Yao shrugged, drawing attention to his chin adorned with a scruffy beard, which gracefully detached itself, revealing not hair, but a mass of black caterpillars. To Meng Yi's astonishment, Zhang Yao appeared to lack a chin altogether, his jaw exposed to the air. Instantaneously, Meng Yi felt a sense of relief. This was more like it, as he had nearly mistaken him for an ordinary person. The caterpillar then rolled a small vial from beneath the table, and Zhang Yao smiled. Why not use your spiritual sight to take a look? Meng Yi adjusted his perspective, and the sight appeared bright and warm. Relying solely on spiritual sight, it seemed to be a mild potion, possibly for healing, exorcism, or blessings. In reality, however, the caterpillar dipped its head into the vial, and shortly thereafter, it emitted a series of frantic, distorted cries before falling silent. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow, wondering if he no longer needed the caterpillar. This is poison, he thought. After Zhang Yao concluded his statement, he picked up the lifeless caterpillar and tossed it into his mouth, chewing with abandon. Due to the absence of lips, bits and pieces continuously fell from his exposed teeth. Meng Yi hesitated, expressing concern. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? Zhang Yao gestured toward his mouth and teeth, stating that his little companions had already detoxified him. At that moment, another caterpillar descended from his head, and as his hair quivered slightly, the stark visibility of his skull was quickly obscured. After returning the potion, the caterpillar crawled up Zhang Yao's arm to his chin, transforming him once more into the burly man with a full beard. Intrigued, Meng Yi inquired, Do you know Zhu Hongyu? Are you too fellow believers? Zhang Yao nodded with a smile, confirming their acquaintance. Yes, we are both insect masters under the aegis of the mother of all insects. He gestured towards his beard, stating that these little companions are both allies and sustenance. Hail the insect mother. Companions equal food. How reasonable. Zhu Hongyu's spider replaced her internal organs, so it follows that Zhang Yao's caterpillars have substituted his entire body hair. Meng Yi cast a discreet glance downwards, an odd thought flickering through his mind. Perhaps the caterpillars had replaced other caterpillars. Subsequently, Zhang Yao continued to educate him on the general methods of discerning formations, emphasizing the necessity of vigilance. In this fractured world, integrity among individuals is a rare commodity. After the day's training session, Chen Qiyun escorted Meng Yi to a market near the southern gate. Behind the entertainment district, Chen Qiyun explained, This area has been designated for the convenient trading of divine benefactors, where both genuine treasures and deceitful trinkets abound. Allow me to show you around. She sighed without merit. We cannot exchange goods at the defense office. We are left to make our purchases here. Meng Yi was taken aback. Does that mean selling my rib to Zhang Yao would be a loss? Not quite, since Xiyun waved her hand dismissively. If you brought that to the defense office, you would earn at most 20,000 merit points, and the exchange rate between merit points and currency is 1-to-1. How outrageous! The defense office takes half. Since Xiyun rolled her eyes. If you sell it to someone else, you could get up to 30,000 yuan, especially since Zhang Yao would pay a premium. Moreover, items exchanged for merit points at the defense office are secure. She emphasized, pointing towards the market, safety is paramount. Meng Yi gazed into the market, nodding in approval. Indeed, after just this fleeting glimpse, he felt reluctant to enter. There were no lively calls to attract customers. Both buyers and sellers bore sinister expressions. Not a single soul appeared benevolent. It seemed as if everyone was collectively running a black market. Chapter 40. The authenticity of your medicine is in doubt, Meng. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The flow of people in the market showed no sign of diminishing. He inquired, "Will this place remain open at night?" Sin Shiyun, walking ahead, replied, "It will not. The divine benefactors and ordinary people are different. They do not fear the night." Meng Yi, however, remained apprehensive, fearing the madness that often lurked in the darkness. He quickened his pace to match Sin Shiyun's, casting furtive glances around. While there were indeed a few established shops, the majority were stalls, which explained the prevalence of deceitful individuals. "Let us first examine the potions," Sin Shiyun suggested, appearing quite composed. "As for the other items, they are far too expensive for our current means." With a soft sigh, Sin Shiyun continued, "Extraordinary weapons and portable arrays can cost millions. Potions are the only feasible option." Meng Yi hesitated momentarily before asking, "Are you able to discern their authenticity?" "I do not know. But does ignorance exempt one from making a purchase? We still have a few days before venturing into the wilderness. Let's browse for now." Meng Yi nodded in agreement, though the cold and malicious gazes that occasionally swept over them made him feel somewhat uneasy. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, he reassured himself, attempting to disregard the strange stares. Eventually, the two halted before a stall, run by an elderly man with thinning hair and nearly toothless gums, wearing glasses no larger than a fingernail. He adjusted his spectacles and peered over the top, casting a glance at Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun, emitting a dry, wheezy laugh. "Ah, you two possess discerning eyes." Meng Yi held the vendor in high regard, for he epitomized the archetype of a quirky, tech-savvy old man. Despite his age, the vendor was surprisingly nimble, swiftly arranging a neat row of potions before them, in hues of red and yellow. "These are formulas I learned from my deity, guaranteed to be unmatched in the entire Jing'an city. Let me tell you, the other apothecaries in the city are not worthy of carrying my shoes." The vendor's boasting struck Meng Yi as reminiscent of a con artist, prompting him to scoff and turn to leave. Yet, Sin Shiyun interjected, "How much?" Meng Yi turned back in bewilderment. "Is there some technique I am unaware of?" The old man held up 2 fingers, declaring, "For the 9th tier, 2,000 for 1 dose. For the 8th tier, 50,000 each. Beyond that, I cannot provide." Sin Shiyun furrowed her brow in contemplation. "I wish to acquire 3 types. 9th tier potions for stamina restoration, strength enhancement, and speed augmentation." In an instant, the old man swept the remaining potions away, leaving only 3 bottles before them, his speed catching Meng Yi off guard. "These 3 perfectly meet your requirements." Meng Yi utilized his spiritual vision to inspect the potions. From that perspective, there seemed to be no issues. Their appearance was rather appealing, and the ethereal light emanating from them was quite gentle. Yet the old man's sales tactics. "Very well, I shall purchase them." "Wait." Meng Yi interrupted, blocking Sin Shiyun's advance. "You are merely browsing. If I encounter something suitable, I must buy it." Meng Yi gathered his thoughts. "I believe these items may not be ideal." The old man, darkly scowling, retorted, "Young man, think carefully before you speak." Sin Shiyun blinked in surprise. Meng Yi was filled with exasperation, having just declared his ignorance. He was now faced with the prospect of purchasing something at a mere glance. Reluctantly, he inquired, "Have you ever bought potions before?" "No," came the reply. "Have you studied how to discern them?" "No." Meng Yi raised his head and asserted, "I have studied. Trust me, do not buy." Sin Shiyun regarded him with skepticism. "Didn't you just learn as well?" The old man, listening in, was livid, slamming his fist onto the table. "You brat, not only do you refuse to buy, but you also prevent others from doing so. Are you deliberately toying with me?" "Ah." Meng Yi retorted coldly. "Are you trying to coerce a sale?" The old man scrutinized Meng Yi disdainfully. "You're just a novice, utterly clueless, yet you obstruct others." He cast a scornful glance at Sin Shiyun as well. "2 fledglings, off with you. If you do not wish to purchase, then I shall not sell." His obstinacy raised Meng Yi's doubts. Could it be that he was genuinely resolute? Yet the old man's manner was akin to that of a charlatan, the most unrefined kind. "May I take a look?" A familiar voice unexpectedly interjected. Meng Yi turned to see Zhu Hongyu. The old man snorted disdainfully at Meng Yi before turning to Zhu Hongyu with a grin. "Of course. Which type are you interested in?" Let me see this one. Zhu Hongyu casually picked up a bottle. What is this? It enhances agility. Zhu Hongyu nodded, uncapping it. A tiny spider crawled out from her sleeve and cautiously took a sip. The old man's expression shifted dramatically. The small spider soon fell silent in Zhu Hongyu's hand before she casually tossed it into her mouth. This is fake, and she frowned, tilting her head. You even use poison. How malevolent. The old man stubbornly retorted. That's because your little creature's constitution is inadequate to withstand my potion's effects. Meng Yi, witnessing this, scoffed. If Cthulhu were to purchase it, it could lead to disastrous consequences. This man was not merely a fraud. He was a potential murderer. He reached out, intent on confronting the old man, but Zhu Hongyu stopped him. It's poisonous. The old man abruptly overturned his stall, sending various bottles and jars crashing towards them. Meng Yi and the others nimbly dodged as the so-called potions shattered on the ground, releasing a plume of greenish smoke that quickly spread. Ha ha! When a deal falls through, what remains is righteousness. What are you all doing? The old man's mocking voice rang out. Is this commerce? It was clearly a matter of life and death. Meng Yi grasped the still-dazed Cthulhu and swiftly retreated. The smoke appeared to be anything but harmless. Zhu Hongyu's evasion was peculiar. Her back garment was suddenly torn, and the spider emerged. She leaped backward, her petite form curling into a ball mid-air, landing upon the spider's back. With its 8 long legs touching the ground, the spider darted away at a breakneck speed, far surpassing that of Meng Yi and Cthulhu. Then, Zhu Hongyu unfurled her body, twisting at the waist, and switched positions with the spider, now carrying it while unleashing a torrent of silken threads towards the old man. Cthulhu, now aware and pulled along by Meng Yi, drew forth her giant hammer and raised it to unleash a powerful strike. Locking blow, the old man strangely melded into the swirling mist, causing the shot to miss its mark entirely. Even Zhu Hongyu's delicate strands fell short. He. The old man's withered laughter echoed from within the smoke, expressing a desire to sell something, questioning the need for such fierce anger. The vendors nearby had swiftly rolled up their wares at the onset of the conflict, retreating to a safe distance to observe the spectacle, appearing quite adept at it. In this marketplace, daily skirmishes were not uncommon. Beep, beep, beep. A series of piercing whistles rang out from afar. Cthulhu turned back and remarked, "It's the security officer from the Defense Department managing the market. Let us refrain from engaging for now." Meng Yi grinned broadly, dismissing the notion of restraint. "They are attempting to sell lethal poison right across from us. How can we not act? Besides, your previous shot was aimed for a headshot, and now you speak of not engaging? I have yet to see any sign of hesitation from you." He swiftly drew his crimson blade, relishing the prospect of prey presented to him. He had been troubled by the challenge of gathering the power of the 8th tier blessing. Chapter 41. The commotion is just right otherwise. What qualifies one to be a divine benefactor? Meng Yi slightly rotated the crimson blade in his hand, igniting fierce flames. This old man appeared to be dissipating into mist, seemingly capable of evading ordinary harm, yet such prowess was implausible. A low-tier divine benefactor could not possess such strength, especially given his defensive stance, which clearly indicated limitations. Not far away, the constable was blowing his whistle and hastening towards them. With a thunderous roar, Meng Yi declared, "Let us resolve this swiftly." A voice echoed from somewhere. "Hurry up, I want to share the spoils." The constable was approaching. They needed to act quickly. The old man was not as formidable as he seemed. Come on, lady with the gun." This crowd thrived on the spectacle, with some even unfurling a portable array plate, shouting, "Let the betting begin. Who will triumph? Get lost. What is there to bet on in a 3-on-1? They wagered whether they could eliminate the old man before the constable arrived. One individual tapped the array plate, producing a contract to display, reassuring everyone, "Worry not, this is notarized, absolutely fair." Now interest was piqued. What would they wager? Let us see what you've got. One person slapped the array plate. "I bet on one eye. They cannot prevail." Count me in. I have a well-trained new toy. Bet on her." Even more surprising, someone produced a set of musical instruments, creating a cacophony. "Welcome to our new show. No more extraordinary materials for sale. We're selling liquor now. Who wants some?" Come, come, the strongest liquor for me. The marketplace, once steeped in gloom and mutual suspicion, suddenly erupted into exuberance. Countless individuals brandished their firearms, firing shots into the air. Take him down. Hurry, hurry. The sudden shift startled Meng Yi, causing him to stagger. What the hell? Whatever, let us focus on the task at hand. He felt as though he were encased in a shroud of death, uncertain of how his undead state would withstand the toxins. Blood surged within him, sealing his mouth, nose, ears, and even veiling his eyes with a thin membrane. Once fully protected, Meng Yi lunged forward, striving to eliminate the old man before the constable's arrival. The smoke around him was highly corrosive, emitting hissing sounds across his body. Unable to see clearly, he swept the crimson blade, yet struck nothing. Sinchiyun stood outside the smoke, gun in hand, flustered, unsure whether to charge in or remain vigilant against the old man. Onlookers urged her forward. Why are you just standing there? Go in. Come on, don't let me down. Want to hire me? A flat fee of 500,000. Miss, let us get acquainted. All this distracted Sinchiyun further, leaving her in a quandary. As for Zhu Hongyu, upon hearing the whistle, she retracted her spider and stood up, unwilling to confront the constable. The old man's voice emerged from the shadows. He. The constable has arrived. Ah, why must we clash with the merchants? Meng Yi let out a cold snort, taking advantage of the fact that his opponent's mouth was not easily opened. With a single swing of his blade, he realized the futility of this approach and promptly altered his strategy. Extinguishing the crimson blade, he pivoted the weapon decisively, casting aside chunks of flesh into the surrounding area. A reckless assault ensued, accompanied by the resounding blasts of explosions. A muffled grunt echoed as the old man's frail body was propelled from the smoke. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of sounds. Old man, muster some strength. Whoever you are, come out quickly. Don't get lost in there. Meanwhile, Sinchiyun, who hesitated outside the smoke, finally found her target and resolutely fired a second shot. Although she wished to avoid provoking the sheriff, she could not abandon her comrade. The divine commands, befriend one another. The old man, now drenched in blood, had tendrils of flesh writhing at the sight of his injuries. With a resounding bang, his head exploded, sending red and white matter flying. In an instant, reactions varied from joy to despair. Yet, the old man did not perish. His headless body fell to the ground, but continued to distance itself from the scene, seemingly guided by an unseen force directly towards the sheriff. Those who had just popped champagne sighed in lamentation. Cheating. A nearby individual drew a gun, pressing it against his head. Let us see you do the same. The two men quickly engaged in a fierce struggle. Witnessing the emergence of a new battleground, the crowd's enthusiasm surged. Some, caught up in the excitement, gasped eagerly. Is there anyone willing to partake in the sacred connection ritual? Males and females alike. The registration list quickly filled. Sinchiyun followed the headless body with her gun. But how could she aim without a head? Taking a deep breath, she concentrated on her target. The headless form, while running, produced 2 vials of potions, preparing to continue its onslaught. Hurry up, old man. Time is running out. Why is the sheriff so slow? A bunch of useless fools, always arriving after the fighting is done. Go to hell. At that moment, Meng Yi charged forth like a raging bull, smoke billowing from his body, striding toward his opponent without allowing any chance to throw the potions. With immense force, he delivered a decisive strike. Now is the time to speak. Dare to deceive me? With a sharp slice, the headless body was cleaved in 2, and the potions never left the old man's hands. Cheers and jeers erupted around him, bottles flying in every direction. Willing to gamble, accept the loss, accept the password. In these times when loans could not be reclaimed, who would still be willing to gamble and accept defeat? What a farce! The chaos of battle expanded rapidly from 2 fronts to 5, 6, 7, 8 everywhere. The sacred connection ritual, which Meng Yi had initially been unable to disrupt, was forcibly interrupted. He surveyed the tumultuous surroundings, marveling at the pandemonium. Ignoring the white smoke billowing from his body and the faint stings of pain, he lowered his gaze to inspect the old man's form. Even without a head, he could still run. Let us hope he remains intact despite being split in 2. The old man was undoubtedly dead. Of course, the reason he could survive without a head was due to the presence of a shrunken form within that frail exterior. Between the diminutive form and the expansive shell, various blood-red muscles and vessels interconnect. Meng Yi furrowed his brow and turned to inquire of Xin Qiyun, raising his voice amidst the cacophony. "Do you know what this pathway is?" "I do not," she replied. "The paths of the divine benefactors are myriad and bizarre. No one can claim to know them all." Meng Yi nodded, observing that the body within the shell appeared strikingly youthful, resembling a dwarf, lacking limbs. Undoubtedly, if cleaved vertically, it would present a grotesque spectacle. He almost forgot to examine the corpse. Hastily, Meng Yi crouched down to rummage through the remains, finding nothing but 500 coins and 6 vials of potions. How impoverished. "Don't move, stop right there." A voice echoed from outside, sounding frantic and numerous. "Run." Xin Qiyun grasped Meng Yi's arm, exclaiming, "The constables are coming." Yet, before they could flee more than a few paces, a thunderous noise erupted. "Everyone freeze." The crowd immediately fell silent, not for any other reason but the sight of a dozen constables, their heavy weaponry aimed at the throng, dark muzzles trained upon them. The constables had no intention of play-acting with firearms like the rest. "Very well. These stubborn fellows shall be taken to the punishment department for the amusement of those perverse individuals." Who is leading this charge? The crowd silently parted, revealing Meng Yi and Xin Qiyun at its center. Zhu Hongyu had vanished at some point. Meng Yi glanced up to see a one-armed constable clad in a black uniform, his hair grizzled, standing before him with a grim countenance. Meng Yi rose and grinned, pointing to the severed body. "This is self-defense. He was the one selling me poison." In the marketplace, self-defense is a foreign concept. Transactions are entirely voluntary, and no circumstances permit violence. The one-armed constable smirked. "Dying from poison is unfortunate for you. However, fighting is not permitted here, especially murder." The white smoke that had been emanating from Meng Yi began to dissipate, his tattered garments revealing mottled wounds that slowly began to heal. He scratched his slightly itching cheek, laughing in exasperation. What kind of reasoning is this? He then realized the validity of the prohibition against fighting, considering the chaotic scene around him. Otherwise, how could the marketplace continue to function? "I shall not debate with you." The one-armed constable's gaze turned menacing. "Will you accompany us willingly to face your punishment, or will you resist arrest?" Chapter 42. Could it be a master? Meng Yi furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to accompany these individuals. I can attest that it was the deceased who struck first, only to be outmatched and subsequently killed. The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing Li Hao standing among them. Though it was unclear when he had arrived, a sense of unease washed over Meng. Was someone from the judgment office still following him? The one-armed constable appeared to recognize Li Hao, his expression filled with confusion. Li Hao, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Surely, one cannot be murdered without the right to defend oneself." He then approached the one-armed constable, whispering something inaudible. "So, would you consider that legitimate? Self-defense?" The one-armed constable fumbled over the unfamiliar phrase. A ripple of agitation swept through the crowd. It was unprecedented for a constable from the defense office to grasp the concept of legitimate self-defense. Meng Yi blinked in surprise, if one were to be precise. He had indeed struck first. Within the crowd, a voice rose in dissent, pointing at Meng. "I bear witness that he attacked first. What nonsense is this about self-defense? If he is unscathed, I am in peril. I refuse to accept this. I too am exercising self-defense." The one-armed constable paid no heed to their protests, grinning malevolently as he commanded, "Those who resist arrest shall be killed." The disgruntled individuals instinctively recoiled. After all, facing the punishment office was a matter of life and death. It was not their first encounter. With a dismissive wave, the one-armed constable spoke little more, instructing his subordinates to escort a group away. Meng Yi wished to inquire further from Li Hao, but the latter merely left him with a retreating silhouette, showing no intention of conversing. He found himself reminiscing about Suo Mingcheng. A figure cloaked in shadows approached Meng Yi stealthily, asking, "Do you still want this corpse?" Meng Yi shook his head vigorously. "Haha, then I shall take it." The individual extended an arm covered in dark feathers towards the lifeless body. As this brief interlude concluded, the marketplace swiftly returned to its previous state, albeit with a notable reduction in hostile gazes. Meng Yi surveyed the seemingly indifferent crowd around him, marveling at how the vibrant scene moments ago appeared to have never existed. Let us depart. He patted Sin Chiyun on the shoulder. No one should dare sell us counterfeit medicines now. Sin Chiyun, visibly troubled, replied, You are right. What? Locks often prove useless. She sighed deeply, adding, Once I earn some money, I shall seek assistance to arrange a ritual spell, beseeching our Lord for a new blessing. Her spirits lifted at the thought of enhancing her accuracy. Meanwhile, Meng Yi pondered whether he could respond to the ritual. He believed he could. Sin Chiyun then asked, Why did Li Hao come to our aid? Otherwise, we would surely have been taken to the punishment office. A shiver of dread coursed through her as she added, I truly do not wish to go there again. Meng Yi shared her uncertainty. He had initially thought that showcasing his newfound power would absolve him of the sinister implications surrounding the Scarlet King. It seemed not to be the case. Or perhaps he was mistaken. Was the Judgment Office monitoring him not because of this, but rather due to his identity as a divine favored? One day, I shall inquire with Su Mingqiang. As for Li Hao, he does not seem to be the most approachable individual, although he currently harbors no ill intentions towards himself. Meng Yi casually remarked, Perhaps it is because we previously assisted in dealing with the aberrant entities. Oh, let us proceed. The two continued their search for an apothecary, and Meng Yi soon discovered that among the nearby established shops, there was indeed a potion store. Why don't we purchase from the store? Because it is expensive. Although authentic, it comes at a steep price. Sin Chiyun emphasized the exorbitance twice. We have very little money left. She counted on her fingers. You have 40,000, and after I settle the library fines, I will have a little over 30,000. Meng Yi recalled the 180,000 set aside for purchasing a house, but wisely refrained from mentioning it. It was apparent that Sin Chiyun, being a fervent devotee, would be utterly unwilling to touch the money belonging to the deity. If it could be avoided, he would prefer not to provoke this misfortune. Sin Chiyun muttered. That old man was selling at quite a bargain. I had intended to buy some analgesics, but managed to restrain myself. Meng Yi, puzzled, asked, What do you need analgesics for? For blood and flesh magic, like what you do? Sin Chiyun gestured a cutting motion. It's either slicing or pulling. It hurts terribly. Gathering blood and flesh slowly in one's hands is far too sluggish. She furrowed her brow and tilted her head. Do you truly not feel pain? Meng Yi maintained a stoic expression. It hurts immensely. However, I am unafraid, although I cannot comprehend why, considering I was merely an ordinary university student before my transmigration. Meng Yi produced 6 potions acquired from the corpse. Are these valuable? Poisons are not worth much, as they are ineffective in the hands of those not blessed by the deity. Meng Yi tucked the items away, accepting their lack of value. Perhaps they could serve as projectiles in the future. Soon, they stumbled upon another potion stall, presided over by a young man with disheveled hair and an expression of fatigue, who yawned incessantly. Zhu Hongyu stood before this stall. You ran quite swiftly just now. Meng Yi greeted from distance. By the way, thank you, otherwise, I would not have discovered that old man deceiving people with poison. Zhu Hongyu stared at him wide-eyed. Huh? Why were you not apprehended by the constables? Meng Yi replied promptly, because the constables deemed it an act of self-defense. Zhu Hongyu seemed skeptical, but did not press further, nodding dismissively. No need for thanks. I also need to purchase potions. For your little darling? No. I am heading to the wilderness. Sin Chiyun responded with surprise. Do you not have a proper job? I was let go. Zhu Hongyu sighed softly. Due to the lack of training personnel, the higher-ups were quite dissatisfied. With that, she cast a wistful glance at Meng Yi and Sin Chiyun. The two were momentarily at a loss for words. Cough. Well, Zhu Hongyu waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, it is not your fault. She pointed to the stall before her. This place is genuine. Meng Yi's eyes brightened as he turned to the stall owner. How much for the analgesics? The young man yawned again, his demeanor lackluster. 30,000. Sin Chiyun retorted without hesitation. Why don't you go and rob someone? Buy it if you wish. Meng Yi inquired of Sin Chiyun. Where are the prices in other places? At most 10,000, she replied. Frowning, Meng Yi continued to question the vendor. What if it were a ninth-tier potion? One that enhances agility? 40,000. What the hell? The young man did not even bat an eye, instead producing a multitude of vials and various cups. What was he doing? Zhu Hongyu softly remarked. He is preparing a potion on site. She lifted a vial in her hand, stating that it was available for purchase, and assured him that the potions here were remarkably effective. Meng Yi turned his gaze back to the young man, wondering if he was indeed a master. Chapter 43. Where can one find reliable individuals? Meng Yi, now intrigued, began to observe the young man concocting potions as it cost him nothing to watch. The young man yawned continuously, tears streaming down his face, his hands moving with a languid weakness. After carefully arranging the various bottles and jars, he turned to open an iron box behind him, from which he retrieved 5 extraordinary materials in succession. Not recognizing any of them, Meng Yi glanced at Xin Shiyun, who, without waiting for him to speak, waved her hand and said, "Don't ask me. I have no idea. Weren't you a mechanic who also used extraordinary materials?" Meng Yi inwitted. Not quite. These are plant-based materials, and some should be special herbs from the agricultural district. Meng Yi nodded, refraining from further questions, realizing that such specialized knowledge was tightly guarded by the corresponding divine benefactors. Yet, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Aren't you afraid of others learning your methods by concocting here on site?" The young man yawned again. "Feel free to learn." He first poured a generous amount of clear water into a large beaker, offering no explanation. Meng Yi, unable to discern any change through his spiritual vision, assumed it was merely water. Subsequently, he added the 5 extraordinary materials one by one. He plucked 2 leaves from a branch and tossed them in. A certain juice stored in a transparent vial was added with casual ease, without the need for a dropper. 2 honeycomb-like stones were ground together to produce a powder that was incorporated into the mixture. A fist-sized desiccated insect was introduced, its wings removed, and the remainder tossed aside. Deftly caught by Zhu Hongyu, who swiftly concealed it behind her back, followed by the sound of crunching. The final ingredient was a vine, from which he pinched off 2 segments with his fingernail. As the last material was added, a loud bang erupted, and the glass cup shattered violently, producing a small display of fireworks. The young man clicked his tongue and retrieved another glass cup, preparing to repeat the process. Seeing this, Meng Yi took a couple of steps back, with Zhu Hongyu and Xin Shiyun doing the same. The young man smirked. "This time it won't fail." Bang! This time, the explosion was more dramatic. The glass shattered into a cloud of black smoke that twisted into a grotesque visage, emitting a piercing shriek. Everyone nearby instinctively covered their ears. Bottles and jars on the stall exploded in rapid succession, and the shop behind them lit up with magical energy. Curses erupted from all directions, with bricks, broken shoes, and foul-smelling unidentified objects hurled towards them. After nimbly dodging, the young man angrily shouted, "Which bastard did that? Be cautious. I'll report to the constable and say someone is spreading a plague at the market." He then engaged in a verbal duel with the crowd. Meng Yi cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Hongyu. "Is that potion in your hand the one he just concocted? Did it go awry?" Zhu Hongyu appeared dazed. "No. It seems fine. I can't shake the feeling that his high price is due to a significant failure rate." Meng Yi mused. Xin Shiyun concurred. "Perhaps we should explore elsewhere." Zhu Hongyu, looking at the two with a serious demeanor, asserted, "I assure you, my little darling just sampled it, and its efficacy surpasses that of an ordinary 9th-tier potion, approaching 8th-tier potency." She tilted her head slightly, asking, "Aren't you preparing for the wilderness? Such a cost-effective potion is indeed rare." Meng Yi and Xin Shiyun exchanged glances. He did not find it inexpensive, yet since Zhu Hongyu had made such a claim, he felt no urgency to depart, opting instead to observe further. Meng Yi felt somewhat helpless. He had anticipated gaining knowledge, only to find himself witnessing a display of folly. After the young man finished his boastful chatter, he resumed his concoction, unable to contain himself. Meng Yi interjected, "Do you not require a measuring cup or a dropper as auxiliary tools?" "No need. My eyes on my measure." The young man, having shed his prior despondency, brightened and declared, "I was just not in my best state before. Let's try again." This time, there was no explosion. Instead, the mixture transformed into a viscous, dark purple sludge, clearly a failure. The young man's demeanor began to falter. I refused to believe this. Meng Yi inwardly scoffed, realizing why the young man was unbothered by the scrutiny of others. Such a spectacle would be futile regardless. The young man produced yet another cup, this time removing his own eyeball and tossing it into the container, exclaiming, "I will not be thwarted by imprecise measurements." Meng Yi was taken aback. Could this be done? Was he not concerned that his eye might be obliterated in the process? He leaned in to see, relieved to discover that it was a mechanical eye. The young man, now grave in expression, cautiously added materials, deliberating meticulously. This time, there were no mishaps. The potion in the glass vessel emerged a brilliant sky blue. Meng Yi hesitated. Is it finished? Not yet. The mechanical eye extended 3 legs, climbing out of the glass and into the young man's eye socket, appearing indistinguishable from a real eye. There remains one final step. As if to redeem his pride, the young man asserted, "This is why I am unafraid of your scrutiny." He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the glass, causing the azure potion to swirl as if stirred by a vortex. Without divine favor, no potion can be brewed. At this moment, Meng Yi activated his spiritual sight, observing a spectrum of ethereal lights within the glass, rapidly intertwining in the whirlpool. The essences ultimately converged into one. Thus, Meng Yi gasped, ritual magic, formations, and the crafting of extraordinary weapons all require corresponding divine power to manifest, correct? I cannot speak for others, but it is true for potion makers, the young man replied, carefully transferring the concentrated potion, just enough to cover the bottom of the glass, into a vial. Moreover, each potion maker's formula is uniquely crafted. Even the same formula yields different outcomes in the hands of others. After handing the final product to Zhu Hongyu, he turned to Meng Yi, his attitude transformed from indifference to enthusiasm, his face radiant with a smile. "My potion possesses greater potency than those of others." Curious, Meng Yi inquired, "Is it due to a superior formula?" "Not at all. It is because my blood is exceptionally unique. Hail, the harmonizer of all." The young man maintained his smile, inquiring if there was interest in making a purchase. "I can offer you a 10% discount." Zhu Hongyu, upon hearing this, was greatly displeased. "You did not grant me a discount just now." The young man replied with great conviction, "What happened before is in the past. This is the present." "Is this how you conduct business?" "I'm a pharmacist, not a merchant." Zhu Hongyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Her face flushed with indignation as the sound of cracking emerged from behind her. Meng Yi, caught between laughter and tears, reminded her, "Did you not just say that you would buy if you wanted to?" The young man, now dejected, lamented, "There's no choice. I've failed 3 times already, and the losses are substantial. The materials are so costly. I need to recover my investment. Brother, I merely wish to break even. Grant me this opportunity." In Meng Yi's mind, he equated this young man with Su Mingcheng, both equally unreliable. "So what is your name?" "Su Yuanji." "Does the elder brother wish to make a purchase?" This time, with a decisive thud, Su Yuanji pressed his eye onto the table, declaring emphatically, "There shall be no mistakes." Chapter 44. Truly, such poverty. Meng Yi cast a glance at the mechanical eye that Su Yuanji had slapped onto the table, hesitating as he turned back. How should he articulate his thoughts? Sin Shiyun, appearing bewildered, inquired, "Did you not just say to listen to you? You are quite obedient." Meng Yi could only go and reconfirm with Zhu Hongyu whether the potion he crafted was indeed commendable. Although Zhu Hongyu was quite agitated, she did not belittle Su Yuanji's skills, gnashing her teeth as she nodded emphatically, "Very good indeed." Su Yuanji ardently promoted his expertise. "Brother, I assure you of my craft. The analgesic, right?" Pointing towards the storefront behind him, he proclaimed, "Let me put it this way. The analgesics in the shop last a maximum of 1 hour, whereas mine lasts 4 hours, 4 times as long." As for the 9th-tier agility potion, he boasted of a unique formula, claiming its effects were akin to that of the 8th-tier potion, yet significantly more affordable. "There's a reason for the cost." Sin Shiyun gently tugged at Meng Yi, saying, "Well, analgesics can be procured elsewhere. Who requires 4 hours of combat?" Meng Yi did a quick calculation. Purchasing 2 potions at a 10% discount would amount to 63,000, leaving enough funds to also buy a bottle of analgesic. He whispered, "So, which two potions should we buy? The agility and the spirit restoration." Spirit restoration? That touches upon a blind spot in my knowledge. Indeed, Cthulhu nodded. If one's spirit is exhausted, not only will extraordinary abilities be rendered unusable, but even normal actions become exceedingly difficult to sustain. Meng Yi meint in it a kaum fujade, though tumultuous thoughts surged within him. So, the bestowers of divine grace expend spirit to wield extraordinary abilities? It seemed he did not, feeling no sense of depletion at all. All right, let us procure these two. Seeing that a decision had been reached, Su Yuanji swiftly commenced a new round of concoction, the earlier sulkiness disappearing entirely. After much deliberation, Meng Yi proposed to Xin Qiyun, "Shall we temporarily divert that 180,000? We can repay it once we earn." "Absolutely not," Xin Qiyun retorted vehemently. "That is meant for our Lord's sanctuary. How could we possibly use it?" Her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. This is a grave disrespect. This reaction was precisely what Meng Yi had anticipated. Yet he still wished to make an earnest attempt. "We are not." Xin Qiyun did not allow him to finish, directly interrupting, "We must honor the divine. But our Lord is merciful." Upon hearing this, Xin Qiyun's demeanor calmed. In a grave tone, she responded, "Indeed, our Lord is merciful, yet that does not excuse our disrespect." Her expression turned solemn as she continued, "Our Lord may not care for slight offenses, nor for whether we establish a sanctuary for him. He is a generous and benevolent Savior. However, as his initial bestowers of grace, we must always remember not to become complacent due to our Lord's magnanimity." For a moment, Meng Yi was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of her words. What could he possibly do when such a heavy mantle was placed upon him? Was this not excessively rigid? Unexpectedly, the other party interlaced their fingers and bowed their head. "Oh, revered King of Crimson, please forgive Meng Yi's disrespect." She continued to exonerate him. "He merely seeks to procure funds for the sanctum of our Lord. May your benevolence grant him pardon for his transgressions." Meng Yi inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" Xin Qiyun paid him no heed, persisting in her prayers until she concluded, at which point she remarked, "I am beseeching our Lord for forgiveness on your behalf. After all, the divine teaches us love and compassion. I cannot stand idly by." She furrowed her brow and added, "You ought to pray as well. It is my duty to counsel the faithful." Meng Yi opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss in this situation. He too was a follower of the Lord. Well, he could pray for himself. It could merely serve as a soliloquy. Thus, Meng Yi interlaced his fingers and replicated Xin Qiyun's recent words, albeit with a profound blush coloring his cheeks. Seeing this, Xin Qiyun felt a wave of satisfaction. His reaction indicated genuine embarrassment, and thus, forgiveness could be granted. Zhu Hongyu and Su Yuanji silently observed the two, with Su Yuanji even pausing his potion preparation. Once Meng Yi completed his supplication, Zhu Hongyu gently inquired, as if afraid to disrupt something, "What are you two up to? Is this a divine pastime?" Her delicate face bore a look of curiosity. "I am a person of integrity." "Ah, pardon me, a deity." Meng Yi cleared his throat and replied with irritation, "This is merely our personal hobby. It has nothing to do with the divine." Although he felt that was somewhat inaccurate. Sen Qiyun, pleased with Meng Yi's previous demeanor, was in a decent mood and felt compelled to explain, "No, we're simply seeking our Lord's forgiveness." By the way, her eyes lit up. "Would you be interested in learning about our Lord? He is the merciful Savior, residing in the grand hall of the Crimson Divine Kingdom." Zhu Hongyu and Su Yuanji shook their heads in unison. Meng Yi frowned. "Your words are no different from those of the other devotees. They do this in the factories, and you do it in the market?" Xin Qiyun lowered her head, slightly guilty. "I am merely trying to proclaim his name, you see, through action, not mere words. Yes, we must hasten the establishment of the Lord's sanctum." As they listened to this perplexing dialogue, Su Yuanji grew increasingly nimble in his movements. Zhu Hongyu hurriedly excused herself. This time, Su Yuanji encountered no mishaps and swiftly prepared two potions, even thoughtfully providing a brief introduction. The green one is an agility potion, derived from the essence of wind whispergrass mixed with flea. The blue one is a spiritual restoration potion, blended with spearmint, and the total, after a discount, comes to 63,000 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Meng Yi and Xin Qiyun pooled their funds to settle the bill, and after their departure, Su Yuanji reverted to his previous listless demeanor. As they walked, Meng Yi remarked, I still have 7,692 yuan on me. Is that enough for pain relief? Xin Qiyun rummaged through her pocket. I have 600 yuan left. That should suffice. Meng Yi nodded and, with a blank expression, inquired, How much food do you have at home? How many days will it last? 2 days. Perhaps we should consider synthetic rations afterward? Do we need to set aside provisions for the wilderness? Meng Yi continued, although we have yet to undergo wilderness training, it is reasonable to deduce that we will require essential supplies such as rations, tents, backpacks, and lighting tools. Yet, why does it feel as though our funds are insufficient? Perhaps. He cast a sideways glance. Should we forego purchasing painkillers? In the end, you can endure it. After all, acquiring a single painkiller seems rather futile. One cannot expect to engage in only a solitary battle in the wilderness. Observe me. For the sake of our Lord, I fear no pain. Xin Qiyun's complexion paled instantly as she murmured, Well, that is not entirely unfeasible. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Meng Yi Sikit. They truly were in dire financial straits. Do you have any avenues for earning money? Xin Qiyun shook her head. All right then, Meng Yi mused, deciding to inquire with Zhang Yao the following day. Given their empty pockets, there was little need to explore the market further, so they resolved to return home. Just as they stepped beyond the market's bounds, they encountered Zhu Hongyu once more. Zhu Hongyu now exuded an air of authority. A throng of colorful little spiders trailed behind her, creating a magnificent spectacle as they advanced, the sound of their multitude resonating through the street. The large spider at her back appeared quite animated. The effects of the Clean Street Initiative were undeniably evident, as many blessed individuals in the vicinity of the South Gate kept their distance. Meng Yi stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, Aren't these adorable creatures supposed to be in the inner city? A lively voice chimed in beside him. Zhu Hongyu hurried home with this little entourage this morning. They had been waiting for her outside the market, startling quite a few ordinary folk. Meng Yi turned to see Zhang Sierra cheerfully waving at him. We meet again. She then called out to Zhu Hongyu amidst the sea of spiders. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer with Zhang Zhuang. Zhu Hongyu nodded apologetically. Meng Yi curiously inquired. Where is Zhang Sierra taking those spiders? Where else? They're going home, of course. Her residence is nearby. Xin Qiyun remarked in awe. She truly can raise them. By the way, Meng Yi turned to Zhang Sierra and asked, Do you know how to make money? Well, you've certainly come to the right person. Chapter 45. The clothes bite again. Zhang Sierra, truly the epitome of a sociable character as certified by Meng Yi, gestured to Zhang Zhuanger behind her to bring over the stack of wanted posters. Zhang Zhuanger dutifully opened the door of the pickup truck and handed over the pile of papers. Meng Yi's mouth fell agape. How many were there? Surely, it must be in the hundreds. He quickly composed himself, astonished as he exclaimed, Wanted posters? Bounty hunters? With a light nod, Zhang Sierra replied, Well, if you ask me, this is the only avenue I have available. Otherwise, she furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Meng Yi for a moment before whispering, People like you, a fully formed divine benefactor, are quite popular in the realm of red romance. Meng Yi shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Blue romance? Bestial romance? What on earth is beast romance? And I look perfectly human. Ah, not all guests appear human, Zhang Sierra retorted, playfully pouting as she mimicked Zhu Hongyu, referring to the spider or the flowery. Verdant tree romance. The term tree romance sent Meng Yi's mind into a whirlwind of confusion. How could he possibly comprehend that? At that moment, she leaned in conspiratorially. Engaging in romance can be quite rewarding. Safe and lucrative. Meng Yi coughed discreetly. Interrupting her, I would much prefer to consider more legitimate paths. Oh, Zhang Sierra replied, her expression tinged with regret. I had planned to visit you in the future. For a moment, Meng Yi was at a loss for how to respond. Xin Qiyun and Zhang Zhuanger stood nearby, equally bewildered by the nature of the conversation. Zhang Xier tapped the thick stack of wanted posters in her hands. Here lies the totality of wanted criminals across the 19 fortress cities. Given the current limitations in transportation and communication, the timeliness may not be optimal. She waved her hand dismissively. There's no need to examine them all. Just focus on those likely to be in the vicinity of Jing'an City. Casually sifting through the stack, she extracted the top few dozen posters. Meng Yi took them, flipping through the pages. Lu Xiaojia, 5th-tier divine benefactor, beast warrior path. Wanted since XX year bounty, 35 million. Ma Yong, 6th-tier divine benefactor, horticulturist path, 18 million. Li Hoyuan, 5th-tier divine benefactor, path unknown. Each individual listed was extraordinary. Blood sacrifices and killings were mere trifles, with some even being accomplices of the aberrant entities who infiltrated the city. Most were 5th to 6th tier, with a scant few at 7th tier. As for those of the 8th or 9th tier, Meng Yi found none in his view. Sin Qiyun, now peering over as well, exclaimed in disbelief, "How could we possibly contend with these individuals?" Zhang Xier chuckled at this. "Who said you would confront them? Upon discovering their whereabouts, you can report to the tribunal or the defense division. If the information you provide is verified and leads to decisive results, you may receive 1/10 of the bounty." Meng Yi queried, "What do you mean by decisive results?" "It means that merely discovering their whereabouts is insufficient. The official must apprehend or eliminate the target based on your report before you can claim the bounty," Zhang Xier explained with a playful grin. "So just jot it down. Consider it akin to buying a lottery ticket every day." Meng Yi's expression darkened. "I want to buy a lottery ticket. I might as well look at the one with the highest bounty." "Sure." Zhang Xier pulled out a wanted poster. "This one has a bounty of 500 million for a 3rd-tier divine favor user." Meng Yi cast a glance at the poster, noting the criminal's name, Wu Tong, a natural path traveler, accused of slaughtering nearly 100,000 people. He quietly committed the individual's appearance to memory, just in case he stumbled upon a lottery win. Of course, he had to remain realistic and meticulously memorize the details of several wanted criminals at the 7th tier. Should the opportunity arise, he might attempt to confront them. A bounty of 3 to 5 million was still considerable. After seeing the 500 million bounty, he felt a surge of ambition. However, obtaining these bounties was no easy feat. The weakest of the 7th-tier criminals would be a formidable challenge even for him and Sin Qiyun to tackle together. Not to mention these individuals were adept at hiding. Earning money was indeed difficult. Curiously, Meng Yi inquired, "Why aren't these wanted posters distributed?" "They're just kept on the vehicle, making the warrant rather lonely." "Post notices? How could you even think of that?" Zhang Xier gestured towards the city gate. "If you head to the Defense Department's merit exchange, you can see these wanted posters." Meng Yi suddenly understood. These posters were indeed intended for divine favor users and were more appropriately displayed there. Zhang Xier neatly stored away the wanted posters. "So, do you find the red romance to be more attainable?" Meng Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm afraid not. I'll stick to the wilderness." Zhang Elfei nodded. "Then I wish you good fortune." At that moment, Zhu Hongyu's Spider C passed by, and Zhang Xier quickly pulled Zhang Zhuang onto the vehicle. "Oh, if you encounter anyone you can't handle, you can seek our assistance, and we'll split the bounty." As the engine roared to life, Meng Yi's hand, which had just been raised, fell in disappointment. He did not have the chance to ask where he might find them. Sen Qiyun quietly remarked, "I've memorized those dozens of individuals. What should we do? Should we search in the inner city or the outer city? Or perhaps," she hesitated briefly, "I could borrow some books from the library, systematically learn how to track them?" One had to admit, this woman had an impressive memory. Without glancing back, Meng Yi strode towards home and casually spoke. "So, are you going to earn money in the wilderness or become a bounty hunter? Will you prioritize theological texts or investigative techniques? Moreover, are you truly strong in combat?" Regarding the other party's combat abilities, he chuckled. Just a mere fool who could only shoot, heavily reliant on the locking properties of the giant hammer itself. Sin Qiyun followed him, conflicted for a moment before making her decision. "Let us focus on the matters of our Lord." Thus, she didn't even consider her own combat prowess. Meng Yi sighed and asked, "Weren't you supposed to undergo firearms training today?" What do you mean? Answer the question." "It means I've completed the training." Meng Yi paused, turning back with a peculiar expression. Was the effect not significant? Since Yi nodded, the future is promising. Meng Yi's lips twitched. How much would it cost to arrange a ritual spell for someone? Why? To give your revolver a new blessing. Ah, this is not expensive. Roughly around 100,000 for a single occasion. As Meng Yi made his way home, he scrutinized the passers-by, perceiving each individual as a potential fugitive, nearly provoking a confrontation with a glare. Upon reaching the foot of Building 003, the night had deepened. Before ascending, Cthulhu pointed toward a vending machine by the roadside, suggesting, "Shall we purchase some synthetic rations?" Meng Yi hesitated. "Let us opt for a proper meal first." Cthulhu responded with confusion. "Ultimately, we will likely consume this in the wilderness, so why not acclimatize in advance?" Meng Yi gritted his teeth and relented. "All right then, let us embrace it. As long as I don't dwell too much on it, synthetic rations aren't that bad." Transitioning from luxury to frugality is indeed challenging. After hastily finishing his meal that evening, Meng Yi proceeded to secure the door and lay down on his bed in one fluid motion. Just as Cthulhu picked up a book, she turned around to find him gone. With a click, Meng Yi pushed the door open. Cthulhu, pleasantly surprised, asked, "Are you joining me for reading?" "No." Meng Yi twisted his body, exclaiming, "This clothing is irritating me. It itches so much. Do we have any meat at home?" Cthulhu immediately immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. Meng Yi, with an expressionless demeanor, pondered what would happen if he deprived the garment of sustenance. It would starve. He concluded, a starving piece of clothing. How reasonable. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and returned to his room to lock the door. The itch was unbearable, akin to a swarm of tiny ants crawling over him. Thus, he decided to retreat into the red mist space for refuge, while also checking the level of the old man's divine grace today. Let the clothing consume whatever it desires. Chapter 46. The cultist of the malevolent deity within the crimson mist, the figure of Meng Yi gradually emerged. That old man was merely a ninth-tier divine benefactor, and after the transformation of his bestowed power, he now possessed a total of 1 2/3 portions of ninth-tier divine grace. Meng Yi exhaled a breath of stale air, pondering how long it would take to amass the 8th-tier divine grace. He waved away the notifications and began to meticulously select the twinkling stars upon the dome above. These were remnants of previously recorded prayers, and following the notifications from the morning, such disturbances were expected to cease. As Meng Yi skimmed through the visuals, he essentially only glimpsed the opening seconds, finding little of substance. However, one particular prayer light contained distinct content, nearly prompting him to instinctively move past it. The image revealed a young man, seemingly just of age, his youthful visage etched with anxiety. He knelt in a dim, cramped room, hands clasped, bowing his head before a candle. "My lord, I beseech your unparalleled might to rescue the wayward lamb. You are the salvation." Following this were the customary words of praise. Had it been merely this, Meng Yi would have paid him no heed, yet within the young man's room swirled an odd, ethereal light. Instantly, Meng Yi sat upright. Such spiritual light could not arise without cause. It must stem from extraordinary materials or be a special technique employed by another divine benefactor. Moreover, the individual was pleading for divine salvation. Once the prayer visual concluded, it transitioned to a live surveillance image of him, now laboring in a factory. Meng Yi, through the stars, immediately discerned an anomaly. A faint layer of spiritual light enveloped the young man's head, so subtle that it would escape notice without close examination. Additionally, he appeared somewhat distracted, his countenance heavy with concern, soon leading to a blunder that drew reprimand from his supervisor. Meng Yi learned the young man's name, Su-Ching Song. He retained this star close to him and continued to peruse other prayer lights, eventually reviewing them all. Casting another glance at the star representing Su-Ching Song, he found it unchanged. Further observation seemed futile, as one could not vigilantly monitor him tightening screws all night. He resolved to observe again the following day, or perhaps seek him out directly. Emerging from the crimson mist, his attire returned to normal. He stepped through the door, inquiring, "Do you know Su-Ching Song?" Cthulhu looked up. "Yes, why?" "Ah, you actually know him. What a coincidence." Sin Shiyun remarked nonchalantly, "What coincidence. I remember each of the deity's followers." Meng Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he could hardly recall them all. "Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Sin Shiyun pondered carefully. "Nothing particularly special. Just an ordinary boy, somewhat introverted." "Why?" She scrutinized Meng Yi with suspicion. "You don't strike me as someone who remembers the names of followers. Why the sudden inquiry?" Meng Yi shook his head. "It's nothing, just a casual question." Once he determined the matter at hand, he would address it further. He closed the door again, leaving Sin Shiyun quite vexed. "Do not disturb me while I read, or sleep will elude you." The following morning held little in the way of obligations, and Meng Yi, sensing the time was ripe, ventured once more into the crimson mist to observe Su Qingsong. This time, he quickly discerned something amiss. In the cramped chamber, Su Qingsong stood trembling before two men exuding arrogance. Meng Yi, observing through the stars, furrowed his brows. These two were indeed brazen. "You once implored the protection of our Lord, yet now you wish to renege?" One of them suddenly lunged, seizing Su Qingsong by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Can our Lord tolerate such mockery?" Su Qingsong's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he struggled to speak. "I can make amends." "Oh, amends?" "Ha, cough. 20,000. I saved for 2 years after leaving school at 16. Cough, thud. Su Qingsong half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, snot and saliva pooling around him. "We care not for your paltry sums." The brash giant squatted before Su Qingsong, remarking, "You're Scarlet King. We have yet to encounter a deity with such a lengthy name," he said with a hint of amusement. "Is this the deity that led you to betray our Lord? If you could present those two divine benefactors under his command to our Lord." Su Qingsong's face was a mask of disbelief. "How could you know the revered name of our Lord and his divine benefactors?" "Ha ha! How could a mere mortal comprehend our Lord's might?" The other man sneered. "I know, those like you, so devoid of capability, fear losing the protection of the divine. But fret not, our Lord shall provide you with new shelter. Furthermore, you may join us and receive divine favor." As he uttered the last words, his expression twisted in malice, his fervor palpable. "Those self-proclaimed righteous gods are no match for our Lord's generosity." The man squatted before Su Qingsong and gently patted his cheek. "Think it over. We shall return tomorrow. I hope you can devise a pretext to lure those two divine benefactors here. This is your final ultimatum, your last chance. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts." He pointed to his head, indicating, "I am within your grasp." Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi reclined in a stone chair, the star representing Su Qingsong swirling at his fingertips. Those two brutes derided other deities as self-styled righteous gods. Two followers of the dark gods? Had Su Qingsong sought protection from the malevolent deities before becoming their acolyte? Now, these two had set their sights on him. Meng Yi's expression turned peculiar. Why would a dark god trouble another dark god? He exited the crimson mist space and directly sought out Sin Shiyun. "Do you know where Su Qingsong resides?" Sin Shiyun lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a book, her feet playfully swaying. "Our Lord has bestowed upon me a revelation. The Lamb of the Divine is being seduced by the followers of dark gods, attempting to lead the lamb astray from its master." Sin Shiyun rose, retrieving a massive hammer, checking the ammunition before speaking. "I know." Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. "Such initiative?" "Of course. Yet even with such drive, it is prudent to wait. Today shall merely serve to scout the area. Tomorrow we shall set our traps and await their return." Considering the peculiar aura that enveloped Su Qingsong's room, including the strange light in his mind, Meng Yi was reluctant to engage with him. It was evident that the cultists of the malevolent deity were utilizing this phenomenon for surveillance. At the base of building 435 in District 6, Sin Shiyun stood beside Meng Yi, perplexed. "Why do we not ascend and convey our intentions to him, to ease his mind?" She inquired softly. "The cultists are exceedingly terrifying to ordinary individuals. He must be on the verge of sleeplessness." Meng Yi, meanwhile, was surveying the surrounding terrain, seeking a suitable position for ambush. Upon hearing her words, he shook his head, not merely due to the surveillance methods employed by the cultists, but also because he could not divulge the truth. Instead, he opted for a different perspective. "This serves as a trial. Our Lord is merciful, yet we must also assess the loyalty of the faithful. Should Su Qing-song choose to betray our Lord under the duress of the cultists, he shall be eradicated alongside them. Sin Qiyun opened her mouth to speak. The divine instructs us to embrace love. Should we not strive to rescue him? To place him in such a predicament is always. Meng Yi interrupted her with a wave of his hand. He is the one who first provoked the malevolent deity. Our Lord's guidance signifies that the divine has not forsaken him, nor have I. He cast a sidelong glance at her and added, You previously mentioned that our Lord is merciful, yet this does not excuse us from holding ourselves to high standards. Sin Qiyu nodded silently in agreement. Suddenly, Meng Yi inquired, Does the tribunal offer any bounties for the cultists of the malevolent deity? Chapter 47. Do not disappoint me. In response to Meng Yi's inquiry, Sin Qiyu replied, I do not know. Meng Yi was not surprised. Given her past demeanor, it was indeed typical for her to be uninformed. He glanced around, uncertain whether Li Hao and the others were trailing him today. It would have been preferable if Suo Mingsheng were present, as he was more accommodating. However, since their last encounter when he had hitched a ride with Suo Mingsheng, he had not seen him again. He certainly would not take it upon himself to lead Sin Qiyun into an ambush. Dealing with the cultists of the malevolent deity necessitated the involvement of official personnel. Should they visit the tribunal? Or perhaps inquire about where Zhang Shi'er usually loiters? Ah, that I am aware of. Meng Yi musit inyardli. It truly is a rarity to find something she knows. Sin Qian gestured vaguely toward the square, indicating that the tribunal personnel had a set patrol route during the day, and they should pass through the square at this hour, though she could not ascertain if Zhang Shi'er would be among them. She pulled out her pocket watch for a quick glance, urging, We must hurry. The two hurriedly made their way to the square. Fortunately, they were not delayed. Upon arrival, Meng Yi immediately spotted the pickup truck. He waved vigorously from the roadside. Screech! Meng Yi winced at the piercing sound of the brakes. Zhang Shi'er rolled down the window, visibly astonished. Well, would you look at that? Just yesterday, I saw the wanted notice, and today, I've already found the target. Or perhaps, have you come to a realization? With a helpless expression, Meng Yi replied, No, I wanted to ask if you have any interest in the cultists of the malevolent deity. Oh, Zhang Shi'er opened the back door of the vehicle and climbed in. I still have patrol duties to attend to. Meng Yi and Sin Qiyun squeezed into the back seat as Zhang Zhuang pressed the accelerator. The pickup was quite an antiquated model, yet Meng Yi noticed a small device. Is that a drone? Zhang Shi'er nodded. Yes, surprisingly, you seem to know quite a bit. She casually tapped the drone, adding, This gadget is rather ineffective. Its flight range and altitude are insufficient. Unfortunately, there are no skilled mechanics in Jing'an City. Meng Yi, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, In such a vast city, there are no proficient mechanics? What is the reason? Any capable mechanics tend to migrate to the city of machines. Zhang Shi'er suddenly snapped back to the topic at hand. Hey, what did you lead the conversation? Weren't you discussing the cultists of the malevolent deity? What's the situation? Meng Yi promptly recounted the troubles he had faced with Su Qing-song, of course omitting any mention of divine revelations, instead stating that Su Qing-song had sought his assistance. He leaned forward and asked, Does your tribunal offer any corresponding bounties? There is a bounty, but it is modest. They are focused on ordinary citizens and you two newly anointed divine benefactors, likely dealing with low-level characters of the 8th or 9th tier. Hardly worth much. Zhang Elfia Vafatia hunt dismissively. It's only about 100,000, and that is contingent on achieving decisive results. Meng Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected a bounty of at least 5 or 60,000. You're not expecting me to share that with you, are you? Of course not. This is my official duty. Zhang Shi'er turned her head with a broad smile. When it comes to dealing with the cultists of the malevolent deity, I receive an additional bonus. Meng Yi nodded. Very well. Then let us take action together tomorrow. Wait. Zhang Shi'er had just turned her head back when she abruptly turned around again, questioning whether they too intended to take action. What for? Even if you act, it ultimately amounts to a mere 100,000. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? Even Zhang Zhuang couldn't resist turning his head at this point. Meng Yi was undoubtedly motivated by the desire to seize the divine favor. At this moment, Sin Qiyun spoke with an air of pride. Our Lord teaches us to love those who share our beliefs. Meng Yi concurred. Indeed, for our Lord. The whims of divine preference are truly peculiar. Zhang Xie, without much thought, assumed that the Crimson King merely craved fame. She chuckled. In that case, Zhang Zhuang and I 1T invite anyone else tomorrow. Fewer people means a smaller share of the prize. Meng Yi cleared his throat and suggested, since we don't have to share with colleagues, why not share a portion with us? At that moment, Zhang Xie regretted her words, slapping her own mouth in dismay, and ultimately conceded, fine, we'll give you half of our half, which is still 100,000. How practical! Meng exclaimed, wait, you're offering us 400,000 in total. Zhang Zhuang shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Xie. Eventually, they agreed to stake out in front of building 435 the following morning. No need for an ambush, no traps to prepare, none at all. Zhang Xie confidently waved her hand, assured that they wouldn't let the two escape in broad daylight. Meng Yi nodded, recalling an important matter. By the way, where will I find you in the future? I can't just wait at the square every day, can I? I reside at Building 105, 54th District. If only you were part of the tribunal, we could easily contact each other via phone. Zhang Xie waved her large mobile phone. Meng Yi was somewhat speechless. Given her physique, it was better to refrain from calling a phone. At this point, Cin Shiyun curiously inquired of Zhang Xie, don't you live in the inner city? We manage the 6th district, so it's much more convenient to live here. Zhang Zhuang followed the patrol route, escorting Meng Yi and Cin Shiyun near the south gate, after which they bid each other farewell. Upon exiting the vehicle, Cin Shiyun could barely contain her excitement. We're going to be rich. Meng Yi doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. Have we even secured the money yet? That doesn't matter. Let us indulge in a good meal. Yesterday, she had insisted on saving money and consuming synthetic rations. Yet now she was the first to make extravagant choices, quite in line with the spending habits of those favored by the divine. Meng Yi glanced around with a frown. Are there any decent restaurants nearby? A chef who is a respectable person? The chef is quite respectable. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to dining at the same restaurant as last time. He caught sight of a parrot chattering incessantly, insisting on normal vegetables, not the meat that the chef had grown himself. Soon enough, the irate chef from their previous visit stomped over. Are you here to cause trouble? The parrot chimed in, beat him. Thus, Meng Yi found himself sitting alone outside, begrudgingly consuming synthetic rations. He contemplated whether to eliminate a chef and bestow upon himself a decent cook to prepare his meals. In the afternoon, he continued his training with Zhang Yao. By the end of the day, Meng Yi's foundational training as a divine favor recipient had concluded, leaving him to await Cin Shiyun. Finally, Zhang Yao instructed Meng Yi to come over on the last day of Cin Shiyun's training to discuss the precautions of the wilderness with both of them. So, does this mean I have nothing to do for the next 3 days? Upon returning home, Meng Yi comfortably reclined on the sofa, sighing. I can truly rest for 2 days. Cin Shiyun let out a cold snort, continuing to immerse herself in her studies. Meng Yi gazed out the window at the sun, which had yet to fully descend, and casually inquired, do you think Su Qing-song will come looking for us? Cin Shiyun lifted her head, her expression bewildered. I do not know. If he truly comes, it is highly likely that he has chosen betrayal, as those two followers of the malevolent deity wish for him to ensnare both of us. Curiously, Meng Yi asked, is it common for ordinary people to abandon their deities under the pressure of the malevolent followers? Indeed, it occurs quite often. It is fundamentally challenging to endure. Cin Shiyun sighed. This is because ordinary individuals harbor a predominant fear of the deities, and the malevolent followers amplify that fear. Moreover, becoming a follower of the malevolent deity also provides a means to resist corruption. It is not as if one cannot survive. Meng Yi nodded, recalling, by the way, does Su Qing-song know you reside here? Yes, I mentioned it during my last encounter at the square with the followers. Did you perhaps space out and miss it? Meng Yi cleared his throat, choosing not to respond. He rose and approached the window, where he could see a figure lingering below, unmistakably Su Qing-song. Meng Yi sighed internally, hoping fervently that he would not be let down. The Scarlet King is unlike any other deity. It does not compel its followers to conform to any twisted and aberrant proclivities. Su Song stood hesitantly below, contemplating. Chapter 48. The word death written on the forehead. Meng Yi stood behind the window, observing Su Song below. Upon activating his spiritual sight, he found no trace of that ethereal light upon the young man's head. Could it be that the red mist obscured his perception? Those two acolytes of the malevolent deities possess quite the cunning. The youthful visage of the boy, marked by hesitation, finally ascended the stairs. Meng Yi's expression darkened. Had they chosen to entice him instead? Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Asked Sin Chiyun, her voice tinged with curiosity. A slightly trembling voice responded from outside. Su Song. Sin Chiyun glanced back at Meng Yi, startled by the dark cloud shadowing his face. Open the door, he commanded silently. Sin Chiyun bit her lip, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Creak upon seeing Sin Chiyun standing at the door, Su Song, filled with trepidation, reached into his bosom and produced a small package, offering it forth. This is, a tribute for our Lord's sanctuary, 20,364 yuan. Sin Chiyun, whose brows had been tightly furrowed, suddenly relaxed. She cast a brief glance at Meng Yi by the window before beaming at Su Song, her tone buoyant. Our Lord shall surely feel your devotion. Why linger outside? Come in and take a seat. Meng Yi's taut form abruptly relaxed. Thankfully, his follower had not disappointed him. Yet, the sum was peculiar, complete, and fragmented. What did this lad intend to achieve by laying forth all his possessions? Su Song hastily thrust the package into Sin Chiyun's arms, speaking rapidly. No. It's getting late. I must return to work. Farewell, Sister Yun. He turned and hurried down the stairs, as if pursued by unseen forces. Sin Chiyun had no time to call him back. She turned to Meng Yi, her chin slightly raised, a sense of unspoken pride swelling within her. Our Lord is merciful. The faithful are not fools. They would not easily betray. Moreover, she declared with confidence, our Lord has personally bestowed revelations. The deity has not forsaken his followers. Yet, Sin Chiyun puzzled, why did he not seek our aid? How could I know? Once the matter is resolved, you may inquire of him. Meng Yi replied with a soft exhale, Praise be to redemption. Praise be to redemption. He retreated into the secondary chamber, entering the realm of the red mist, where the star representing Su Song flickered incessantly. He beckoned. It seemed to be morning. Within the cramped confines, Su Song lit a candle, fervently praying to the Savior in his heart. His body trembled slightly, betraying his unease. Leaning against a stone chair, Meng Yi spoke softly, Rest assured, your deity shall not abandon his faithful. As the setting sun cast a somber glow upon the streets, Su Song, stepping with trepidation, looked around in bewilderment. Having just perceived someone speaking, it must be an illusion, perhaps due to the immense psychological strain he had been under recently. However, he felt an unexpected sense of reassurance wash over him, the tension that had gripped his spirit beginning to ease. He could not help but intertwine his fingers and slightly lower his head, invoking his Lord for redemption. Su Song, now 18 years old, graduated from school 2 years ago, and he vividly recalls the exhilaration that filled his heart at that time. Finally, he was free from the confines of a school perpetually shrouded in enchantments. Yet, the world outside did not unfold as splendidly as he had envisioned. The life in a factory with alternating shifts, the vigilant neighbors and colleagues, the disconnected classmates, and the divine entity he had first communicated with, the blood elemental master. This was a formidable deity who relished in bloodshed and violence, encouraging his followers to engage in relentless battles. Su Song's temperament was ill-suited for such a deity, but he had no choice. The ritual dictated the divine he must serve. Mortals lacked the privilege of selection. He mustered the courage to fight, to engage in combat. Yet the outcome was invariably defeat. Ultimately, the deity forsook him. He felt himself slipping deeper into the abyss of death, plagued by anxiety, and began to seek possible refuge. It was during this tumultuous time that he was deceived by the followers of an evil god. Fortunately, just days ago, he re-established communication with a different deity. This new divine being did not demand anything of him. Instead, it sent forth its emissaries to foster connections among the followers, urging them to embrace kindness. He began to meet new individuals, reminiscent of the few friends he had made in his early school days. Friends? However, the followers of the malevolent god did not relent. Initially intent on devouring his very essence, they now set their sights on the emissaries of the benevolent deity. Su Qing-song closed his eyes and prayed fervently in the desolate streets. My lord, your followers shall adhere to your tenets, and the lambs of the divine shall love one another. How could he persecute the only two emissaries of his god? This was a deity that regarded its followers with humanity. Praise be to redemption. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the short blade nestled in his arms. A remnant from the previous ritual, he resolved to confront those two malevolent god followers with all his might the following morning. Therefore, he decided to forego his shift at the factory that night. After all, he might not live to see another day. A moment of rest, something he had not experienced in 2 long years. As for the thought of seeking help from the two emissaries, it had crossed his mind, but he ultimately relinquished it. This was a mistake of his own making. He should not drag the two emissaries into his troubles. Those followers of the evil god must be formidable. He had to face the consequences of his own folly. Su Qing-song chuckled self-deprecatingly. The 20,000 he had saved was a result of his frugality. Intended for the day, he could become an emissary and purchase a larger home. Among ordinary people, few were like him in their capacity for imagination. Offering something to his lord was not a bad idea. He quickened his pace. For at least the sanctum of his lord would be grand. This aligned perfectly with his aspiration for a residence, one that was spacious. Meng Yi stood atop the crimson mist platform, observing the flicker of spiritual light within Su Qing-song's mind. So, it was highly likely that those two malevolent god followers would discover Su Qing-song's decision. Moreover, the lad had not gone to the factory tonight. His path was evidently leading him home. Meng Yi withdrew from the crimson mist and walked into the living room, where Cin Shiyun was organizing the sum of money belonging to Su Qing-song. The bank is not open to the common folk. His sum of over 20,000 is both whole and fractional. We shall proceed to the vicinity of Su Qing-song's residence. Huh? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? That rascal has not gone to the factory. He has returned home. I suspect those two acolytes of the malevolent deities possess the means to discern this fact, and he shall not be safe tonight. Cin Shiyun inquired with skepticism. How do you know? Meng Yi momentarily found himself at a loss for words, but swiftly regained his composure, gesturing towards the window. At that moment, the sky was nearly dark, and he was headed to a factory? Moreover, this sum of money, both whole and fractional, evidently constitutes his entire fortune. This fool has devoted all his wealth to the deity. What do you suppose he intends to do? Those two malevolent acolytes cannot possibly remain oblivious. Let's depart. Cin Shiyun swiftly tucked the money into a package. Should we contact Zhang Shi'er and the others? Certainly. You go seek them out while I head to Su Qing-song. Understood. They did not linger, each hastening on their respective paths. Meng Yi's pace surpassed that of Su Qing-song, and it was not long before he caught up. He trailed discreetly in the shadows of the night, quietly following his target. Building 435 is a considerable distance from Building 003, and at Su Qing-song's current speed, it is likely that Zhang Shi'er and the others could catch up. This thought eased Meng Yi's mind. He preferred to avoid confronting danger alone whenever possible. He touched the blade at his waist, scoffing. Two mere acolytes of malevolent deities dare to scheme against me? Their fate is inscribed with the character for death. Chapter 49. The newly blessed one beneath Building 435 in District 6. Meng Yi watched as Su Qing-song ascended the stairs, then cautiously surveyed his surroundings. This area was a typical outer city residential district, with Building 435 possessing but a single, somewhat dilapidated entrance, leading to a street that could be seen to its end at a glance. If those two acolytes of the malevolent deity were to approach, he could likely spot them from afar, concerned that the moment he set his blood and flesh trap would coincide with their arrival. Meng Yi took refuge in the shadows between two adjacent residential buildings, enduring the unknown stench as he patiently awaited their arrival. He hoped that when Zhang Shi'er and the others came, they would not cross paths with the two. After a while, Meng Yi began to sense something amiss. If those two acolytes could remotely monitor Su Qingsong, they might very well be waiting for him at his home. Alarmed, Meng Yi hastily tore off 2 pieces of flesh and blood, discarding them in front and behind him. With a thought, he ascended into the crimson mist. Indeed, through the celestial view, he could see that Su Qingsong had already fallen under the control of the 2 malevolent acolytes. Why can't you comprehend this? Su Qingsong's forehead throbbed with veins as he knelt upon the ground, clutching his abdomen and retching incessantly. Before him, a burly man grasped a short knife, seemingly intent on resistance. The man thrust the knife into Su Qingsong's shoulder, twisting the hilt mercilessly. Su Qingsong emitted a stifled grunt, gritting his teeth in determination. He did not wish to perish in a pitiful display of agony. The burly man sneered, "I witnessed your prayers to your deity." Ha, how absurd! Which god in this world truly cares for the lives of their followers? You may not wish to lure those 2 blessed ones, but alas. He tapped Su Qingsong's temple, declaring, "I have seen it all here. Your god does not care for you. The 2 blessed ones you seek to protect will follow in your footsteps. We shall offer new sacrifices to our master." Su Qingsong's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering as he murmured, "Master, salvation." Gathering all his strength, he swung a punch at the burly man before him, only to have his fist effortlessly grasped. The other figure standing at the entrance coldly interjected, "Do not crush him. We must preserve the skin and bones as much as possible." He pointed to the knife lodged in Su Qingsong's shoulder, instructing, "Let us begin there." Thud! A heavy blow struck Su Qingsong's abdomen, eliciting cries of anguish as he doubled over, tears and snot uncontrollably streaming down his face. This filled him with frustration. He did not wish to die in such a ridiculous manner. "Then let us begin here." His shirt was violently torn away, revealing a gaunt physique. "Damn it, I detest this method of flaying." Su Qingsong murmured, "Master, salvation, the eternal symbol. I wonder if I shall ascend to the divine realm after death. That sanctuary atop the mountain peaks." "What?" The burly man leaned slightly forward, then mockingly imitated Su Qingsong's words, "Woo master, salvation ha. What a peculiar false god. I have never encountered such a thing." Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi entered the scene and immediately beheld this unfolding horror. He exited the crimson mist in a rush, but it was too late. Even if he had arrived in time, those 2 malevolent cultists were closer to Su Qingsong and could easily extinguish him. The thought of watching Su Qingsong perish was unbearable for Meng Yi. He had promised to protect his followers right here, even if they did not hear him. Could he truly deceive himself? Could he even pull Su Qingsong up? It would be futile, for his corporeal form would not follow, leaving only his soul behind. Was that truly living? It would be best to let the other self-rescue, bestow upon him, grant him the divine grace to endure until he could reach him. However, to grant such favor meant risking Su Qingsong's vulnerable body, which could very well be destroyed by those 2 cultists. At that moment, the star representing Su Qingsong floated before Meng Yi, suddenly drifting to the highest tier of the platform. From the following 3 directions, a random selection of a 9th-tier divine grace may be bestowed upon the follower. 1. Eye techniques. 2. Ritual magic. 3. Elemental magic. Meng Yi was filled with joy. Time was of the essence, and he could not ponder why the divine grace of the poisonous old man was not among the options. The first 2 choices leaned toward support or lacked strength in direct combat. He chose the last one. There remained 1 and 2/3 of a 9th-tier quota, with an additional consumption of 1/3 designated. 9th-tier elemental magic allows the use of basic earth, water, fire, and wind elemental magic. Significantly enhances one's spiritual essence and slightly improves physical attributes. The crimson mist surged towards the star, representing Su Qingsong, and Meng Yi, without further observation, immediately exited the crimson mist space, hurrying to save him. He hoped that the young man would not perish so easily. A gust of wind surged beneath Meng Yi's feet, quite literally. In the room, Su Qingsong had already been marked with a thin red line from shoulder to arm. Ha ha ha. The 2 burly men were visibly exhilarated. "I can feel it, the joy of our master." The knife-wielding man licked the blood from the blade. Inhaling deeply, praised the Shadow Sovereign. In Su Ching Song, his eyes widened in horror. Boom! The knife-wielding man was violently knocked away by a fireball the size of a basin, flames radiating from his chest. The sudden turn of events caught both men off guard. Even the man who had been struck by the fireball had no time to attend to the charred mark on his chest. You, a divine grace-bearer? No. The once ferocious, twisted, and frenzied cultist was now incoherent. Su Ching Song had transformed into a divine grace-bearer before their very eyes. Su Ching Song seemed to be immensely inspired. With all his might, he fervently proclaimed, "Praise the redemption." The divine responded to his plea. Truly, he had descended with his great power to save him. Two fireballs rained down upon the two malevolent cultists, one after the other. Boom, boom. The dazed duo received a harsh blow. Coughing, Su Ching Song's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands once more. This time, the two burly men reacted, and both fireballs missed their mark entirely. Two imposing figures ominously melded into the shadows of the corner, leaving only half of their forms visible above. A fireball struck the wall above them, creating a concave indentation. Subsequently, the two men leapt from the shadows. Their expressions twisted into menacing grins. It is the benefactor who is favored. Our master shall delight in this offering. Su Ching Song gasped for breath, feeling a surge of fearlessness. Praise our master. Yet again, two fireballs were effortlessly evaded by the hulking men. Su Ching Song's mind began to spin, and he stumbled. The men sneered. Kid, how much spirit do you have to squander? The shadow I left in his mind has vanished. Intriguing, one of the giants suddenly lunged from the darkness, charging at Su Ching Song. In a panic, he conjured a small rock shield before him, but it was shattered by a single, powerful punch. The giant smirked disdainfully. A newly promoted novice. Is your god providing offerings to our master? Su Ching Song collided against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to lift his head. Had he failed his master? A sound of shattering glass pierced the air as Meng Yi leaped into the scene. Seeking Death. Chapter 50. The mindless ones, had it not been for the flickering flames visible through the window, Meng Yi would have struggled to locate Su Ching Song's residence. His approach was somewhat akin to that of Su Ching Song. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs, yet his spells exhibited a decidedly greater potency. Moreover, his endurance surpassed that of his counterpart. The limitations posed by the raw materials for the flesh bombs hindered their relentless onslaught, a constraint that elemental magic did not share. The two acolytes of the malevolent deity darted about, evading within the shadows cast by the corners, beneath the bed, and behind the cabinets. The incessantly falling fireballs consumed the furniture within the room, and under the illumination of the flames, they found themselves bereft of shadows to exploit, with no avenues for escape. Damn it, it's one of those blessed ones. Let us get out of here. This space is too confined. By the heavens, how is this fellow so spirited? He hurled 15 fireballs in one breath. 15. The two acolytes burst through the door, extinguishing the flames that clung to their forms in the corridor. One of them, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, "I refuse to believe this." Meng Yi did not pursue them. Instead, a tendril of flesh extended from his body, ensnaring Su Ching Song, and they leaped from the window. It would be foolish to take on two adversaries alone while awaiting a just reckoning. With the aid of flesh magic and wind elemental magic, they landed safely on the ground from the 4th floor. He surveyed his surroundings. Sin Shiyun and the others had yet to arrive. Although Su Ching Song was still disoriented, he expressed his surprise. "What brings you here?" "The master sent me." "Praise the master." Initially believing he was doomed, the series of unexpected events filled him with an uncontainable excitement and fervor. It was evident that Meng Yi was about to acquire yet another fervent follower. Let us set aside that for now and deal with those two. The two malevolent acolytes had slid down the shadows of the building to the ground. Their glares were cold, and one of them sneered, "Had two blessed ones. Our master will be quite pleased." Meng Yi assessed the pair. From the earlier encounter, it appeared their divine power was derived from the shadows. He slowly drew his crimson blade, igniting its edge with flames, and turned to Su Ching Song, instructing, "Create a sphere of fire and try to minimize the shadows around us." Su Ching Song nodded, extending his hand in an attempt to conjure flames, but only managed to produce a couple of sparks and a wisp of smoke. Meng Yi turned back and surprised him. Su Qingsong's face flushed as he continued to struggle. Bewildered, "I can't do it. My head feels so dizzy." The two burly men across from them laughed heartily. "Have you exhausted your spirit?" "Ha ha." One pointed at Meng. "You've delivered yourself right to us." Meng Yi's cheeks twitched. The restorative potion for his spirit was ineffective, and even with Sin Qiyun's assistance, he could not restore Su Qingsong's combat capability. This divine gift had merely saved the lad's life. Resigned, he said to Su Qingsong to stay close to me. He could only keep an eye on this liability. It seemed that the malevolent deity's influence had truly reached an unprecedented level. Su Qingsong held his head in confusion, wondering if the deity had withdrawn its blessing. He was utterly perplexed. Meng Yi was knocked aside by a forceful impact. This young man, seemingly dazed and foolish, stood there in a stupor even as the enemy launched their assault. Despite being informed that their spiritual energy was depleted, he remained lost in thought. His two divine benefactors appeared to be rather unreliable. With a clang, his crimson blade clashed against the adversary's short dagger, and Meng Yi seized the moment to hurl a fireball. This tactic proved more effective than simply tearing flesh. It could dispel shadows and hinder the opponent's movements. Under the cover of night, the combat prowess of these two acolytes of the malevolent deities was significantly enhanced, with shadows swirling around them. Their agility was at its peak. Fortunately, Meng Yi possessed a diverse array of abilities, transforming into a living corpse, wielding elemental magic, and employing flesh magic that rendered him resistant to typical physical harm, allowing him to barely hold his ground. Fireballs erupted chaotically around him, and he even managed to encase Su Qingsong in a stone armor. Is spiritual energy free? The adversaries pondered incredulously. They knew that maintaining shadow form was not sustainable for long, typically reserved for critical moments. Yet this individual before them, do not rush. He must have consumed some potion. We will wear him down gradually. They were apprehensive that the Judgment Division might patrol the area. Let's eliminate that useless one first. In a matter of moments, they reached a consensus to target Su Qingsong. As a result, Meng Yi found himself in a precarious position, for protecting others is the most challenging endeavor. Why bother shielding this worthless one? He thought, bemused. Strange, in these times, to encounter a benefactor willing to assist others. Su Qingsong, tormented within, could not wield the divine power bestowed upon him, and felt he was only a burden to Meng Yi. This was his long-standing concern, and the very reason he refrained from seeking help. He feared endangering others. "Leave me be," Su Qingsong shouted at Meng Yi. "It is my inadequacy." Meng Yi furrowed his brow. He was powerless against the two acolytes of the dark deities, just as they were against him. What was Su Qingsong shouting about? He chose to ignore him, viewing him as nothing more than a novice. The two malevolent acolytes moved with ghostly agility, and Meng Yi wondered how long he could withstand a two-on-one confrontation. A sudden gunshot rang out. "Let us see how you fare against four." Meng Yi turned toward the sound. Sin Qiyun and the others had finally arrived, albeit much later than he had anticipated. "Why the delay?" Zhang Xier chuckled. "Apologies. I was wandering outside. They were looking for me." Sin Qiyun's shot predictably missed, as the opponent's head transformed into a mass of shadows upon contact with the bullet. Upon seeing three reinforcements arrive, the two malevolent acolytes exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly glowing crimson. Meng Yi cautioned, "Be careful. These two can traverse shadows. Do not let them escape." Zhang Xier dashed towards them with remarkable speed, knowing that the acolytes of the Shadow Sovereign would not flee. Almost as soon as she spoke, the two adversaries threw back their heads and emitted a bizarre cry, their forms suddenly swelling, their eyes glowing a fierce red, and an ominous dark aura radiating from them. Behold, at this moment, their initial reaction was to entrust their bodies and minds to the malevolent deity, relinquishing their intellect. As Zhang Xier and Zhang Zhuanger traversed their path, they began to clasp hands, subsequently drawn together like magnets, their backs colliding with a resounding thud, merging into one entity. One side was Zhang Xier, the other Zhang Zhuang. It was not 4 arms and 4 legs, but rather 2 arms and 2 legs, resembling a singular being, as if a second visage had sprouted from the nape of one head. Then, Zhang Zhuang'er extended his arm, bending it at an unnatural angle, his fingers contorting similarly, sweeping aside the long hair that obscured his face, and spoke with a voice that was rich and resonant. "We are one, and you are another." The other hand, manipulated by Zhang Shi'er, retrieved a dagger, grasped firmly in hand. Their arms, one leading and the other trailing, formed a 180-degree angle, or rather, both were positioned forward. Meng Yi suddenly recalled the mouth on the back of Zhang Shi'er's head and the severed tongue of Zhang Zhuang, leading him to ponder if they might be sharing a single tongue. Presently, with their backs against one another, was it Zhang Zhuang'er employing the tongue? Shaking his head, Meng Yi dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for such inquiries. The feet of the 2 acolytes of the dark deity had already transformed into shadows, this mass of darkness impervious to the flickering flames. However, the sight of these 2 drooling as they approached was undeniably reminiscent of mindless beings. Chapter 51. We shall ultimately unite. Zhang Shizhuang intercepted a follower of the malevolent deity midway, while Meng Yi took on the other one. This particular follower now exhibited a considerable enhancement in power. His feet transformed into shadows, allowing him to evade attacks through the darkness, and moreover, to launch assaults from unexpected angles. As his fist swung out, Meng Yi countered with a fireball, but the adversary partially submerged into the shadow, dodging the fireball while simultaneously lowering the angle of his attack. The punch landed squarely on Meng Yi's abdomen, causing him to involuntarily cough. Even in his state of being a living corpse, his belly remained the softest part of his body. Confused, Meng Yi called out to Zhang Zhuang. "Didn't you say he was brainless?" Zhang Zhuang'er replied, "In this state, their combat instincts are heightened." The fighting style of the merged Zhang Shizhuang and Zhang Xi'er was indeed peculiar. Their physical attributes combined, yielding a synergy greater than mere addition. The opposing follower of the malevolent deity could not gain the upper hand in strength or reflexes. He could only rely on the mobility granted by his shadowy feet, circling around the duo incessantly. This was a tactical choice driven by instinct, attempting to strike from behind. However, Zhang Shizhuang was indifferent to the notion of front or back. With the control over his body fluidly shifting, arms and legs capable of movement in any direction, the malevolent deity's follower found himself at their mercy. Bang! Sinshiyun fired once more. The head of the opposing follower transformed into shadow again, abandoning Meng Yi to leap towards Sinshiyun. This reaction was understandable. Such an ability to evade fatal harm surely demanded immense spiritual energy or came with other limitations. Instinct would lead him to prioritize the elimination of the distant marksman. The burly man, wielding a short knife, glided swiftly towards Sinshiyun through the shadows, making hissing sounds as he approached. Meng Yi pursued rapidly. Bang! Faced with yet another shot, the man adeptly crouched low, having noticed her subtle movements well before she pulled the trigger. Upon nearing Sinshiyun, he suddenly surged up from the shadows, aiming his short knife at her neck. Boom! Sinshiyun had already prepared a flesh bomb, and now, relying on the defense provided by her living corpse state, she detonated it at close range. The sudden use of such an attack by a marksman took the man completely by surprise. Both were hurled into the air by the explosion, but Sinshiyun, having anticipated this, endured the pain and raised her hand. Bang! At such proximity, she surely would not miss. Although she did not strike his head, her shot tore a significant hole in his abdomen. Meng Yi rejoiced at the sight. Well done. Sinshiyun has made remarkable progress after her training. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Yi swept his crimson blade, decapitating the man who was already airborne from the explosion. Sinshiyun fell to the ground, her chest a gruesome mess, yet fortunately, her living corpse state shielded her from internal injuries, and she was rapidly healing. Meng Yi glanced at her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied. With no time to spare, Meng Yi turned and dashed towards Zhang Shizhuang. "Hurry and seize the opportunity. You now possess merely 1/3 of the 9th tier quota." At this moment, Su Qing Song is utterly astounded, caught in a state of bewilderment. The remaining acolyte of the malevolent deity, already overwhelmed by Zhang Shizhuang's relentless assault, stood no chance against Meng Yi's advance. The dagger wielded by Zhang Shizhuang is undoubtedly an extraordinary weapon, capable of darting seamlessly between his hands. This single dagger could serve the purpose of two, perfectly suited to their unique dual-soul configuration, and could also be employed as a projectile, returning with remarkable agility. Ultimately, the last acolyte of the malevolent deity, after futile struggles, fell victim to Meng Yi, who seized the moment to pierce his heart with the crimson blade. The kill was secured. Zhang Shizhuang displayed indifference towards the ownership of the kill, even expressing sincere gratitude. Only then did Meng Yi observe that the two of them, upon merging, possessed hands that were entirely palms, devoid of backs, and their feet lacked heels. Their bodies similarly lacked distinction between front and back, one side representing Zhang Xie and the other, Zhang Zhuang. Subsequently, they began to separate, stepping forward, left and right, their backs stretching. At last they could speak. It had been stifling. The moment they separated, Zhang Xie erupted into exclamations, waving at Xin Qiyun, proclaiming, "Well done." Meng Yi's gaze flitted between the two, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Do you share a single tongue?" "Ah," Zhang Xie exclaimed, astonished that he had discerned it. Intriguingly, her mouth did not move as she spoke those words. She reached back to touch the nape of her neck, stating, "In the future, we shall gradually share 2 eyes, 2 hands, and 2 feet, until ultimately one body. However, that is a matter for the future. They have agreed that these attributes will be divided equally. Ha ha ha. Perhaps when you see me again, I might have 1 hand, 1 leg, 1 eye, and 1 ear." Meng Yi envisioned her hopping around like a golden rooster, unsure of what expression to wear, falling into a moment of silence. Yet, Zhang Xie seemed unfazed by the thought, exclaiming, "Praise the twin deities." She patted Meng Yi on the shoulder, advising him not to be frightened when the time comes. Zhang Zhuang flashed a grin with his tongueless mouth. Xin Qiyun had already regained her composure, standing aside, hesitating to speak, and let out a gentle sigh. Su Gingseng, ever candid, remarked, "That sounds rather unfortunate." Zhang Xie, puzzled, responded, "Where is the misfortune? Isn't this the norm for everyone? Deities always take some things away, while bestowing others. Our Lord does not. He takes nothing." Su Qingsong asserted with gravity. "All of our Lord's followers are perfectly normal." Zhang Xie clearly dismissed this, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, I've heard of the Crimson King." Su Qingsong nodded, eager to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Meng Yi. "Enough of idle chatter. Zhang Xie, when will you provide us with the 200,000? Zhang Xie replied, "Tomorrow afternoon. I still need to bring these 2 corpses back to the judgment office for identification." Zhang Zhuang, go fetch the vehicle. Meng Yi surveyed his surroundings. The commotion created by their small group in the residential area surely attracted the gaze of many hidden observers. Upon hearing Zhang Xie's intention to transport the corpses, the expressions of those concealed in the vicinity turned to one of disappointment. Almost forgetting to examine the bodies, Meng Yi hastily approached the 2 cadavers. Zhang Xie looked somewhat surprised. "What are you doing? Checking for anything of value?" "Oh, you startle me. I thought you were about to tamper with the evidence. This is our proof of payment." "Tamper with the evidence? Do you take me for a ghoul?" Meng Yi shot her an indignant glare. He then rose expressionlessly. These 2 were utterly impoverished, not even a single steel nail to their name. At that moment, Su Qingsong approached with a beaming expression, and fearing he might utter something inappropriate, Meng Yi quickly urged him to be silent. "We can address any issues later." He then turned to Zhang Xie. "What was with the state of those 2 just now? Were they under the influence of the malevolent deity?" Zhang Xie nodded towards the body on the ground, which had expanded unusually, and explained, "The malevolent deity craves the consumption of the righteous one's power. Its followers, when confronted by beings such as us, who are blessed by the divine, cannot suppress their primal urge to hunt. Just like the situation moments ago. They clearly were no match for us, and yet chose not to flee. This impulse drives them to recklessly surrender to the corrupting power of the malevolent deity, thus eroding their sanity. Followers of the malevolent deity appear normal on the surface, yet they are all latent lunatics, possessing a strong inclination towards self-destruction. Meng Yi regarded her and thought, to be frank, he found Zhang Xie to be rather peculiar as well. On another note, how many truly normal individuals could exist in this world? Soon, Zhang Zhuanger drove the pickup truck to a halt at the intersection, and the two swiftly tossed the corpses into the truck bed. After getting into the vehicle, Zhang Xie waved her hand, "I'll deliver the payment to you tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 52. Peals of laughter as Meng Yi watched the battered pickup truck fade into the distance. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. Could Zhang Xie and the others have absconded with the money? This was a world where even life loans could not be recovered. Surely not. He could not help but voice his concern. Rest assured, that will not happen. Sin Shiyun assured him, the Judgment Department still possesses a fundamental reputation. After addressing Meng Yi's query, a look of puzzlement crossed her face. Have you received new divine power? Meng Yi had never been one to cast fireballs before. At that moment, Su Qing-song, who had been clutching his aching head, timidly interjected, "Am I allowed to speak now?" Meng Yi chose to sidestep Sin Shiyun's inquiry, knowing from past experience that she would soon disregard her own questions. He turned his attention to Su Qing-song. "Go ahead." Su Qing-song's face was alight with excitement. "Did our Lord truly send you here?" "Yes. It seems I have acquired divine power," he replied, struggling to produce a few sparks, which only exacerbated his dizziness, causing him to stumble slightly. Su Qing-song's vision darkened, and he concentrated hard. "How did our Lord?" Meng Yi continued to respond with non-committal sounds, aware that the revelation of divine salvation had sent Su Qing-song into a frenzy of exhilaration. He observed the youthful features of Su Qing-song's face, still not entirely stripped of innocence, and sighed inwardly, so inexperienced. He could no longer allow him to ramble. Patting Su Qing-song on the shoulder, he stated, "Our Lord has bestowed this grace upon you due to your loyalty. It is both a reward and an act of compassion. Glory to the Redeemer." Su Qing-song et Golim. Meng Yi was somewhat taken aback. Sin Shiyun had previously mentioned that after the depletion of one's spirit, it would be difficult to maintain normal function. Yet this fellow appeared to be in fine form. Sin Shiyun then recalled her earlier query, directing her gaze at Su Qing-song. "You were threatened by the servants of evil God. Why did you not seek our aid?" Meng Yi felt a sense of relief. Indeed, as long as the topic shifted, Sin Shiyun would overlook the inconsistencies surrounding him. In the dim light of the night, Su Qing-song's expression was difficult to discern, yet his voice was earnest. "The divine teaches us love and friendship. I cannot burden the divine's emissary." Meng Yi interrupted. "In the future, when faced with difficulties, do not hesitate to seek help. Also, why do you believe you would be a burden to us?" "Because the followers of the evil god are formidable and terrifying." Su Qing-song replied, a stereotype ingrained in him since childhood. Meng Yi let out a scoff, "But they are dead." He then looked at Su Qing-song earnestly. "We possess more experience and knowledge than you do. You see, we can even harness the power of the Judgment Department." It was only 5 days since he had gained extraordinary abilities, yet he felt justified in boasting about his experience before Su Qing-song. Clearing his throat, he added, "In any case, do not attempt to handle situations on your own." Su Qing-song's face flushed, and he nodded vigorously. "I understand. I will seek your guidance more often henceforth." "Very well." Meng Yi waved his hand. "Since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave." Sin Shiyun tugged at him and whispered, "Su Qing-song has donated all his money." Upon hearing this, Meng Yi fumbled through his belongings, and then, suddenly recalling, he handed Su Qing-song a wad of cash, amounting to around 1 or 2,000. "Take this for now, and come find us tomorrow morning. We must ensure this novice learns the ropes. After all, he only has 2 divine benefactors under his command and cannot remain inexperienced indefinitely." Su Qing-song attempted to refuse, but was silenced by Meng Yi's affectionate insistence. The latter had relinquished his entire fortune to purchase a home, so parting with a mere 1 or 2,000 to assist was hardly a burden. Su Qing-song watched them depart with a look of profound gratitude. He then strode toward his home. In the past, he would have been daunted by the furtive glances surrounding him, but now he was a divine benefactor. However, he suddenly clutched his head, feeling a wave of dizziness. The excitement had masked his discomfort, but now his vision began to blur. Su Song hastily ascended the stairs, feeling his way in the dark, and upon returning home, sank to the floor. He surveyed the room he had inhabited for 2 years. Thankfully, there was little furniture. The recently ignited flames had consumed nearly everything, leaving behind only a few flickering embers. The ground was littered with shattered glass. The walls were marred and yellowed. The remnants of furniture lay in ashes, and the door had been battered to pieces. It was a chaotic scene, yet he found himself laughing, starting with a subdued chuckle that soon erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! His laughter resonated through the empty window into the night sky, echoing through the vacant doorframe in the hallway, filled with pure joy. Praise be for redemption. With fingers interlocked and head bowed, he began to pray to his deity. As night fell, Sin Chiyun walked briskly, her demeanor light and almost jubilant. Our Lord has gained another divine benefactor. How wonderful! Meng Yi, with a peculiar expression, suddenly realized that Sin Chiyun had not spoken of camaraderie earlier, and had instead brought Su Song to her home. Did this mean that his follower held a special attitude towards him? An unintentional differential treatment, perhaps. Su Song might be the same way. Sin Chiyun turned back and said, "By the way, can we take Su Song with us to the wilderness in a few days?" Strength lies in numbers. Meng Yi's expression darkened. Absolutely not. That kid is still at the level of a burden. We cannot take him along. This is our first venture into the wilderness, and we are to bring someone else? That young man. Meng Yi organized his thoughts and added, "He has only just come of age. Indeed, I asked him to come to us tomorrow morning. We will impart some fundamental knowledge about being a divine benefactor to him." At this point, Meng Yi hesitated. "Do you think since Zhu Hongyu has resigned, could Su Song possibly join for free training?" Sin Chiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, I was just contemplating whether to lend him 100,000 tomorrow, so he could attend Zhang Yao's training. It's free after all." Upon hearing this, Meng Yi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "You are quite generous, but do you truly believe Zhang Yao's training is worth 100,000? Subsequently, he observed a peculiar detail. While Sin Chiyun discussed finances with Su Song in terms of borrowing, she had never broached such topics with him. Except when it came to matters concerning the divine, they shared an almost indistinguishable bond. A slight sense of guilt washed over Sin Chiyun as she inquired, "What is it worth?" Meng Yi retorted, somewhat irritably, 1 million. He intended to investigate the reliability of free training the following day. After all, Su Song was his disciple, and he could not afford to jeopardize himself out of mere avarice. Upon returning home, Meng Yi glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 11 o'clock at night. Remarkably, Sin Chiyun still possessed the energy to read. Meng Yi stifled a yawn, declaring that it was time for sleep. Meanwhile, Sin Chiyun began to fidget restlessly. "What troubles you?" he asked. "This garment is starting to constrict me. I must purchase some meat tomorrow." Meng Yi grinned, for his own attire had remained unscathed. Swiftly, he entered and locked the door behind him, eager to assess the day's gains on the Crimson Mist. Chapter 53. You are the Godsend Savior. As Meng Yi stepped into the Crimson Mist space, a notification greeted him. Seize 2 portions of the 8th tier bestowed power. The 2 Shadow Dominator's followers proved to be quite formidable, indeed, both being 8th tier divine benefactors. It appeared he could even plunder the powers of the malevolent deity. Meng Yi settled into a stone chair, a smile gracing his lips. There seemed to be no need for astonishment, especially since tonight promised bounteous rewards. He was now capable of converting 2 and 1/3 portions of 9th tier power, with just 2 more opportunities to seize 9th tier bestowed powers. He could elevate 1 8th tier divine benefactor. He dismissed the notification before him, only to discover that the dome above shimmered with stars anew. It was a note of gratitude from that young rascal, Su Song. After a swift perusal, Meng Yi prepared to exit, but a casual glance revealed more twinkling stars beneath the high platform. The Crimson Mist could not shroud them either. With a flick of his hand, a star soared from below to hover before him. It was the prayer scene of Li Wenhui, the unfortunate divine benefactor desperately seeking seafood. He knelt before a solitary candle, incessantly uttering the name of the Crimson King, beseeching the divine for protection. After repeating it thrice, the prayer scene concluded, transitioning into a live feed. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. The stars above represented his followers, while those below signified non-believers like Li Wenhui, who prayed to him. Moreover, the crimson mist space was quite domineering, establishing a connection after a single prayer, even allowing for real-time monitoring. Intrigued, Meng Yi peered through the star to observe Li Wenhui, who appeared utterly forsaken by the deity. Activating his spiritual vision, he confirmed that the corruption had indeed begun to encroach upon him. However, the arrangement of Li Wenhui's home was rather peculiar. It resembled a swimming pool filled with deep water and various furnishings, either waterproofed or elevated. Were it not for the exploration of this three-bedroom, two-living-room abode alongside Li Wenhui, Meng Yi might have truly believed he was in a swimming pool. The water depth was approximately 3 meters, with an additional 2 to 3 meters of space above the surface, clearly a deliberately modified residence. Li Wenhui held his breath, submerged at the bottom, bubbles escaping his mouth as he systematically removed the stoppers from the drains. He then surfaced, climbing onto the clean floor above the water. The area of the floor above the water was merely 20 to 30 square meters, occupied by a wardrobe, a sofa, and other furnishings unsuitable for a watery environment. Standing on the dry floor, Li Wenhui began to peel off his garments one by one. Meng Yi's gaze faltered. His feet were webbed, and from his chest to his knees, they were adorned with scales. On his abdomen, for pairs of organs resembling gills were present. Considering he was holding his breath underwater, it was evident that these gills had lost their intended function. The scales covering his body were dull, lacking luster, appearing sickly pale and patchy. Li Wenhui's face contorted in anguish as he knelt, weeping uncontrollably. All his efforts had culminated in failure. He had even succumbed to the deceptive words of that individual encountered earlier, praying to the so-called Crimson King. He quickly composed himself, rising with gritted teeth, seemingly muttering to himself, yet also venting toward some unknown entity. God has forsaken me. Then I shall forsake him. He reached for a fish scale knife that had long been prepared and began scraping the scales from his own body. The sound of scraping filled the air. Soon, he was drenched in blood. Li Wenhui's eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched tightly. He seemed oblivious to the pain, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against his own flesh. With fervor, more fervor, the blood dripped steadily into the pool, which was rapidly descending, soon diffusing into a thin mist that became imperceptible to the naked eye. Meng Yi began to feel uneasy amidst the crimson haze and instinctively turned his head. Li Wenhui persisted, soon emitting grotesque sound from his throat. You transformed me into this wretched state, and then discarded me so casually. Where am I to find seafood? Where? He sliced between his webbed toes, forcefully parting them. I no longer wish to bear this ghastly appearance. I am human. I am human. For heaven's sake, I am human. Above the red mist, Meng Yi leaned back in his chair. It was the first time he had witnessed a forsaken divine benefactor. It was a pitiful sight. He couldn't help but think of Qin Shiyun, whose right hand had become a mere scrap of iron. What if Zhu Hongyu were forsaken by the divine? What if Zhang Xir, including the most formidable divine benefactor he had encountered thus far, the fourth tier Dawn's judgment? What would it be like for that hunchback figure to be abandoned? Those with less severe physical transformations might fare better, but Meng Yi could scarcely imagine the fate of chefs who cultivated ingredients within their own bodies if they were to lose their divine grace. The entire human realm was drinking poison to quench its thirst. Meng Yi regarded Li Wenhui with a pitiful glance. Since he had sought protection, why not grant it? A wisp of red mist parted, silently merging with Li Wenhui's being. Current number of believers, 322, 329. Meng Yi was taken aback. It was a new notification. His previous count of believers had been 321. With the addition of Li Wenhui, it became 322, while 329 appeared to be the current cap of believers. Indeed, this red mist realm was rather rigid. No hints had been given previously, and only upon corresponding changes did new notifications arise. The star representing Li Wenhui began to ascend, soon suspended above the dome. Above the red mist, Meng Yi's form began to fade. It was late, time for rest. The fish scale knife that Li Wenhui had just raised suddenly halted in midair as he sensed a gaze upon him. It felt like a thread of sight cast down from an indescribably lofty height, profound, vast, and filled with compassion, followed by a flicker of realization within him. A great being had bestowed protection upon him. His recent prayer had genuinely borne fruit. A desperate attempt born of hopelessness had truly proven effective. The young man he had encountered before had not deceived him. The fish scale knife in Li Wenhui's hand clattered to the floor, and he remained oblivious. No, there is truly no need for a sacrificial ceremony. A simple prayer suffices. Moreover, the deity has heard his supplications, benevolently casting a gaze upon him, devoid of any twisted or sinister demands. He found himself engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, he jolted back to reality, disregarding the blood that drenched his form, trembling as he rummaged through the cabinet for a candle. He intended to humbly offer his prayers once more to this merciful God. As he ignited the candle and knelt upon the ground, he became acutely aware of his disheveled appearance, a pitiable sight, like a bloodied figure. Li Wenhui plunged into the pool with a splash, enduring the pain as he emerged, hastily rinsing himself off. He opened the wardrobe and selected his most formal attire, donning it with care before kneeling once again before the flickering candle. Amidst the rhythmic sound of dripping water, his voice rose with fervor. Praise be to you, O great Crimson King. You are the eternal symbol of redemption, the divinely bestowed Savior. Chapter 54. The divine must have a sacred city at the break of dawn the following day, since Shiyun clamored to visit the market, her primary intent, of course, to procure some meat for her attire. The market, situated solely in the inner city, boasted vegetables and meats priced in the hundreds, affordable only to the divine benefactors. The common folk in the outer city typically subsisted on synthesized rations. Meng Yi, intrigued by this locale, nonetheless had other matters to attend to. He halted Sin Shiyun, who was about to step outside, and said, "Wait for Su Qing Song. He will be arriving shortly. You can take him along and impart some basic knowledge." Sin Shiyun turned back, curious. "What about you?" "I have some other matters." Meng Yi deftly maneuvered past her and exited, adding, "Do not rush to take Su Qing Song to the defense office for registration. We can address that later in the afternoon. I shall first seek out Old Wang Ba for some inquiries." Without waiting for Sin Shiyun's response, he hurried down the stairs. His inquiries were not limited to free training. He harbored new thoughts regarding Li Wenhui. As a malevolent deity with only two divine benefactors, one of whom was rather inexperienced, this was hardly a fitting situation. Li Wenhui, not particularly young, must have been a divine benefactor for some time. Meng Yi found himself envious of his experience and insights. He resolved to first gather information about this individual at the tavern before deciding whether to promote him. A divine benefactor in search of seafood surely would not be obscure. Before long, Meng Yi stood before the entrance of Old Wang Ba's tavern, pushing the door open with familiarity and naturally conveying his purpose to the bartender. The tavern was as smoky as ever, and the bartender informed him to wait, as Old Wang Ba had yet to arrive. Left with no choice but to wait, Meng Yi found no desire to indulge in the tavern's offerings and instead idly scanned his surroundings. It was then that he spotted a familiar face, Suo Mingcheng. The fellow was cradling an enormous wine goblet and drinking heartily. He was likely not observing Meng Yi. Since their last encounter, when he had given Meng Yi a ride, they had not crossed paths, and Meng Yi had some lingering questions. He approached the inebriated Suo Mingcheng directly. Suo Mingcheng, tilting his head back to drink, sensed someone approaching, and upon recognizing Meng Yi, he abruptly set down the giant cup with a thud, spilling wine everywhere. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, coughing, "What brings you here?" Seeing him in such a state, Meng Yi smiled, pulled out a chair, and comfortably seated himself across from him, retorting, "Is it strange for me to be here? What about you? Skipping work to drink?" Suo Mingcheng's expression was one of dismay, after giving Meng Yi a ride. He had been relentlessly scolded by Li Hao and had even applied yet again to switch partners with the Dawn Judgment. Although he had not succeeded, he had been stripped of the duty to monitor Meng Yi. How fortunate, he thought. Yet encountering Meng Yi in the tavern made him feel as though he were once more sneaking about to spy. "Not strange. Enjoy yourself." He pushed the goblet toward Meng. Please have a drink. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Meng Yi was taken aback. What had caused this peculiar behavior? Hadn't he always been so loquacious? No, he could not let him depart so easily. Meng Yi grasped the arm of Suo Mingcheng, who had just risen, and implored him not to leave. The sensation of his grip caused a frown to crease Meng Yi's brow as his gaze drifted to Suo Mingcheng's left arm. The sleeve appeared gaunt, the texture rigid, and this fellow wore a black leather glove, a stark contrast to his previous state. Meng Yi hesitated, squeezing slightly, and inquired, "What happened to your arm?" Suo Mingcheng narrowed his single eye and chuckled. "I've leveled up." He removed the glove, revealing a hand fashioned from white bone. "My master has taken the flesh from my left arm. Now, this limb is formidable." He clenched his bony fist, delicate dark golden patterns etched upon its surface. Meng Yi nodded silently. "So you are now a 6th tier?" He recalled Suo Mingcheng previously claiming to be at the 7th tier. Once the conversation began, Suo Mingcheng had no intention of departing. He settled back down, took a sip from his cup, and remarked, "Yes, 6th tier. If we were to fight again, you would surely be no match for me." He was still mulling over what Sun Qiyun had said. Meng Yi laughed softly, teasingly asking, "So, who is stronger now? You or Li Hao?" "He's nothing." Suo Mingcheng belched loudly. "If he had to put forth some effort, I wouldn't dare look." "Oh." Meng Yi feigned enlightenment, realizing that since Li Hao was mentioned, it was only natural to inquire further. "Li Hao isn't here, otherwise. Would you still dare to speak of him? Even if he were, I'd say the same." Suo Mingcheng cleared his throat, adding that he had sought out the Dawn Tribunal that morning and had not accompanied Meng Yi. A weight settled in Meng Yi's heart. Indeed, the tribunal was still monitoring him. He pondered Li Hao's intentions. Had he not yet managed to clear his name of the dark god suspicions? What did his actions in the marketplace signify? At that moment, the bartender approached, leaning close to Meng Yi's ear. "Old Wang Ba has arrived." Meng Yi turned toward the bar, where old Wang Ba nodded at him while leaning on his cane. Meng Yi waved at Suo Mingcheng, telling him to take his time drinking, as he had matters to attend to. He approached the bar, feeling the meager 3,000 coins in his pocket, once 4,000, but he had left 1,000 for Sun Qiyun that morning, leaving him with little confidence. "Do you know Li Wenwei?" he asked. Old Wang Ba nodded. "Yes. Would you like to know more? How much do you charge?" The information about a man destined to lose his divine favor was unlikely to be worth much. Old Wang Ba, eager to curry favor with a favored one, recognized that such individuals typically advanced swiftly and were not like the ungrateful divine favor bearers. Maintaining this client would yield future profits. It's not crucial information, it's free. Upon hearing it was complimentary, Meng Yi's tension eased. Old Wang Ba didn't even need to consult any records. As he began, Li Wenhui is a follower of the sea god. The specifics of his path are unclear. He should be a 7th-tier divine favor bearer, manifested in. Meng Yi lightly tapped the bar to interrupt. "What I'm interested in is this person's character." Considering the profound influence of divine beings on the blessed, he elaborated. "For instance, what preferences does Li Wenhui's deity possess?" It flourishes in humid, sultry environments, for he is perpetually cloaked in a viscous secretion that drips incessantly from his form. Thus, old Wang Ba grinned, remarking how this often leads to misunderstandings, branding the disciple as a source of plague, rendering him rather unwelcomed and somewhat sensitive and suspicious. His demeanor tends to be rather stealthy and cold, yet when provoked, he does not hesitate to act decisively. Meng Yi nodded, finding that Li Wenhui seemed to align perfectly with his requirements, having previously been a 7th-tier blessed one. His experience speaks for itself, and his sensitive nature poses no issue. Initially, he merely sought to recruit a few subordinates, but now, Meng Yi cast a glance at Suo Mingcheng, who was still indulging in his drink. Should he consider placing a few individuals within the Judgment Division? Ultimately, to exert control, either overtly or covertly, over the official apparatus? A deity ought not to be confined solely to the sanctuary. Generally, there should also be a holy city. He resolved to establish a direct line of communication with Li Wenhui, as a sensitive and suspicious disposition would render him a fitting candidate for an undercover role within the Judgment Division. Moreover, Perhaps he could masquerade as a follower of another deity. Meng Yi reflected on his current reserves of divine power and casually inquired of old Wang Ba. What was the method for observing that deceased individual in the tavern last time? Chapter 55. The imagination of believers. Since Meng Yi wished to position one of his own within the Judgment Bureau, he must ensure that Li Wenhui is not bestowed with the divine power that has already come to the attention of Li Hao. It is also advisable to steer clear of the path of the evil gods and the dubious methods of that toxic old man. Such sinister avenues would certainly be frowned upon by the Judgment Bureau. The misfortune of the tavern dweller could be considered as an alternative. Old Wang Ba remarked, "The path of the unravelers under the all-knowing eye sounds promising." He subsequently pointed to his own eyes, indicating that the blessings of this path derive primarily from them. Meng Yi instinctively thought of Li Hao, for that fellow's eyes are indeed peculiar. Thus, it would be unwise to grant Li Wenhui this power. He remained uncertain about the dynamics among the followers of the so-called righteous deities. Allowing Li Wenhui to masquerade as a believer of the all-knowing eye could easily be uncovered by Li Hao. Never mind, there is no rush. Bestowing power upon Li Wenhui can wait until after his return from the wilderness. The immediate priority is to elevate an 8th-rank blessed one as soon as possible. All else can be postponed. He inquired further about Li Wenhui's residence, but this information was not free. Old Wang Ba quoted a price of 3,000. Meng Yi reluctantly parted with his money, deeming it essential to prevent Li Wenhui from appearing before Cin Qiyun and the others. And he needed to make contact with the individual while Li Hao was absent. Thus, he found himself suddenly stricken with poverty. The address was Unit 501, Building 46, in the inner city residential area. As Meng Yi turned to leave, he remembered one last matter. Old Wang Ba. How effective is the free training from the Defense Bureau? It leaves much to be desired. If given a choice, you would be better off seeking someone like Zhang Yao. Old Wang Ba chuckled. If the Defense Bureau truly valued this, they wouldn't have let that Zhu Hongyu manage the training room for so long. It seems that the funds from Su Qingsong cannot be conserved after all. Having acquired the information he sought, Meng Yi did not linger. The noise and light pollution from the tavern were too overwhelming. He cast a wind elemental magic to aid his swift journey toward the inner city. Along the way, he frequently glanced back, turned corners, and took detours, striving to remain vigilant of his surroundings. It appeared that Su Mingsheng was correct. Li Hao had not followed him today. After a battle of wits with the air, Meng Yi arrived beneath Li Wenhui's building just before noon. The inner city residential area, unlike the compact and cramped outer city, featured more spacious gaps between buildings, and it was evident from the exterior that many had undergone varying degrees of renovation. Some resembled stark caverns. Others were entwined with vine-like greenery. Some emitted peculiar fumes, while others flowed with viscous liquids. The most intriguing establishment was atop one building, appearing almost alive, covered in fur and flesh, basking in the sun while snoring. No wonder Cin Qiyun was reluctant to reside here. Meng Yi would not choose this place either. Building 46 appeared far more normal, lacking any bizarre modifications, suggesting a deliberate arrangement of similar types of residences. As Meng Yi stepped into the hallway, he was greeted by a spacious and bright atmosphere, abandoning the claustrophobic feeling he had encountered elsewhere, and it was quite captivating. On the first level, with each step he took, he would exclaim in surprise, as though treading upon some living creature that might jolt unpredictably, attempting to dislodge him. The second level felt quite ordinary, while the third was composed of ice, the entire corridor exuding an icy chill. Upon reaching the fourth level, Meng Yi found himself instantaneously at the top, as if transported in a flash, without a moment to comprehend the transition. One cannot help but marvel at the whimsical nature of this world. This corridor could not have been part of the original city planning, but rather the result of the residence modifications. The residential buildings in the inner city are divided into units, with only 2 doors on the 5th floor. Meng Yi raised his hand and gently knocked on the door of room 501 on the left. The door opened a crack, revealing Li Wenhui's vigilant gaze peering through, before he suddenly swung it wide open. His face lit up with joy, an overwhelming scent of medicine enveloping him. "It's you. What brings you here? How did you know I was here?" Meng Yi replied with a kindly demeanor, "My lord has guided me, having felt the gaze of a great presence. Libanui arburat noduts." Moreover, he had previously heard the divine covenant in the park and, filled with elation, welcomed Meng Yi inside. With a hint of apology, he remarked, "I'm still tidying up my home." He gestured below, where water had once flooded the area, salted no less. Meng Yi glanced down, observing that the water had been drained, and Li Wenhui was in the process of transforming the space into a more habitable environment. "I plan to convert this into 2 levels and also reopen the door on the 4th floor. I have the potential to connect the 4th and 5th floors," he said with a sense of aspiration. "I want to remodel it just like my childhood home." Meng Yi tilted his head at him. "Your childhood home?" Then he realized, given Li Wenhui's age, he must have lived through the old era. Li Wenhui nodded, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. "Yes, unfortunately, I was only 8 then. So many details are hazy. I recall my father had a study filled with books, though I hardly saw him read. He had 2 computers. Do you know what a computer is?" Without awaiting Meng Yi's response, he continued, "One was for me. My mother despised us playing games. I want to create a study too," and he began to ramble, the exhilarating ups and downs of life invigorating him. And the benevolence of the Crimson King brought him immense relief. Upon meeting Meng Yi, this guiding figure, his desire to share became insatiable, especially since the divine spoke of friendship. In Meng Yi's presence, his usual wariness of strangers dissipated. Meng Yi simply listened as the middle-aged man grew animated, gesturing passionately, so much so that blood began to seep from his clothing, though he remained oblivious. It was only when he grew weary that Li Wenhui reclined on the sofa, his tone turning somber. "Alas, it is a pity my parents left us too soon." He looked up at Meng Yi. "I apologize for rambling. I haven't properly thanked you." Meng Yi shook his head. "No need for thanks. My lord is salvation. Praise be to salvation. By the way, what is it that you seek from me?" Meng Yi's expression grew solemn as he stated, "Our lord requires an individual to enter the tribunal." Li Wenhui slowly rose from the sofa, yet replied, "But I am not a divine benefactor at present. You shall be, provided you exhibit true devotion." Meng Yi insisted, "I merely inquire, are you willing to accept this task?" He paused momentarily before continuing, "This entails concealing your identity in public. You cannot refer to yourself as a follower of our Lord, and from henceforth, you may only maintain contact with me." Li Wenhui hesitated, torn between his thoughts. Observing his reluctance, Meng Yi sighed, "Are you unwilling?" "No." Li Wenhui responded, appearing sumawat perplexa. I wish to regard the Lord's followers as brothers and sisters. Yet if I do this, will I forever be unable to claim myself as a follower of our Lord?" "Certainly not," Meng Yi assured with a tone imbued with sanctity. "You shall surely return to the embrace of our Lord. Moreover, our Lord symbolizes redemption. You need not fear being led astray. We tread upon a sacred path." "Redemption." Li Wenhui pondered these words, his eyes brightening as he nodded earnestly. "I accept." Witnessing the change in his demeanor, Meng Yi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of where Li Wenhui's thoughts had wandered. Chapter 56. Arranging a traitor regardless of the circumstances. It is indeed a fortuitous event that Li Wenhui has acquiesced. Meng Yi organized his thoughts and stated, "In the forthcoming period, I shall venture into the wilderness. Should you ascend to the status of a divine benefactor during this time, endeavor to join the tribunal of judgment. Remember to masquerade as a devotee of another deity. Pay close attention to the following points. First, observe the tribunal's internal attitude towards our Lord. Second, investigate the official stance of the arbitration committee regarding religion. You are aware that our Lord may establish a sanctuary. Third, keep an eye on the situation of the blood origin master. Lastly, strive to acquire intelligence concerning the followers of the malevolent deities. Libanui inaladopoli. He had indeed heard sermons in the park. Since a divine sanctuary was to be established, the first 2 tasks were self-evident, while the latter 2. He was also cognizant of the fact that certain questions were best left unasked. At that moment, Zheng nodded seriously. "I shall remember." By the way, Meng Yi inquired, "Is it challenging to disguise oneself as a devotee of another deity?" Will one be discerned by fellow believers? Li Wenhui's expression turned peculiar. What sort of question is this? Even if certain inquiries ought not to be made, he could not resist responding. Will our Lord's divine grace manifest similarly to that of other deities? He had presumed that disguise meant fabricating a new divine name, yet it appeared to be more complex than he initially thought. With an enigmatic smile, Meng Yi replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply answer whether detection is possible." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wenhui responded, "Generally, there is no need for concern, unless a decree from the divine is issued, which is a rare occurrence. In other situations, there is typically no additional discourse regarding the deity among fellow believers. In this regard, the followers of righteous deities are, in fact, less united than those of the malevolent ones." Meng Yi could not help but reflect, indeed, it is rather paradoxical. This simplifies matters significantly. From now on, it suffices to bestow divine grace upon Li Wenhui through an appropriate means. Does the Tribunal of Judgment have any specific requirements for the pathways through which divine benefactors can join? Li Wenhui increasingly found this dialogue peculiar, as it seemed to imply multiple options were available. They prefer divine benefactors who appear as normal as possible. If one is a follower of deities associated with light or order, they would be most warmly welcomed. Meng Yi nodded, exhibiting no concern that Li Wenhui might detect the various inconsistencies or flaws in his statements. Based on Sin Shiyun's reaction, he believed that all of his irregularities would gradually become reasonable or be overlooked by the devotees. Moreover, he maintained a strong influence over them. Originally intending to take his leave, Meng Yi recalled a previous query and pondered, "You were previously in search of seafood. I find it curious that a deity possesses such unattainable preferences. How did you become a divine benefactor?" Li Wenhui's Mud Darkanat. The sea god initially cherished only the ocean and its waters, which could be artificially created. Approximately a month and a half ago, he developed a new preference. He gazed blankly at Meng Yi. "I do not understand why. Can a deity's preferences truly change?" Meng Yi, perplexed, could only take his leave from Li Wenhui. As he walked along the street, he let out a long sigh. From Li Hao's unwavering vigilance, it is evident that the Judgment Department's stance towards the Crimson King remains ambiguous. This pervasive uncertainty is disconcerting and necessitates a transformation. Furthermore, Sin Shiyun's unilateral ambition to acquire land for the establishment of a sanctuary leaves Meng Yi pondering the arbitration committee's potential response. Numerous considerations linger. In the future, once the faith in the Crimson King is openly displayed, how will the other deities react? Meng Yi is utterly at a loss regarding these matters. Thus, embedding subtle agents within such a formidable official institution as the Judgment Department would greatly benefit him as a malevolent deity. He returned home with a light step, where Sin Shiyun and Su Qingsong awaited him for dinner. Upon Meng Yi's entrance, Sin Shiyun gestured towards Su Qingsong, inquiring, "What do you think? Should we have him register with the Defense Department?" "No need. Better to consult Zhang Yao. Old Wang has mentioned that the training division of the Defense Department is rather unreliable." Meng Yi took a seat at the dining table, his eyes sparkling at the sight of such a sumptuous feast. Sin Shiyun stated earnestly, "This is to celebrate the emergence of the third divine benefactor." Su Qingsong Bolu said, unable to contain a foolish grin. After they finished their meal, a knock echoed at the door. Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun exchanged knowing glances, anticipating the arrival of Zhang Sierra. Indeed, upon opening the door, they were greeted by Zhang Sierra's beaming face, always radiating an optimistic aura. She wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, "It smells delightful." Peering inside, she lamented, "Did I miss the meal? I should have arrived earlier." Turning to her companion, she scolded, "Zhang Zhuanger, if you dawdle again, I won't wait for you." Zhang Zhuanger chuckled behind her, but remained silent. "Enough," Meng Yi declared. "For the 200,000, you've been looking forward to it. So if you're hungry, you can eat the leftovers. First, hand over the money." Zhang Sierra begrudgingly tossed him a package, retorting, "Next time I visit your home, I'll treat you to leftovers as well." "All right, the money is delivered. Farewell." With a wave, Zhang Sierra added, "You can reach out to us for similar matters in the future." She brandished a dagger, exhaling on its blade, assuring Zhang Zhuanger is absolutely reliable. Meng Yi shut the door decisively, prioritizing the money. A loud thud resounded from outside as someone kicked the door. Upon opening the package, Meng Yi discovered a stack of cash neatly divided into 20 piles. It was quite clear. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to split the money evenly with Cthulhu. Although he could leverage the goodwill of his followers to obscure the funds, Meng Yi believed it prudent to maintain clarity. As his following expands, he cannot afford to handle matters ambiguously. While his followers may not discuss such things with him, they would certainly keep track among themselves, as exemplified by Cthulhu's loan to Su Qing-song. Considering the future dynamics between his followers, Meng Yi felt it unnecessary to lay potential traps for himself. After handing over 100,000 to Cthulhu, she appeared somewhat puzzled. "It's better to keep things clear," he remarked with a light chuckle. "Even brothers should keep accounts distinct." Cthulhu opened her mouth. "Yet I exerted less effort than you, and you had already given me those 2 vials of potion, even as a token of gratitude for your recent assistance. Did you not meticulously account for these garments and such before?" Meng Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Let us split this sum equally for now. We can settle the accounts more precisely later. Come along." He tucked the money into his pocket and headed to the southern gate to find Zhang Yao. Su Qing-song hesitated and inquired, "Zhang Yao, is he the trainer?" Cthulhu spoke extensively with him this morning. "Yes, what is it?" Su Qing-song felt a bit embarrassed. "I currently lack the funds and should not be able to afford the training fees." Cthulhu had anticipated this and promptly assured him, "I will cover it for you initially. Just remember to repay me later." Meng Yi had already made a concession. It was only fitting that she should bear this expense. But no need to elaborate. The divine teaches us to help one another. Su Qing-song nodded vigorously. The feeling of having support was indeed delightful. The trio set out together, making their way to the southern gate of the outer city. On the way, Meng Yi could not help but sigh. Should the opportunity arise in the future, acquiring a vehicle would surely be necessary. Running out each day is rather peculiar. Inside the training room, Zhang Yao glanced at Su Qing-song and quoted his price, 100,000. Naturally, he left room for negotiation. Offering such services for free should only occur once, and subsequent fees should be standard. Su Qing-song's complexion changed. Having just become a divine benefactor, he had yet to adjust his spending mentality from that of an ordinary person. Meng Yi restrained Cthulhu's hand as she reached for her money and stated bluntly, "Let us be reasonable. Zhu Hongyu has already remarked that 100,000 is exorbitant." Zhang Yao cleared his throat. "Is the bargaining style of divine beneficiaries truly so unique?" 4,000. 3,000. Zhang Yao observed Meng Yi's expression, ultimately offering a wry smile. "This is genuinely the lowest. Purchasing a vial of 9th-tier potion at the market would cost this much." Only then did Meng Yi release Cthulhu's hand. After receiving the money, Zhang Yao's expression was complex. "What exactly is your relationship? Furthermore, a divine benefactor paying for another divine benefactor? This is quite extraordinary." Cthulhu replied nonchalantly, "We are siblings." Zhang Yao glanced left and right, yet they did not resemble one another at all. Chapter 57. The Atmosphere Destroyer. Cthulhu and Su Qing-song attended their classes diligently, while Meng Yi slipped away to the marketplace alone. He resolved to procure some agility potions for himself. He had no need for spiritual recovery, as the blood and flesh magic rendered him impervious to common physical injuries. Honestly, potions that enhanced strength and endurance offered him minimal benefit. Agility potions, however, would be invaluable. In the wilderness, they would facilitate a swift escape from danger. I should seek out that fellow from last time. His name was Su Yuanji. With purpose, Meng Yi set off, adopting an aloof demeanor that effectively deterred unwanted attention in the chaotic environment of the divine benefactor's marketplace. Before long, he spotted Su Yuanji, who appeared as beleaguered as ever. It was unclear what he had been up to the previous night. Meng Yi also wondered whether he would receive a 10% discount this time. It was worth a shot, after all. I'll take a bottle of agility potion," he declared, producing the prepared sum of 36,000 coins. He remembered the discount. Su Yuanji yawned, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Yi. Do you think I'm a fool? 40,000. But you said I did get a 10% discount. That was in the past. Today is different. I'm not operating a loss today, he replied, shaking his head dismissively. Take it or leave it. That phrase sounded rather familiar, as this was a life-saving item for his escape. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and reluctantly retrieved an additional 4,000 coins. Money truly slipped through his fingers like water. Only then did Su Yuanji lazily accept the money and begin concocting the potion on the spot. By the way, do you have any unique elixirs beyond these standard potions? Meng Yi inquired. He recalled Su Yuanji mentioning that every alchemist had their own experimental formulas, implying that each possessed unique skills. His curiosity was piqued. Considering the customer had spent money, Su Yuanji was willing to oblige. Indeed, he reached into his pocket and produced 2 potions. One was silver white, flecked with golden sparkles, strikingly beautiful. Drinking this will make you shimmer like a lantern, a vibrant spectacle. 10,000 coins, and you'll be the center of attention in any tavern. And this one he gestured towards the other vial, which at first glance resembled murky sewage. This one is remarkable. Upon consumption, you will sprout wings. Fixed price, 50,000 coins. Meng Yi's eyes widened at the prospect of wings. What an advantage flying would confer. However, the price struck him as surprisingly low. So cheap? How long can you fly? Su Yuanji waved his hand dismissively. You cannot fly. Then how can you charge 50,000? But it's fun, he declared with conviction. Devotees of the divine benefactor adore it. Meng Yi racked his brain, unable to fathom how one could enjoy wings without the ability to fly. He could only marvel at the creativity of the devotees. Moreover, the high price of such entertainment suggested that leisure expenditures were universally steep. Before long, Su Yuanji handed the potion to Meng Yi, and this time, there were no mishaps. It was ready. Then he feigned a look of drowsiness, this fellow. Meng Yi shook his head inwardly, stroking the remaining 70,000 coins, contemplating how difficult it would be to purchase 2 more bottles, while also needing to reserve funds for other items. How to acquire money? His hand inadvertently brushed against the blade at his waist, and he felt a sudden urge to sell the Chirin. It seemed not entirely unfeasible. Gripping the hilt, Meng Yi pondered. This dagger was rather ordinary among the 8th-tier extraordinary weapons, notable only for its sturdy materials and a unique fiery effect. Yet, he now possessed elemental magic. The extraordinary effect of this short blade overlapped with his current abilities. If he could exchange this dagger for something else, perhaps 2 smaller, sharper daggers that could be concealed beneath his flesh. No additional effects were necessary. Sheer resilience would suffice, as he could imbue them with special elemental effects such as flames or frost himself. Alternatively, acquiring a slightly longer blade would greatly enhance his capabilities compared to this half-meter short knife. The longer the blade, the stronger it is. In terms of ranged attacks, he had Xin Qiyun's massive hammer, alleviating concerns of betrayal from his teammates. With absolutely reliable companions, he could temporarily disregard ranged methods, focusing on fortifying his arsenal when resources became ample. It scarcely constituted a shortcoming. His elemental magic also provided adequate ranged options. The more he contemplated, the more sensible it seemed. Selling the Chirin would yield ample funds for acquiring new weapons, enriching his potion reserves, and significantly enhancing his combat prowess and endurance. However, he was uncertain of the true market value of such an extraordinary weapon, lacking the requisite experience, and could only wait for Xin Qiyun to finish her training before consulting her. He did not trust anyone else. Meng Yi turned back to the training room entrance, beginning the tedious wait for Xin Qiyun to finish class. This fellow was truly slow. After today, he would have to wait 2 more days, making it a total of 3 days. No, for days, before they could venture into the wilderness. He wondered what the wilderness would be like. When Xin Qiyun finally emerged, Meng Yi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Let's head to the market." Xin Qiyun was not surprised. After greeting Su Qingsong, they proceeded together towards the market. "What? You plan to sell the Chirin?" Xin Qiyun expressed some astonishment upon hearing Meng Yi's intentions. "Have you considered this thoroughly? Extraordinary weapons with additional effects are rare. Selling it may be simple, but acquiring another will be challenging. Meng Yi waved his hand dismissively, since Xiyun was not particularly astute about combat, viewing matters solely from a value perspective. He briefly explained his reasoning and then inquired, "If I were to sell this, what price do you think would be appropriate?" Sin Xiyun furrowed her brow in thought. An 8th-tier extraordinary weapon with special effects for close combat. It could probably fetch between 130,000 to 160,000. Su Qing-song, listening nearby, couldn't help but marvel. He had saved only 20,000 after 2 years of work in the factory. Meng Yi nodded. "All right, then I shall sell it for 250,000. Sin Xiyun responded with a puzzled tone. "Huh?" With her apparent insensitivity towards monetary matters, Meng Yi had underestimated her value, believing that he could sell it at double the price. "Let's proceed with this sale," he resolved. Soon, a pressing question arose in his mind. How would he go about selling this item? Finding an unoccupied stall would suffice. "Is this free of charge?" he inquired. Indeed, upon hearing the word free, Meng Yi's enthusiasm surged. The Defense Department surely had its merits. Finding an empty stall was a simple task. Before long, he found himself behind one, contemplating his next move. What now? Place the knife on display and await inquiries. Meng Yi followed this course of action, yet after some time, no one approached him. "I say," he muttered, growing impatient, casting a skeptical glance at Sin Xiyun. "Is this truly how it works?" Sin Xiyun retorted with irritation. "Yes, I once worked here as a mechanic." Reluctantly, Meng Yi continued to wait. Then he noticed Su Qing-song nearby, his face alight with curiosity, scanning the surroundings incessantly. A spark of inspiration struck him. He approached and nudged Su Qing-song with his elbow, whispering a few words. Su Qing-song blinked, his face turning crimson, and with great reluctance. He began to shout, "Come and take a look, behold." His voice gradually dwindled. Meng Yi, exasperated, chided, "What good is this?" Su Qing-song, eyes shut tight, strained his neck and shouted, "For sale, an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon at a discounted price. Just a flick of the wrist, and flames will roar." The atmosphere of the bustling yet serene market was shattered as various gazes turned towards them, drawn by this sudden outburst. Chapter 58. The scene was truly spectacular. It appears that no matter where one sells wares, a call to attract attention is essential. A mere display of knives on the stall would hardly draw any onlookers. However, it was not solely the allure of the blades that captivated the crowd. Many were drawn to Su Qing-song, displaying a keen interest in a youthful young man. 2 enchanting women gazed longingly at this innocent lad, approaching him with a flirtatious demeanor. "Little brother, how adorable." "Ah, still a novice," one of them remarked, leaving Su Qing-song at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. One woman reached out, a hint of regret in her tone, so slender. This only added to Su Qing-song's discomfort as he stammered incoherently. The woman playfully flicked her tongue, its delicate movements tracing his cheek. "Shall I help you gain some weight?" Her voice dripped with seduction. Sin Xiyun's expression turned icy as she reached for her weapon, but Meng Yi restrained her, urging, "Let the lad endure this. He must toughen up." What would he do in the face of a more formidable challenge? Surrender without a fight? Meng Yi's frustration grew. He merely hoped that Su Qing-song would not be led astray. He pointed at the 2 women, warning them, "Do not extend your tongues or hands recklessly, or else." "Oh, is this your toy?" The women teased, their eyes sparkling with mischief. "Let us refrain from touching this little darling." "Merely teasing him?" They laughed. "Brother, you certainly know how to play." Meng Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was he inadvertently introducing a new game? Wasn't his tone one of warning? Their thought processes bewildered him. Sin Xiyun quietly remarked, "Devotees of the Lord of Indulgence tend to possess rather peculiar minds." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "They even find pleasure in the Hall of Punishment." Meng Yi sighed, realizing that the 2 women were likely seeking trouble, aiming to provoke the constabulary into arresting them. Their attention was drawn to Su Qing-song simply because he had called out. Soon enough, the women began their performance, adhering to Meng Yi's unspoken rules by not physically touching Su Qing-song, yet teasing him from afar. For them, it was an amusing game. Su Qing-song found himself retreating. While the women closed in, making a cacophony of indecent sounds and engaging in provocative gestures. The attention of the onlookers, initially interested in the blades, swiftly shifted to the spectacle before them, erupting into cheers and whistles. Su Song cast a pleading glance towards Meng Yi, his expression tinged with desperation, eliciting an awkward sympathy from Meng Yi. Yun could not help but scold. I told you to sell the knives properly. Yet you allowed him to call out like that? You could have sent those two away, but instead, you chose to train Su Song? Meng Yi was utterly speechless, realizing he had underestimated the situation. In a matter of moments, the scene once again transformed into a raucous gathering, with revelers drinking, brawling, and the presence of the two women adding to the chaos. Cheers erupted. To hell with the constables. If they dare intervene, I shall not spare them. Someone, give me a child. Came a drunken shout. Are you out of your mind? Get out of here. With a sudden swish, the devotee of pleasure, who had been blissfully lost in ecstasy, erupted in fury. His tongue extended several meters, twisting and turning like a tentacle, aiming at the man who had just provoked him. It seemed that even the followers of the lore of ecstasy had their dislikes. Blood was drawn, and the crowd grew even more exhilarated. Goodness! Meng Yi tightened his grip on the knife he had intended to sell. This situation was becoming increasingly untenable. Last time, Li Hao had come to his rescue. But this time, who knew? The shrill sound of a whistle pierced the air. He exchanged a glance with Yun. It was time to flee. What were they waiting for? At that moment, Su Song stood in a daze, transfixed by the scene before him. The transformation from allure to bloodshed was astonishingly swift. Now, chaos reigned, accompanied by the clamor of music echoing from an unknown source, creating an explosive atmosphere, utterly mesmerizing. Particularly striking was the burly man, whose torso was riddled with gaping wounds, yet refused to retreat, muttering incessantly about wanting a child. The alluring woman had extended her tentacle-like tongue, engaging in a fierce struggle with the man. Their expressions were an indecipherable blend of joy and agony. This was far too close for comfort. Su Song's psyche suffered an indescribable blow. He had only just turned 18. It was only when Meng Yi pulled him that he snapped back to reality. If he wished to avoid the punishment department, he had to run. Oh! Su Song appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet, it seemed escape was impossible. The crowd was too dense, and the three of them found themselves at the very epicenter of this frenzied gathering. The only way out was to carve a bloody path. This meant that Meng Yi could contemplate embarking on a life as a wanted fugitive. Yun appeared anxious. She bore a profound psychological scar from her experiences with the punishment department. No, Meng Yi pondered, why should we flee? What have we done? He spread his hands, asserting, nothing. Yun began to regain her composure, seeming to agree. Was there a prohibition against hawking in the marketplace? No. This was troubling. Meng Yi, with an air of nonchalance, declared, let us enjoy the spectacle. He couldn't resist patting the still-dazed Su Song on the shoulder, saying, you've broadened your horizons. Haven't you? These divine benefactors are quite peculiar. Yun shot him a sidelong glance, her irritation evident. Coughing lightly, she remarked, it's rare to find divine benefactors as normal as us, so let us extol our Lord. Praise be to our Lord. Su Song nodded in bewilderment, unable to fathom himself in the same predicament as those around him. The one-armed constable swiftly quelled the turmoil, and when he inquired who had instigated the chaos, all eyes turned toward Su Song. After all, he had been the one shouting. Take him away. Wait. Meng Yi stepped forward, asserting that he had done nothing but call out a few words to sell knives. Ask the others if you don't believe me. The one-armed constable glared. How is it you again? Don't think you can stir up trouble on my turf just because you have the judgment department backing you. Meng Yi gestured. First, ask the others, see if I speak the truth. The constable turned his gaze to the crowd. Is that so? A group of divine benefactors huddled together, exchanging anxious glances. It appears that he intends to sell knives. Indeed, he shouted twice, urging passers-by and not to miss the opportunity. Yes, that is correct. It was those two scoundrels who initially provoked him. You shameless wretches. Subsequently, one woman was silenced by another's hand over her mouth, affirming, yes, It was indeed us who instigated the trouble. The two exchanged gleeful glances, confirming, yes, it was we who initiated the conflict. Observing these two fervent devotees, the one-armed constable's cheeks twitched in dismay. Sending them to the penal department would merely reward their misbehavior. A burly man, his torso riddled with gaping wounds, discerned the tension and cautiously inquired, "Constable, are you uncertain how to punish them?" The constable responded, "Oh, you know." The burly man pointed at the two women and declared, "Let them bear me a child." The two women glared in outrage. "How dare you?" The one-armed constable nearly erupted with laughter from frustration and waved his hand, instructing, "Take them away." Once the group was escorted off, he turned to Meng Yi and introduced himself. "I am Wang Wei. You wish to sell extraordinary weapons, do you not? Let me take a look." Chapter 59, Bank Account Wang Wei. This name carries a certain vintage charm. Yet, upon observing the grizzled strands of his hair, Meng Yi found it somewhat comprehensible. Initially, he suspected that Wang Wei intended to exert his authority, but after perusing the red blade, he engaged in a rather conventional negotiation. 2,500,000? Are you planning to rob me? Wait, are you insulting me? What's your name? Meng Yi. 250 sounds unappealing. Allow me to offer a discount. 249,000. Huh? What kind of discount is that? Sun Shiyun quickly calculated in her mind and earnestly chimed in, 96%. Wang Wei's eyes widened in surprise as he brandished the red blade, making a fair and reasonable appraisal. This sword, although crafted from extraordinary materials, lacks any remarkable attributes. It bears no enchantments or blessings. After purchasing it, I would still need to spend additional funds to have those enhancements applied. I am genuinely interested in not making frivolous offers. How about this? He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. 140,000. Meng Yi shot a glance at Sun Shiyun, realizing that her initial suggestion was indeed quite reasonable. He made one final effort, 170,000. Wang Wei chuckled. "Young man, last time I spared you, and I don't intend to trouble you this time either. How about 150,000? This was already quite close to Sun Shiyun's proposed upper limit, and Meng Yi ultimately nodded in agreement. Wang Wei was correct. Having not pressed him too hard on two occasions, it would be inappropriate to haggle further. Moreover, this elder appeared to be a rare gem of normalcy, and Meng Yi was inclined to foster a good relationship with him. "You must be more than just an 8th rank, right? What do you need this weapon for?" "My daughter's birthday is approaching." That was an unexpectedly candid response. Meng Yi nearly blurted out a rather impolite remark about the existence of a daughter, having assumed that everyone in this world was solitary. He truly was at a loss for words. Both Sun Shiyun and Su Qingsong gazed at Wang Wei with astonishment. Many people wear that expression upon learning I have a daughter. Meng Yi silently scoffed, surprised that he even acknowledged his daughter's existence. Wang Wei, unfazed, stroked his graying hair, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "My daughter was born in the old era." That explained it. His daughter must be at least 30 years old. However, her childhood and adolescence were spent in the inner-city schools, creating a distance between them as father and daughter. Meng Yi fell into a brief silence, able to imagine the longing this father, who had traversed from the old era, felt for his daughter. In her early years, they may have been an ordinary family, living a life typical of the old times. This longing might very well be his most significant emotional support in facing this absurd world. He managed to muster a faint smile. "Please convey my birthday wishes to her." Wang Wei nodded in surprise. "Thank you." He had expected someone like Meng Yi, born in the new era and endowed with divine favor, would find it difficult to comprehend such a sentiment. In this day and age, familial bonds or affection are increasingly rare. Little did he expect that the other party would even extend blessings to his daughter. This unexpected kindness from Meng Yi stirred a flicker of fondness in Wang Wei, who steadied his emotions and inquired, "Very well. If there are no issues, I shall transfer the funds to your bank account, and you can accompany me." He gestured toward a nearby store, indicating their online transaction network could be utilized. Meng Yi was taken aback. "A bank account? An online transaction network?" Wang Wei retorted, "What alternative do you propose? Should I wander the streets with over $1 million in cash? I do not possess an account." The fleeting goodwill he had felt for this young man evaporated instantly. Selling such valuable, extraordinary weapons without a bank account. Was this not a blatant mockery? His expression darkened. You lack an account while selling such expensive items? Meng Yi quickly replied, No, I do have one. He turned to Xin Qiyun. You must have a bank account, right? Xin Qiyun averted her gaze. I closed mine. When I lost my status as a blessed one last time. Meng Yi blinked, glancing at the one-armed officer, tentatively suggesting, perhaps we could meet tomorrow? Wang Guowei's chest heaved slightly as he muttered, Are you toying with me? No. Allow me to explain. After arranging to meet the next day, Meng Yi departed, feeling exasperated. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I forgot, Xin Qiyun replied. Her expression impassive, and you didn't ask. Is this a matter of inquiry? Su Qingsong parted ways with the two midway, having arranged to meet Xin Qiyun the following afternoon, and he walked home alone, his heart filled with myriad reflections. Today had truly opened his eyes. Meng Yi cast a glance at Su Qingsong's retreating figure, curiosity prompting him to ask Xin Qiyun, the bank is aware that you are no longer a blessed one. So they closed your account? Not quite. Xin Qiyun elucidated, bank accounts and passwords are intertwined, determined by the essence of the blessed one. Once I ceased to be a blessed one, I could not access that essence, rendering the account inaccessible, which is akin to closure. Even if I were to become a blessed one again, the source of my divine power would differ, and my essence would not align with the previous account. It remains locked. Meng Yi, feeling a pang of sympathy, pressed on, How much was in your previous account? Over 800,000. Meng Yi gasped slightly. You truly cannot retrieve it? That is a substantial sum. It is impossible, Xin Qiyun lamented. The bank has invested considerable effort in establishing a ritualistic magic to discern essence and prevent the rampant deception by blessed ones. Blood, passwords, appearance, fingerprints, voice, some are easy to forge, others easily deceived, and some. Blessed ones simply lack such attributes. Hence, essence is unique, unfeigned, and universally possessed. There exists no alternative means to withdraw funds from the account, rendering it secure and reliable. It sounded entirely reasonable. Yet Meng Yi truly felt sorrowful, his face reflecting his distress. Xin Qiyun cast a peculiar glance at him, questioning, Why are you so reluctant with my money? Of course, money is money, regardless of the circumstances. Meng Yi retorted with irritation. Besides, that could very well be my rent. The pair meandered back home. The following morning, while Meng Yi was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly roused by a series of emphatic knocks on the door. In a daze, he muttered, What is it? To the bank. She replied. Squinting at the time, he felt a surge of frustration. This woman, it seemed, always awakened at the crack of dawn whenever there was something amiss, thus depriving him of his much-needed rest. After breakfast, Meng Yi stood downstairs, yawning and looking utterly fatigued, feeling as though he had been possessed by Su Yuan. The bank is in the inner city, right? Indeed, Xin Qiyun responded, brimming with enthusiasm. Let's go. Meng Yi slapped his cheeks to shake off the drowsiness, curious about the mysterious appearance of this bank in such a peculiar place. Chapter 60. The abstract banking spirit. Meng Yi had visited the inner city a couple of times, managing to maintain a steady gaze. However, upon entering the city gate today, he was utterly astonished. A giant, a literal giant, towering approximately 20 meters high, with a formidable physique. Its chest was adorned with thick iron armor, and every step it took sent tremors through the ground. Muscles bulged under a grayish-blue skin, wielding an enormous axe that radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Remarkably, it appeared entirely normal, without any deformities. Meng Yi was left speechless. The perception of such a colossal entity was vastly different up close compared to afar. What manner of pathway is this? Xin Qiyun's expression was complex, a pathway of giants. Unfortunately, the divine recipients of this pathway suffer from severe issues. Their intellect is notably impaired, and the higher their rank, the more pronounced the deficiency. Moreover, they possess a proclivity for cannibalism. Startled, Meng Yi inquired, What of this one? Xin Qiyun waved her hand in explanation. This giant is controlled by a judicator, known as the Heart Prison Judgment, a mental sorcerer. Meng Yi observed that perched upon the giant's shoulder was a peculiarly proportioned man. He resembled a dwarf, yet his bald head was disproportionately large, causing Meng Yi to worry whether his neck could bear the weight. "I seldom encounter such giants," he remarked, watching the giant thunderously depart. He then turned to Cthulhu and asked, "Have they been eradicated by humans?" "Indeed," Cthulhu replied with a sidelong glance. "You should really read more. What have you been doing in school?" Although giants and the plague source are both deities, their followers do not fare much better than those of the malevolent gods. The followers of the plague source can at least disguise themselves, whereas giants have nowhere to hide. Coupled with their appetite for human flesh, humanity can hardly tolerate them. An unusual thought crossed Meng Yi's mind. If he were to seize the giant's bestowed power, would his followers become dull-witted? Bestowing it upon Su Qingsong might indeed be a wise choice. Cough. After this peculiar interlude, the two continued towards the bank. Meng Yi felt a profound sense of reflection. The divine recipients in this world were already quite mad, and yet there existed pathways inherently fraught with peril. Ordinary individuals who believed in such deities were truly unfortunate. His thoughts wandered, and he casually remarked, "So, ordinary believers in giants or low-tier divine recipients would masquerade as ghouls, correct?" Cthulhu shot him an irritable look. "They're not called ghouls. The correct term is devourers. Be careful how you speak, or you may find yourself in trouble." The two then stepped into the grand hall of the bank. The establishment was extensive, and, as the sole bank in Jing'an City, its security measures appeared stringent. In Cthulhu's words, it was a key protective target of the Defense Department. Moreover, this bank exuded an aura of being alive, not in a grotesque, writhing sense, but rather a spiritual, intuitive awareness. When he sought confirmation from Cthulhu, he received an affirmative response. "Here, a multitude of intricate formations and ritualistic magic has been clandestinely established, endowing the entire bank with a degree of spiritual activation, further bestowing upon this spiritual entity various powers." Meng Yi uttered, "It's a banking spirit." Upon hearing this, Cthulhu's eyes sparkled with delight as she praised him. "Your summary is quite intriguing." Indeed, the notion was captivating. The same words echoed in their ears, causing Cthulhu's expression to falter. Meng Yi, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" He surveyed the surroundings, wondering who was speaking. "It's me." A face emerged from the bank's floor, rising fluidly until it hovered before Meng Yi, nearly nose to nose, its mouth incessantly moving. "By your definition, I should be called the banking spirit." Unable to contain himself, Meng Yi took a step back, scrutinizing the indistinct visage that lacked detail and discernible features. Cthulhu whispered in his ear, "This fellow is quite bothersome. I seem to have overheard some absurd slander. I recognize you. You are the unfortunate soul with 800,000 that cannot be withdrawn." The fluid supporting the face extended a diminutive arm, and Cthulhu's expression darkened. Curiously, Meng Yi asked, "If you know she has 800,000, why don't you let her withdraw it? Do you think I'm a fool?" The face swiftly melded into the ground, then re-emerged from beneath Meng Yi's feet, once again face to face with him. "If I don't give her the money, it simply becomes mine." Meng Yi stepped back, his eyes wide with incredulity. "You're not even trying to hide it, are you?" The banking spirit pressed closer again. "After all, she has closed her account. Procedurally, it cannot be withdrawn." Meng Yi retreated further, nearing the exit, feeling a surge of irritation. "Why are you so close to me?" "This is to foster a connection with the client," the banking spirit insisted, inching closer, "especially since you are a new client who has yet to open an account, which implies that your account is a fledgling." As it spoke, it displayed a hint of human-like amusement, emphasizing the word fledgling with notable emphasis. Meng Yi felt a sense of unease regarding the banking spirit's peculiarities. "Is this some sort of banking account XP system?" Cthulhu approached him, advising, "Ignore it. I told you it's quite bothersome." The banking spirit cast a disdainful glance at Cthulhu, retorting, "Humph, a withered flower after account closure." Meng Yi was utterly astonished. Cthulhu disregarded the spirit and pulled Meng Yi towards the counter. There, he beheld a multitude of banking spirit faces, surrounding the bank's clientele, mingling with the staff. The The voices of these spirits coalesced into a buzzing symphony within the bank, crafting an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. It was far more vibrant than the gatherings of the divine benefactors. Before arriving, Meng Yi had imagined this place would unveil wonders through the divine benefactors. Yet he found himself captivated by a banking spirit instead. The face pressed against Meng Yi's once more, inquiring, "I wonder if the account you open will be splendid. By the way, do you possess substantial wealth? Moreover, do not be swayed by the sales pitches of the staff, for their incessant chatter is but a distraction." Meng Yi quickly grasped the manner in which to coexist with the spirit of the bank, akin to most interactions within such institutions. Simply ignore it. "Greetings. I would like to open an account," he stated. Following the staff's guidance, he completed the account opening process, all the while wearing earplugs, which he removed only upon approaching. The procedure was rather straightforward. It merely required the registration of his spirit. As the intricate patterns illuminating the bank came to life, the account was officially established. "Ah, a beauty!" the bank spirit exclaimed in a tone of rapture. Meng Yi glared in disdain, feeling as though his bank account had been sullied, beset by an odd sense of indignity. After Cthulhu opened her account, the spirit scoffed, displaying its contempt. The two of them hastily exited the bank, their escape marked by disbelief. Who taught that spirit such behavior? Meng Yi pondered it. In the early days of the bank's establishment, the staff was a motley crew, including many favor-seekers, unlike the present day, where only ordinary individuals have been meticulously selected. Cthulhu's expression darkened. It seemed that while the spirit had quickly learned the ways of mischief, it had yet to grasp the more virtuous conduct. There was little to be done. One could hardly dismantle the elaborate banking arrays and rituals built at great expense. Meng Yi shook his head, dismissing the matter for the time being. He resolved to seek out Wang Guowei at the market, as he needed to carefully select a weapon that would suit him best. Chapter 61. The Grand Procurement Wang Guowei. As the peacekeeper of the Divine Benefactor Market, was not difficult to locate. However, after a brief discussion with Meng Yi, he acquired a cash sum of 150,000, transferring the remaining 350,000 into his own account. During the transfer, Meng Yi encountered the incessantly nagging bank spirit, and both men gritted their teeth, enduring its incessant chatter as they hastily completed the transaction. "So, when you refer to the online network, are you speaking of the array network that permeates the entire fortress city? What else could it be?" Meng Yi chuckled to himself, momentarily believing it to be akin to the internet. He found it quite reasonable. After all, this world possessed a foundation of technology, and he had witnessed drones firsthand. Wang Guowei regarded him with newfound respect, astonished that he was aware of such things. It was rare for a New Age divine benefactor to have encountered this concept. Meng Yi disregarded Cthulhu's scornful gaze and said earnestly, "I enjoy reading." Subsequently, under Wang Guowei's appreciative stare, the two bid farewell and proceeded to the market. As they walked, Meng Yi inquired, "What are you planning to purchase?" Cthulhu waved a thin booklet in her hand. It was a wilderness guide provided by old Wang. "I perused this booklet last night. We should at least set aside around 20,000 for daily necessities, such as tents, provisions, and drinking water. After that, I intend to buy 2 bottles of painkillers, leaving us with approximately 40,000. A bottle of auxiliary potion should suffice." It seemed she had done her homework in advance. Meng Yi nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us not rush. First, help me find suitable weaponry." He briefly outlined his requirements, and the two began to search the market. Is it really this challenging? Meng Yi felt a sense of fatigue as they traversed the market without finding any suitable extraordinary weapons. It's quite normal. Such items are not easily encountered unless custom-made. Cthulhu remarked thoughtfully. "Shall we consider checking the other 3 city gates?" Yet, Meng Yi's attention was drawn to a nearby stall. It featured a uniquely designed soft sword, capable of being coiled like a rope. Approaching the vendor, he asked, "May I try it?" The stall owner, a woman with a cold demeanor, nodded curtly. Meng Yi grasped the sword, which measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and 2 fingers in width, crafted from an unknown material that shimmered silver with dark red patterns. "What is this?" he inquired. Sensing his curiosity, the The vendor replied coolly, "It is forged from the bones of mutated wild creatures. It is of the 9th tier, inscribed with a sharpness array, and possesses a self-repairing effect, requiring the corresponding tier of mutated creature or divine benefactor bones for maintenance." Meng Yi swung the sword gently, discovering its remarkable ability to switch between soft and hard forms at his will. Sin Shiyun fired a bullet, which he effortlessly sliced in two. "How much?" he asked. 120. 000, came the reply. "That's excessive." Meng Yi chuckled lightly. This sword, aside from its sharpness, lacks any other significant effects. He flicked the sword, transforming it into its soft form. Which divine benefactor would choose to wield a soft sword? Though he personally would not, he appreciated its flexibility, as it could be concealed on his person and serve as a surprising advantage when confronted by foes. Imagine, he charges at the enemy unarmed, catching them off guard, when suddenly a sword measuring 1.5 meters thrusts forward. As for repairing the damage, Meng Yi shook his head. Victory is the only path to restoration, while defeat renders everything meaningless. This effect is trivial. The vendor fell silent, as she harbored similar sentiments. Meng Yi continued, "Moreover, the base price for a 9th-tier extraordinary weapon typically hovers around 500,000. Even with a sharp effect, an additional 100,000 would be remarkable." Sen Qiyun, taken aback by Meng Yi's audacious bargaining, nonetheless concurred, indeed. A sense of guilt washed over her, for in her eyes, the sword was worth at least 900,000, leaving her only able to mutter, "That's right." The vendor snorted contemptuously, refraining from further comment. Observing this, Meng Yi rummaged through his belongings, extracting 6 vials of unknown poison he had previously acquired from a corpse. "This is all the money I have left, along with these few unique poisons, ones that seal the throat upon contact with blood. They can also serve as projectiles to obscure vision, creating a widespread toxic fog to hinder the enemy." Meng Yi furrowed his brow, closing his eyes and gesturing dismissively. "Let us value it at 200,000 then." Sin Shiyun remained expressionless. The vendor's cheek twitched as she glanced at the 6 vials, then at Meng Yi, finally speaking, 800,000. Meng Yi nodded. This, combined with 60,000, was just right. The vendor stared at him coldly. "Ahem, fine, 800,000. As Meng Yi prepared to stow away the poisons, the vendor lightly tapped the table, including these. Ultimately, Meng Yi settled the transaction, leaving him with 550,000, and cash amounting to 220,000. This soft sword was indeed impressive. Though merely 9th tier, it suited him perfectly, buried beneath the flesh of his right arm, the hilt resting against his chest. It did, however, provide a slight discomfort during movement, but Meng Yi was unconcerned, believing he would adapt over time. With a flick of his right hand, the sword pierced through flesh, gliding from his wrist to his palm, producing a soft, ringing sound as its blade gleamed wickedly. "Excellent, excellent. Can this sword be upgraded?" Sin Shiyun gazed at the spectacle with envy. "Yes, it can, provided you have the money and materials, though typically, no one undertakes such an endeavor. With this amount, it will be wiser to purchase a new one." Meng Yi nodded, captivated as he toyed with the sword. His entire fortune now stood at over 700,000, affording him ample resources without the need to scrimp on potions. "Let us go find Su Yuanji." "Huh?" Sin Shiyun hesitated, reluctant to visit, as his potions were quite expensive and her funds were running low. "I have enough," Meng Yi replied, sheathing the sword. "Besides, his potions are effective." Without waiting for her response, he strode ahead, leaving Sin Shiyun no choice but to follow reluctantly. Standing before Su Yuanji's desk, Meng Yi lightly tapped the surface, noticing the lad nearly asleep. One vial of agility potion, 40,000. Another vial, and another. Su Yuanji began to falter. "Another." Su Yuanji stared at the scattered shards on the floor, scratching his head in confusion. Meng Yi let out a cold laugh. "Are you asking me to help you recoup your losses? Ha ha ha. You're truly generous, my friend. How about an 85 discount? Oh, why go through all this trouble? We're old acquaintances after all. How about a 90 discount then? 85 it is." Su Yuanji felt tears welling up, as his prices were already high and he hardly attracted any customers. This was not an easy situation to recover from. An 85 discount it shall be. Subsequently, Meng Yi extravagantly spent 340,000 to purchase 10 bottles of various potions, reducing his wealth to 270,000. Including his previous acquisitions, he now possessed 4 agility potions, 3 spirit recovery potions, 2 strength potions, 2 healing potions, and 3 accuracy-enhancing potions. He handed the spirit recovery and accuracy-enhancing potions to Qin Qiyun, stating, "You now owe me 200,000. It is essential to ensure the combat effectiveness of such a reliable ally." Qin Qiyun nodded with a complex expression. "Now we have a bit more leeway. We need not be stingy with daily consumables. This would impact our combat prowess." As for Su Yuanji, he sat there calculating, sighing towards the heavens, lamenting his recent blunders. Today felt like a complete loss. Meng Yi waved his hand. "Time is of the essence. Let us have a meal and discuss matters after your training this afternoon." Chapter 62. The spider's right hand in the afternoon, after finishing their training. Qin Qiyun and Su Qingsong accompanied Meng Yi and others to procure the necessary tools and daily supplies, all of exquisite quality. Adhering to the belief that saving money does not enhance combat strength, Meng Yi left no coin unspent, while Qin Qiyun's debts had accumulated to a staggering 250,000. Ultimately, the two returned home, each shouldering a substantial package. The following afternoon, they would visit Zhang Yao to gain a general understanding of the wilderness, and the day after, embark on their journey into the wild. The next day, Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun arrived punctually at Zhang Yao's place. After sending Su Qingsong off to practice alone, Zhang Yao, stroking the black caterpillar-like growth on his chin, seated himself opposite Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun. The wilderness presents myriad dangers to humanity. It is crucial to note that threats arise not only from the endless aberrations within the wild, but also from other divine benefactors. Therefore, the most vital point to remember is, do not trust any moving entity you encounter in the wilderness. Zhang Yao proceeded to elaborate on the general topography within dozens of kilometers surrounding Jing'an City, as well as essential precautions to observe. Meng Yi observed that there was no mention of aberrations in his discourse. In response to this, Zhang Yao explained, "Aberrations are formless, shapeless, without territory, and lack hierarchical relationships. They are chaotic, disordered, distorted, and arbitrary. Only simple classifications exist, such as plant, animal, and fluid categories. There is no point in attempting to name them." Meng Yi nodded, focusing intently on memorizing the remaining details. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the trio concluded their course. On the way back, Su Qingsong hesitated several times as if struggling to voice something. "If you have something to say, just speak up," Meng Yi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Knowing the boy's face betrayed his thoughts, Su Qingsong bit his lip. "Are you planning to venture into the wilderness without me?" He explained, "In a few days, my training will also conclude." Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun exchanged glances. They could not reveal the truth to Su Qingsong and instead chose a different approach. "This is a decision we made after careful consideration. If all 3 of us leave, there will be no divine benefactors remaining in the city. What will happen if the other believers encounter trouble?" He resolved to assign Su Qingsong some responsibilities to prevent him from overthinking. "While we are away, you will monitor the other believers and provide assistance when necessary." Su Qingsong's expression turned skeptical. "Aren't you just dismissing me?" "Not at all. We each have our roles," Meng Yi replied earnestly, convincing even himself. "By the way, the funds collected for the Lord's sanctuary are still at home. I will entrust them to your care." He patted Su Qingsong's shoulder. "You actually have quite a few tasks on your plate tomorrow. Open a bank account and deposit this money. Also, if those cultists continue to harass you, seek help from Zhang Xie and her companion." Su Qingsong nodded silently, walking alongside the two as they headed home. After a long pause, he suddenly declared, "I will do my best." His youthful visage bore an expression that seemed to solemnly convey a profound commitment. "The divine bestows grace upon me for my devotion, and I shall never waver, striving earnestly to be worthy of this blessing. Praise be to redemption." Meng Yi gazed at him with a cheerful smile. "I believe in you." "Nay, Our Lord believes in you. Otherwise, why would he bestow such grace upon you? Sin Qiyu nodded in agreement, affirming the Lord's discernment. Su Song felt a surge of emotion, silently vowing to never disappoint the divine. Remember the title we bear? Meng Yi spoke, Apostle. The apostle who embodies the will of the divine. Upon returning home, Su Song departed with over 200,000 for a house purchase. While Sin Qian took a deep breath and turned to Meng Yi. Tomorrow we venture into the wilderness. Are you afraid? Meng Yi shook his head, feeling no fear at all. He was remarkably fearless, unlike a typical university student. He countered her question, Are you afraid? A little. But upon recalling that this endeavor is for our Lord, my fear dissipates. The Lord's sanctuary shall undoubtedly stand tall. Unlike his companion, Meng Yi did not regard the sanctuary with the same reverence. Instead, his curiosity about the wilderness was piqued. He casually echoed, Praise be to redemption. That evening, Meng Yi visited the Red Mist realm, where the faithful offered no additional prayers. Everything awaited the morrow. The following morning, after breakfast, the two set out towards the southern gate with their packs. Sin Qiyun remarked, First, we must visit the merit exchange at the southern gate. Only when the number of divine graces reaches a certain threshold will the Defense Bureau open the gates. Indeed, the Defense Bureau maintains bases at all 4 city gates, but due to the exchange of merits by divine graces, it has become customary to refer to these as merit exchange points. Soon, Meng Yi beheld the so-called defense base, as well as the towering walls that protect the fortress city of Jingen. The gray-brown walls loomed, seemingly touching the heavens, thick and oppressive. Intricate sigils adorned their surface, intermittently flashing with blue electric sparks. At the city gate, approximately 200 people congregated, their expressions fraught with anxiety, stirring memories within Meng Yi. These were ordinary folk destined for the wilderness to perform rituals and commune with the divine. Success would surely lead to their return, while failure would mean death beyond the city walls. He couldn't help but glance at Sin Qiyun, recalling her audacity in once conducting rituals within the city. Let us proceed to the exchange point. The exchange point, which is the defense base, stands adjacent to the city wall, with the city gate nearby. Only the outer area permits divine graces to enter, while further in remains a forbidden zone. Upon entering the exchange point, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was bright and modern. Numerous screens hung in the air, displaying information about various wanted criminals, a stark contrast to Meng Yi's previous expectation of mere posters. Additionally, there were updates regarding the wilderness surrounding Jingen, such as the presence of powerful aberrations. Most prominently displayed were the details of redeemable items and the merit points required for exchange. Many people beneath these screens wave their hands, casting a luminous blue holographic projection that reveals more intricate information and enables tactile interaction. The most prominent display features a fearsome armored vehicle. Adjacent to it is an extensive introduction, which, aside from the convoluted specifications, such as its capability to defend against the majority of physical attacks below the 5th tier, the intricate array of magic circles it possesses, and the arsenal it carries, captures Meng Yi's attention with a particular detail. It is crafted by a 5th-tier mechanic from the City of Machinery. This recollection brings to mind a statement once made by Zhang Xir, that the most formidable mechanics predominantly reside in the City of Machinery. Sin Qiyun was a mechanic in the past, and this thought prompts Meng Yi to inquire, what is the City of Machinery? Sin Qiyun lets out a barely perceptible sigh, for that city was once the place she yearned for most. It was formerly known as Tian City, but later, it became a gathering place for devotees of the Steel Creator, the deity of wisdom, and the god of craftsmen. They believe that only through technology could humanity's fate be salvaged. It is a city of steel, where technological prowess is remarkably advanced. Sen Qiyun reflects. As far as I know, the leaders of that city are mostly former researchers from the old era. Meng Yi's eyes brighten. It seems humanity is not entirely resigned to despair and lethargy, but rather, amidst drinking poison to quench thirst, they are striving to save themselves. This is the norm. This is right. This is not a world of utter hopelessness. There are still those who have not given up and continue to strive, and that is indeed correct. Thus, he presses further, aside from the City of Machinery, Are there any other similar cities? Sinchiyun shakes her head in confusion. I am not too sure about that. Aren't you fond of reading? I don't read just anything. A clear voice interjects from the side. There is also the city renamed as New Birth and the City of Purity. Meng Yi turns towards the sound and sees Zhu Hongyu, who nods at him with an expression of calmness. How coincidental. However, her current appearance. Zhu Hongyu's right hand has been replaced by a deep red spider. Noticing Meng Yi's gaze, she slightly raises her hand and tilts her head, saying, I now have 8 fingers on my right hand. It is quite nimble. With a snap, the deep red spider hand closes its 8 long limbs. Chapter 63. 2 groups of madmen as Meng Yi and his companion diligently prepared to embark into the wilderness. Li Hao knocked on the door of the Dawn Judgment. Gumin, Li Hao entered, finding the frail figure of Dawn Judgment still reclining upon his bed. However, a diminutive and disproportionately built bald man floated before him. Li Hao slightly bowed his head, acknowledging the heart prison judgment. Indeed, a gentle voice resonated within his heart, as the heart prison judgment communicated through their mental connection. Dawn Judgment informed me of the appearance of a suspected divine favored individual, named Meng Yi. Are you responsible for monitoring him? Yes. Li Hao's expression remained composed. Meng Yi has ventured into the wilderness today. As an executive officer of the Judgment Bureau, it is impractical for him to go into the wilderness, and monitoring an individual there would be quite unrealistic. Upon hearing this, Dawn Judgment's spirit lifted. The fact that Meng Yi had ventured into the wilderness further corroborated his normalcy. Followers of the malevolent deity would hardly choose to enter such a desolate place where there were no prey for them. He then advised, please share your recent findings and speculations with us. Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses perched on his nose and began to recount his discoveries. Meng Yi venerates a deity known as the Crimson King. The specific titles and possible symbols are outlined here. He presented a report, which was drawn by an invisible force to the Heart Prison Judgment SVU. After a brief pause, he continued. On July 4th, Meng Yi and a woman named Sinchiyun became divine favored ones, both exhibiting a mastery of flesh and blood magic. On July 5th, an artisan under the Blood Essence Master attacked Meng Yi, labeling the Crimson King as a malevolent deity and explicitly stating that his flesh and blood magic was derived from the Blood Essence Master. On July 6th, Meng Yi demonstrated abilities akin to that of a living corpse and ice magic, while Sinchiyun also displayed signs of corpse-like transformation. On July 8th, Meng Yi revealed elemental magic. On the same day, a new divine favored one named Su Qingsong emerged under the Crimson King, who also possessed elemental magic, reminiscent of an artisan. On July 12th, Meng Yi and Sinchiyun prepared to journey into the wilderness. The 2 adjudicators listened intently, and once the report returned to Li Hao's pocket, the voice of the Heart Prison Judgment echoed in his mind. What is Meng Yi's mental state? Completely normal, to the point that his excessive normalcy is somewhat abnormal. And Sinchiyun and Su Qingsong? Equally normal, except that Sinchiyun exhibits residual preferences influenced by the deity. Li Hao clarified, she was previously a mechanic. He hesitated momentarily before adding, I also took the time to observe the ordinary followers of the Crimson King. Aside from residual effects, there are no new aberrant preferences. They simply possess an ardent affinity for praise and redemption. Compared to the followers of other deities, these individuals are remarkably normal. The Heart Prison Judgment turned to regard Li Hao, his forehead appearing as transparent glass, filled with entangled and chaotic light. Share your assessment. Li Hao first recounted Meng Yi's encounters with aberrant entities and followers of the malevolent deity, then organized his thoughts. I believe the Crimson King is a newly arisen righteous deity. The voice of the Heart Judgment echoed with a playful tone within him, even if he has possibly usurped the power of the Blood Origin Master, and perhaps even the essence of death itself. This is a manifestation of a malevolent deity. It is merely a possibility, and even so, he should be considered a righteous god. Li Hao continued to ponder. The actions of Meng Yi and others sufficiently demonstrate this point. I propose that we take the initiative to proclaim his myriad titles of power. Very well, you may leave, Li Hao said, and he promptly took his leave. The heart judgment then turned to the dawn judgment. What is your perspective? The dawn judgment exhaled heavily. What can I say? Given the current plight of humanity, encountering such a divine being should be deemed fortunate. Even if he were to one day seize the light's power, he remains a righteous deity. He coughed, after all. Light has never ceased to scorch my flesh, yet this Crimson King demands nothing from his followers. At our level, we should understand that deities are indifferent to the lives or beliefs of humans. They care only whether their followers can bring them pleasure. As high-ranking divine benefactors, they possess a clearer vision than ordinary mortals or low-ranking benefactors. They may accept offerings, but they do not seek reverence. The dawn judgment smirked, the wretched god of light. The heart judgment laughed heartily. You imbecile. Leaning against the headboard, the dawn judgment mused. So, what if this Crimson King is a malevolent god? As long as his divine benefactors refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, we shall regard him as a righteous deity. Moreover, his benefactors are still quite feeble. Let Li Hao observe closely and discern the true nature of his salvation. The two judges shared a stance remarkably aligned with Li Hao's. Whatever may or may not be, if it poses no harm to humanity, it is indeed a righteous deity, so righteous, in fact. As for Meng Yi and his companions, they remain weak and require only minimal attention at this stage. The dawn judgment then inquired, what of your recent excursion on what news from the city of New Birth? There has been no progress. I believe they have grown more frantic. The New Humanity Initiative has repeatedly failed, and some are even contemplating the merging of humans with aberrations to produce offspring. In their quest for untainted humanity, they are utterly challenging my limits. The heart judgment shook his head repeatedly, his slender neck amusingly bobbing with his large head. The dawn judgment sighed. Their urgency is understandable. Take the example of Jing City. Over 30 years, the population has plummeted from 10 million to a mere 4 million. And other cities are likely not faring any better. Alas, what of the city of purity? In truth, he was equally anxious. Those who understand are all anxious. Or else how could they tolerate the followers of the Crimson King? The heart judgment, now visibly agitated, remarked, the city of purity aspires for the entire city to belong to the goddess of nature currently. They are vehemently rejecting other followers, and internal conflict appears inevitable. Those nature walkers assert that transforming humanity into the wards of different deities, diversifying into distinct races, and commencing a new era is the path forward. They say that the divine does not concern itself with humanity, yet it does hold regard for its chosen. Two factions of lunatics. I find a city of steel to be somewhat more sane. Dawn's judgment shook its head in disbelief. Although the city of steel claims to thrive on technology, ultimately, does it not rely on the divine? Is there truly a way forward through divine reliance? At times, the more one contemplates, the deeper the despair sinks. Where exactly lies the future of humanity? Dawn's judgment coughed repeatedly, his sunlit and handsome visage clouded with worry. He then glanced at Mind's judgment and hesitantly inquired, why do I sense that you have ascended? Such prowess. Mind's judgment appeared surprised. When did the devout of light become so perceptive in their discourse? Within the heart, Mind's judgment dispelled the mental illusion it had cast upon itself. Its corporeal form dissipated, leaving behind a resplendent head, half the height of a man. If this is what the third tier entails, I cannot fathom what ascending to the second tier would be like. Do you think I'm still human? Dawn's judgment, gazing at the disembodied head, was momentarily taken aback, but then offered reassurance. On the bright side, having ascended to the third tier, you are now eligible to join the arbitration committee of Jing City. At the fifth arbitration seat, Mind's judgment dismissed this lightly. Well, it took 2 days for you to awaken. Is your body holding up? It's manageable. I sustained some injuries from gazing directly at the realm of the Crimson King. It seems that Dawn's judgment has not fared well these past few days. Mind's judgment once again cloaked its form with a mental illusion and inquired, should we inform our city's arbitration committee about the Crimson King and his chosen? Perhaps it is best not to. The followers of order can be rather obstinate. I fear the grand arbitration might stubbornly label the Crimson King as a malevolent deity. Mind's judgment chuckled lightly. I think you are right. As Li Hao suggested, We should subtly propagate that the Crimson King is a deity of mutable powers. After all, Dawn's judgment's voice trailed off. Who is to determine who is malevolent? That is for us to decide. Indeed, mine's judgment replied. Li Hao is quite promising. He is worth nurturing. He is a follower of the all-seeing eye? Yes. Ultimately, he will lose all emotions. That sounds rather beneficial. Except he will retain an insatiable curiosity. That is indeed unfortunate. Chapter 64. The Wilderness. At the southern gate of Jing'an City. In the merit exchange office of the Defense Department, Meng Yi and his companion listened quietly to Zhu Hongyu's enlightening discourse. Meng Yi's expression was far from pleasant. Was the newborn city indeed engaged in forbidden research? Zhu Hongyu corrected him, stating it was rather about propagation. Research, that was something the Steel City would undertake. Taking a deep breath, Meng Yi pondered the implications. Was the Pure City conducting systematic extermination? Zhu Hongyu once again rectified his assertion, clarifying it was purification. Furthermore, this was merely a nascent trend, kept in check by the Human Supreme Arbitration Committee. Meng Yi bowed his head in silence, previously elated by humanity's self-rescue efforts, only to be met with a harsh reality. He raised his gaze, stubbornly inquiring, was there no semblance of normalcy in humanity's endeavors? Zhu Hongyu appeared perplexed. What was abnormal about it? The forthrightness of her retort left Meng Yi at a loss for words. Indeed, these self-rescuing efforts were, in this world, utterly commonplace. Suddenly, Sin Qiyun interjected, "Our Lord, the Redeemer." Meng Yi glanced back at her, noting the solemnity etched on her face. Our Lord is the Savior. A wave of frustration washed over Meng Yi. He had merely concocted a divine title in jest, following the words of a devotee. Clap, clap, clap. A vigorous applause resonated from the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Now that we have gathered a sufficient number, the city gates may be opened. As per tradition, we shall form teams of 3 to venture forth. Meng Yi was taken aback. Why was there a need to form teams? Zhu Hongyu elucidated. Due to the high mortality rate for the graced in the wilderness, the authorities wish for them to operate in teams to enhance their chances of survival. This. Meng Yi exchanged glances with Sin Qiyun. Was team formation truly necessary? Zhang Yao had not mentioned it. Did they have to wait for Su Qing's song? Someone behind him nudged Meng. Hey buddy, care to form a team? Meng Yi turned, bewildered. Was it that casual? He queried. Do we know each other? What nonsense is that? Can't we team up if we don't know each other? The individual shot him a disdainful glance before sauntering away. Meng Yi frowned, sensing something amiss. Zhu Hongyu sighed. Do the officials truly care about your team formations in the wilderness? Just gather together to exit. No one oversees them in the wild. As for teaming up, many grace do this. Otherwise, even resting in the wilderness becomes impossible. However, within the team, everyone often regards each other as expendable fodder. Meng Yi came to a realization, cursing inwardly. He always approached this damned world with a conventional mindset. Zhu Hongyu spoke nonchalantly. Shall we form a team? Meng Yi nodded, all right. He and Sin Qiyun slung their packs over their shoulders, preparing to make their way to the city gate. My little darling can help carry your bags. They turned to see Zhu Hongyu gently beckoning. 2 spiders, each the size of a small person, scuttling to her side. These are what carry my pack. Meng Yi scrutinized the oversized spiders. Their grotesque appearance was far from cute. And, with their legs, these creatures were indeed larger than humans. However, without the burden of a backpack. How delightful. After Meng Yi placed his bag down, he followed with praise. What an adorable little creature. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongyu, whose expression had remained neutral, displayed a change. Her eyes curved into crescents, revealing her evident pleasure. The 3 of them, accompanied by 2 spiders, proceeded towards the city gate, with the defense staff showing little concern for their group, merely asking a few casual questions. A throng of divine grace bestowers, along with around 200 ordinary people, stood behind the towering city gate. Among the ordinary folk, many appeared visibly anxious, while several of the divine grace bestowers began to mock. You1T be returning. I'll follow you. Perhaps I might collect some scraps from you. Hiss, once you step outside the city, losing the protection of the formation, you will instantly mutate. This only exacerbated the fears of those already trembling. Oomph. A young man clad in the defense uniform sneered at the rowdy divine grace bestowers. I am the one escorting them for the ceremony. As for those wishing to collect scraps, he pointed directly. The moment you step outside, I shall slay you. The pointed divine grace bestower's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the young man, and he swiftly squeezed back into the crowd. Clearly, he was familiar with the young man, and his warning of imminent death was indeed a stark reality. Meng Yi exclaimed in admiration, while Zhu Hongyu whispered, "That person is Yong, a seventh-tier beast warrior with a notoriously bad temper. I can see that." And when Yong extended his hand, it was quite furry. Suddenly, a booming voice resounded. No mutated bodies near the city gate. With a creaking sound of gears turning, the city gate slowly descended. This scene was quite reminiscent of antiquity. In truth, the gate was nothing more than a massive stone slab seamlessly integrated with the wall. The crowd stepped forth into the city. You seem to know quite a bit. Inside the city gate, Meng Yi looked up, assessing the wall's thickness, engaging in casual conversation with Zhu Hongyu. Having been in the defense department for 2 years, and with nothing much to do daily, it's only natural I know more. This wall is roughly 15 meters thick. Meng Yi withdrew his gaze, noticing that Sin Chiyun had already grasped her firearm. This girl. Meng Yi patted her shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm not. Then why do you have your gun out? Zhu Hongyu chuckled softly. Is this your first time? Sin Chiyun sheathed her gun, nodding. Yes. It seems this is also your first venture into the wilderness, right? Aren't you nervous? No, I have companions. Zhu Hongyu patted the spider beside her, which affectionately nuzzled against her. However, Meng Yi observed her using her right hand to pat the smaller spider, while feeling a strong sense of incongruity. Moreover, Meng Yi glared at the spider, inwardly grumbling, "What are you nuzzling? Don't you realize you're also a potential meal?" He cast a glance at Zhu Hongyu's pack, realizing why she carried so few supplies. She didn't need to bring rations. Though he was curious where the little spider was concealed, the group swiftly traversed the city gate. Meng Yi suddenly posed a question. What shall we do if we return? We shall wait outside the city. The gates will open when those inside are permitted to exit. Before him appeared a throng of divine benefactors awaiting their turn, some bearing significant injuries, while others radiated vitality. Zhu Hongyu interjected. Generally speaking, within the confines of the city gates, divine benefactors are prohibited from attacking one another. Should you find yourself injured in the future, it is advisable to remain outside the gate. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. Generally, they're always madmen. As they traversed through the crowd and exited the city gates, Zhu Hongyu nodded gently. Very well, we bid farewell here. She felt no need to ally with others, for her precious companion would be her most reliable partner in the wilderness. Meng Yi turned to gaze back at the towering walls, their exterior marred with ominous black cannon mouths, dense electric nets, and fearsome spikes, interspersed with flickering magical formations, truly a sight to instill dread. The wilderness beyond lay shrouded in a grim haze, the earth a bleak black, desolate and devoid of any hint of greenery. The group retrieved their pre-prepared face coverings to shield their mouths and noses, and Meng Yi could not help but cough twice. Very well, we part ways here. Zhu Hongyu had expressed a desire to team up, yet he was reluctant. Despite her appearance of normalcy, one could never be certain of her actions in critical moments. He took the bundle from her companion and waved goodbye to Zhu Hongyu, urging, "Let us proceed." Meng Yi raised his gaze toward the sky, which was enveloped in a dreary haze. According to Zhang Yao, there were few aberrant entities within a 10-kilometer radius of the city gates. We must venture further out. He called to Sin Chiyun. Today, we shall not stray too far from the city wall. Chapter 65. The Reign of Izug. Even with a face veil, Meng Yi could not help but shake his head as the yellow sand occasionally infiltrated his mouth. The environment was simply too harsh. They had barely departed from the city walls when the outline of Jing'an City became obscured. In this world, much of the vegetation beyond the city had transformed into aberrations, and the airborne dust was alarmingly severe. The pollution outside the city was exponentially greater than that within. Activating his spiritual sight revealed the stark contrast. While the pollution inside the city resembled mist, Outside, it was akin to a deluge. Do you think there might be lost grace bears out here? Sin Shiyun asked, glancing back momentarily, her astonishment palpable. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Zhang Yao mention that the wilderness doesn't always experience such intense dust storms? She produced a small device resembling a compass and fiddled with it slightly. The craftsman had indeed crafted a remarkably accurate directional indicator. Regardless of her adjustments, the needle consistently pointed towards Jing'an City. Indeed, Meng Yi nodded. Let us proceed with our backs to the direction of Jing'an City. Their pace was not brisk, as vigilance was paramount in the wilderness, necessitating the frequent activation of their spiritual sight to survey their surroundings. Yet, even with Meng Yi's seemingly boundless spiritual energy, maintaining that heightened perception continuously was an arduous task, weighing heavily on his mind and body. One could only imagine the struggles faced by solitary grace-bearers traversing this desolate expanse. It was no wonder that authorities encouraged teamwork among the grace-bearers. Fortunately, the nearby aberrations were indeed few. After traversing a considerable distance with little to show for their efforts, Meng Yi could not help but express his thoughts. That is quite normal. Not only the grace-bearers, but also the Defense Corps routinely scour the areas surrounding the city as part of their duty. However, Cynthia tightened her grip on the handgun she had unknowingly clutched. We cannot compare ourselves to the Defense Corps. Of course, Meng Yi replied. The Defense Corps operates in a military capacity, while we grace-bearers must rely on our wits. Noticing Sin Chiyun's growing tension, he reassured her. There's no need to be anxious. There should be no high-tier aberrations nearby. The two of us can manage quite comfortably together. As they spoke, Meng Yi suddenly turned to look behind them. There was movement. He raised a hand to signal Sin Chiyun to remain silent and gently set down the package he had been carrying. For precautionary reasons, he had not slung it over his back. Sin Chiyun aimed her gun at the shadow emerging from the dust. As the figure drew closer, Meng Yi discerned that it was a solitary grace-bearer, likely just having exited the city like them. A brief glance with his spiritual sight confirmed it was indeed a grace-bearer. Without a doubt, the newcomer, upon noticing the vigilant stance of Meng Yi and Sin Chiyun, paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. If not for the subtle tremors in the ground beneath his feet, that smile might have appeared somewhat trustworthy. Sin Chiyun may not have sensed it, but Meng Yi's acute senses were finely tuned. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "Fire!" and surged forward toward the approaching figure, unleashing a barrage of fireballs as he did so. With a resounding gunshot, the assailant's head shattered into a myriad of fragments, while simultaneously, a fireball struck the adversary, igniting a human-shaped torch on the spot. Sin Chiyun's expression brightened with delight, yet Meng Yi remained vigilant, feeling the tremors beneath his feet unabated. The divine being was now ablaze, crackling like wood. Clearly a mere disguise. A thunderous roar erupted, sending clouds of sand and gravel swirling into the air, obscuring visibility. An elongated, whip-like appendage hurtled toward him, thick as a barrel. With a swift motion, a soft sword materialized in Meng Yi's right hand. A flick of his wrist transformed the blade into a resilient weapon, enveloped in flames. The transformation into a living corpse. Rather than retreating, he advanced to meet the long whip, executing a horizontal slash with his sword. He discerned that the entity was some kind of plant vine. Vine? No, that was not accurate. The persistent rumbling beneath him suggested it was a root. Meng Yi's sword cleaved into the protruding root, embedding itself 3 inches deep, yet it failed to sever the foe. Concurrently, a dull groaning emanated from the depths of the earth. Boom! Meng Yi nimbly withdrew his sword and dodged, empowered by wind magic, allowing him to evade the massive root strike. Damn it! He inwardly cursed. Aberrant plant life in the wilderness proved most troublesome. Not only were they large in size, but their vital points typically lay concealed underground. In the face of such aberrant entities, he possessed little means to threaten their vulnerabilities. Moreover, this aberrant creature, evade, he shouted to Sin Chiyun. Around them, a dozen robust roots surged upward, as though a colossal hand emerged from the earth, only to close in around them. Encountering such a formidable aberration on his first venture outside the city was astonishing. Meng Yi estimated this plant aberration possessed a strength of at least level 6. With all his might, he managed to breach the surface of one root, yet no blood was shed. This was futile. We must find a way to escape. Sin Shiyun's face turned pale as she fired several rounds at one of the roots. She shouted to Meng Yi, urging him to flee. It was expected that her reliability would shine through, but where on earth could they run? They were surrounded by the enemy's appendages, with no refuge in sight. The only option left was to test whether the unrelenting fireballs could create an opening. Yet the roots suddenly froze in place. The sound of rushing air above came to a sudden halt. Meng Yi grasped a bottle of agility potion in one hand, holding the newly formed fireball in the other, momentarily uncertain whether to throw it or not. Had he just been momentarily restrained? He looked up in confusion. The plant, with its roots rising from the ground, bore a multitude of eyes of varying sizes at their tips. A dozen roots possessed hundreds of eyes. These eyes visibly began to fill with blood, the scara abruptly turning crimson. As if witnessing something unfathomable, the eyes widened and widened and widened. The greenish-brown eyelids surrounding the eyeballs strained to open, desperately trying to widen in a frenzied manner. Hysteria. Meng Yi could feel it exerting itself, straining with all its might, as if devoid of life itself. His eyelids were stretched back, wide open to the point that his eyeballs began to bulge out. Sin Shiyun, holding a revolver, stared in disbelief at this scene, her mind inexplicably drifting to the Dawn's judgment in the park. It seemed that initially, the Dawn's judgment had also suffered from ocular affliction. Pop, 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 a continuous sound echoed above their heads, the disconcerting noise of eyeballs detaching from their sockets. Pop, pop, bang, 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 plop. Eyeballs began to rain down from above. These orbs coated in a repulsive, viscous, red-green slime, sent a chill down Meng Yi's spine and elicited a soft gasp from Sin Shiyun. As these eyeballs fell to the ground, they rolled chaotically. All of them turned to look at Meng Yi. Then, in unison, they paused and erupted into a chaotic splatter of red and white. Chapter 66. The War of Flesh and Moss above Meng Yi and his companion. The roots hung motionless, and green sap began to flow from their eye sockets, mingled with a hint of red. A gentle, crimson-hued rain began to fall, reminiscent of the refreshing showers of early spring, yet tinged with a faint scent of blood. The dust-laden ground began to sprout moss, the verdant hue spreading across the limited expanse of a mere 100 square meters. Life thrived. The dull sounds beneath their feet transformed into piercing cries of agony. Dozens of roots as thick as barrels slowly retracted into the earth, initially moving sluggishly, but gaining momentum until they swiftly burrowed back underground. Tremors resonated beneath them as the nameless aberrant flora retreated in disarray after suffering grievous damage. Sin Shiyun swallowed hard, casting a hesitant glance at Meng Yi. What had transpired? She had thought her end was imminent. Perhaps their master had granted them protection? Sin Shiyun felt dazed, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Was it truly so? Meng Yi began to pat his body as the moss rapidly spread, creeping up his pant legs. Stop dawdling. We must leave this place. Sin Shiyun jolted back to reality, and together they grasped their burden, now stained with red, white, and moss, and moved away from the ominous sight. Moss continued to sprout relentlessly upon their bodies, and the freshly fallen crimson rainwater dripped onto them. They fled, discarding their encumbering load. Sin Shiyun's hair had begun to take on a vibrant green hue. What kind of cursed entity was this? Meng Yi summoned flames to engulf himself, and the moss upon him quickly withered away. However, Sin Shiyun found herself in a more precarious situation, in a state of panic. She frantically brushed at her body and hair, green tendrils cascading down to the ground. The fallen greenery began to spread ominously. Meng Yi conjured fire to incinerate the encroaching moss and turned at Sin Shiyun, who appeared on the verge of transforming into a verdant creature. The exposed skin on her body reacted to the moss, sprouting minute flesh buds that began to consume her. Meng Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Were you manipulating this flesh? No, it moves on its own. Sin Shiyun could not resist reaching for her hair. Her face and hands were gradually dissolving, engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the moss. This was a brutal battle between flesh and moss. Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Hold your breath. I shall burn away the moss. He hesitated. Perhaps you should take some painkillers? Sin Shiyun, in her current predicament, had no time to consider such things. Hurry! A torrent of flames enveloped her from head to toe. At first, she bore it well, but soon could not suppress her cries of pain. Sin Shiyun possessed flesh magic. Aside from becoming more slender, she bore no lasting scars. Her clothing could regenerate, presenting no issues. However, she had become bald and lacking eyebrows. The consumption of flesh had rendered her quite gaunt. Meng Yi gazed at her, his expression devoid of emotion, his lips forming a thin line of frost. Sin Shiyun's hands trembled as she touched her head above her eyes and gasped in horror. After a brief pause, and having adjusted to the current state of the other, Meng Yi finally spoke words of comfort. Well, as long as we are alive, let's help you recover. He chose to disregard Sin Shiyun for the moment and turned his attention to their 2 packages. Yet, as he turned away, he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Their packages were largely intact, containing a complete set of wilderness tools purchased at great expense. Designed to be waterproof, fire-resistant, and sufficiently sealed as fundamental requirements. After clearing the moss from the packages, Meng Yi unearthed a vacuum-sealed pack of meat, a supplement infused with blood and flesh magic. In the wilderness, the blood and flesh of aberrant beings were rife with contamination. To avoid mutation, one must utilize clean, pure meat for sustenance. He tossed the bundle of meat to Sin Shiyun, who quickly regained her vitality, her bald appearance now more agreeable to the eye. They both gazed toward a nearby patch of moss, where remnants of exploded eyeballs lay amidst a rich array of red and white substances, providing ample nourishment, causing the moss to grow thick and abundant, sprouting small tendrils ranging from a few centimeters to several decimeters. These appendages explored both air and ground, creating a vision reminiscent of a chaotic, waving meadow from a distance. Meng Yi pondered, was the rapid transformation of these plants truly possible? No. They had merely fallen from the bodies of aberrant entities, already heavily tainted. Sin Shiyun's emotions steadied as she wrapped a scarf around her head. Meng Yi activated his spiritual vision for a moment. The moss displayed no significant weaknesses and lacked what one might consider extraordinary materials. He pointed towards the mossy expanse, questioning if they could be classified as aberrant entities. Not really, Sin Shiyun replied, shaking her head. I'm not quite sure what to make of them. Meng Yi picked up a stone and tossed it into the patch, causing the small tendrils to eagerly reach for it. Do you think that in the future wilderness, these plants will dominate? He turned his head towards Sin Shiyun, reflecting that the earlier aberrant plant resembled a living creature, while this moss appeared distinctly botanical. Sin Shiyun disagreed with his assessment, countering, but they're alive, look at those tendrils. Different, he retorted. They are not aberrant entities. They are purely polluted, animated plants. Meng Yi chuckled to himself. Are there forests in the wilderness? Sin Shiyun responded with uncertainty. I do not know. Meng Yi fell silent for a moment, then hoisted the packages, declaring, let us go. Although lacking concrete evidence, he felt certain that forests existed, remarkably akin to this mossy terrain. This was the visage of normal flora in this world, albeit merely a conjecture. Sin Shiyun followed him, deep in thought along the way. What's on your mind? I was reflecting on what just transpired. Oh, Meng Yi was taken aback that she had not dismissed the earlier anomalies this time. My response was incorrect. Sin Shiyun halted. I should have decisively distanced myself from you. I'm a ranged attacker. That is not right either. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, I should have been more mobile, whether engaging in close or range combat. Remaining stationary is the most foolish strategy. Meng Yi sighed. Realizing the subject at hand was indeed relevant, there was progress to acknowledge. Did I speak incorrectly? It was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather the necessity to adapt to circumstances and be flexible without confining oneself. Meng Yi felt a sense of helplessness. This woman had a tendency to limit herself. Furthermore, her 2 bestowed powers were predominantly suited for close combat, leading him to conclude, in any case, you will gradually comprehend it. How do you understand these matters? Meng Yi was momentarily taken aback. How was he to know? Sin Shiyun cast a glance at him, pondering whether the chosen warriors were innately endowed with such knowledge. What of her own situation? Did that make her a favored child of the divine? Others claimed that those favored by the gods possessed great strength. Yet she did not perceive herself as particularly formidable. Could her strength manifest in different aspects? Since Yun found herself in a state of perplexity, perhaps it was best to focus on her own combat style. Meng Yi hoisted the package onto his shoulder, deciding to set aside his confusion for the moment, as he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the Crimson Mist space. The wilderness was indeed a harsh environment. Anyone who insisted that the vicinity of the city was safer would have to contend with his ire. After their initial setback, with Xin Qiun emerging with a shaved head and neither of them having clearly discerned their opponent's appearance, he wondered if this venture would prove unprofitable. The two continued their forward march. Chapter 67. Split in two at noon, Meng Yi and his companion took a brief respite, sipping the drinking water they had brought from the city. In the wilderness, water was a scarce resource. As for the water condensed by elemental magic, Meng Yi was uncertain of its potability. Estimating their progress, he glanced at Xin Qiun, who occasionally touched her brow. They had traveled approximately 10 kilometers, rather than pressing onward. He gestured in an arc, intending to circle around Jing'an City. Xin Qiun readily acquiesced. The two began to alter their course. And aside from the initial encounter with a higher-tier subterranean plant aberration, they did not make any further discoveries for a considerable time. Xin Qiun remarked, "It's surprising that so close to the city, we haven't encountered a single blessing bearer. That's to be expected. Others would undoubtedly venture deeper into the wilderness, unlike us. Perhaps we should delve a bit further?" Meng Yi halted and turned back. "What? Are you no longer anxious?" "Anxiety is futile. After what just transpired, my perspective has shifted. Being so close to the city, there are indeed few aberrations. Moreover, I suspect the aberrations near the city are like that plant we encountered, highly elusive. It might be wiser for us to venture farther out." Meng Yi checked his pocket watch. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, and darkness was still a ways off. Very well. Shortly after their course change, they made a discovery. An aberration resembling a dehydrated canine was gnawing at the corpse of a blessing bearer, tearing into its abdomen. The creature, initially facing away from them, sensed their presence and abruptly turned, its jaws still clamped tightly on the corpse, unwilling to relinquish its grip. Its eyes were sunken and murky, like those of an animal suffering from severe dehydration, its body covered in brown fur and emaciated, the size of a calf. However, Meng Yi's gaze was drawn to its abdomen, where a half-meter-long wound indicated that the deceased blessing bearer had indeed put up a struggle. Blood mixed with shredded flesh dripped from the wound onto the ground. The creature's hind legs stepped in the pool, sprouting a new mouth that greedily licked up the blood and flesh, perpetuating the gruesome cycle. A straightforward method to gauge the strength of animal aberrations was by their size. Though not infallible, it generally sufficed. The creature before them seemed manageable. Meng Yi employed his spiritual sight, identifying a weakness concentrated in its left ear. Xin Qiun slowly drew her gun, stating, "We should be able to handle this." This declaration appeared to signal the aberration, which lunged at them with a swift motion. Yet, it continued to clutch the corpse in its jaws, while the mouth sprouting from its hind legs voraciously consumed the blood and flesh, effortlessly breaking free from its burden. A stubborn canine mouth remained behind, persistently munching away. After Xin Qiun fired a shot, she decisively followed Meng Yi into the fray. The effectiveness of firearms often leaves much to be desired. A mere tilt of the head can allow a bullet to glide harmlessly past, leaving only a superficial burn mark. Henceforth, it is imperative to acquire a melee weapon. After bestowing a wind-based acceleration spell upon his companions, Meng Yi gestured, and the corpse in the dog's maw suddenly opened its eyes. He was manipulating the cadaver. The corpse puppet raised its hand to grasp the left ear of the canine aberration, its weak point, where the extraordinary material coalesced. The canine aberration emitted a low, mournful howl as it sprinted, violently shaking its head, the corpse puppet dangling from its jaws like a rag doll. Meng Yi and his companion approached from either side, encircling it, and abruptly, a series of spikes erupted from the ground before the gaunt dog. Utilizing earth elemental magic, the gaunt dog nimbly leaped, releasing the corpse puppet from its mouth, and lunged toward Meng Yi, believing that a larger target would yield more flesh. Meng Yi met the oncoming beast with a punch, releasing a fireball that soared forth, striking the creature squarely in the face and erupting into a dazzling display of flames. Xin drew near and fired thrice in rapid succession. The gaunt dog whimpered in response. It charged through the flames, its side exploding with several considerable craters. But no blood flowed. Instead, it unveiled the desiccated, grayish flesh beneath. Its jaws widened to an alarming 180 degrees as it lunged at Meng Yi. With a swift motion, Meng Yi opened his right hand, allowing a soft sword to pierce through his palm and directly into the back of the dog's head. Gripping the sword, he intended to cleave the creature in two. The blade, honed to razor sharpness, was surely capable of such a feat. However, from the gaunt dog's chest, a new head suddenly sprouted, bursting forth to bite at Meng Yi's wrist. A resounding impact. This new head focused entirely on Meng Yi, failing to evade the bullet aimed at it. Consequently, it sustained a grievous wound, its trajectory altered, resulting in a missed bite. Initially, Meng Yi had contemplated transforming into a zombie to withstand the attack, but upon witnessing the turn of events, he abandoned that notion and opted instead to execute a swift slash with his sword. His coordination with Xin grew more instinctive. The gaunt dog was cleaved in two from head to tail, with only a small portion of its skull remaining connected. Yet, it did not succumb to death. Much like the aberration encountered in the city, it possessed but a single vital point. Injuries elsewhere, no matter how severe, would not prove fatal. From the bisected torso of the canine aberration, a cascade of shriveled entrails tumbled to the ground. These entrails, upon landing, sprouted mouths, limbs, eyes, or tails, each instinctively attacking Meng Yi and his companion in their unique fashion. Fortunately, this creature was sufficiently desiccated, lacking the revolting stickiness often associated with such foes. Meng Yi cast fireballs to eliminate the minuscule remnants, while Xin pursued the bifurcated gaunt dog. It was attempting to flee. The split body of the gaunt dog trembled, struggling to adapt to its new configuration, with the left and right halves failing to coordinate effectively. However, upon sensing Xin closing in, the right half exerted itself, producing a sharp crack, and it completely severed into two. In the left half of its body, with both feet exerting force, it made a comical leap towards the distance, surprisingly swift despite its absurdity. Meanwhile, the right half, sporting a newly formed head that had partially shattered from its chest, abruptly turned to face Xin. The sudden movement caused a cracked and desiccated portion of its brain to plummet to the ground with a dull thud. As the left half continued to bounce, fragments of its own brain fell away, yet it appeared utterly indifferent to this inconvenience. Such a burden. With two resounding gunshots, the bullets were exhausted, and Xin began to transform herself into a living corpse, advancing determinately to restrain this half, leaving the other half to Meng Yi. After dealing with those trifling obstacles, Meng Yi propelled himself forward in pursuit. Chapter 68, A Perfect Combination. The second aberration encountered in the wilderness was easily subdued by Meng Yi and his companion. After Meng Yi deftly severed the left ear of the canine aberration, its body, riddled with bullet holes and entangled with Xin, disintegrated into a mass of flesh upon the ground. The half of a dog's mouth that remained behind, incessantly gnawing, gradually fell silent. Meng Yi examined the ear he held in his hand and turned to Xin, inquiring, "Can you ascertain its value?" It appeared to be materials of the 8th or 9th tier, but the precise details would only be discernible upon returning to the city, where a specialized identification array was set up at the merit exchange station. Xin reloaded her revolver and casually remarked, "Alternatively, we could purchase a corresponding portable array disc, though that could be somewhat pricey." Meng Yi nodded, carefully wrapping the material in burlap and placing it in the compartment of his pack. He also took the opportunity to cover the recent bloodstains with dirt. Now, they no longer had to carry their own burdens. They had a laborer at their disposal, a new corpse puppet. The corpse's clothing concealed 2 new vials of unknown potions, which he decided to collect, setting aside concerns about money. As who would venture out of the city with cash? Meng Yi found it peculiar that he had not noticed the other's pack. The figure, however, had a gaping wound in its abdomen, making for an unappealing sight, and the scent of blood would likely attract aberrations. Ignoring Qin Qiyun's curious gaze, he first conjured several blood and flesh bombs to stuff into the corpse puppet's belly, then covered its wound with dirt and froze it. The corpse puppet bomb was ready, reluctant to expend the blood and flesh reserves he had brought from the city. He opted to replenish his supplies from the corpse puppet instead. This made Meng Yi ponder whether he was beginning to integrate into this world. At that moment, Qin Qiyun appeared rather exhilarated, exclaiming, "I know how to fight now." She brandished her revolver, saying, "I will provide ranged attacks to disrupt the enemy and engage in close combat when necessary, serving as your support. Moreover, seeing me wield a gun might lead them to make erroneous judgments, much like the followers of the Shadow Sovereign last time." Meng Yi affixed his pack to the corpse puppet, which was currently unable to bend down, and replied, "Then you can customize some special bullets in the future." He recalled the gunslinger in the park, who had bullets infused with effects such as paralysis, deceleration, freezing, and scorching. Qin Qiyun sighed, "I wish I could, but alas, some are rather expensive." Meng Yi's thoughts began to wander, imagining a future where he had an abundance of divine beings under his command, mechanics, alchemists, array masters, and so forth. The Scarlet King would have everything one could desire. Price would be no object. All would be offered at friendly rates. All right. Meng Yi glanced at the time. It's getting late. We should head back. The wilderness is more perilous at night. Let us rest within a safer vicinity tonight and resume our exploration tomorrow. Qin Qiyun interrupted him. Someone is approaching. Meng Yi followed her gesture and soon discerned two figures emerging from the swirling dust. The newcomers unceremoniously dropped their bundles, and Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. 3 packages? Before them stood a man and a woman, with the former drawing the eye more strikingly. His physique was emaciated, resembling a parched figure, barefoot. His body scarcely adorned save for a tattered cloth wrapped around his waist, intertwined with rusty barbed wire that cruelly pierced his scarred flesh from head to toe. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to a devotee of the ascetic deity he once revered. What was the name again? Meng Yi pondered momentarily, recalling it was the Thorn Master, who was indeed an ascetic. The man's expression was one of profound sorrow, his gaze sweeping over the firearm held by Qin Qiyun. Before surveying the corpses with meticulous scrutiny, he then turned to the woman beside him, uttering a word that made Meng Yi's heart tremble. "Master, a follower of death, likely a 9th-tier necromancer," while the other remained uncertain, though most probably a ranged shooter. "Master?" This compelled Meng Yi to scrutinize the woman more closely. She was enveloped in a crimson robe, her exposed skin similarly marred with scars. Her right hand emerged from the depths of her cloak, delivering a sharp lash to the ascetic, exclaiming, "I am not blind to your suffering." Her right hand was absent, replaced by a whip of white bone, barbed at intervals. The ascetic's brow did not flinch. He bore the pain with stoic resolve. The sound of the whip slicing through the air was palpable. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the followers of the Thorn Master and the Lady of Suffering. This duo was oddly harmonious, a being who refined himself through suffering and another who inflicted pain upon herself or others. Blood streaked down beneath the woman's eyes, self-inflicted as she lashed the ascetic while simultaneously raking her sharp nails across her own cheek. "I can feel your pain." Despite whipping him, she too bore wounds, as the fabric of her robe tore with a sound reminiscent of a fabric being ripped apart. "I shed tears of blood for you." Her voice soared, her nails carving deeply from the corner of her eye, flesh splitting as if she truly wept blood. Praise suffering. Drips of a viscous, oil-like blood flowed from the ascetic's body. His countenance remained placid. His power had been elevated through the embrace of pain. Yet Meng Yi could not share in this tranquility. "Two of you? Is there something amiss?" He cursed internally, questioning their sanity. "What is this? A performance for my amusement?" And amidst such carnage, what were they attempting? Were they unafraid of attracting aberrations with the scent of blood? The woman, with a swift slash across her cheek, pointed a bloodied finger at the corpse. "A follower of death. That is our companion." "Companion?" Meng Yi glanced at the corpse, noting its tragic demise. The woman continued, "My companion met a gruesome end, yet you desecrate his remains." She pivoted her tone. "We may overlook this transgression, however." Her whip began to dance faster, contrasting sharply with the ascetic's calm demeanor, her voice imbued with anguish. "Yet the extraordinary materials earned at the cost of his life must be returned to me." Sinchiyun raised her firearm without hesitation. "In your dreams." Meng Yi couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. This woman could indeed be quite decisive at times. How delightful! 2 gifts of power delivered right to his doorstep. The bullet was halted by the wire that erupted from the body of the ascetic. The formidable force causing the wire to bend backward, igniting a flurry of sparks. Meng Yi charged forward with the corpse puppet. As the opponents had mistakenly believed him to be a deceased follower, he would soon surprise them. They appeared to possess a profound understanding of the divine benefactor of death, deducing from the corpse puppet alone that it was of the 9th tier. However, they refrained from direct engagement, opting instead to seek an excuse, indicating that they were not particularly formidable. Gifts of power had indeed been presented to him. After firing a shot, Sinchiyun transformed into a living corpse and similarly advanced towards the adversaries. She found herself puzzled as to why Meng Yi did not conjure a fireball. Just then, she heard the woman on the opposing side screeching. 2 living corpses, 2 necromancers. A moment of realization flashed through Sinchiyun's mind. The 2 of them could easily disguise themselves. The long whip and wire assailed them, dripping with thick, viscous black blood, utterly repulsive. Bang! Bang! Sinchiyun attempted to provoke a defensive response from the opponents. Meng Yi, concealed behind the corpse puppet, smirked coldly, anticipating a grand explosion for the 2. He glanced at Sinchiyun, signaling her to halt. He did not wish for her to be caught in the crossfire. Following his directive, Sinchiyun paused and raised her weapon, firing several shots, each aimed at their heads. The 2 opponents could not possibly disregard such an assault. In an instant, they scrambled to intercept the bullets. Meanwhile, a series of howls emerged from the side, and Meng Yi, peeking from behind the corpse puppet, inwardly cursed. These 2 madmen had just shed a considerable amount of blood, undoubtedly attracting aberrant entities. And not just any aberration, but 3 head-sized, rolling masses of flesh approaching them. Meng Yi forcefully pushed the corpse puppet forward. Without hesitation, he aimed to deliver a significant blow to those 2. Chapter 69. Beneath the banner of the God of Justice. Knights! In the face of the corpse puppet thrust towards him by Meng Yi, the ascetic monk displayed no signs of fear. After all, a puppet is merely a lifeless body, and the necromancer's art of manipulating the dead had not enhanced its capabilities. Moreover, this particular puppet was severely damaged, its abdomen filled with frozen earth. The thorny iron net wrapped around the corpse puppet, tightening as it prepared to dismember its former companion. The follower of the Lady of Pain, witnessing this, brandished her bone whip, intending to intercept the uninvited 3-headed aberration. Sinchiyun made a similar choice, quickly leaping upwards while consuming a potion to enhance her accuracy. After all, the 3 meatballs possessed no heads. She then fired 3 consecutive shots at the aberrations. Boom! The corpse puppet detonated. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. The ascetic monk was hurled away, his torso riddled with wounds. The follower of the Lady of Pain was similarly caught off guard, being thrown sideways towards Meng Yi. Both bore expressions of disbelief, as tendrils of flesh desperately burrowed into their bodies. A spellcaster? Who are you truly? Fireballs began to rain down upon the 2. The rumbling flames scattered wildly, further exciting the 3 aberrations. The meatballs had already reacted when Sinchiyun fired, spreading like flowing water and swiftly lunging towards the 3 nearest individuals, Meng Yi, the ascetic monk, and the follower of the Lady of Pain. Faced with the oncoming mass, Meng Yi's longsword suddenly thrust forth from beneath his flesh, targeting the vital point at the center of the aberration's form. Or rather, the vital area of this malleable aberration could shift freely. The sudden strike of the blade accurately pierced the aberration, igniting it in flames and producing a sizzle reminiscent of roasting meat. The aberration emitted a strange cry, and several tentacles emerged to lash out at Meng Yi. The living corpse withstood the onslaught. Subsequently, he launched a slicing attack. Another fireball followed. As Qiyun rushed forward, she fired 3 rounds. The unfortunate aberration had chosen the strongest adversary in the vicinity. Moreover, it was being simultaneously attacked by 2 divine benefactors. Its tentacles merely succeeded in swelling Meng Yi's shoulder, but as it was blasted away by the fireball, Meng Yi seized one of its tentacles. With a powerful swing, he smashed it down onto the protruding spikes of the ground. 3 times back and forth, the meat mass splattered into a puddle of flesh. Then, Meng Yi turned toward the 2 divine benefactors still entangled with the remaining meatballs. The bestowed power must not fall to the aberrations. Furthermore, these were 2 new corpse puppets primed for detonation. Qiyun's ammunition was exhausted, and while she fumbled to reload, Meng Yi had already grasped his long sword and charged towards the 2 fallen individuals. They were struggling against the aberrations that had pounced upon them. The ascetic monk's wires entwined the aberration while also embedding themselves into his own flesh, as he endeavored to extricate the tendrils burrowing into him. The follower of the Lady of Pain cried out, "Help me! Get lost! Useless woman, do not bother me!" The ascetic cast aside the aberration with a swift motion, his foremost priority being to escape. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Meng Yi's figure. He leapt to his feet, yet his head was already propelled skyward. Why such swiftness? His flying head bore an expression of utter disbelief. Meng Yi extended his right hand, wielding a slender mass of flesh that enveloped the hilt of his sword. From several paces away, he swung the blade, severing the adversary's head. The ascetic clutched a small, circular disc in his hand, a trump card he had yet to deploy. The followers of the Lady of Suffering had not yet risen. She appeared significantly weaker than the ascetic. Could she truly be regarded as a master? Meng Yi suppressed the peculiar thoughts that intruded upon the battle, retracting his sword to pierce the throat of his opponent. The remaining 2 fleshy masses, witnessing the scene, rolled away in a frantic escape. As one of the fleeing masses slipped away from the follower of the Lady of Suffering, it extended a tentacle, tearing a whole piece of skin from her face. It pressed the skin onto its plump body, manifesting a vividly lifelike visage, weeping blood. Ah! As it fled, it emitted a shrill wail. This compelled both Meng Yi and Qiyun to instinctively cover their ears, halting their steps momentarily. The 2 aberrations sped away from the scene. The rotund aberration, now adorned with a human face, extended its tongue towards Meng Yi and Qiyun. Blew the expression on the face of the follower of the Lady of Suffering. Meng Yi inhaled deeply and pursued. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the 2 corpses into corpse puppets, issuing them commands to clean the battlefield before hastening after the 2 fleeing masses. Utilizing wind magic, he slightly accelerated their pace, hesitating only briefly before downing a vial of agility potion. 2 materials were surely worth less than a single potion. His speed surged dramatically, closing the distance to the aberrations. The aberration with the human face displayed a look of human-like astonishment, continuing to open its mouth. Ah! Qiyun covered her ears. Meng Yi remained unfazed, having blocked his ear canal with flesh. The aberration's eyes widened. Ah! This time, even Qiyun was unaffected. Meng Yi snorted coldly. Keep screaming. The elongated-faced aberration suddenly extended a tentacle, seizing its companion and flinging it towards Meng Yi with a swift motion. This forced Meng Yi to halt and deal with the betrayed aberration first. With Qiyun's assistance, they quickly dispatched it, neglecting to gather materials as Meng Yi resumed his pursuit. This delay was minimal, as the speed of the opponent paled in comparison to his own. The panicked face of the aberration was now within arm's reach. Whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A spear, radiant with golden light, impaled the aberration into the ground. Its body exploded with a resounding pop. Thud! The ground within a radius of several dozen meters suddenly caved in. Yet astonishingly, not a whiff of dust was stirred. A robust man clad in a gray robe, wielding an exaggeratedly large sword, appeared before the 2, exuding an air of weariness. His age was evident, with a chiseled face that bore a resolute expression. Meng Yi and his companion found themselves momentarily unsteady, soon perceiving the formidable presence before them. The manner of his entrance suggested remarkable strength. The man cast a brief glance at Meng Yi and his companion, then bent down to pick up some materials and a peculiar visage from the ground. He extended both items towards Meng Yi, saying, "I apologize. These must belong to you." Meng Yi was taken aback. Could this be a benevolent figure? However, while the materials were indeed his, the face was not. The stranger introduced himself. "I am Wanshan, a knight." Sin Qian, who had initially been on high alert, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, whispering to Meng Yi, "He is a follower of the god of justice, the deity of fairness and righteousness." Although Meng Yi was not entirely convinced, the mention of this divine name did ease his mind somewhat. Sin Qian continued, "Yet, I have never encountered a living knight before. They do not survive long in this world." Instantly, Meng Yi tensed, beginning to concentrate his energies into a fleshly explosive. The newcomer seemed to have overheard Sin Qian's words. He shot her a glance before tearing open the fabric of his chest. There, a grotesque wound revealed a hollow cavity. "Because I have cast away my heart." Chapter 70. You should acquaint yourselves with our Lord. Meng Yi stood astounded, rendered speechless by the exceedingly rational scene before him. For a knight who espouses fairness and justice, surviving in this world necessitates the relinquishment of one's heart. He cleared his throat and gestured towards the direction of Jing'an City. Jing'an City is roughly a dozen kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Wanshan's stern visage softened slightly, exclaiming praise for justice. He stepped forward, extending 2 items towards Meng Yi, expressing gratitude. In his speech, he did not forget to nod in acknowledgement towards Sin Qian. Meng Yi, with a dismissive sound, discarded the face onto the ground. "This, ha." The other party lowered his head slightly, apologetically stating, "I thought it was one of your companions." "How very courteous." Meng Yi weighed the extraordinary material in his hand, akin to a smooth glass bead. He looked up at Wanshan, who towered before him like an imposing wall. "Are you from another city?" He was genuinely intrigued. Wanshan extended his enormous hand, resembling a fan, and Meng Yi, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out to shake it. "How peculiar. This is the wilderness. Why is it not a knightly greeting?" "I hail from Hong'an City." Sensing that they might be unfamiliar with it, Wanshan added, "In other words, the city of purity." A fleeting expression of anguish crossed his face. Justice had vanished from Hong'an City, and the followers of the nature goddess began to expel others. Meng Yi shared a glance with Sin Qian, who could not help but inquire, "But doesn't the Supreme Arbitration Committee intervene?" Wanshan released his grip and replied in a somber tone, "It is precisely because of the presence of the Supreme Committee that we are merely being driven away." Behind him, a substantial crowd began to approach, numbering around 200 to 300 individuals at a glance. Meng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. These are ordinary people. He recognized that had they all been favored by the gods, chaos would have already ensued. Wanshan turned to regard the throng, his voice heavy with gravity. "Initially, we set out with over 1,000. Meng incredulously gazed at Wanshan. "You led them all by yourself?" "No, justice guides us." Wanshan gestured vaguely. "I have 5 companions. I still have 5 companions." His pride was palpable as he mentioned his companions. 5 left, then. Meng Yi inwided. "Are they all followers of justice?" "Not exactly. They're ascetics, mechanics, apothecaries, light seekers, and a nature walker." Wanshan emphasized. "Not all nature walkers are mad." A small drone buzzed through the air, descending towards them, to which Wanshan nodded in acknowledgement. The crowd continued to approach. Meng Yi and Sin Qian squinted at the gathering, noting the absence of the elderly, infirm, or ill, yet many bore visible scars. Their faces displayed a numbed expression, their dusty countenances insufficient to depict their plight. They were utterly exhausted, barely clinging to life. Meng Yi looked at Wanshan, bewildered. "You do not lack a heart? A knight without a heart could still achieve this?" "Justice guides me." Meng Yi was taken aback, pondering whether he was appealing to justice through reason. It seemed that a knight devoid of heart still retained the essence of knighthood, and only a benevolent deity of justice could rally such individuals. Light, it appeared, was incapable of such feats. Alas, divine benefactors akin to knights were nearly extinct. As Cin Qiyun remarked, she had never encountered a living knight. Wan Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, "May I borrow a bit of water? And perhaps some healing potions? I will compensate you with other items." He explained, "Though we are close to the city, some injuries cannot afford further delay." "Of course," Meng Yi replied promptly. "However, I believe I only possess 2 healing potions. Water might also be insufficient. By the way, can water condensed from elemental magic be consumed?" Wan Shan's eyes lit up. "Indeed, it is pure water." He then praised, "I did not expect to find someone like you among the spellcasters." Cin Qiyun interjected, discontented, "We are not mere spellcasters. We are apostles. Apostles of our Lord's redemption." Wan Shan's eyes brightened even further. "Ah, redemption apostles? I shall remember that." Meng Yi turned back, preparing to rummage through his pack in the bodies of the 2 he had just slain. Yet, he frowned in confusion. Where had the materials from the 2 aberrations gone? What had happened to the substantial resources he had acquired? He gazed at the 2 corpses, now motionless after tidying up the battlefield and securing his belongings, perplexed. The corpses remained intact, yet the extraordinary materials had vanished. This was neither the doing of the aberrations nor that of divine grace. It was utterly baffling. Never mind. There were many people behind him. He could not dwell on this now. Wan Shan, however, exhibited no curiosity regarding the corpses, thinking it unsurprising for a newly heard deity of redemption to possess various means. Meng Yi gathered the items from the 2 corpses and the 3 packs. He found a disc-like object, unsure of its purpose, which he could inquire about later with Wan Shan and the others. He collected 7 potions and 3 packs of provisions. Then he approached Wan Shan, offering the 2 healing potions he had originally brought, along with the 9 potions he had gathered from the 3 corpses. "I am uncertain what these are. Do you not have an apothecary? Perhaps he can examine them." Wan Shan called out to the crowd. Wang Shuo, from a distance, maintaining a respectful space from the group, an elderly man wearing a thick hat approached, with a grizzled goatee and a face marked with hues of blue and purple. He appeared to be a sprightly old fellow. Not all apothecaries were as perpetually drowsy as Su Yuanji, it seemed. Old man Wang Shuo meticulously examined the 9 potions, identifying 3 healing potions, 2 strength potions, and 3 potions for spiritual recovery. Though low tier, they would suffice for treating ordinary individuals. Meng Yi handed 5 healing potions to Wan Shan, who returned 2 of them. "It is prudent to retain a necessary reserve of potions for your group." Wan Shan handed the potion to Wang Shuo. The old man nodded at Meng Yi and returned to the throng with the elixir. Meng Yi surveyed the bustling crowd, aware that his inquiry might be deemed impolite, yet unable to restrain himself. Why are these benefactors willing to assist ordinary people? He glanced towards Wan Shan. It was not surprising for a righteous believer to engage in such acts, but what of the others? Wan Shan's expression was complex. There are always some benefactors who are unconventional. Meng Yi was at a loss for how to respond. It seemed that the notions of normalcy and abnormality in this world were entirely inverted. Cin Qiyun opened her mouth. "So, shall we explore the notion of redemption?" Meng Yi turned to cover her mouth, but Cin Qiyun earnestly remarked, "By doing so, they may very well forfeit divine favor." Meng Yi's hand froze midair. One must not allow personal preferences to overshadow the divine will. Cin Qiyun inquired of Wan Shan, "How far is Hong'an City from here?" "Approximately 240 kilometers." "How long have you been traveling?" "Close to 2 months." Meng Yi fell into silence. 240 kilometers over 2 months meant they could only traverse 4 or 5 kilometers a day to protect a group of ordinary individuals in the wilderness. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Cin Qiyun nodded, recognizing that the arduous journey of 2 months was a profound spiritual trial for both the benefactors and these ordinary souls. She turned to Meng Yi. "Do you recall our previous discussions? Deities favor passionate emotions. Yet now, their most fervent feelings are no longer directed towards divine preferences. Having been forsaken by the divine herself, she was an expert in this matter. Moreover, Meng Yi grasped her implication and turned to Wan Shan with a solemn suggestion. "I believe You may not require it, but the other benefactors should certainly gain insight into our Lord, including those ordinary individuals. Chapter 71. Can you comprehend the term childhood sweethearts? Luan Shan listened attentively to Qin Yun's explanation and, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "How do you know about such matters?" He cast a glance at the 5 divine benefactors he had summoned, questioning them. "Have any of you heard of this saying?" One of the mechanics, who appeared to be of considerable age, bore mechanical enhancements on his right hand and the right side of his face. His electronic eye flickered with a crimson light as he finally replied, "I cross-referenced it with the database of stored literature. Indeed, there exists such a notion, derived from the writings of the followers of wisdom in the book The Joy of the Gods." He turned his gaze toward Qin Yun, appearing quite impressed. "I never anticipated that you would have explored such obscure texts." He nodded and introduced himself. "My name is Tian Mo." However, Qin Yun felt a pang of sorrow for him. If Tian Mo were to lose his divine grace, given the half-mechanical composition of his brain, he would likely perish instantly. She inhaled deeply. "I was once a mechanic as well." She revealed her right hand, the flesh having withered away to expose a rusty mechanical appendage. "After losing my divine grace, I researched extensively on this matter." The others exchanged glances, and then a naturalist, a graceful middle-aged woman adorned with blooming flowers and entwined vines, suddenly rose. "The benevolent goddess of nature will never abandon me." She was the first to turn and leave, trailing a fragrance reminiscent of a serene forest. Luan Shan expressed his apologies to Meng Yi and the others, Yiling Lan. She has always been torn. On one hand, she feels compelled to honor the goddess of nature. Yet on the other, she despises the extremists in Hongan City. Among the 5, there was an ascetic, bald and clad in a gray robe, frail yet devoid of any thorns, appearing quite clean, untouched by dust. He spoke with a gentle demeanor. "This journey is a form of asceticism for me. I am not concerned that the Thorn Master will disdain me." He glanced at the headless ascetic corpse controlled by Meng Yi, scrutinizing the thorns and barbed wire that enveloped it, shaking his head with a sigh. This fellow believer has yet to grasp the essence of asceticism. Thorns ought to entangle the heart. He nodded to Meng Yi and his companion. "I am Mu Zhishan. I am grateful for your assistance." Mu Zhishan was the second to turn away, his bare feet grazing the earth as dust dispersed around him. Only 3 remained. The Seeker of Light, who bore the visage of a middle-aged man, yet the body of an elder, coughed twice. "I care not for life or death. My corporeal form is scorched by the light. My time is already limited." He spread his arms and gazed upward, extolling the brilliance. A blinding, luminous, and searing radiance suddenly descended from above, enveloping the Seeker of Light. His form gradually dissolved. "Thank you, Light." This scene left Meng Yi bewildered, and he stared in astonishment at Luan Shan. His journey has reached its conclusion. It should have ended long ago, when his wife passed away on the road. I implored him for assistance, which is why he persevered until this point. "Wife." Luan Shan looked at the Seeker of Light dissipating in the radiance, silently nodding. He is 46 years old. His wife was with him. Luan Shan furrowed his brow and gazed at Meng Yi. "Can you comprehend the term childhood sweethearts?" Meng Yi felt as though something had lodged in his throat, and he comprehended that it was Qin Yun who bore the look of confusion. It appeared he had suddenly realized something, directing his gaze toward Luan Shan and the others. You 5, no, 6 divinely favored ones, have indeed experienced the old era. Haven to you?" They appeared somewhat aged. Remaining in place were Luan Shan, Tian Mo, and Wang Shuo, who spoke in unison, "Yes. We hail from the old era." The resonance of their voices was not grand, but rather imbued with a subtle defiance. Meng Yi extended a trembling hand, pointing toward a pile of ashes left behind by the luminary, full of perplexity. Then why does he express gratitude for the light? These false deities. A significant portion of humanity's suffering stems from the gods. Shouldn't it be otherwise? Luan Shan retorted. He retrieved a delicate metallic container from his bosom, carefully gathering the ashes within. "The light has allowed my wife and me to survive until now." He gently shook the container and turned to Meng. "Within lies my wife's ashes. I wish for a burial." "Oh, you mean to inter the ashes?" Meng Yi interrupted. "I understand. I know what a burial entails, and I am familiar with childhood companions. I am well aware. Luan Shan and the others regarded him with astonishment. You are so young, yet you grasp such concepts? Meng Yi chose not to respond to their inquiry. He observed them. These individuals were not sorrowful, likely seasoned by experience. He softly spoke. Are you interested in learning about our Lord? He emphasized, there is no need for you to convert or undertake any actions in moments of despair. You may attempt to invoke the name of our Lord. And what of those ordinary people? He continued, glancing at the crowd. They have not yet been forsaken by the gods, but what of the future? He turned his gaze toward the ordinary individuals, noting that they had not lost their protection. Otherwise, given the wilderness's level of corruption, they would have already been transformed. Luan Shan shook his head. Justice would approve of my actions. I apologize. Only Tian Mo and Wang Shuo remained, exchanging a glance before addressing Meng Yi. We are open to learning more. Sin Shiyun began to excitedly elaborate, subsequently moving to address the ordinary people. Regardless of whether these divinely favored individuals believed her rhetoric, they did not impede her. As for the ordinary folk, they had nowhere else to go, whether willing or not. They had no choice but to listen intently. Nightfall was imminent, and Luan Shan and the others refrained from organizing a forced night journey despite their proximity to Jing'an City. The wilderness was far more perilous at night. Once Sin Shiyun departed, Meng Yi produced the disc and sought counsel from Tian Mo, the mechanic. The latter's mechanical eye conducted a form of scanning. It appeared to be a ritualistic magic fixed within the disc, a one-time use item, likely possessing a power level of the 7th tier. Tian Mo handed the disc back to Meng Yi, pointing to a broken line on its surface. Do you see this? When utilized, connect this with your essence. The specific effects are somewhat unclear. It should function as a ritualistic magic that induces delay. With a hint of apology, he remarked, I am merely a mechanic. Such matters should be entrusted to the devotees of the deity of wisdom or the practitioners adept in ritual magic, for they are the true experts. Meng Yi nodded in gratitude, contemplating the realm of ritual magic. One day he would become an expert himself, and a versatile one at that. He glanced towards Luan Shan, who was preparing the campsite for the night, and curiously inquired, You are all high-tier divine benefactors, aren't you? It is quite impressive that you can escort these ordinary individuals so far. Tian Mo chuckled softly, not particularly high. Luan Shan is a 5th tier, while the rest of us are merely 6th or 7th tier. He then announced his departure. I too must arrange the night's vigilance. By the way, you two can stay within our camp at night. It will be safer. There was no need for reminder, as Meng Yi had already intended to do so. He observed as 2 delicate drones emerged from Tian Mo's chest, gracefully hovering in the air. Yi Linglan had constructed a fence made of foliage. If one overlooked the occasional blinking eyes and the small, wandering hand atop it, it was quite aesthetically pleasing. Sin Shiyun approached him at a brisk pace and whispered, They have all come to know our Lord's esteemed name. When they are forsaken by the divine in the future, praise be to redemption. Meng Yi nodded gently, recognizing the ordinary people's instinctual avoidance. It was only natural, for in this world, trust is not easily bestowed upon a stranger. One could only strive to offer these individuals a chance. Luan Shan waved at Meng Yi from a distance. You won't be leaving tonight, will you? Certainly not. He replied. Then, you shall remain within our camp. Meng Yi, carrying his bundle, walked into the camp with Sin Shiyun, but then decided to lead his corpse puppets a bit further away. I shall create 2 explosive corpse puppets. After completing this task, he spoke to Luan Shan. These 2 puppets can also assist with the night watch. Thank you. However, Luan Shan abruptly plunged his massive sword into the ground. I shall keep watch tonight. With that, Meng Yi felt a greater sense of assurance. He could confidently go and tally his gains amidst the crimson mist. He turned back to the camp, first assisting the group in forming some water orbs. Chapter 72. A New Discovery. After considerable effort, a peculiar encampment was established in the wilderness. Meng Yi, perplexed, inquired of Tian Mo, with so many individuals gathered, won't this attract aberrant entities? Yi Linglan and the others were not engaged in futile endeavors. Those fences would effectively mask our presence. Moreover, he gestured towards Luan Shan, indicating that his enormous sword could muffle any disturbances we might cause. preventing vibrations from transmitting through the ground nearby. Meng Yi nodded, coalescing a final sphere of water to dispel any suspicion among the others. He had just consumed a bottle of restorative elixir. What a waste, 40,000 indeed. He approached the 2 tents erected by Cthulhu, who had already organized the contents of the 5 bundles. They retained provisions sufficient for 2 individuals over a week, generously distributing the remaining supplies, including unnecessary tents and empty bags, to the ordinary folk. Gently, he patted her shoulder, finally finding the opportunity to ask, "Have you secured the materials from those 2 aberrant entities?" "Not at all," Cthulhu replied, utterly bewildered. Meng Yi retrieved the glass-like, extraordinary material Wan Shan had given him, presenting it to her. "It looks like this." "No, I haven't seen it," she reiterated, leaving Meng Yi in a state of confusion as he slipped into the tent. The sky had yet to darken completely, yet most of the camp's inhabitants had already retreated into their tents. Delaying any longer would render everything indistinguishable, and it was imperative that no light be visible outside the tents at night. No one would willingly wait for darkness to enter. Lying inside, with a 5th-tier divine benefactor on watch outside, he felt a measure of reassurance. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly found himself amidst the crimson fog. Acquire 1 portion of 8th tier bestowed power. Acquire 1 portion of 9th tier bestowed power. Obtain 2 portions of 9th tier extraordinary power. Leaning back in his stone chair, Meng Yi remained silent for a considerable time. Had the 2 lost extraordinary materials found their way here? The ear of the canine aberrant entity had not vanished. Yet there was no corresponding prompt regarding the acquisition of 8th tier extraordinary power. Why then had the materials from the canine aberrant entity not transformed into extraordinary power? Were there distinctions among aberrant entities? Furthermore, this differentiation seemed to elude human understanding thus far. His gaze shifted downward. Options available. 1. Promote to an 8th tier divine benefactor. 2. Bestow 9th tier divine grace. Current allocations: 1 8th tier, 1 and 1 3 9th tier. 3. Increase the number of followers. Can increase by 91 individuals. It appeared that, to some extent, extraordinary power could be equated with divine grace. This notion sparked a flurry of thoughts within Meng. Is the source of divine power extraordinary strength? Unlike the deeply ingrained reverence for deities held by the inhabitants of this world, Meng Yi's first thought was, deities are formidable aberrant entities. Yet it seems slightly different. Never mind, he would ponder this further later. For now, he needed to enhance his strength. Promoting to an 8th tier divine benefactor would likely elevate his power to a level comparable to that of a 7th tier. Clearly, the priority was to elevate Xin Qiyun amidst the wilderness. As his thoughts crystallized, he acted. 2 types of divine powers can be promoted. First, flesh magic. Second, necromancy. Meng Yi took a deep breath. This was entirely different from his previous thoughts. The 8th tier was not a matter of redrawing, but rather an enhancement of the existing divine gifts. This, he had initially intended to steer the Judgment Bureau's speculation about the Scarlet King toward the direction of myriad powers, believing that the abilities of each tier for believers were randomly selected. But now, Meng Yi felt somewhat overwhelmed. Would he then need to establish multiple pathways for his divine servants? With only a single path, how could it not seem like the actions of a true dark deity in the eyes of others? The apostles of the Scarlet King resembled necromancers and spell weavers so closely. Though this could align with the symbolism of myriad powers, it would not be so easily dismissed. Overwhelmed as he was, he still had matters to attend to. Let us enhance flesh magic then. It offered strong recovery and diverse means, far superior to necromancy. The star representing Xin Qiyun descended upon the 8th tier of the high platform. 8th tier flesh magic further enhances control over one's own flesh. Except for a few internal organs, you can control nearly all of your body as flesh. The power of flesh magic increases, adding several new blood spells, such as blood binding and blood ignition. As Meng Yi felt the surge of his power, his physical attributes improved further. The key was, he looked down at the blood coalescing in his palm and couldn't help but grin. This scene truly resembled that of a dark deity. He assessed his remaining share. One complete portion at the 9th tier, with 1/3 available for designation. The original plan was to first increase the number of ordinary believers. But now, his ideas regarding the promotion of his divine servants had deviated. He was now more urgently in need of understanding the Judgment Bureau's stance toward him. As for increasing the number of ordinary believers, Meng Yi cast his gaze toward the lower platform, where there were no new prayer lights from non-believers. It seemed this matter was not pressing at the moment. Since extraordinary powers could be seized in the wilderness, it could be postponed a bit. After all, he would be hunting aberrations, which should not cause any delays. Therefore, he would first deal with Li Wenhui. The sooner he obtained divine grace and joined the Judgment Bureau, the better. The latter had previously been a seasoned divine servant at the 7th tier, so Meng Yi felt reasonably assured of his experience. Draw. The star representing Li Wenhui suddenly fell to the 9th tier high platform. You may choose from the following 3 directions for the believer to draw divine powers. First, pain transformation. Second, techniques. Third, shadow mastery. None of the choices included the ritual magic he most desired. It must be said that the 3 spells of the Blood Origin Master were all highly useful. This time, Meng Yi could confirm that these were 3 random selections from the pool of divine powers he had plundered. The first was likely the gift of the Lady of Pain. Alas, the aesthetic was too beautiful to consider. The second was the all-knowing eye, which felt unfavorable as it overlapped with Li Hao. The third belonged to the Shadow Sovereign, which he dismissed without consideration. None of these choices satisfied him. Could he draw again? Before him, there lay no alterations. Meng Yi let out a cold snort, dismissing the luminous barrier with a wave of his hand, and attempted once more. Yet, the same trio of choices presented themselves again. Damn it! This compelled Meng Yi to utter a curse. Although he could bestow new blessings upon Li Wenhui in the future, it seemed he had no options available at present. He could only select technique. Consequently, his reserve of bestowed power was instantly depleted. 9th tier technique, a notable enhancement of inspiration, making it considerably easier to discern truths often overlooked by the average person. Your powers of observation shall transcend those of ordinary individuals, significantly augmenting your spirituality while slightly improving your physical prowess. No wonder that fellow in the tavern perished after merely casting a glance in his direction. He had uncovered the truth. It sounded impressive, yet the demise came swiftly. Meng Yi decided to exit the crimson mist space, for if his conjecture held true, Cthulhu would soon be seeking him out. A display of prowess, perhaps. However, before him appeared a new prompt. The current number of divine benefactors has reached its limit. Please promptly increase the number of protected followers. Current follower count, 322, 329. Meng Yi's gaze sharpened. What was this? A flash of insight coursed through his mind. The crimson mist space was compelling him, albeit in a semi-coercive manner, to safeguard more ordinary souls. He suddenly recalled the question he posed to Cthulhu on his first day here. Where is this place? Answer. This is the place of redemption. Chapter 73. I will protect you as dusk approached. Li Wenhui returned home early. Meticulously organizing an array of materials he had purchased at great expense from the divine benefactors market. It had been 3 days since Meng Yi last sought him, and he had certainly not been idle. Before him lay a portable sacrificial ritual array, accompanied by various auxiliary materials, solely intended for the communication with deities. It was particularly exorbitant, valued at $1 million. Yet, this was a necessary investment. In order to masquerade as a follower of another deity, one needed to prepare an appropriate narrative. For instance, he had not participated in a group sacrifice, but had instead spent a fortune on a solitary array. He was to visit the tribunal and could not afford to expose such a blatant flaw. As for the low success rate of the solo array, what nonsense! Was he not fortunate enough? Li Wenhui sighed softly, murmuring to himself, I wonder what kind of divine grace my lord will bestow. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of a great presence upon him, accompanied by the power of divine grace. The sensation of strength surging into his body was fleeting. Yet Li Wenhui was overwhelmed with excitement. His lord had not demanded any price from him. Praise be to redemption. Meng Yi was right. The Crimson King, "No, my lord, is both benevolent and generous." Li Wenhui lit a candle and began his earnest prayer of praise. He then sought to comprehend the divine grace he had recently acquired. As a former veteran of divine grace, he quickly discerned the nature of his newfound power. He gazed in the mirror at his pure white eyes. The path of the deluded. This was under the aegis of the all-seeing eye. He shifted his gaze elsewhere, accurately estimating the distance to various objects, such as the sofa, which was 421 meters away. Moreover, he could observe the omnipresent pollution in the air at all times, even without activating his spiritual sight. This was a passive effect, which could only be turned off under intense concentration. This path was notoriously perilous. Li Wenhui shook his head and hurried to the innermost bedroom, opening the safe, since suspecting he might lose his divine grace. He had withdrawn all the money from his bank account. He discarded the necessary expenditure of 1.4 million. He now had approximately 2.1 million remaining. Li Wenhui retrieved his extraordinary weapon, which he had refrained from carrying since losing his status as a divine benefactor. The pressing matter at hand was to return to the divine benefactor's market to purchase some extraordinary items tailored for his eyes. Now that he was once again a divine benefactor, he felt emboldened to venture out at night. As he was about to leave, he turned back, realizing he should first address the ritual arrays and extraordinary materials he had purchased. He could not leave any trace behind. Even though he was currently under no scrutiny, he adhered to a prudent principle. Cautious navigation ensures a long voyage. He activated the spiritual essence contained within these items, refraining from any guidance, allowing it to dissipate entirely, as though they had been previously used. He tossed them into a corner, contemplating the possibility of having his colleagues stumble upon them inadvertently, serving to substantiate his narrative. Li Wenhui stepped out. Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi gazed intently at the prompt before him, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He soon sensed the approach of another and promptly withdrew from that realm. Someone was gently tapping on his tent. It could only be Cin Chiyun. Meng Yi rose and unzipped the tent. There she squatted, her bald head gleaming like polished marble. Initially, he wore a serious expression, but upon witnessing this sight, he couldn't help but chuckle. Cin Chiyun looked at him in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" Not bothering to wait for his reply, she scanned the surroundings, her once radiant face now adorned with a mischievous glint. Noticing that no one was paying attention, she spoke conspiratorially. "Look, in the faint moonlight." Meng Yi could see a pool of blood forming in her palm. "I have ascended." Cin Chiyun's lips curled into a smile, brimming with joy. Sensing that this might provoke Meng Yi, she quickly added, "It must be that my recent lecture has pleased our master. Next time, it will be your turn." Clearing her throat, she continued earnestly, "I have grown stronger. We shall be safer in the wilderness from now on. Do not worry, I will protect you." Meng Yi remained expressionless. Cin Chiyun let out a few light-hearted laughs, trying to console him. "Ah, don't be disheartened. Our master will." Suddenly, she posed a question. "When you were in the divine realm, why did you describe it as a place of redemption?" "What?" The abruptness of his inquiry caught Cin Chiyun off guard. She was still formulating her words to comfort him. Meng Yi repeated his question. Cin Chiyun furrowed her brow in contemplation, hesitating before replying, "I am not quite sure. At that moment, I was prostrate before a master, and my thoughts were in disarray. It must have been an instinctive response." "Oh dear." Cin Chiyun appeared somewhat vexed. "I only know it was the divine realm, and I was so eager to respond that I had no time to think further." She then regarded Meng Yi with a peculiar expression. "Why do you ask this?" Meng Yi deflected. "Oh, nothing. It just came to mind." He was beginning to believe that he himself was the one who had been redeemed. The crimson mist space was clearly compelling him to undertake this redemption. Cin Chiyun was now bubbling with excitement, devoid of any worries, her blood swirling in her hands, transforming into nets and blades. Suddenly, she posed a query. "Do you think if I use this blood magic too much, I might lose too much blood?" Meng Yi snapped back to reality, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "It's fine, just don't exceed 400 cubic centimeters." Yet, her concerns were not unfounded. Previously, it was said to be flesh magic, but it predominantly utilized flesh. Could this blood truly be replenished? Tomorrow would reveal the answer. Meng Yi glanced at Cin Chiyun. gesturing towards the darkened sky, indicating that it was quite late. Aren't you going to rest? Oh, boasting cough. Having shared her joy with her companion, Qin Shiyun felt content and had no intention of further disturbing Meng Yi. Good night. She stood, turned, and began to walk away, only to squat down again, pointing at Meng Yi. Were you laughing at my bald head from the very beginning? What hair do you have? Did you do it on purpose? Why did you burn yours and not mine? Meng Yi tumbled back into the tent, a bloody, fleshy tendril extending from beneath him, swiftly zipping the entrance shut. Good night. Qin Shiyun kicked the tent in frustration. As dawn broke the next day, Meng Yi rose early. One cannot afford to linger in the wilderness, and sleep had been far from restful. Luanshan appeared to be in excellent spirits, showing no signs of fatigue. The five of them, the favored ones, began to organize the crowd to pack their belongings. Today we shall reach Jing'an City. Rest assured, the Grand Arbiter of Jing'an City is a devotee of order. This city is quite safe. Meng Yi and his companion consumed their rations while observing the bustling scene. After Yilinglan had gathered the makeshift fence, Meng Yi noticed two patches of dried blood outside their camp from the previous night. It seemed there had been an attack by a mutated entity, and he had been utterly oblivious to it. Luanshan approached Meng Yi and his companion. It was time for farewells. Chapter 74. The benefactors of the old and new eras. Luanshan extended a vine-like plant to Meng Yi. This is an extraordinary material I gathered on my journey, the 7th tier. I am deeply grateful for the generous assistance you both have provided. Benefactors like you are becoming increasingly rare. Meng Yi, no longer naive, understood that a 7th-tier extraordinary material was valued at approximately 1.6 million, far exceeding his contributions from the previous day. He contemplated declining the offer, but Luanshan seemed to anticipate his reaction and smiled, saying, "We have amassed plenty of extraordinary materials along the way. We are not in need of these." Accepting the material, Meng Yi nodded silently. Luanshan bid farewell to the two of them, promising to meet again in Jing'an City. As they stood still, they watched the throng of hundreds gradually make their way towards Jing'an City, seemingly rejuvenated. Qin Shiyun sighed softly. Most of them will, one day, be forsaken by the divine. It will be soon, perhaps in 2 months. Meng Yi spoke softly. Our Lord will save them. Praise be to redemption. He turned to her and inquired, "What was the reason you lost your divine grace?" Qin Shiyun merely shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. Meng Yi refrained from pressing her further, lost in contemplation. She had previously mentioned that those abandoned by the divine were easily cast aside by new deities. Hesitantly, he ventured, "So, when you organized the ritual in the park, was it with a mindset of if the pot breaks, then let it break?" Perhaps, she conceded. Those in the park were all individuals who had been forsaken. A self-deprecating smile crossed Meng Yi's face. It seemed his followers were all those rejected by other gods. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Where could he find faithful followers? In this world, people were organized by official entities to conduct rituals and communicate with the divine as soon as they graduated from school, unless he could forge a collaboration with the authorities in the future. Redemption. Meng Yi gestured for 2 corpse puppets to approach, one headless, the other faceless. Each had its unique characteristics. "Let us proceed," he beckoned Qin Shiyun. "We shall delve deeper." Along the way, he began to experiment with his newfound ability, the eye technique. He soon realized it was an immensely powerful auxiliary skill. He could perceive many details he had previously overlooked, accurately discerning subtle changes in his surroundings. Viewing the world felt akin to watching a slow-motion film. This would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, he could activate or deactivate this ability at will. And this was merely at the 9th tier. He eagerly anticipated the potential of future advancements. As he scanned his surroundings, Qin Shiyun, having noticed his peculiar behavior, curiously approached. "What is wrong with your eyes?" Before him appeared a strange spectacle. Pores, oil, fuzz, the splatter of saliva while speaking, and the discomfort arising from the dissonance of sound and image. No wonder Li Hao wore sunglasses every day. It took a moment for him to steady himself and dispel that sensation. This ability was indeed an all-weather passive skill. Qin Shiyun looked on in confusion. "Why have your eyes turned white?" Meng Yi blinked his pure white eyes and chuckled. My Lord has bestowed upon me new divine grace. Sin Shiyun was taken aback, realizing it wasn't just her who had received such favor. Nonetheless, she smiled and congratulated him. I knew it. You must have contributed yesterday as well. My lord would not show favoritism. Meng Yi echoed her sentiment. Indeed, haha. He then closed his eye technique, finding it too exhausting to maintain for long. There would be time to employ it again when it truly mattered. He lifted his gaze to survey the wilderness and initiated a casual conversation. Do you think there are many followers of the nature goddess in the city of purity? Given its exclusivity, can they sustain the operations of an entire fortress city? Who knows? Why didn't you ask Wan Shan and the others earlier? They have left. And now you turn to me? I forgot. Meng Yi sighed, overwhelmed by the multitude of new developments that had arisen. His encounters with Wan Shan and the others, followed by a series of new hints within the Crimson Mist space, had caused him to temporarily dismiss thoughts of the City of Purity. He could only inquire further when he next encountered someone knowledgeable. Sin Shiyun shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed. What new development could you possibly have that are so numerous? Meng Yi inwardly mocked himself. What could a mere follower understand of divine tribulations? He casually corrected the course of the headless corpse puppet and continued. Are there many divine grace bearers from the old era still alive? Sin Shiyun pondered for a moment and replied, as far as I know, those who survive from the old era often struggle to accept the new age. They perceive the various preferences of the deities as twisted and aberrant. Thus, under the same conditions, their ranks tend to be lower than those of newcomers. However, their numbers are substantial, and many high-tier divine grace bearers have emerged. Over half of the upper echelons in various fortress cities are from the old era. Meng Yi nodded, finding this understandable. For instance, if he were to worship those deities, he would likely be unable to mask his disdain. It felt utterly bizarre. However, there was a silver lining. If there were indeed numerous aberrations in the wilderness capable of providing extraordinary power, his sources of strength would significantly expand. He would not need to focus solely on the devotees of the dark gods. His earlier decision to have Li Wenhui monitor the dark god followers stemmed from this very consideration. There was no way he could simply slaughter followers of the righteous gods, as if the Judgment Bureau did not exist. Meng Yi exhaled softly, feeling a renewed vigor for his ventures in the wilderness. Yet, he currently found it impossible to discern which aberrations contained extraordinary power. Perhaps it was unnecessary to distinguish. They could all be dealt with. Now, both individuals felt a significant surge in strength following their self-perceived advancement, and unbeknownst to them, their pace had quickened. By mid-afternoon, they made a new discovery, and it was an old acquaintance, Zhu Hongyu. Upon seeing each other, they found Zhu Hongyu in the midst of dismembering an aberration. More precisely, it was her adorable companion that was dismantling the creature. Two enormous spiders flanked either side, tearing apart an entity that resembled a spinning top. A duck? Amidst the cacophony of anguished quacks, a solitary white feather from the duck's back was seized by Zhu Hongyu. With her deft, spider-like right hand, she emitted a silken thread to retrieve it. Swiftly, she turned her gaze. The usually composed Zhu Hongyu now bore an intensely piercing look. Her two adorable companions swiftly positioned themselves between the individuals present, hissing menacingly and lowering their bodies in a display of defiance towards Meng Yi and his companion. Meng Yi, hand raised in a gesture of greeting, found it suspended mid-air, bewildered. What is the meaning of this? We are old acquaintances. Zhu Hongyu remained vigilant, her eyes rapidly scanning Meng Yi and his companion, as well as the two lifeless puppets, devoid of intellect and shame. Maintaining her guarded stance, she coolly nodded in acknowledgement. What a coincidence! Meng Yi, following her gaze towards the two corpses, felt a sense of helplessness. These two, he quickly silenced himself. Why offer an explanation? Zhang Yao had previously remarked that one should trust nothing that moves in the wilderness. Not everyone is like Wan Shan, nor are all benefactors from the bygone era. My apologies. We are not acquainted. This is the norm. Sin Shiyun had previously stated that relationships devoid of benefactors would resemble the bond shared by the two of them. And indeed, this was true. It represented a unique connection of the new era. Thus, Meng Yi halted, smiling as he nodded at Zhu Hongyu, acknowledging the coincidence. He began to signal to Cthulhu to retreat. In the wilderness, it was prudent to part ways. The sound of what seemed to be a multitude of ducks echoed in the distance. The expressions of Meng Yi and his companions shifted dramatically. Chapter 75, Companions. The cacophony of distant, raucous quacking drew nearer at an alarming pace. At this moment, Meng Yi and Zhu Hongyu, momentarily setting aside their mutual wariness, turned in astonishment toward the source of the sound. A colossal aberration. It resembled an amalgamation of thousands of ducks, haphazardly fused together by an invisible hand, devoid of any aesthetic or rationale. It was a multitude. Meng Yi, quick to employ his spiritual sight, discerned that this entity was formed from an overwhelming number of aberrant beings. The luminous essence of extraordinary materials shimmered across its grotesque form. Initially, it appeared in a quadrupedal animal shape, yet as it advanced, its form continuously morphed, serpentine, humanoid, spherical, a chaotic mass of writhing tendrils. It was in a state of perpetual transformation. All other parts were concealed within its body, leaving only the quacking heads of ducks exposed. Long, slender necks stood erect, with countless duck heads flapping their beaks in disarray, creating an array of shapes. In its humanoid guise, it took strides, its feet resembling rows of hardened duck beaks, quacking incessantly. As its feet touched the ground, they melded into a gelatinous mass. The surface adorned with outstretched necks and duck heads, all screeching in unison. The undulating mass of flesh shifted a few meters before transforming fluidly into a serpentine shape, its body covered with duck heads, twisting their necks as they opened and closed their beaks, propelling the grotesque form forward in a crawling manner. Their feathers were immaculate, yet their shapes were utterly distorted. Run! This was a conglomeration of countless low-tier aberrations, a swarm that high-tier divinators could not contend with. There was no time for caution. Zhu Hongyu, reminiscent of her earlier escape at the marketplace, leapt backward onto the back of the large spider, which hastily whisked her away. Two small companions scurried alongside her, and the eight-legged spider moved with remarkable speed. It swiftly darted past Meng Yi and the others, prompting Meng Yi to mentally curse. So what if you have 8 legs? Just because you can run faster than me, you think you're safe? Even more perilous was the fact that the mass of aberrations behind them was faster. In a frenzy, he seized the packs from the 2 corpse puppets. Farewell, brainless and shameless. He instructed the puppets to split left and right, hoping to divert the attention of the pursuing aberration. He then imbued himself and Xin Qiyun with the element of wind, striving to enhance their speed. He consumed an agility potion in one swift motion. Xin Qiyun, mimicking his actions, soon caught up with Zhu Hongyu. I must ask, Meng Yi inquired as the winds surged beneath his feet. Is it because you killed one of them that they are pursuing us? Zhu Hongyu, curled up on the spider's back, glanced back at him, slightly tilting her head. Perhaps. The one I killed was likely a forger separated from this group of aberrations. Unlike the focused escape of Meng Yi and Xin Qiyun, she could afford a glance back. They split into 2 masses to chase your puppets. In a flash, Meng Yi activated his ocular technique and cast a glance over his shoulder. With just a fleeting glance, he discerned much. That anomalous entity evidently lacked a unified consciousness. Confronted by the headless and faceless corpses, they were in disarray, fracturing not merely into 2 parts, but into numerous scattered fragments of varying sizes. This disarray caused the relentless pursuers, the Gagaga, to slow their pace abruptly. It seemed that the sluggishness of the corpses made them appear as more attainable prey, leading to internal discord amongst them. Meng Yi couldn't help but reflect on how few of these aberrant beings were willing to substitute for others in menial tasks. Scatter, Meng Yi commanded, pointing at the 2 adorable creatures belonging to Zhu Hongyu. He intended for them to act as bait, to lure the aberrant entities into disarray. Those entities, upon spotting a potential meal, would inevitably fragment further. I won't. Zhu Hongyu protested, her neck stiffened. They're my companions. Meng Yi blurted out. Have you lost your mind? 2 pets. He refrained from voicing the rest, for Zhu Hongyu genuinely regarded these 2 spiders as comrades. Like Zhang Yao, she was under the command of the mother of insects. The spiders were her companions, not mere pets. Meng Yi fell silent, extracting extraordinary materials from his pack, taking out a clean bundle of flesh and blood. He set aside a few for himself and tossed several to Cthulhu. Then, discarding the pack, he prioritized his escape, deeming the burden of carrying it a foolish endeavor. While replenishing his supplies, he tore at his own flesh to hastily create blood bombs, hoping to delay their pursuers as much as possible. Cthulhu, enduring the pain, also tore off a few pieces. She cast a glance behind her, then gritted her teeth. Her speed began to wane. Damn it! This prompted Meng Yi to halt, turning back to pull her along, insisting they must continue to run. They were not yet at a dead end. However, Cthulhu insisted earnestly, "We cannot outrun them. I will be the bait. You must flee." Meng Yi felt a surge of frustration, questioning her sanity. Why do we need anyone to be bait? We could just run separately. He could not comprehend whether her determination stemmed from a divine edict of friendship or the invisible influence of the crimson mist. If they ran apart, the aberrant entities might also fragment, slowing their pace, allowing them both to survive. Clenching his teeth, Meng Yi acknowledged the peril of being alone in the wilderness. He truly did not wish to part ways with Cthulhu. So he turned to her and shouted, "Once we separate, do not wander aimlessly in the wilderness. Head straight back to the city." Cthulhu merely nodded absent-mindedly. Yet, the situation shifted drastically. Those two adorable creatures seemed to comprehend the exchange between Meng Yi and Cthulhu, chirping at Zhu Hongyu atop the spider's back. Zhu Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. No. The two adorable creatures resolutely remained behind, intentionally slowing their pace as they spread apart, one to the left and one to the right. Zhu Hongyu cried out in despair. "Come back." Her previously curled form suddenly unfurled, anxiously pounding on the massive spider beneath her. You go back. But the massive spider remained oblivious, focused solely on its frantic flight. Zhu Hongyu's emotions were in a state of turmoil. She frantically pounded on the back of the spider beneath her. "You won't listen to me either? Go back. She struggled with all her might to rise, tearing at the point where she and the spider were connected, causing crimson droplets to spill forth, half human blood, half a viscous substance reminiscent of insect innards. Meng Yi watched this spectacle, his mouth agape. She regarded the spider as a companion. Conversely, could the same not be said in reverse? Yet, how does one reconcile her treating the spider as sustenance? How does one interpret her experimentation with it? This act of severance seemed utterly inconsequential to her. She was truly mad. The enormous spider, bearing Zhu Hongyu on its back, endured the pain and emitted a few hissing sounds before continuing its frenzied escape. In the distance, two explosions echoed, a sign of mindlessness and shamelessness. Following, there were several anguished squeals. Those were Zhu Hongyu's two little darlings. Amidst a cacophony of cawing, it seemed as though Zhu Hongyu distinctly captured those two sounds. She began to weep bitterly. Meng Yi turned a glance back. The grotesque amalgamation resembling a mass of ducks began to splinter apart, and the pursuing mass had slowed to a point where it no longer posed a threat. They were in essence safe. They had escaped the jaws of death. Yet, Meng Yi looked at Zhu Hongyu, who was weeping profoundly. Chapter 76. This is much more affectionate than ours. The trio fled in haste, and by dusk, they had finally evaded the cacophonous quacking of the ducks. While the light still lingered, Meng Yi took out the vacuum-sealed meat he had previously prepared to replenish his flesh magic's consumption and casually roasted it, sharing a few bites with Cthulhu. They had discarded all their tents and provisions, but fortunately, Meng Yi felt the extraordinary materials tucked inside his clothing. They remained intact. Zhu Hongyu sat nearby, hugging her knees. Her eyes reddened, lost in thought, while the large spider behind her had long retreated. Those two creatures had insisted she accompany Meng Yi for safety in the wilderness. Observing this, Cthulhu cautiously approached, sensing the need to offer some comfort, as she and Meng Yi had also been saved by those two adorable beings. Alone in the wild, she felt a sense of vulnerability. "Are you all right?" Cthulhu inquired. Zhu Hongyu merely shook her head slowly. Numerous spiders, about the size of a fingernail, crawled from her clothing, making their way to her mouth, where they lightly tapped with their forelegs. Zhu Hongyu, feeling irritable and lacking appetite, exclaimed, "Please, leave me alone." At mealtime, the automated feeding spiders paused, reluctantly retreating. Meng Yi, observing from a distance, drew in a sharp breath. This was far more affectionate than the devotion of his followers. Xin Qiyun, witnessing the scene, found her comforting words caught in her throat, emitting a sound imbued with unspoken meaning. Zhu Hongyu glanced at her and sighed softly. "Do you think I'm mad?" No. Xin Qiyun quickly shook her head. "Everyone is like this." Zhu Hongyu let out a light scoff. "Do you really consider the spiders as friends?" "Not at all," Xin Qiyun replied with utmost seriousness. "Everyone is just as mad." She paused, adding, "Yesterday, I encountered a knight who had carved out his own heart. And a nature walker who voluntarily left the pure city." She began to change the subject, meandering through various topics. Meng Yi stood at a distance, cautiously surveying their surroundings. After a while, Zhu Hongyu spoke softly, "Thank you. Individuals like you, blessed by the divine, are a rarity." Xin Qiyun glanced at Meng Yi, ensuring his attention was elsewhere, and whispered, "That is because our Lord is redemption, exalted in the crimson divine realm." She rambled on for a while. Zhu Hongyu smiled, finding it quite pleasant. It was clear she was merely being polite. Her gaze shifted at Xin Qiyun's hair and forehead. Puzzled, "What happened to your hair?" Xin Qiyun's bright expression dimmed. "It got burned. I'll buy a wig when I return." Zhu Hongyu tilted her head. "I can help you." "Huh?" Tiny, black spiders the size of rice grains crawled from her sleeves, connecting to one another as they dangled from her spider-like right hand, forming a string of two. "Look, they can adorn your head, and you can customize the hairstyle." The little spiders began to morph skillfully, creating ponytails, large waves, and blunt bangs. Xin Qiyun touched her head thoughtfully. "I think in July's weather, having a bare head is quite refreshing." "Oh!" Zhu Hongyu expressed a sense of regret. As the sky gradually darkened, Meng Yi suggested, "Let us take turns keeping watch." For Zhu Hongyu pointed at her own back, indicating that it could count as one. Meng Yi hesitated, "Then you will sleep lying down? Isn't that uncomfortable? Especially on this dreary ground. Won't you end up eating a lot of dirt?" "Who said I would sleep lying down?" Zhu Hongyu's back began to swell, producing a tearing sound, and the spider emerged entirely. As for Zhu Hongyu, her upper body seemed to lose all support, her head drooping helplessly onto her knees. The spider approached to assist her. "I can sleep lying down." Meng Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between her and the spider. "Do you lack a spine?" "Imagine." She couldn't nod at the moment, so she merely blinked. "So, those two deceased little ones should be able to replace this one at any time?" "Right." After a moment of thought, Meng Yi declined her suggestion. "We need to maintain our mobility at all times. If you do this, you won't be able to react in an emergency, and that would be perilous." Wasn't he the one who previously remarked that Zhu Hongyu resembled a normal person? Even keeping watch at night, she was so earnest. Ultimately, the three took turns keeping watch throughout the night. While Meng Yi was on watch, he felt several times that there were anomalous entities passing by, yet none launched any attacks against them. He was left perplexed, attributing it to mere illusions. In the morning, Meng Yi was awakened by a series of cracking sounds. It was Zhu Hongyu having breakfast. She appeared to be in good spirits again. It was hardly surprising. Meng Yi observed her cheeks puffing up and thought to himself, "Countless companions must perish daily. One must eventually grow accustomed, right?" He and Xin Qiyun assessed the remaining edible meat, concluding there was enough for about 4 days. There was no need to worry about drinking water, as his elemental magic could condense water orbs. Are we returning to the city, or shall we continue hunting in the wilderness? He actually preferred to continue hunting, to seize more extraordinary powers. As for materials, Meng Yi then calculated in his mind that so far they had only acquired 3 extraordinary materials: an 8th-tier dog ear, a 9th-tier bead, and the most valuable one was a thank-you gift from Wanshan. After encountering formidable, anomalous entities for 2 consecutive days, it was no wonder that the mortality rate among divine benefactors in the wilderness was alarmingly high. Moreover, as seen with the followers of the Lady of Pain, Divine benefactors were also not at peace with one another. Since Shiyun hesitated, yesterday we fled, discarding most of our supplies. Now we only have 4 days of food left. Let us hunt for 2 days, and then use 2 days to return. Meng Yi nodded, turning to Zhu Hongyu. What do you plan to do? Without her 2 companions, a divine benefactor who wasn't particularly self-assured would not choose to act alone in the wilderness. Zhu Hongyu hesitated, but considering that Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun were relatively sensible individuals, she decided to accompany them. After all, it was her first time in the wilderness. She wouldn't dare return to the city alone. I will join you. We shall turn back in 2 days. Meng Yi was not surprised by this. The 3 of them had little to tidy up, and Sin Shiyun glanced at the directional indicator. We are approximately 17 kilometers southeast of Jing'an City. Meng Yi spoke in a grave tone. Our supplies are limited, and considering the potential unforeseen circumstances on our return journey, we must not stray beyond 40 kilometers from the city. Understood. The trio continued their southward advance. In the following 2 days, they found nothing of significance. However, Meng Yi received a message of prayer from Li Wenhui, who had joined the Judgment Division. To be honest, he was not taken aback by the rapidity of his actions, but he had not anticipated that joining the Judgment Division would be so straightforward. When the anticipated day of their return arrived, Meng Yi felt a sense of resignation. He shielded his eyes with his hand and glanced at the sun rising in the east, filled with confusion. Is it normal to have not encountered any aberrations for 2 consecutive days? Zhu Hongyu was preoccupied, her head bowed as she playfully teased her right hand with her left. Without looking up, she replied, "It's normal. In the wilderness, anything can happen. Those wandering aberrations are not creatures that prefer to establish territories." Sin Shiyun touched the stubble of her newly grown hair on her head, finding it somewhat prickly. "It doesn't matter. We're heading back anyway." She checked the directional indicator again. 36 kilometers. Meng Yi activated his ocular technique to survey the surroundings, finding nothing of note. "Very well, let us retrace our steps." His brow furrowed, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Chapter 77, The Grand Arbitration on their return journey. There were no extraordinary discoveries, which led Meng Yi to feel as though he were merely on an excursion. The 3 of them maintained a vigilant posture as they ambled along, seemingly engaged in a futile endeavor. By the time dawn broke the following day, they were merely a dozen kilometers from Jing'an City. As Meng Yi walked along the road, he could not help but sigh, lamenting that this trip could have yielded significant rewards. Sin Shiyun offered words of consolation. "It's not so bad. At least we haven't incurred any losses." Generally speaking, divine benefactors do not always find treasures in the wilderness. Meng Yi remained unresponsive, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease about their unusual safety, which he could not articulate. If pressed, he would attribute it to his 6th sense. How peculiar it was that the wilderness felt so secure. He furrowed his brow and turned to Sin Shiyun and Zhu Hongyu, contemplating whether to inquire further. Ultimately, he decided against it. After all, it was their first experience in the wilderness as well, and questioning them would yield no fruitful answers. He recalled Zhang Yao's descriptions of the wilderness. There was no notion of safety. It was always rife with peril. Moreover, the idea that powerful aberrations could drive away other aberrations was unfounded. They were not mere animals. A couple of days of safety might be attributed to mere coincidence. But now it was the 4th day. This was exceedingly fortuitous, wasn't it? Furthermore, for nights prior, he had sensed the presence of aberrations passing by. Was that merely an illusion? Something was amiss. His senses were already sharper than those of the average divine benefactor, and perhaps his 6th sense was equally acute. With this thought, Meng Yi declared, "Let us quicken our pace." Zhu Hongyu, puzzled, noted that the spider perched on her shoulder was still scanning the surroundings, and she countered. "Blindly increasing our speed may lead us to overlook certain dangers. It's best to remain vigilant in the wilderness." Meng Yi waved his hand, activating his ocular technique, his eyes transforming into a pure white hue. "I sense something is not right. Stay close to me, and I will remain alert." Sin Shiyun did not press for further explanation, simply quickening her pace to match Meng Yi's stride. Zhu Hongyu, though reluctant, had no choice but to follow suit. She frowned at Meng Yi, thinking him overly cautious. Before long, her words were silenced. A few divine benefactors sped past them, clearly stronger than the trio. Gritting his teeth, Meng Yi ordered, "Take your pills. There is no time to ponder the reasons. Just keep running." Zhu Hongyu ceased her doubts, and the group unleashed their full capabilities, accelerating with all their might. Shortly after the initial group passed, more divine benefactors began to catch up with them. They ran silently, heads down, racing with fervor. Around them, divine benefactors appeared, both above and below, employing various methods to traverse the terrain. As they continued, a palpable sense of pressure began to manifest behind them, akin to the terrifying sensation of a mountain crashing down. Something was pursuing them, yet Jing'an City still lay far ahead. Although the grand city walls were visible, the actual distance remained considerable. Soon, the air was filled with piercing cries and roars reminiscent of a tsunami, mingled with faint, desperate screams. Cold sweat began to bead on Meng Yi's forehead. What on earth was that noise? He swiftly turned his head and caught a glimpse of the ominous aberrations, a relentless swarm that filled his vision. They surged together in a frenzied mass, clawing and biting at one another while relentlessly advancing forward like a tidal wave. Among them were colossal aberrations, their numerous heads reaching out, each devouring a smaller being. A viscous, pitch-black substance, deep and seemingly capable of engulfing all, spread through the aberrations, assimilating them into its depths. There were aberrations as small as fleas, burrowing into the shells of others. They flew, ran, leaped, flowed, rolled, wriggled, and burrowed, gnawing, swallowing, chewing, sucking, scratching, tearing, melting, enveloping. Poisonous, robust, soft, limp, hard, fiery, icy, parasitic. They attacked and consumed one another, howling in unison. Yet their intentions were singularly aligned, surging towards the same destination. Layer upon layer, they resembled a festering boil, squeezed forth from the clash of heaven and earth. In that fleeting moment, Meng Yi felt the weight of more than 10 malevolent gazes fixated upon him. His mind began to conjure bizarre sounds and images. The formidable entities among the aberrations, following his fleeting glance, unleashed a wave of erosion and contamination. Then silence fell. In Meng Yi's mind echoed a few short, startled cries. Amidst the throng of aberrations behind him, several inexplicable ripples erupted. Even the towering, mountain-like aberration, with its myriad heads, shattered into hundreds of pieces. The cacophony of its cries, rich with myriad syllables, resonated clearly. Such turmoil could not go unnoticed by the fortress city. In the distance, the city of Jing'an ignited with brilliance, a vast blue luminescence, coalescing into a robust beam, entwined with tempestuous winds and fierce flames. It swept across the landscape, crashing into the swarm of aberrations from several kilometers away. In an instant, it bore the force of a cataclysmic earthquake. Simultaneously, a figure soared above the city of Jing'an. This silhouette, though distant, was rendered clear to all. The concepts of near and far blurred. Distance became proximity, and proximity became distance. In the ears of Meng Yi and his companions echoed the clattering sound of illusory chains. From the skies and the depths of the earth, countless chains, radiating a silvery glow, emerged. From these chains emanated a sense of authority, indifference, and a chilling confinement of all. The figure suspended above Jing'an intoned in a cold, indistinct voice. "This place is the domain of order." The silver chains, as if responding to a command, surged toward the aberrations, weaving into a net of order that appeared as a silvery veil, engulfing the entire realm. Regardless of the aberrations' frenzied howls and futile assaults, it was all in vain. The chains of order swept across the heavens and the earth, raising a storm of aberrant debris. With a single strike, the Grand Arbiter created a void stretching dozens of kilometers wide, regardless of the magnitude of mountains or the diminutiveness of fleas. Whether soaring through the skies or burrowing into the earth, be they fluid or solid aberrations, all shall be reduced to dust. Meng Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. A throng of desperate divine beings, fleeing for their lives, halted beneath the city gates, their faces reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped calamity. Meng Yi turned to Zhu Hongyu, inquiring about his identity. Zhu Hongyu took a deep breath and proclaimed, "He is the Honorable Grand Arbiter of Jing'an City, a member of the highest human arbitration council, a devoted adherent of order, a first-order arbiter." Meng Yi gazed upwards at this Grand Arbiter. He was symmetrically balanced, which was unremarkable. However, his symmetry from top to bottom evoked an inexplicable association with the court cards of a deck. JQK. His symmetry extended front to back. He embodied an astonishing 360-degree symmetry, devoid of any angular discrepancy. Remarkably symmetrical. Yet, he was not a sphere. He was a human. His eyes remained motionless to preserve symmetry, his neck rigidly still for the same reason. When he spoke, his tongue did not curve, and his legs would never part. A chill ran through Meng Yi. From where did he acquire those legs? How could a being of perfect bilateral symmetry possess legs? Yet there they were. How could a human achieve such consummate symmetry? Was he still human? Visible, yet utterly incomprehensible. A chaotic symmetry. This disordered sensation left Meng Yi's head spinning, compelling him to press his forehead in distress. What a splendid order! Chapter 78. The cataclysm. The gates of Jing'an City swung open. Hurry into the city. Quickly. There are too many aberrations. Meng Yi and his companions followed the throng into the city, and the gates closed behind them. The personnel of the Defense Department were on high alert, visibly busy at the Southern Gate's defense base. All power was redirected to the city's protective formation, and all factories were temporarily halted. The atmosphere was rife with commotion. A resplendent figure, the Grand Arbiter, descended gracefully into the city center. The city's defense array was capable of distinguishing friend from foe, thus it did not impede his entrance. Outside the city, the aberrations surged against the walls, producing a continuous, thunderous roar. Attack! Attack! The heavily fortified walls began to retaliate. A soothing voice resonated within the hearts of all present. Citizens need not worry. This is merely a minor cataclysm. There are no exceptionally powerful aberrations, and a city-wide mobilization is unnecessary. Rest assured, the voice possessed a unique, reassuring timbre. Inside the city, the crowd, initially stirred by the sight of halted factories and activated protective formations, gradually quieted down. The potential upheaval was effortlessly quelled by the voice. Above the southern gate, a sudden burst of crackling electric light materialized, followed by a resounding crash as a towering giant landed in the open space, with the oversized head of the Heart Prison Judgment perched upon his shoulder. Do not worry. It is merely a trivial matter. Meng Yi felt a stirring in his heart. This voice was identical to the one he had just heard. The sky began to darken. He looked up to witness swarms of flying aberrations traversing the skies above the city, like a slowly unfurling canopy, gradually obscuring the heavens. Night fell, yet the luminous array in the high sky remained undimmed, bright blue lightning flashing incessantly, transforming the entire Jing'an City into a radiant blue daylight. The thunderous impacts outside the southern gate persisted. However, Meng Yi felt no tremors beneath his feet. The 19 fortress cities, forged with the collective strength of human civilization, possessed formidable resilience. In the face of the surging aberrations, Jing'an City stood resolute, akin to an unyielding rock amidst a torrent of water. The Heart Prison Judgment, now hovering in midair, surveyed the scene outside the city before commanding, "Cease the attacks." Their intent is not against Jing'an City. They merely pass through. The retaliatory strikes of the Defense Department came to a halt. Meng Yi turned to Cthulhu. What constitutes a cataclysm? A collective riot of aberrations in the wilderness, forming a tidal wave of chaos, with the specific cause remaining unknown. Is it common? Quite rare. Cthulhu elucidated. The 19 fortress cities of humanity occupy a mere expanse of over 1,500 kilometers. The vast lands and even broader oceans belong to the realm of aberrations. When a cataclysm erupts, it seldom affects the fortress cities, for humanity occupies only a minuscule portion of this world. Cthulhu paused momentarily before adding, in the past, disasters of the wild were mostly encountered by high-ranking divine benefactors while exploring the wilderness. There are records of occurrences affecting Fortress City, but only 3 times. Today marks the 4th. Meng Yi queried with bewilderment. It sounds as though the disasters of the wild are increasing from scarce to abundant, gradually sweeping through with the turmoil of aberrations. Sin Shiyun replied uncertainly. That seems to be the case. Meng Yi gazed at the aberrations soaring across the horizon, his expression laden with complexity. This so-called disaster of the wild felt decidedly amiss. For the past 4 to 5 days, there had been no sightings of aberrations. And if his initial observation during the night watch was not an illusion, 4 nights prior, the aberrations had begun to disregard the living. This was not a gradual encroachment of disaster. Rather, it was a turmoil that emerged from the congregation of aberrations. Meng Yi turned to Sin Shiyun and inquired. In the recorded 3 instances of disaster attacking Fortress City, were there signs that were detected beforehand, or was it as unexpected as today? He gestured around, clearly indicating their unpreparedness. Sin Shiyun looked at him with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? I am unsure. I need to verify. No need to verify. There were indeed prior indications, Zhu Hongyu affirmed, nodding at Meng Yi. The emergence of a disaster is not abrupt. There should have been early signs visible from afar. After a moment of contemplation, she added, the Defense Department is responsible for monitoring the wilderness surrounding the city, and disturbances like disasters should indeed have given warnings several days in advance. Disasters have a process, akin to the gathering of streams into rivers and seas. Initially, there are sporadic assaults, and then they multiply exponentially. The Defense Department would not have failed to notice. Meng Yi gazed at the judgment of the heart suspended above, contemplating that if such an obvious issue existed, the upper echelons of Jing'an City would also recognize the anomaly. This disaster had no preceding indicators. It formed abruptly, blatantly signaling that something was amiss. Meng Yi inwardly cursed his unfortunate predicament. Had they not been stricken by misfortune and lost all their supplies, forcing them to hastily conclude their journey into the wilderness, they might have collided headlong with this sudden disaster. Not far away, a figure emerged from the crowd, hastily making their way towards them. It was Su Qingsong. Upon spotting Meng Yi and Sin Shiyun, he exhaled a sigh of relief. You scared me. They said all the divine benefactors in the wilderness were finished. You had me terrified. What happened to your hair? Sin Shiyun's previously smiling face turned cold, and she retorted. The Grand Arbiter intervened. Meng Yi maintained a calm demeanor. We are fine. He pointed northward. But the divine benefactors up there are in dire straits. The aberrations are coming from the direction of the city. Where can they hide? Many must surely perish. The expressions of the others shifted at his words. Fortress City was about to suffer significant losses. Su Qingsong asked in confusion, won't the Grand Arbiter go to rescue them? No sooner had he spoken than the barrier of the formation high above suddenly caved inward, emitting a sizzling sound of electricity. 5 distinct claw marks protruded from the azure barrier, radiating a crimson glow, as if someone were desperately attempting to pierce the skin of a balloon. The array enveloping the city shimmered with intricate and dazzling lines, operating at full capacity. For the first time, the city experienced tremors akin to an earthquake. This was a high-tier aberration, one that could not be repelled by mere arrays. Thus, an impeccably symmetrical arbiter soared from the heart of the city. Meng Yi cast a glance at Su Qingsong, realizing why the arbiters had refrained from offering assistance. He understood now. As he surveyed the residential buildings within the city, he noted that the vital components of the array had yet to activate. It seemed the judgment of the Heart Prison was indeed correct. This was a minor cataclysm. The city was not operating at full power. However, it was likely that a conspiracy loomed behind this calamity. Another high-tier aberration had emerged. Chapter 79. Blood Origin Cultivator Meng. It did not stand there like a foolish goose, staring blankly at the azure array barrier. The manner in which those high-tier divine enforcers fought remained shrouded in mystery, obscured by the formations and the throngs of aberrant entities. He wondered what the multitude of dazed onlookers found so captivating. He entrusted 3 portions of extraordinary materials to Sin Shiyun for processing while he, beneath the radiant glow of the array, hastened towards the inner city to seek out Li Wenhui. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by the calamity, He aimed to ascertain the Judgment Bureau's stance towards him. Utilizing flesh and blood sorcery, he subtly altered his appearance and sped along his way. Upon arriving near Li Wenhui's residence, he noticed that the vast clusters of aberrant entities had already passed. The array that enveloped the entire city began to quiet down. He pondered how the city's higher-ups fared against those high-tier, aberrant beings. If what the Heart Prison judgment stated was true, this was merely a minor catastrophe, and the aberrant's intentions did not target Jing'an City. Their attack on the city was likely incidental. At this moment, a collective sigh of relief swept through the populace. Meng Yi contemplated a particular question. Could he simultaneously draw himself and Li Wenhui into the Crimson Mist? Not as deities, but as followers meeting in the ethereal fog. He was uncertain whether he could summon followers without being seated upon the stone chair. Perhaps he would try next time. If successful, it would be far more discreet than a personal visit to Li Wenhui. He soon spotted Li Wenhui, who was standing beneath his building, seemingly drawn out by the calamity. Li Wenhui's appearance was peculiar. A white bandage covered his eyes, upon which a simple sketch of eyes and eyebrows was drawn in black ink, resembling cartoonish, large eyes. He wore a frown, deep in thought. When Meng Yi restored his original appearance and approached to greet him, Li Wenhui's eyes widened, accompanied by 2 exclamation marks. They then transformed into a squinting, joyous expression filled with stars. One could only say that the cartoonish eyes appeared quite lively, complementing Li Wenhui's middle-aged demeanor perfectly. I was quite worried. You mentioned you would be in the wilderness recently, Li Wenhui remarked, tearing off his eye mask, which startled Meng Yi. No, don't let my followers see you. However, Li Wenhui observed him without any signs of distress, merely glancing around rapidly. Curiously, he asked, "What do you mean by no?" Nothing much." It seemed that the divine realm posed no threat to his followers. Li Wenhui quickly donned his eye mask again. "No one is paying us any mind. Let us head upstairs to talk." Once inside his home, Meng Yi noted the swift renovations that had transformed it into a proper dwelling. After closing the door, Li Wenhui got straight to the point. "I have joined the Judgment Bureau." Meng Yi was already aware of this, as the divine had granted him corresponding revelations. Joining the Judgment Bureau was far easier than he had anticipated. Li Wenhui let out a soft sigh, acutely aware of their dire shortage of manpower, as the divinely favored individuals generally shunned the constraints of order. After a mere 2 days of scrutiny, I was officially appointed as an executor in the tribunal. Meng Yi inquired, "Did they not express any doubts about your swift acquisition of divine favor?" Li Wenhui gestured towards the heap of discarded materials behind him, a small sacrificial ritual array, and replied, "I had prepared for this. Moreover, the initial combat prowess of the disciples of the all-seeing Eye is neither formidable nor malevolent. Joining the tribunal to avoid the wilderness is a perfectly reasonable choice." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, "The principal reason is that I hail from the old era. Individuals from the old era are highly regarded by the authorities. We are more committed to maintaining order than the divinely favored of the new era." Meng Yi nodded silently, realizing that the decision to admit Li Wenhui into the tribunal was a fortunate stroke of serendipity. He remained quiet, awaiting further elaboration. Li Wenhui continued, "As for the location you previously asked me to investigate, I have commenced my inquiries. First and foremost, regarding the tribunal's stance towards our Lord." He wore a relaxed expression as he explained, "To my knowledge, the internal attitude of the tribunal towards our Lord is rather indifferent. Documented records refer to him as a newly ascended deity." Meng Yi was skeptical, as the conspicuous presence of Li and how alongside him suggested otherwise. It seemed that Li Wenhui was not privy to the core of the tribunal, thus only accessing superficial information. Nevertheless, it sufficed. The identity of a true deity was reassuring. As long as he did not bear the title of a heretical god's follower, all would be well. Regarding religion, it appeared there were no particular sentiments. No one seemed to hold any views or concerns in this realm. Li Wenhui proposed, rather than seeking such information within official channels, it might be more prudent to search elsewhere for resources. He displayed a pained expression. After all, in the absence of any religious presence, the authorities would not have any attitudes towards something that does not exist. This was indeed a valid point. Meng Yi pondered, concluding that they would need to wait until the establishment of the temple was presented to the authorities to accurately gauge their stance. He hesitated before asking, "Do you believe we will encounter any obstacles in erecting the temple for our Lord?" Li Wenhui slowly shook his head. "My instincts tell me no. No one can impede the legitimate requests of the followers of the divine. Even deceased followers can be collected throughout the city. Surely establishing a temple cannot be more excessive than that." This revelation eased Meng Yi's mind. It appeared that his divine undertaking faced no immediate hindrances. The future seemed bright. Indeed, he then shifted the conversation to another matter. "Have you uncovered any information regarding the blood origin sacrificial lord?" "Certainly," Li Wenhui replied, his breath growing heavy. "From my perusal of the documents, I discovered that the blood origin sacrificial lord was once a heretical god 20 years ago." Meng Yi's expression suddenly turned grave, and he pressed on, "Are you certain? The kind that rampaged and plundered indiscriminately?" Li Banui nudda affirmatively. At that time, he was not known as the Blood Yuan Sacrifice Lord. He was called the Blood God. Meng Yi felt somewhat dazed. His initial intention was to guard against any potential pursuit by the Blood Yuan Sacrifice Lord and to prepare for the actions of the Weavers of Magic. Yet now, it seemed he had stumbled upon explosive news. Could an evil deity transform into a righteous one? Thus, was the frenzied plunder of the evil god aimed at achieving this transformation? The blood god from the name alone. He possessed only blood and flesh magic 20 years ago. He pondered silently. The title of Yuan and sacrifice lacked the authority of elements, and rituals must have been seized later on. Meng Yi forced himself to remain calm. This required further confirmation. He continued to inquire. Aside from that, what else? For instance, during his time as the blood god, how did his divine benefactors manifest? Did he possess elemental and ritualistic magic? Li Wenhui was momentarily taken aback and reluctantly replied, "I have only found this information in the basic archival documents. The specifics remain unknown to me." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "This information pertains to the particulars of deities and is likely to be highly confidential. I can only assure you that I will do my utmost to investigate." Meng Yi understood this, as it concerned matters of the divine. However, his curiosity got the better of him. "How is it that you are aware of this news?" Li Wenhui's cartoonish eyes blinked twice. "Because this information belongs to outdated records from 20 years ago. Otherwise, I would not have been able to uncover it." He had only recently joined the Judgment Department, and aside from some overt documents, the accessible materials were quite limited. Nevertheless, upon encountering this news, he had immediately grasped certain insights. No wonder his master had instructed him to investigate the other party. Meng Yi realized, then, that he had taken advantage of the disorganization within the Judgment Department's archives. It seemed that the department was lacking in corresponding talent. Perhaps there would be an opportunity in the future to offer them some assistance. Chapter 80. Unforeseen Perils. Meng Yi cast a glance out the window. The city had begun to settle into a tranquil state, no longer bathed in the vibrant hues of earlier, the calamity of the wilderness. He pondered whether the coming days would be suitable for venturing into the wilds. At that moment, Li Wenhui poured him a peculiar drink, shimmering with flecks of blue and gold in a transparent glass, swirling in a mesmerizing dance, evoking a dreamlike ambience. "Try it, my treasured liquor," Li Wenhui urged. Meng Yi suddenly recalled the tavern keeper, a figure that had left him with deep psychological scars regarding the products of this world. Noting the tension in his demeanor, Li Wenhui inquired, "Is my lord abstaining from alcohol?" "Not at all. It's just, is this drink legitimate?" Li Wenhui's cartoonish eyes expressed clear bewilderment, and he added, "What about the brew I made myself? Is that considered legitimate?" "That is indeed quite legitimate, my friend," Meng Yi replied, settling onto the sofa and raising the glass to his lips, savoring a small sip. It was exquisite, rich and mellow, a delight to the palate. He continued, "Have you uncovered anything about those cultists of the dark gods, their strongholds, or the like? If possible, I would very much like to hunt these individuals down, especially now that the wilderness calamity has just passed. After all, those who follow the dark gods deserve to be eradicated." Li Wenhui refrained from pouring himself a drink, carefully sealing the bottle as if reluctant to part with it. He responded, "I truly have not. Had such information existed, the Judgment Department would have already mobilized, leaving nothing behind. Meng Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this. He then instructed, should you discover anything regarding the Dark God cultists in the future, please inform me discreetly. Although Li Wenhui readily assented, he was perplexed. How should I convey this to you? Meng Yi contemplated for a moment and stated earnestly, pray to our Lord. Several question marks appeared beside Li Wenhui's cartoonish eyes. Pray to our Lord? For such trivial matters? Are you certain this won't bring me unnecessary trouble? With utmost seriousness, Meng Yi affirmed, yes, pray to our Lord. As for Li Wenhui's doubts, they were inconsequential. He would forget them in due time. Meng Yi drained his glass, savoring the delightful drink that imparted a refreshing sensation, akin to being adrift in an endless sea. The meager 2 ounces had already left him feeling slightly lightheaded. He felt a tingling sensation in his chest and hastily pulled aside his clothing to inspect the area, where fine scales had begun to emerge, along with gill-like structures. Perhaps due to his extensive knowledge or the effects of intoxication, his initial reaction was surprisingly, how amusing. He felt no discomfort, merely burped, releasing a flurry of bubbles. This drink is quite entertaining. Li Wenhui chuckled, indeed. If it were back in the day when the pool still existed, you could have jumped in and experienced the sensation of breathing through gills. Quite extraordinary. Meng Yi reached out to pop a bubble and casually asked, why aren't you drinking? Li Wenhui returned the bottle to its place. Every sip now is 1 sip less later. Meng Yi was not surprised. This liquor was likely brewed during his previous devotion to the sea god, and it would be impossible to replicate now. Unexpectedly, the words that followed brought him back to sobriety. This is brewed using the finest scale from my previous self, the most exquisite piece. Only one is produced each year. Meng Yi ceased to froth at the mouth, finding it difficult to articulate the peculiar taste lingering in his mouth. As the effects of the alcohol faded, the scales on his chest induced a sense of nausea. Fortunately, with his return to lucidity, the scales and gills gradually vanished. Li Wenhui, oblivious to his reaction, appeared invigorated, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could share this with his brethren upon returning to his master's side. No, I cannot be the only one to suffer this. Striving to maintain decorum, Meng Yi exerted considerable effort to suppress the urge to retch. What a stroke of fortune. He discreetly rose, realizing that he had gleaned all that was necessary. It was time for him to depart. Just as Li Wenhui was about to engage in pleasantries, a brilliant blue lightning flickered outside the window. The two exchanged glances, standing before the window to survey the scene, only to witness the calamity that had just swept by now returning from the north. The targeting is far too obvious. There is no pretense whatsoever. However, this could mean that many of the divine benefactors in the north might survive as a result. Meng Yi inquired solemnly, do you understand the cause of this calamity? Li Wenhui shook his head slowly, uncertain. In truth, humanity had no inkling, yet it seemed someone possessed knowledge of it. At the very least, they had mastered the means to manipulate the calamity. The disaster could be directed back and forth. A blue glow flickered across Meng Yi's face, illuminated by the city's array. Was the aberration intelligent? It should not be. They are chaotic and distorted entities. Thus, if all goes as expected, it must be humans who are orchestrating this? Well, at least that is my belief. Your perspective may not necessarily be accurate. Meng Yi furrowed his brow, noting that, based on these observations, the purpose of the calamity was not to obliterate cities. Its intentions lay elsewhere. He pondered, with the calamity striking the city back and forth, is it capable of destruction? Unlikely. Unless this calamity is continuously supplemented by new aberrations. Li Wenhui swallowed hard. Otherwise, such repeated strikes on the city, without full force, would merely allow the Grand Arbiter and others to systematically strip these aberrations away like peeling layers of flesh. Meng Yi nodded gently. Indeed, the rapidity of the calamity's oscillation was insufficient to introduce new aberrations. However, it appeared that someone or something had grasped some new techniques. Li Wenhui's cartoonish eyes widened. If someone had mastered this ability to manipulate aberrations, Did it imply that humanity might be saved? Without needing Meng Yi to counter, he deflated. The deeper issues for humanity lay in pollution, in the divine, not in the mindless aberrations. While the aberrations are undoubtedly formidable, they can be evaded. Pollution, however, is ubiquitous. Meng Yi frowned. What do you think? Someone or some intelligent entity orchestrated this scene for what purpose? Libanui azitata. To temporarily seal off Jing'an city? In his perspective, this was the only conceivable outcome. Meng Yi let out a soft sigh and glanced around, contemplating the possibility that this might be the last time he would be here. The conjectures made in this place bore little fruit, as their knowledge was woefully inadequate. Without needing any directive, Li Wenhui took it upon himself to undertake a new task. I shall closely monitor these developments within the tribunal. He cast a sidelong glance at Meng Yi and added, if any discoveries arise, shall I also beseech our Lord? Meng Yi chuckled softly in response. Our Lord will surely provide me with the corresponding enlightenment. Given Li Wenhui's inherently suspicious nature, and despite the covert influence of the divine kingdom, Meng Yi resolved to add an extra layer of caution. He inquired, are you familiar with the divine chosen? Oh, Li Wenhui suddenly enlightened. Meng Yi glanced out the window and bid farewell. As he walked along the bustling streets, he observed that the divine benefactors of the inner city appeared rather disconcerted. Gazing skyward, he shook his head inwardly and proceeded home. In the 6th district, Meng Yi encountered acquaintances. Zhang Xier and Zhang Zhuang'er leaned against their pickup truck, their eyes turned towards the heavens, with Zhang Xier expressing her astonishment. Zhuang'er, this is quite the sight. Notijin Meng Yi. She rested her elbow on the truck's frame and merely lifted a few fingers in lieu of a wave. Oh, look who is still alive. Meng Yi's expression darkened. What kind of greeting was that? Were they implying that Su Qing-song had come to seek him out after an incident? Zhang Xier appeared quite displeased. Can you believe it? Last night, in the dead of night, someone knocked on my door, claiming to have committed murder. What a bizarre turn of events. Someone who commits murder comes looking for me. I am part of the tribunal. Meng Yi was left utterly bewildered. Who committed murder? Chapter 81. Delicious. Meng Yi's first reaction was surprisingly that Su Qing-song had made a name for himself. He must have killed someone extraordinary. That fellow was certainly no ordinary villain, but a lingering adherent of the Shadow Sovereign. The events that transpired last night explain why his routine patrol of the Red Mist yielded no discoveries. Unexpectedly, the first beneficiary of divine grace under his command turned out to be Su Qing-song. With an odd expression, Meng Yi inquired, whom did he kill? The answer from Zhang Xier darkened his countenance. A weaver. Zhang Xier continued to ramble on. He killed him. So what? No one witnessed it. He could have just tossed the body onto the street in the dead of night. Why does he have to involve me? He's insane. It seems the weaver instigated the confrontation, which is typical. Weavers are notoriously bloodthirsty and combative. Zhang Zhuang'er, grinning with his tongue missing, found amusement in the situation. It appeared that the weavers had indeed not ceased their pursuit of the redeemed believers. Su Qing-song, too, had been rather secretive, failing to mention such a significant matter right after their meeting at the South Gate. Meng Yi nodded appreciatively at Zhang Xier, thanking her. He intended to question Su Qing-song in detail later. Oh wait, he turned back after taking a few steps. Zhang Elfia, if you ever need assistance against any cultists or criminals, do not hesitate to call on me. Meng Yi chocolate. It saves you from having to split the rewards with your colleagues. Zhang Xier's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid, but you are quite peculiar. I have never encountered a benefactor like you who would assist us. Reflecting on this, Meng Yi found it curious why other benefactors did not aid the tribunal, even though they could not plunder the power of grace like him, who would shy away from monetary gain. What essential difference was there between slaying aberrations in the wilderness and exterminating cultists in the city? While the former might yield slightly less profit, earning the tribunal's favor surely provided a worthwhile return. Zhang Xier matter-of-factly stated, which benefactor would favor the tribunal, let alone collaborate with other benefactors? Indeed, deep down, benefactors were often lawless individuals who would appreciate the tribunal. Furthermore, the compensation was meager. They could earn more in the wilderness. Assisting the tribunal was out of the question, More importantly, a profound distrust existed among benefactors. Meng Yi could not help but mock himself for being an outsider. Initially, he had instinctively collaborated with Zhang Shi'er and the others. Fortunately, Zhang Shi'er was genuinely reliable and did not betray him. He waved goodbye, affirming, agreed. As Zhang Shi'er watched Meng Yi depart, she patted Zhang Zhuanger's shoulder. Zhuanger, we're in luck. We have a free muscle to rely on. You used to complain about my chatter. See, being talkative has its advantages. You have no idea how peculiar benefactors can be, especially someone like Meng Yi. She added, besides, with two of us sharing a tongue, I must ensure I complete your share of the conversation. Otherwise, that would be quite the loss. Meng Yi walked briskly towards home, feeling elated. How wonderful! Once more, one could seize the power bestowed by the malevolent deity, accumulate wealth, and be accompanied by two free assistants. With no one at home, Meng Yi mused that Qin Shiyun and Su Qingsong were likely still at the Southgate Market. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to pay them a visit. Furthermore, having hastily departed, he entrusted Qin Shiyun with some extraordinary materials, which left him somewhat uneasy. This evening, Jing'an City gleamed exceptionally bright. The air resonated with the rumbling and crackling sounds of electricity, keeping the entire city awake. Even ordinary citizens, emboldened by the circumstances, ventured out, their expressions a mixture of concern and contemplation as they gazed at the sky. Meng Yi sensed that this might be one of the rare moments of respite in their lives. The power supply array and the factories being shut down afforded the common folk a precious reprieve. He hastened to the Southgate Market, traversing the main thoroughfare until he soon spotted Qin Shiyun and Su Qingsong. Zhu Hongyu had already departed, leaving only Qin Shiyun and Su Qingsong, who stood silently at their stall with the extraordinary materials displayed before them. What was amiss? Why had they not sold anything for so long? Qin Qiyun, coming to her senses, gestured around her, explaining that everyone was preoccupied with the calamity and had little inclination to engage in commerce involving extraordinary materials. Meng Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. The array obscured their view, leaving him in the dark about what these people were fixated on. He then turned to Su Qingsong, inquiring if he had vanquished a beneficiary of divine favor the previous night. Ah yes, Su Qingsong easily noted that, recounting how a weaver had sought him out in the dead of night. Qin Shiyun, overhearing their exchange, was taken aback. You killed a weaver? A weaver known for their bloodthirsty and combative nature, serving under the blood element lord? How could Su Qingsong, who had only recently become a beneficiary of divine favor, manage such a feat? Indeed, Qin Shiyun's reaction left Su Qingsong perplexed. Shouldn't he have refrained from such actions? Should he have? Qin Shiyun harbored no fondness for the weaver who slandered her deity, and could only commend the act of slaying. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder how it seemed that everyone around her possessed such formidable combat abilities, making her appear rather, well, peace-loving. She pressed further, asking, "Weren't you incapable of fighting at first? I recall you carelessly expending your spirit." Su Qingsong replied with certainty, "But I underwent training." This response rendered Qin Shiyun speechless. Having also received training from Zhang Yao, she wondered why her own improvements were not as apparent. Meng Yi scrutinized Su Qingsong, realizing he had underestimated him. This lad was indeed a gem in the rough. Did that weaver say anything to you? How did he take notice of you? Su Qingsong zipli boo. I don't know. Well, he asked where my divine favor came from, and I told him it was a gift from the gods. He inquired how long I had received this favor, and I said only a few days. Then he wanted to assess my quality, mentioning some blood battle and a tribute, before lunging at me with his disgusting, flailing tentacles. Su Qingsong cleared his throat. I couldn't hold back my strength. Interestingly, he had once been a follower of the blood element lord, forcing himself into gruesome battles, despite his evident aversion and discomfort. Since becoming an apostle of redemption, I have discovered that mastering combat skills is not as daunting as it once seemed. Struggling to maintain control, Meng Yi took a deep breath. So, you have no idea how the opponent noticed you? Oh. Su Qingsong seemed to recall something and added, by the way, after I killed the opponent, I was unsure how to dispose of the body. I sought out that Zhang Shi. and she told me to just toss the corpse into the street and forget about it. Meng Yi's expression remained impassive. This is hardly the crux of the matter. Moreover, I'm already aware. He nodded at Su Qing-song and said, "Enough, I understand now." Then he pondered for a moment. "Have you examined the corpse?" The other shook his head. "Well, that just benefits the death cultists." He patted Su Qing-song on the shoulder and began to enlighten him on the significance and necessity of examining corpses, as well as the art of extracting information from enemies. It seemed this fellow could only grasp the concept of examining corpses. After finishing his discourse, Meng Yi sighed inwardly. He had initially thought that relying on his versatile powers would suffice to deceive the weavers, but it appeared that was not the case. Those individuals were still covertly probing for answers. At that moment, someone finally approached to inquire about the prices of materials. A rare occurrence indeed. Sun Shiyun introduced herself and the newcomer, claiming that they were all exquisite, as evidenced by the spiritual radiance emanating from the materials. Meng Yi seized the opportunity to activate his spiritual vision, preparing to weave some fanciful tales for promotion. However, he soon realized that the extraordinary material resembling a glass bead exuded a distinct spiritual radiance, unlike the other two materials. It gave Meng Yi a tantalizing sensation, as if it were delectable. Chapter 82, The astonishment bestowed upon me never ceases. The grotesque transformation of this pearl, akin to the vanishing aberrations of those two materials, stirred Meng Yi's thoughts, prompting him to grasp it in his hand. He expressed his apologies to the newcomer, stating, "I'm afraid I cannot part with this." I have suddenly recalled it possesses other utilities. Though Sun Shiyun was perplexed, she refrained from probing further. After a round of haggling, the remaining ear and vine were sold for 650,000 and 480,000 respectively. Despite the modest financial gains from this wilderness expedition, wherein the most valuable item was a gift from Wan Shan, Meng Yi felt a profound satisfaction. This was largely due to the satisfactory harvest of divine grace and the discovery of numerous new materials. Among them, the pearl in his hand evoked a peculiar intuition that it could be consumed by the crimson mist. As Meng Yi held this object, concealing it with his garments, he concentrated his thoughts. The extraordinary material melted away like snow exposed to the sun, completely devoured. Abruptly, he turned to Sun Shiyun and inquired, "What can I find more extraordinary materials?" Sun Shiyun gestured towards a nearby shop, indicating that it housed a considerable stock, and they were just about to make a transfer there. Meng Yi nodded, silently following her. Sun Shiyun continued, "You mentioned we should settle our accounts clearly in the future. Given your considerable contributions during this wilderness venture, let us divide it 3-2. Meng Yi cleared his throat. Having consumed 3 materials himself, albeit all of the 9th tier, this accumulation represented a significant sum. "Wait," he thought, resolutely asserting, "let us indeed split it," including the 250,000 owed to him by Sun Shiyun and deducting the 1 transfer fee. His wealth had now surged to 1,300,000. Without the presence of Officer Wang Wei, the transaction fees were inevitable. Weighing his newfound fortune, Meng Yi activated his spiritual vision as he surveyed the store. The establishment, known as the Southgate Extraordinary Material Shop, displayed materials, of which approximately 1/5 evoked a delectable sensation within him. Thus, did 1/5 of the aberrations in the wilderness offer such extraordinary power? It was only when Sun Shiyun patted his shoulder that Meng Yi snapped back to reality. "What are you daydreaming about?" she queried, puzzled by his intense focus on the materials, which they had no use for. With a long sigh, she remarked, "In truth, skilled artisans or array masters earn their keep most comfortably, without having to brave the wilderness." Su Qing-song whispered, "I believe this shop is truly lucrative. Collecting a 1 fee for transfers is quite unscrupulous." "Hey, young man, mind your words," a patron protested, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth. "Does establishing a trading hub integrated with the city's array network come without cost?" Moreover, the golden-toothed man gestured towards the lingering bank spirits above the hub. "Half of that is owed to this bothersome fellow." The bank spirit, originally waving farewell with its fluid little hands, abruptly raised a middle finger. Meng Yi surveyed the prices of materials displayed in the shop, weighed his own financial situation, and decided it would be wiser to peruse the market at a leisurely pace. He was indifferent to the variety or rarity of extraordinary materials. Certainly, energy-based materials commanded a higher price than the commonly found flesh and blood, yet to him, the extracted extraordinary power remained consistent. Accompanied by Qin Shiyun, he turned to leave, prioritizing a return home. The calamity above had now ceased, allowing the city to revert to the normal darkness of night. Meng Yi glanced at Su Qingsong and inquired, "Is your home still habitable?" They had previously clashed with the Shadow Sovereign's followers, and just yesterday, Su Qingsong had engaged in another confrontation with a weaver. It seemed his small abode was beset by misfortune. Su Qingsong nodded affirmatively. "It's manageable. I've already applied for new housing with the Housing Management Bureau. It should be quite close to where you both reside, as I specifically requested." Qin Shiyun slowly shook her head. "You'll have to wait then." Meng Yi spoke in a low voice. "My primary concern is whether the weaver will continue to pursue us." "There's no need to worry," Su Qingsong replied confidently. "Weavers do not engage in relentless bloodshed against the same target. Such actions would tarnish their dignity." "Is that so?" Meng Yi pondered it, recalling that Qin Shiyun had previously mentioned something akin to this sentiment. Despising the oppression of the weak, advocating for fair combat. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. In a truly fair fight, those individuals might not necessarily be Su Qingsong's adversaries. As the trio reached the plaza in the 6th district, the mystical radiance of the formation flickered to life once more. The calamity had returned from the southern horizon. Su Qingsong appeared bewildered. "What is happening?" "Why?" Qin Shiyun nonchalantly waved her hand. "Who knows? When the sky falls, there will be taller figures to bear the burden. We are unworthy of such monumental events." Woo! Upon witnessing the calamity's resurgence, jubilant cheers erupted from the plaza as the crowd began to acclimate to the phenomenon. "I told you it would come again, Ye." They seemed to be partaking in some form of celebration. Some individuals raised their middle fingers toward the sky, taunting, "Stupid dog, come down and bite me. Woof woof. Look at me, woof woof. Get lost, you foolish mutt." Meng Yi and his companions spotted some familiar faces, those two followers of desire from the market, who were now engaging with a follower of reproduction. The burly man under the reproduction banner had transformed his hands into two, thus enabling him to battle two opponents simultaneously. "Give me a child." These individuals bore remnants of unhealed scars, likely the marks of past punishment from the Punishment Bureau, and their faces were alight with excitement. The two followers of desire, upon seeing Meng Yi and his companions, did not shy away from casting flirtatious glances. Su Qingsong was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid of having children?" "It's that shy little guy." "No fear, we removed the contraceptive." The burly man, who had been eagerly murmuring about wanting a child, erupted in anger upon hearing their words. He stepped back, pulled out a radish, and with a swift kick sent the two followers of desire flying. "I can't believe this." He appeared exceedingly furious, yet also disinterested. This fellow unexpectedly shifted his focus towards Qin Shiyun, that bald man, and before he could finish his words, the followers of lust turned in anger, once again engaging in a fierce scuffle. Qin Shiyun, initially ready to draw her gun with a face full of fury, found herself frozen in place, utterly captivated by the spectacle before her. The scene was simply too mesmerizing. One could say these individuals had not even bothered to pull up their trousers. Meanwhile, Meng Yi was deeply immersed in the shock of witnessing the bizarre antics of the officials, all for the sake of mere amusement at the expense of the progenitor. Goodness gracious! Were the followers of lust truly this tenacious? It seemed plausible, indeed. To incur some cost merely to toy with a progenitor's follower must be a source of immense delight. The two of them were still laughing, unabated. They revealed the ghastly wounds upon their bellies, their laughter causing them to double over in mirth. "What do you think of my idea?" "Ha ha ha! Look at his expression! Look at his expression! Ha ha ha!" They mimicked each other's words, exclaiming, "Ah, to bear a child, to bear a child." Their tongues transformed into slick, elongated tendrils, each tipped with a malevolent mouth. Nearby, a rotund man was also laughing heartily at the progenitor's follower, exclaiming, "This is killing me with laughter, ah." To bear a child enraged, the progenitor's follower felt his belly suddenly swell and split open. giving birth to a smaller version of himself, who screeched and charged at the portly man. Well, you can give birth yourself. He faced off against the followers of lust alone, his arms ballooning grotesquely, resembling a bizarre tree root covered in various organs. It was utter chaos. Meng Yi pulled Xin Shiyun back repeatedly, utterly at a loss for words in the face of this unruly crowd, which was expanding in turmoil. A sharp screech of brakes pierced the air, unmistakably heralding the arrival of Zhang Xi'er and her companion. How dare they cause trouble on our turf? Zhang Xi'er and Zhang Zhuang looked weary, yet bustling with energy, their movements brisk and decisive. With a swift motion, they summoned Zhang Zhuang to the scene. Everyone disperse. The tribunal is here to take charge. Defy us, and you shall die. Zhang Zhuang's voice was no longer the rich and unrefined tone from before. It now resonated with an ominous chill, indicating his foul mood. Meng Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has happened to you?" The tribunal should not resort to killing merely to deal with these playful divine benefactors. Upon recognizing Meng Yi, Zhang Zhuang hesitated momentarily. Do your previous words still hold weight? What? Dealing with these accursed cultists. Chapter 83. Zhang Xi'er, what are you doing? The turmoil in the 6th District Square was swiftly quelled. Zhang Xi'er and her companion, as the patrol officers of the Judgment Division in the 6th District, were well acquainted with the divine benefactors present. The immediate fusion of their powers indicated a serious intent. The crowd merely sought amusement, not peril. As for Meng Yi, upon hearing of the opportunity to confront the followers of the malevolent deity, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. He was undoubtedly going. Moreover, it was not only him. Xin Shiyun and Su Qingsong would accompany him as well. The 5 of them squeezed into the dilapidated pickup truck where Zhang Zhuang held a square stone tablet, presumably a formation plate. Meng Yi leaned forward to scrutinize it. It resembled a map, albeit with an unfamiliar quality, as red and orange dots flickered sporadically upon it. An induction formation plate, Zhang Xi'er casually explained while driving. It's a schematic of the formation network in the 6th District. Understanding dawned upon Meng Yi. It was a real-time alert system. He promptly inquired, "What exactly is going on? You both appear rather displeased." Mentioning this riled Zhang Xi'er, while the various adjudicators and arbitration members busied themselves with the external aberrations. They were temporarily unable to attend to the inner sanctum of Fortress City, allowing some nefarious individuals to wreak havoc. They had finally seized an opportunity. A group of ignorant fools, during a time when the city's formations were fully operational, could not escape the network surveillance even with the slightest disturbance. Now, all personnel from the Judgment Division were mobilized. No one could evade. Zhang Zhuang brought the induction plate closer to Zhang Xi'er, pointing to a specific red dot. Meng Yi furrowed his brow, pondering. This cannot solely be the work of the malevolent deity's followers, can it? Those divine believers, who typically refrain from causing chaos, might also take advantage of this moment. You guessed correctly. Zhang Xi'er clapped the steering wheel, appearing slightly embarrassed. Well, primarily, I am uncertain if there are any rewards for eliminating the righteous deity's followers at this juncture. Oh dear. At worst, I shall allocate a larger share of my reward to you. Meng Yi was somewhat speechless. This fellow was rather fair-minded. At this moment, he was not concerned about monetary matters. His greater worry was whether they would be capable adversaries against those instigating divine benefactors. Rest assured, Zhang Xi'er reassured him. Those competent rascals will cause mayhem in the inner city or the congregational sites at the 4 city gates. The outer city districts are less troublesome. Furthermore, the 6th district is not solely reliant on the 2 of us as executioners. If we cannot handle them, we shall call for reinforcements. That brings me some peace. Meng Yi cleared his throat. By the way, how will the rewards be calculated? Zhang Xi'er gritted her teeth. Regardless of the amount, we shall split it evenly. Excellent. Meng Yi responded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Su Qingsong, whose fists were turning pale from clenching. What's the matter? Are you nervous? Excited, was the reply. This response elicited a smile from Meng Yi as he patted the other's shoulder. I'll look forward to your performance. He genuinely wished to witness Su Qingsong's prowess. After only a few days of training, he could potentially confront a spellcaster unscathed. Perhaps he would become his most formidable subordinate. Hmm. Subordinate sounds rather crude. Perhaps religious inquisitor's executioner would be more fitting. He coughed as his thoughts began to wander once more. Xin drew her revolver and conducted a brief inspection. The pickup truck soon halted before a residential building. Zhang Sierra seized the sensing array disc, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized it before stating, "The alarm system indicates a presence here, likely within the building. The identity and methods of the adversary remain uncertain." She turned to Meng Yi and the others, cautioning them. The group disembarked, with Zhang Sierra and her companion swiftly merging into one, brandishing a flickering dagger as they led the way. Meng Yi, illuminated by the blue glow above, surveyed the residential building, an archetypal structure of the outer district 6 stories high, with narrow hallways and cramped quarters. This terrain proved to be rather unyielding. However, with Zhang Sierra leading, he felt little hesitation. He signaled for Cthulhu to bring up the rear, knowing that her 8th-tier blood magic endowed her with commendable survival capabilities. Unlike Su Qing-song, who was comparatively weaker in that regard. As Meng Yi stepped into the building, he immediately discerned the reason for the alarm, a pervasive stench of blood. A sticky sensation clung to his feet, and he summoned a flicker of flame at his fingertips before succumbing to silence. The walls and floor were smeared with thick, dark crimson stains, intricately forming a pattern that possessed a peculiar aesthetic. Su Qing-song, trailing behind, gasped in shock. Could it be that all the residents of this building had met with tragedy? Humph. Sin Shiyun's voice dripped with disdain. By the heavens, these scoundrels deserve their fate. At the forefront was Zhang Shizhuang, with Zhang Sierra facing Meng Yi. Under such circumstances, what she saw was effectively what Zhang Zhuang perceived. Zhang Zhuang's deep voice resonated. Do not fixate on these patterns. Staring too long may unwittingly draw you into a desire for bloodshed. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. Bloodshed? Is it a righteous deity? No, it is an evil god, the god of slaughter. Zhang Zhuang continued. Extinguish the flame.